The protagonist, initially an ordinary young man, unexpectedly acquires an ancient tome that reveals the secrets of primordial divine texts. Through his interpretations of these cryptic writings, he gradually uncovers his unique mission within this world. As the narrative unfolds, the protagonist not only gains formidable power, but also unveils secrets tied to his own heritage. Throughout his journey, he encounters a myriad of characters, including allies, adversaries, and ethereal beasts, each playing a pivotal role in the progression of the story. Simultaneously, the protagonist must confront external hostile forces as well as the internal struggles of his own psyche, gradually evolving towards maturity and strength. The novel, rich in its elaborate settings and distinct worldview, paints a picture of a realm teeming with magic, combat, and enigma, while also exploring profound themes of power, responsibility, and self-worth. After his transmigration, Zhongwen is discovered by a young Loli and brought to the Floating Blossom Palace, home solely to female disciples. In this world, the most advanced martial skills, spiritual techniques, and knowledge derive from ancient times. Thus, the study of incomprehensible ancient characters has become a trend of the times, symbolizing status and identity. By chance, he opens a book written in ancient divine script, and to his astonishment, he discovers. Chapter 1. No male guests allowed in the Floating Flower Palace. Zhongwen found himself in the midst of a dream where he encountered a drowning girl. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped into the lake, yearning to play the role of the gallant hero. The girl, who could not swim, panicked and struggled desperately, inadvertently striking Zhongwen on the nose with an elbow, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. His already modest swimming skills abandoned him. And as he sank to the bottom of the lake, a singular thought flashed through his mind. Women are truly terrifying. What followed was a suffocating embrace of cold and endless darkness. Just as he felt he might freeze into oblivion, a wave of warmth surged within him, coursing through his body and dispelling the chilling grip of the water. In no time, he found himself enveloped in a comforting warmth reminiscent of his mother's embrace during childhood. Relaxed, he succumbed to slumber once more. After an indeterminate time, Zhongwen finally opened his eyes. What a long dream it had been. His head ached from the vividness of it all. Thank goodness it was not real. Otherwise, the tale of a hero who drowned at the hands of a beautiful damsel would surely become a source of ridicule, even in the afterlife. He could only imagine the expressions of the ox-head and horse-face, and the king of hell himself, upon hearing such a ludicrous story. Perhaps he would have to seek out Meng Po at the Niha Bridge for a bowl of her soup. You're awake. A soft, melodious voice broke through his thoughts. Turning his head, he beheld a delicate little girl, around 8 or 9 years old, with long black hair cascading over her shoulders. She was dressed in an outfit reminiscent of characters from historical dramas, yet distinctly unique. Upon seeing Zhongwen awaken, the little girl beamed with joy, her sweet smile leaving him momentarily spellbound. Little sister, who are you? Zhongwen searched his memories, but could ascertain no familiarity with the adorable child before him. Surely, such a charming girl would be memorable, even if one had consumed Ming Po's soup. My name is Lin Xiaodai, but you can call me Xiaodai. What is your name? Hello, Xiaodai. I am Zhongwen. In the presence of such a charming little girl, Zhongwen felt no apprehension and managed to conjure a gentle smile. Though the effort was strained due to the throbbing pain in his head, he touched his forehead, relieved to find it cool to the touch. After steadying himself, he surveyed his surroundings. This was not a hospital, he concluded. The room exuded an ambience reminiscent of ancient dramas, with wooden beds, a tea table, and a desk adorned with an incense burner, from which wafted a unique fragrance that invigorated his senses. A landscape painting hung on the wall, resembling traditional Chinese art, yet possessing an added touch of realism. The only peculiar sight was the lighting fixture suspended from the ceiling, which bore no resemblance to modern lamps or ancient candles. Instead, it resembled a porcelain basin from which a palm-sized stone emitted a soft, radiant glow, illuminating the room. How do you feel? Is there any pain? Lin Xiaodai blinked her large eyes, her tone laced with concern. If only I could have a daughter as adorable as you. Zhongwen mused as he sat up, stretching his neck and twisting his waist, then extending his limbs. Aside from the lingering headache, his body felt otherwise normal. That's a relief, he replied gently. By the way, Xiaodai, where am I? How did I end up here? What? Zhongwen's mind struggled to grasp the situation. Floating Flower Palace? Master? Senior sister? Healing through cultivation? Was he in the midst of a martial arts drama? Had he not yet awakened from slumber? His thoughts became increasingly muddled, and a sharp pain pierced his head, cradling it in his hands. He found himself asking a question so absurd that even he was taken aback. What dynasty is this? Dynasty? What is that? Oh, do you mean the reign title? It's the 296th year of Xingling. At that moment, Zhang Wen could barely comprehend Lin Xiaoda's words, her voice drifting in and out of focus. Ah. The pain reached its zenith, and with a cry, Zhang Wen succumbed to unconsciousness once more. When he awoke again, it was daytime. The stone-like lamp no longer glowed, and sunlight streamed through the window, accompanied by the cheerful chirping of birds. The headache had subsided, leaving him feeling light and refreshed as he stretched languidly. He noticed Lin Xiaodai, the charming little girl, sleeping soundly by his bedside, her cheeks adorably puffing up with each breath, evoking a strong urge to pinch them. Not wanting to disturb her, Zhang Wen quietly slipped out of bed and tiptoed to the door, gently pushing it open. A brilliant ray of sunlight flooded in, momentarily blinding him. What is this? As he squinted, a towering bookshelf came into view. A seven-tiered, immensely large structure loomed before him, with a solid panel at its base inscribed with 5 gleaming golden characters, New, Huazong, Jing, Gu. He couldn't help but twitch at the name, wondering which creative genius had come up with such an anachronistic title. A strange premonition stirred within him. As his eyes adjusted to the sunlight, he peered outside, where the door led into a vast courtyard encircled by buildings steeped in ancient charm. The main gate stood open, revealing a glimpse of verdant woods, all enveloped in a delicate mist that imparted an ethereal quality to the scene. Taking a deep breath, the refreshing air invigorated him, seemingly infused with an energy that revitalized his spirit and cleared his mind. Ah, you're awake. Lin Xiaoda's voice chimed from behind him. Thank you, Zhang Wen replied warmly, unable to resist reaching out to pat the little girl on the head. In response to the gentle touch, she resembled a contented kitten, as narrowing in delight. Indeed, you are now in the southern frontier province of the great Qian Empire. This place was once an ancient relic discovered by my esteemed ancestor. Recognizing the abundance of spiritual energy here, he settled down and established the floating flower palace. The current leader is my master, she chattered on, seemingly relishing the conversation. Zhang Wen interjected occasionally, guiding the conversation, and within half an hour, he gleaned a substantial understanding of his new surroundings. He was certain he had traversed into another realm. The notion of time travel was not frightening. What unnerved him was the recollection that the dream of drowning had been all too real. It was indeed the act of being struck by the very beauty he sought to save that had granted him this opportunity to traverse worlds. Contemplating the absurdity of his previous demise, Zhang Wen felt an overwhelming urge to relive that moment. How utterly embarrassing. The library contains only a collection of martial arts techniques, medicinal knowledge, and novels. However, Sister Wang often brings my master old reports from the Great Qian. I'll go fetch some for you, Lin Xiaodai said, hastily departing the room. What a warm-hearted little girl. Zhang Wen felt a pang of guilt for deceiving Lin Xiaodai, yet he felt powerless to change the circumstances. Based on their earlier conversation, he surmised that this world bore no resemblance to any known historical era. Rather, it seemed infused with the essence of martial arts and cultivation. His scant knowledge of history from his previous life served no purpose here, and with no means to defend himself. He needed to gather more information swiftly to survive in this new world. After all, his previous demise had been most unjust. Without a phone, Zhang Wen found himself pacing restlessly in the room. Inadvertently, he approached a mirror. Is that me? He gazed at the reflection of a handsome youth, around 17 or 18, and was taken aback. Touching his face, the reflection mirrored his actions. Inspecting his features from various angles, Zhang Wen grew increasingly satisfied, convinced he was no less charming than the young idols of his previous life. Zhang Wen, the little girl, brimming with excitement, dashed into the room, brandishing a stack of imperial bulletins. These bulletins, known as the Great Qian Reports, were slightly smaller than standard A3 paper, printed with text on both sides, serving as the official newspaper of the empire. Thank you, Xiaodai. Zhang Wen smiled as he accepted the papers. However, his smile quickly froze. To his astonishment, he found the characters incomprehensible. While others traversed realms armed with vast knowledge, he had inexplicably transformed into a functionally illiterate individual. In this world that revered martial prowess, not only was his combat ability non-existent, but he was also illiterate. Zhang Wen felt as though he might burst into tears. What's wrong? Are you still unwell? Do you need to rest a bit longer? Lin Xiaodai asked, her concern evident as she noticed Loli's distress. I seem to have forgotten how to read. Zhang Wen awkwardly attributed his predicament to amnesia. The little girl cast him a sympathetic glance. When her master had treated Zhongwen's injuries, he had mentioned that he lacked spiritual energy and was not a cultivator. Now, with the added misfortune of forgetting how to read, she wondered how he would manage to survive in the future. "How about I teach you to read?" the kind-hearted little girl stammered. Though she was still quite young and her own studies were sporadic, her offer came from a place of genuine goodwill. "Then I shall entrust my education to you, Teacher Xiao Dai." Zhongwen hesitated briefly before deciding to learn the script of this world. Hearing those words, Xiao Dai's eyes sparkled, and she patted her modest chest confidently, declaring, "Leave it to me. From now on, you are my student. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. I will look after you." Zhongwen couldn't help but ruffle her hair, charmed by her adorable yet mature demeanor. Just then, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from the entrance. "You're awake?" In a world filled with digitally enhanced beauties, the natural beauty of a girl like Ning was a rare sight, and Zhongwen found himself captivated. "I am Zhongwen. I am deeply grateful for your life-saving elixir," he remarked, admiring her increasingly enchanting presence. "No need to thank me. I was merely unable to refuse Xiao Dai's persistent pleas. If gratitude is due, it should be directed towards her," Ning replied coolly, seemingly uninterested in forging a friendship with Zhongwen. Moreover, the Piaohua Palace does not accommodate male guests. Once you have healed, you should descend the mountain promptly. "Oh, truly the epitome of an aloof goddess," Zhongwen mused. "Sister, Zhongwen is gravely injured and has forgotten much, including how to read. He is not a cultivator. How can he survive if he descends the mountain now?" Xiao Dai implored, fearing her precious student would be cast aside. "Transforming into a useless being without literacy or martial skills is quite disheartening," Zhongwen lamented. "Xiao Dai, the Piaohua Palace is comprised solely of women, and it is inappropriate to keep a stranger here, as it may invite gossip," Ning stated, furrowing her brow. "But I promised to teach him how to read again," Xiao Dai protested, tugging at Ning's sleeve in desperation. "Perhaps we could allow him to stay until he learns to read?" "My agreement holds little weight. Even Master would not permit it," Ning replied, though her tone softened slightly, indicating her fondness for Xiao Dai. "Do as you wish, but I will leave the final decision to Master. You are the best, sister," Xiao Dai exclaimed with joy, leaping into a hug around Ning's slender waist. "Thank you, Missing." Zhongwen felt a wave of relief wash over him at not being immediately cast out, also expressing gratitude towards teacher Xiao Dai. "Oh, do not mention it. It is only natural for a teacher to care for their student," Xiao Dai replied, her youthful heart momentarily swelling with pride at being called a teacher by someone older than herself. "I must take my leave now, Xiao Dai, with Master absent. Do not neglect your morning and evening lessons," Ning advised lightly before gracefully departing. "I shall fetch your textbooks," Xiao Dai chirped, bouncing out of the room. Watching her cheerful figure fade, Zhongwen sighed, feeling an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards the little girl, uncertain if he could ever repay her kindness in this lifetime. Closing his eyes, Zhongwen began to explore the vast library of knowledge within his mind. Upon closer inspection, he realized the shelves were meticulously categorized, featuring sections on martial arts, spiritual techniques, spiritual inscriptions, herbalism, and spiritual artifacts, among others. Horizontally, the classifications were arranged in 7 tiers, ranging from bronze to divine grades. What kind of game designer devised such classifications? Zhongwen thought, bemused. Scouring the shelves, he discovered a new Chinese dictionary in the tools section and in the miscellaneous category. He found the 4 great classic novels of ancient China, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Journey to the West, Water Margin, and Dream of the Red Chamber, along with a plethora of self-help books. All other categories remained empty. Isn't this precisely the content of my bookshelf back home? With his focus drawn to Journey to the West, words began to flow through his mind like a torrent. The poem read, "Before chaos divided heaven and earth. In the vastness, no one was seen. Since Pangu shattered the primordial void, clarity and muddiness have been discerned." The original text raced through Zhongwen's mind, and in an instant, he felt as though he had reread the entire novel, every word vividly etched in his memory. Yet, after finishing the passage and waiting in vain for a miraculous event to occur, he was left disillusioned. It appeared to serve little purpose beyond a diversion for boredom. With his hopes dashed for acquiring an invincible advantage, Zhongwen felt a profound sense of disappointment. "Greetings, Master," he exclaimed, grinning at the adorable little girl before him. "What if I could allow the inhabitants of this world to experience the allure of Chinese culture?" A spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. and he devised a plan to utilize the vast library of knowledge at his disposal. Chapter 2. Is this an ancient divine script? Under the watchful guidance of the little teacher, Lin Xiaodai, Zhang Wen meticulously practiced the great Qin script, while the little girl occasionally offered her input, albeit often with a lack of clarity. Before him lay the elementary learning and understanding characters books, crafted specifically for children by the great Qian Empire. From a spiritual perspective, having Zhong Wan, a man in his 30s who had experienced the age of digital technology, relearn how to write felt like a form of mental torment. Fortunately, Xiaodai was not the type to sit still for long. She would often teach a few characters before engaging Zhong Wen in light-hearted conversation, achieving a delightful balance of learning and leisure. Xiaodai, don't disciples of the Piaohua Palace usually dine together? Zhong Wen inquired. Having noticed that for the past couple of days, Xiaodai had been accompanying him for meals without sight of Ning or others, which piqued his curiosity. As their rapport deepened, Zhong Wen began to address Lin Xiaodai more casually, dropping the formal titles. She, in turn, showed no concern for this shift. It is worth mentioning that the food here was rather bland and unseasoned, leaving Zhong Wen, who had once considered himself a gourmet, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. Do you not feel lonely dining alone every day? He suddenly grasped Xiaodai's desire to keep him company. At the tender age of 8 or 9, children are in dire need of companionship. He found himself growing somewhat discontent with her master. Xiaodai, Xiaodai, a melodious voice rang out from outside the door. It's second sister, Xiaodai exclaimed joyfully, racing outside. A moment later, she returned with a 17 or 18-year-old girl who possessed an innate beauty, her skin like ice, and her features reminiscent of a painting, exuding a vibrant spirit. With her chestnut hair tied back in a ponytail, she donned a striking red outfit paired with a white skirt and black fitted shorts, revealing her long, graceful legs. As she entered, Zhong Wen felt as though the entire room had been illuminated. Could it be that this sect prioritizes beauty above all else in its disciples? Both Ninger and the young girl before him possessed striking beauty. Though Lin Xiaodai was still young, she was undeniably a budding beauty, which led Zhong Wen to question the entrance standards of the floating flower palace. Alas, certain aspects of her development had yet to mature. As his gaze swept over the girl's chest, Zhong Wen couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Are you awake? The girl seemed oblivious to Zhong Wen's lewd thoughts. Thank you, Miss Liu, for saving me. Zhong Wen expressed his gratitude once more, feeling indebted to everyone present. A trifling matter, Lu Qiqi replied cheerfully. What are you two up to? I am teaching Zhong Wen to read, the little girl proclaimed proudly, puffing out her small chest. Huh? Lu Qiqi looked bewildered and turned to Zhong Wen. You can't read? Zhong Wen was caught off guard by the girl's frankness, feeling a bit embarrassed. After sustaining such severe injuries, many things had slipped from his memory, including the ability to recognize characters. The little girl quickly stepped in to explain. He was badly injured and has forgotten many things, even how to read. Lu Qiqi's expression softened, and she cast a sympathetic glance at Zhong Wen. Indeed. Without cultivation and now forgetting written language, Xiaodai worries about your survival outside the mountain, so she kindly teaches you. Zhong Wen felt a sense of melancholy. Despite the abundance of beautiful women around him, he could not evoke admiration like a protagonist from a novel. Instead, he felt more like a fool, deserving of scorn and pity. Never mind. I can simply enjoy the beauty around me, he consoled himself. Good child, Lu Qiqi praised as she affectionately ruffled Lin Xiaodia's hair. Sister, how is your light sword technique progressing? Not too bad. I can now handle 6 sword puppets simultaneously. The two girls began discussing their training, leaving Zhong Wen, a mere bystander, unable to contribute and instead dutifully copying characters from a primer. After a while, Lu Qiqi said, I'm feeling a bit tired after lunch. Xiaodai, wake me in half an hour. With that, she disregarded Zhong Wen's presence, laid down beside the bed, and soon fell into a rhythmic breathing pattern. The little girl approached Zhong Wen, watching him copy characters. After a time, she grew bored, resting her chin on her hands and sitting quietly, lost in thought. Zhong Wen, having memorized another set of characters, looked up to stretch and noticed Lin Xiaodia's listless demeanor. Feeling a pang of sympathy, he asked, Xiaodai, are you tired? Would you like to take a nap too? She shook her head. I've been writing these past few days. Although my memory isn't fully restored, I recall some stories from before. Would you like me to share one with you? Zhong Wen's eyes sparkled with a new idea. Certainly. Let me tell you a tale of a remarkable monkey. After careful consideration, he realized that aside from motivational sayings, only the 4 great classics remained in his mental library. In this world of cultivators, Discussing romance of the three kingdoms or water margin would necessitate significant alterations, while the domestic intricacies of Dream of the Red Chamber were beyond a child's comprehension. Only Journey to the West seemed to align well with the concepts of this realm. In a distant land, there lies Dongxing Shinzhou, and beyond the sea, a kingdom called Ally. He began naturally, adapting profound poetry and content into simple phrases suitable for children. Atop a mountain, a celestial stone transformed into a stone monkey. As Zhongwen narrated, Lin Xiaodai gradually became entranced, her posture straightening from its previous slouch. From then on, the stone monkey ascended to a high throne, thus becoming the Monkey King. Zhongwen adopted a measured tone reminiscent of his past experiences speaking at company meetings, recounting the tale with ease, while Luqiqi, who had been lying on the bed, quietly opened her eyes and listened intently. Shall I teach you the path of the character gate? No? How about the path of the flowing gate? The lively monkey, as penned by Wu Chengyan, was already beloved by children. Moreover, Lin Xiaodai, having grown up in the floating flower palace, had never heard such captivating tales. Her face lit up with joy as she listened, completely absorbed. When the story spoke of a somersault cloud that spanned thousands of miles, Luqiqi's eyes sparkled with wonder. I wonder if such a cloud truly exists. If I could learn it, there would be nowhere I couldn't go. I wonder if I could achieve that when I reach the sage level, she mused, her expression reflecting her dreams. Time passed without notice, and an hour slipped by in the blink of an eye. When I ascend to the heavens to explore the roads, I shall take you both with me. Zhongwen concluded, but it's getting late. We'll pause here for today and continue tomorrow. Feeling parched from his storytelling, he lifted his cup for a sip. Ah! Two voices echoed in unison. Miss Lu, you are awake. Zhongwen turned to see Luqiqi sitting up. Zhongwen, please tell us a bit more. The little girl tugged at his sleeve, pouting adorably. Though Luqiqi remained silent, her eyes glimmered with anticipation. All right, then, Zhongwen relented. The little girl gasped at the prospect of him leaving, quickly adding, but you must continue tomorrow. Agreed, he said, gently patting her head. What is the name of this story? Luqiqi suddenly inquired. Journey to the West. At the utterance of those three words, Zhongwen felt a wave of nostalgia for his previous life wash over him. Reluctantly, Luqiqi departed from Zhongwen's room, pondering what excuse she could concoct to return and hear more stories the following day. Second sister. Just as she reached the door, she collided with the hurriedly approaching Wang Sa. Zhongwen, being half a head taller than Luqiqi, could clearly see Wang Sa's features, which differed greatly from the image of a coarse rural woman he had imagined. The widow before him had fair skin, refined features, and although she was no longer young, she retained a certain charm, her figure curvaceous and exuding the unique allure of mature femininity. Goodness, even the maid hired for sweeping and cooking is so beautiful. This further solidified Zhongwen's opinion of the Flower Palace's mistress. Clearly, she was someone who valued appearances. What has happened, Wang Sa? Luqiqi asked. The moneylender's men are here again, demanding payment, Wang Sa replied, a worried expression on her face. They are still loitering in the front hall. Luqiqi's countenance darkened. I will go and see. The two hurried away, leaving the little girl looking anxious. Who is this moneylender? Zhongwen inquired curiously. A wicked man, the little girl pouted, clearly disliking the name. Zhongwen was not surprised. In any narrative, characters portraying moneylenders typically lean towards villainy. While curious, he maintained a clear understanding of his own position. He was not even a guest and had no reason to involve himself in the affairs of the floating flower palace. Besides, there were likely more capable individuals, like the little girl's attractive master, to handle such troubles. Learning to survive in this world was Zhongwen's immediate priority. I've been cooped up in here for days, feeling restless. May I take a stroll outside? Zhongwen asked. Of course. The scenery here is splendid. Let me show you around, the little girl replied with a hint of pride. Following the lively little girl, Zhongwen stepped outside and breathed in the fresh air, feeling rejuvenated as if he had just sipped a refreshing drink on a sweltering summer day. The high concentration of negative ions here far surpassed that of Qiqing Mountain from his previous life. If I could reside here indefinitely, Zhongwen mused, I believe I could live well into my hundreds. Before him lay a verdant forest, yet Zhongwen chose not to venture forward. Instead, under the guidance of the petite girl, he meandered around the enchanting architecture of the floating flower palace, taking in the breathtaking mountain scenery. Soon, the duo arrived at an expansive field, where a myriad of unfamiliar plants flourished in the mist-laden air, their growth astonishing. This was the medicinal herb garden of the third senior sister, where all her alchemical ingredients were cultivated, as the little girl cheerfully explained while tugging at Zhongwen's sleeve. A serene image of a beautiful, ethereal girl tending to the herbs in the field surfaced in Zhongwen's mind, evoking a sense of harmony. After entering a small gate and taking a few steps, a uniquely styled small building came into view, its design somewhat discordant with the surrounding structures. The characters inscribed on the plaque above the door remained a mystery to him. "What is this place?" Zhongwen inquired casually. "This is the library." The little girl answered promptly. "Shall we go inside for a look? Is that permissible?" Zhongwen asked, taken aback. After all, wasn't he a library is sacred space for every sect, not meant for outsiders? "Others cannot, but you are different," the girl replied with a grin. "Besides, you can't read anyway." Zhongwen conceded. "Your reasoning is quite sound. I find myself at a loss for words." Curiosity piqued regarding the library. He followed the little girl inside without pretense. The interior was lined with bookshelves, sparsely populated with various volumes, primarily traditional bindings. A quick glance suggested that the total number of books in the library was far less than that of a roadside newsstand from his past life. Here are the cultivation techniques, and over there are the spiritual skills. This shelf holds books on pharmacology, the little girl elaborated as they walked, soon arriving at a shelf filled with novels, essays, and local chronicles. "After my training, I love to come here and read novels." Zhongwen's gaze swept over the rows of books, but soon, his interest waned. Indeed, he could not comprehend them. He sighed in frustration when his eyes caught sight of a lonely three-tiered bookshelf tucked away in a corner, nearly empty. Save for two books nestled in the farthest corner of the middle shelf, the label above it entirely illegible. "Why is that shelf so isolated?" he pointed out, resonating with the forlorn bookshelf, feeling similarly out of place in this unfamiliar world that contains books written in ancient divine script, which I cannot read either. The little girl remarked with indifference. "Ancient divine script?" Another novel term reached Zhongwen's ears. "Yes. I heard from my master that the cultivation world in ancient times was extraordinary. Golden grade techniques and spiritual skills were commonplace, and even platinum and higher grades were abundant. Practitioners of that era could effortlessly shatter mountains with a mere punch." The little girl's eyes sparkled with admiration as she reminisced about the ancient practitioners. "And what happened afterward?" Zhongwen probed. "I don't know why, but ancient civilization eventually perished. Occasionally, people discover ancient texts, but they are all inscribed in ancient divine script. And aside from the sanctuaries, no one can decipher these characters." "Sanctuary?" Yet another unfamiliar term. "Where is the sanctuary?" Zhongwen inquired. "There are 7 sanctuaries in the world, but only one exists in the Dacian Empire." The little girl exhibited little interest in the topic and, after speaking, selected a novel from the shelf and began perusing it. Seeing this, Zhongwen refrained from interrupting her and approached the solitary bookshelf in the corner, retrieving one of the tomes written in ancient divine script. "Is this truly ancient divine script?" Upon glimpsing the cover, a tumult of emotion surged within him, causing his hands to tremble slightly. For inscribed upon the cover were 5 prominent simplified Chinese characters, records of the Medicine King Valley. Zhongwen shut his eyes, steadied his mind, and was about to reopen them to confirm whether he was witnessing an illusion when an image of the new Xinhua Sutra pavilion materialized in his thoughts. Beneath the vast bookshelf, where the words New Xinhua Sutra Pavilion were once written, a line of small text appeared. "Discovered a miscellaneous book titled Records of the Medicine King Valley. Shall it be included? Yes or no?" Upon opening his eyes, the 5 clear Chinese characters once again caught his gaze. Why are there Chinese characters in this world? An array of questions flooded Zhongwen's mind. Could it be that this place is also Earth? After much contemplation, he found no clarity. He closed his eyes once more, and the line of text reappeared in his mind. "Discovered a miscellaneous book titled Records of the Medicine King Valley. Shall it be included? Yes or no?" "Include," Zhongwen silently affirmed. With his intent, a volume titled Records of the Medicine God Valley emerged in the miscellaneous section of the bookshelf. It truly worked. The mental bookshelf revealed its peculiarities, stirring a ripple of excitement in Zhongwen's otherwise monotonous existence. He set down Records of the Medicine God Valley and took up another tome inscribed in ancient divine script. This book was quite hefty, containing hundreds of pages, and its cover bore 3 grand characters in regular script, igniting a surge of exhilaration within him. "One Yang Finger." Discovered a spiritual skill book titled One Yang Finger. Shall it be included? Yes or no? Gently, Zhongwen turned the pages of One Yang Finger, and familiar Chinese characters flowed before his eyes, filling him with an inexplicable emotion. "Include," he mentally repeated, into his astonishment. One yang finger appeared in the spiritual skill section of the new Xinhua Sutra Pavilion bookshelf, categorized under the diamond grade. Bronze, silver, diamond, Zhang counted on his fingers. This seems rather prestigious. Although he had little understanding of the cultivation techniques in this world, judging by the classification system of the bookshelf, he surmised that one yang finger must possess considerable strength. Eagerly, he immersed himself in the mental bookshelf, beginning to read one yang finger. As countless words drifted past his vision, swiftly embedding themselves in his memory. In mere seconds, when he reopened his eyes, the entire volume of one yang finger was firmly etched in his mind, every line and character vividly recalled, as if he had perused the book 1,000 times. The method for executing this spiritual skill was now entirely grasped by him. It felt as though a door to a new world had swung open, and Zhongwen was filled with exhilaration as he extended a finger towards the front. However, nothing occurred. The striking display he had envisioned failed to materialize. It dawned on him that he was not a practitioner, and there was not a trace of spiritual energy within him. This was rather awkward. Chapter 3. The Medicine King Valley. The sun had already passed its zenith and was beginning its descent. All the ingredients for the floating flower palace were cultivated by farmers from the foothills, entirely natural and untainted, boasting excellent flavor. However, as Zhongwen gazed at the distant smoke curling from the cooking fires, he felt no appetite whatsoever. This was because, in this world, there was no salt. People preferred to season their dishes with a juice extracted from a plant known as incense grass. Although food prepared with this seasoning was fragrant, the flavor was exceedingly mild, with a hint of saltiness that was nearly imperceptible unless savored carefully. During his first meal, Zhongwen was able to appreciate the taste of the food itself. Yet, after 2 days, the self-proclaimed gourmet found himself feeling despondent at the sight of Wang Sa's dishes. Clearly, this gourmet was not quite authentic. Were he by the sea, he would surely have prepared some coarse salt to satisfy his cravings. However, with the floating flower palace situated atop the mountain, he could not devise a suitable solution. Luchichi, come out and compete. Zhongwen called out, his gaze darting towards the courtyard entrance, where a slender figure appeared. Entering was a girl of similar age to Luchichi, clad in a vibrant green outfit with a crimson cloak, possessing striking beauty, her brows slightly furrowed, her delicate features exuding an air of authority. There is no need to further disgrace yourself after a defeat. Upon hearing the challenge, Luchichi swiftly emerged into the courtyard. Last time, my swordsmanship was still unrefined, but now I have achieved a modest level of proficiency. Let us engage in a duel of your splitting light sword technique. The voice of the girl in the green attire rang clear and bright, exuding a spirited vigor. Since you have come to me, I shall grant you the honor of defeat. One maiden wielded a long sword, while the other brandished a willow leaf knife, their weapons clashing with a series of sharp sounds. Though the banter between the two girls seemed somewhat juvenile, Zhongwen found himself intrigued by the combat skills of these practitioners. Who among us has harbored a dream of martial heroism? Luchichi's swordplay was nimble, her strikes delivered with astonishing speed. The longsword in her hand occasionally manifesting 2 flickering sword shadows, a fitting tribute to the name of the splitting light sword technique. The girl in green, with her willow leaf knife, maintained a solid defense, steadily countering Luchichi's advances, often managing to push her back by 2 meters with a well-timed slash. The sound of their strikes slicing through the air was exhilarating. With each stamp of their feet, they would leap 3 to 4 meters high, their strength and speed leaving Zhongwen in awe. Yet, to Lu Li's discerning eye, the techniques displayed were hardly remarkable. Having completed the entirety of the one yang finger manual, Zhongwen perceived that both Luchichi's swordplay and the girl in green's knife skills were rather ordinary. The extensive tome of hundreds of pages not only encompassed the method of harnessing spiritual energy but also detailed various techniques and practical combat strategies, each example far surpassing the moves of the 2 maidens before him in sophistication. Of course, at that moment, Zhongwen had yet to cultivate any spiritual power. Despite possessing a wealth of knowledge, he could only exhibit mere shadows of it, at best a mere talkative enthusiast. Nevertheless, watching these 2 exquisite beauties spar was a delightful spectacle. As the duel progressed, Luchichi gradually gained the upper hand, causing the girl in green to retreat, appearing somewhat exhausted. Suddenly, the girl in green stumbled, and seizing the opportunity, Luchichi flicked her wrist, her longsword transforming into 3 streaks of light. By the time the girl in green regained her balance, Luchichi's sword was already poised perilously close to her throat. You have lost, Luchichi declared coolly, her sword held aloft. Have you leveled up? The girl in green gasped, her breath quickening and her chest rising and falling with agitation, her eyes betraying a hint of reluctance. Indeed, I broke through the 8th level of the human will last month. Lu Chi feigned indifference, yet her pride was unmistakable. No wonder your spiritual power surpasses mine. The girl in green's expression shifted to one of understanding. Today, I concede defeat. Once I break through to the 8th level of the human wheel, I shall challenge you again. With that, she turned to leave. Miss Zheng, it is getting dark. It is rather dangerous for a young lady like you to descend the mountain alone. Perhaps it would be wise to stay overnight? Wang Sa interjected, urging her to remain. The girl in green glanced up at the setting sun, then cast a hesitant look at Lu Chi before finally nodding in acquiescence. Since we have a guest, let us dine in the main hall. Call for Miss San and Xiao Dai as well. It has been many days since we last shared a meal together. Wang Sa, having been widowed for some time, relished the company. Wang Sa and Zhongwen, Lin Xiao Dai exclaimed. Wang Sa paused, exchanging a glance with Lu Chi. For the past 2 days, it had been Xiao Dai who had delivered Zhongwen's meals, and this was her first encounter with him in person. Naturally, she held no particular opinions about Zhongwen, but since the Hall of Floating Flowers traditionally hosted only women, she found herself momentarily at a loss when a man was to join the feast. Zhongwen, possessing an old soul within, quickly discerned Wang Sa's dilemma. Just as he was about to decline, Lu Chi surprisingly agreed. Mr. Zhong, why not join us for dinner tonight? Wang Sa's demeanor shifted instantly. Zhongwen smiled and nodded, harboring no grievances regarding her change in attitude. They were not bound by blood, and the Hall of Floating Flowers had saved his life, providing him with sustenance and shelter over the past few days, a kindness for which he was grateful. At that moment, the girl in green also took notice of Zhongwen, her expression one of surprise as she hurried to Lu Chi's side, whispering in her ear, seemingly inquiring about the presence of a man in the Hall of Floating Flowers. After a brief exchange, the girl in green's gaze towards Luli indeed bore a hint of sympathy. Woman, I do not require your pity. Zhongwen fumed internally, feeling a pang of humiliation. Dinner was as light as ever, and Zhongwen could only gaze at the beautiful maidens while eating and rely on visual enjoyment to compensate for the lack of flavor in the meal. At the table, Lu Chi and the girl in green were engaged in lively conversation. Even the typically aloof Ning heir would occasionally interject, while Lin Xiao Dai chattered incessantly like a little bird. It was evident that despite their frequent sparring, the two girls shared a strong camaraderie, akin to that of close friends. As the sole male present, Zhongwen found himself unable to contribute to the conversation, relegated to silently consuming the unpalatable food while striving to absorb information from their dialogue to enhance his understanding of this world. The girl in green was named Zheng Yuting, the daughter of Zheng Gongming, the leader of the Golden Blade sect in Fufeng City. If one were to ride a unicorn from the village below at full gallop, it would take approximately an hour to reach Fufeng City. In this world, where transportation was hardly advanced, the Golden Blade sect was the closest practitioner sect to the Hall of Floating Flowers, necessitating some interaction between the two. After a chance encounter and a sparring session, Zhang Yuting had come to regard Lu Chi as a lifelong rival. Whenever she made progress in her cultivation, she would seek Lu Chi for a match. Over time, their rivalry blossomed into friendship, with harsh words exchanged masking the bond they had formed. Mr. Zhang, you seem to be eating so little. Is the food to your disliking? Wang Sa, noticing Zhongwen's silence, approached him kindly. The food is quite good, but I have just recovered from serious injuries, and my appetite has yet to fully return, Zhongwen responded, somewhat disingenuously. By the way, Wang Sa, do you happen to know how far the nearest sea is from the Hall of Floating Flowers? Mr. Zhong, this is the mountain, Wang Sa replied, her expression suggesting disbelief. In South Jiang province's inland, at least 1,000 miles from the sea. Zhongwen, feeling disheartened, took a bite of the bland radish. I am uncertain about the Dragon Palace, but I believe someone once mentioned that the ocean is home to many wondrous creatures. He lifted the little girl onto his lap, gently stroking her head. There are fierce sea-dominating sharks with a keen sense of smell, able to detect injured people and creatures from miles away. Their teeth sharp enough to crush anything. And then there are the gigantic whales, measuring 9 zhang in length, with eyes larger than Xiao Dai's, capable of spouting water columns over 10 meters high. The little girl gasped, her imagination ignited. Deep in the ocean, there is a kind of anglerfish with a glowing lure on its back. It hides in the darkness, luring small fish and shrimp before swallowing them whole. Zhongwen, having a fondness for the ocean, found himself unable to stop talking about it, and there are various beautiful corals, white, red, and black, growing densely in the blue waters. More exquisite than any painting in the world, resembling a fairyland. Wow, Zhongwen, you know so much. I wish I could see the ocean, the little girl said, her eyes sparkling in admiration, filled with longing. Once my memory returns, if your master permits, I shall take you to see the sea, Zhongwen replied, smiling as he continued to stroke the little girl's soft hair, finding it immensely comforting. At some point, Lu Qi, Ning Er, and Zheng Yuting all fixed their gaze upon Zhongwen. The adorable little girl sat on the lap of a handsome youth, listening to him recount intriguing tales. The young man spoke in a deep, magnetic voice, as if weaving a spell with his words. The scene was endearing, and the novelty of his stories captivated the maidens, drawing them into a trance. Dinner had long concluded, yet the group lingered for quite some time before dispersing. After more than an hour of sitting, Zhongwen felt a twinge of discomfort in his neck. He rose to stretch and began pacing the room. In a moment of idleness, he suddenly recalled another eclectic book he had collected during the day. At the time, his attention had been entirely captured by the Wanyang finger, leaving him no opportunity to peruse the other text. Now, with leisure at hand, he immersed himself in his mental library and located the tome titled Chronicles of the Valley of the Medicine King. Countless words flashed before his eyes like shooting stars, and within moments, the content of the book was effortlessly etched into his memory. This perusal astonished him. Chronicles of the Valley of the Medicine King was, in fact, a diary belonging to the esteemed leader of an ancient sect known as the Valley of the Medicine King. According to the text, this sect specialized in the study of pharmacology, medicine, toxicology, and alchemy. It boasted numerous experts in both medicine and alchemy, thereby establishing formidable connections within the ancient cultivation world. Despite their mediocre combat prowess, after all, who would not wish to cultivate a good rapport with a physician? The diary chronicled the remarkable medical skills of the valley's leader, who was reputed to have the ability to resurrect the dead and challenge the king of hell. Additionally, a vice leader within the sect had achieved unparalleled mastery in alchemy, managing to elevate himself to the brink of sainthood through the consumption of elixirs. Thus, the Valley of the Medicine King maintained a transcendent status in the cultivation realm of ancient times. Being a diary, Zhongwen was uncertain whether it contained any exaggerations, nor did he particularly care. What truly astounded him was the mention of the valley's location. If he understood correctly, the Valley of the Medicine King was situated within the very valley of Qingfeng Mountain. Since discovering that the so-called ancient divine script was, in fact, Chinese characters, Zhongwen had been convinced that this world bore some connection to the one he had traversed before. From that moment onward, he harbored an intense desire to explore this so-called ancient era, a complex sentiment, a quest to trace the roots of his very soul. Now, having unearthed a lead on an ancient sect, he felt an overwhelming impulse to investigate further. The courtyard was tranquil, occasionally interrupted by the chirping of insects, while the soft, luminous moonlight draped a gossamer veil over the expanse. Taking a few steps outside and surveying the surroundings, he noticed that apart from his own room, the entire courtyard was shrouded in darkness. People of this era did not indulge in a vibrant nightlife, often retiring to bed before the hour of the pig, around 9 o'clock at night. After patiently waiting for a while, estimating that everyone in the floating flower palace had likely fallen asleep, he removed the luminous stone from the lampstand. He had learned from Xiao Dai that this stone was called a spirit crystal. Once detached from the lampstand, the spirit crystal dimmed rapidly. Zhongwen placed it on the table, gently closed his door, and stealthily made his way to the courtyard entrance, quietly unsealing the door and slipping out of the floating flower palace. Half an hour had elapsed when Zhongwen began to feel fatigue set in. Though young, his body had recently recovered from severe injuries and lacked any training in spiritual energy, rendering him rather feeble. Just as he was about to pause for breath, he suddenly heard a growl in the distance. A beast. Zhongwen's expression shifted. He realized his oversight in his previous life. The mountains he had climbed had long been cleared by the government, leaving little room for ferocious beasts, and he had forgotten that such creatures roamed freely in the wilderness. As the growl drew nearer, he made a snap decision, using both hands and feet to swiftly ascend a tree over 2 meters tall, curling up tightly as he peered down through the leafy branches. Before long, a massive white tiger, measuring over 2 meters in length, sauntered leisurely beneath the tree. What a colossal tiger! Zhongwen dared not make a sound, feeling cold sweat bead in his palms as his heart raced. The giant white tiger appeared oblivious to the unusual sight above and continued on its way, soon disappearing from Zhongwen's view. He felt his limbs weaken and remained curled on the tree for a considerable time before cautiously climbing down. Wiping his forehead, he found it damp with sweat. Steeling himself, he continued his journey into the valley, this time moving with utmost caution, slowing his pace for fear of alarming any mountain predators. After another half-hour, he finally arrived at the entrance described in the diary. After surveying the area to ensure no one was around, Zhang Wen approached a rocky wall. The wall appeared barren and indistinguishable from its surroundings. Anyone glancing at it would undoubtedly conclude that it was an impassable barrier. It was no wonder that the floating flower palace had resided there for decades without discovering anything amiss. Zhang Wen extended his hands, meticulously probing the stone wall inch by inch. Suddenly, he pressed firmly with his right index finger at a lower section of the wall. With a rumble, the stone wall pivoted inward like a revolving door. Zhang Wen quickly stepped aside to avoid the rotating wall, disappearing behind it as it seamlessly fused back with the surrounding rock, as if nothing had ever transpired. Is it truly at this juncture? Lin Jiyan pondered. Biting her lip, her brows furrowed in concern as she glanced at the account book in her hands. This divine medicine hall, with its mysterious origins, had chosen to open directly across from them, selling medicinal materials at half the price of their Qingfeng pavilion. If this continued, they would be forced to close their doors within 2 months, lamented Xiao Ernyang. What is the quality of their medicinal materials? I specially sent someone to investigate. While their quality does not match that of our Qifeng mountain products, it is passable. The average citizen may not discern the difference. If that is the case, their prices seem excessively low. Indeed, even if they raise their prices by 2 to 3 times, they could still sustain themselves, yet they shamelessly engage in a price war. Xiao Ernyang exclaimed indignantly. Lin Palace Master, they are clearly targeting us. We must prepare a countermeasure. If they are simply undercutting prices without stealing or robbing, we cannot confront them directly. Lin Zhiyun's frown deepened. She had never been adept at business, and an onslaught of recent misfortunes had left her feeling overwhelmed. Should we consider lowering our prices as well? Xiao Ernyang tentatively suggested. Ernyang, you decide. If it becomes unbearable, then we may have to reduce them slightly. As for the issue of insufficient funds, I will think of another solution. Lin Zhiyun's tone was somewhat despondent. While she was kind-hearted and treated her subordinates well, Xiao Ernyang perceived this nature as overly lenient and lacking decisiveness for business matters. Watching Lin Zhiyun's departing figure, Xiao Ernyang sighed, filled with apprehension for the future of Qingfeng Pavilion. Chapter 4. Am I a genius? What a veritable paradise. Zhang Wen gazed at the wondrous scene before him, his mind instantly conjuring the imagery of Tao Yuanming's idyllic verses. After traversing the stone door, he initially encountered a narrow passage suitable for but one person. Gradually, the passage widened, growing brighter ahead. Upon reaching a spacious expanse, a series of medicinal fields unfolded before his eyes, vast and unbounded. The fields ascended in terraces, and the spiritual energy within the valley was so dense that it seemed to coalesce into a tangible form, wafting gently through the air. Simply standing in the valley, Zhang Wen felt his fatigue evaporate, replaced by an invigorating surge of energy coursing through his entire being. At the far end of the medicinal fields stood an elegant pavilion, enveloped in a rich mist of spiritual energy, reminiscent of the celestial court of the Jade Emperor. As Zhang Wen strolled through the medicinal fields, he noticed that many of the herbs had withered from neglect, while a few had grown remarkably robust, some even taking on human-like forms. In front of the architectural ensemble, a grand ancient building bore the resplendent golden characters Temple of the Medicine King above its entrance, instilling in Zhang Wen a sense of kinship. Stepping into the temple's grand hall, he observed 12 candlesticks adorning the long table, each topped with a spirit crystal. Perhaps the spiritual energy within the crystals had been exhausted, for the candlesticks emitted no light. Behind the long table hung several portrait paintings, illuminated only by the moonlight seeping into the grand hall. Zhang Wen, unable to discern the features of the figures in the paintings, was uncertain whether the inhabitants of Yawang Valley were venerating deities or Buddhas. After circumventing the main hall and exiting through the back door, he arrived at another slightly shorter building, inscribed with the words Spirit Medicine Pavilion. Upon entering, rows of shelves came into view, each laden with densely arranged medicine trays. Upon closer inspection, they were labeled with names such as 9-leaf spirit herb, 7-star grass, dragon-ending herb, blood essence grass, millennium Hisho Wu, and millennium red fruit. Pulling open the tray containing millennium Hisho Wu, he found the herbs had long since withered, reduced to remnants. Inside the compartment lay a spirit crystal, Having read records of Yawang Valley, Zhongwen knew that a special spirit pattern, designed to preserve the herbs, was engraved at the bottom of the compartment. This pattern relied on the spirit energy from the crystal above to function and protect the herbs. Now, however, the energy within the crystal was nearly depleted, rendering the pattern inert. Disheartened, he closed the trays and departed the spirit medicine pavilion. He soon found himself before another inverted triangular structure, marked Spirit Crystal Repository. His eyes brightened, based on the information he had gathered over the past 2 days. The term spirit crystal in this world was akin to gold in his previous life, and the repository in his mind translated to a bank vault. The moment he stepped into the repository, an overwhelming sense of excitement almost brought him to tears. He had unexpectedly met his demise and crossed over into this world. And for the first time, the anxiety that had plagued him was lifted. Wealth awaited him. Gazing at the spirit crystals piled high in the first level, faintly glowing like small mountains, Zhongwen struggled to contain his exhilaration. He groped through the pile, berating himself while behaving like a newly wealthy individual. Grabbing a handful and tossing them into the air, watching as they cascaded down the slope of the mound. After a long moment, he reluctantly departed from the mound of spirit crystals, picking up a spirit crystal lamp from the side. He removed the old crystal, which had exhausted its energy, and replaced it with a new one he found on the ground. The lamp instantly illuminated the entire repository, allowing him to see clearly the abundance of spirit crystals on the first floor, which covered an area roughly equivalent to half a football field, leaving scarcely any space to stand. Swallowing hard, Zhongwen turned and ascended to the second level. The second floor was significantly smaller than the first and devoid of any crystal mounds. Instead, it featured rows of shelves with individual spirit crystals, each smaller than those on the lower level, yet emanating a far stronger radiance. Spirit Crystal Core? Zhongwen read the inscription on the shelf. Lacking any concept of what a spirit crystal core entailed, he surmised it must be something far more precious than ordinary spirit crystals. He took one from the shelf and pocketed it before proceeding to the third level. The third level was nearly at the ceiling, significantly smaller than the second, resembling nothing more than a room. In its center stood a square table about 1 meter wide, upon which rested a wooden box. Approaching with the anticipation of opening a treasure chest, Zhongwen found the spirit pattern lock on the box had long since ceased to function, allowing him to effortlessly open it. Inside lay a pearl-sized, off-white orb, emitting a faint and gentle glow not blinding, but rather comforting. This is undoubtedly a treasure, Zhongwen concluded without hesitation, tucking the orb into his pocket and descending the stairs, eager to continue exploring this ancient sect. As he left the lower level of the Spirit Crystal Repository, he cast a lingering glance back at the mound of spirit crystals. As a prominent sect, the library of Yawang Valley was certainly far superior to the floating flower palace. Upon opening the door, the scent of books enveloped him, revealing rows upon rows of shelves filled with various texts, meticulously categorized and orderly. Holding the spirit crystal lamp, Zhongwen perused the labels on the shelves: spirit medicine, alchemy, diagnostics, medical theory, pharmacology, tonic care, acupuncture, spirit patterns. His mood soured further as he walked, for while the Yawang Valley housed an extensive collection, most of it pertained to medicine and healing, and he had yet to locate a formidable martial arts manual. Just as he was on the verge of despair, he finally discovered a shelf labeled martial arts and spiritual techniques tucked away in a corner. Overjoyed, he hurriedly approached with the spirit crystal lamp. Is this all there is? His heart plummeted upon seeing the meager contents of the shelf, which held a mere 2 solitary tomes. In such a grand sect, how could this be? He nearly erupted in frustration. After calming himself, he decided to take what he could get, reaching for one of the books. The cover bore 5 elegantly inscribed characters: 1 Chi longevity technique. Closing his eyes, the new sacred scripture pavilion appeared in his mind. Displaying familiar words: discovered martial arts book 1 Chi longevity technique. Do you wish to include it? Yes. He decisively chose affirmative. And soon the title appeared in his mental repository under the martial arts category, classified as a diamond grade work. Discovered spiritual technique book Cloudwalker Steps. Do you wish to include it? Yes. Another book materialized in his mind, also classified as diamond grade within the spiritual techniques category. Glancing at the vast array of other books, Zhongwen was reluctant to leave without further exploration, yet time was of the essence. He hastened to the shelves of spirit medicine and alchemy, not stopping to inspect each title, but rather reaching out to sweep through the rows. Discovered spirit medicine book Spirit Herb Identification Volume 1. Do you wish to include it? Yes. Discovered Spirit Medicine Book Spirit Herb Identification Volume 2. Do you wish to include it? Yes. Discovered Spirit Medicine Book Detailed Guide to Spirit Herb Cultivation Volume 1. Do you wish to include it? Yes. Discovered Spirit Medicine Book Detailed Guide to Spirit Herb Cultivation Volume 2. Do you wish to include it? Yes. Discovered Alchemy Book Basic Alchemy Volume 1. Do you wish to include it? Yes. Discovered Alchemy Book Basic Alchemy Volume 2. Do you wish to include it? Yes. Discovered Alchemy Book Advanced Alchemy Volume 1. Do you wish to include it? Yes. Phew. Just these two categories of shelves had consumed a considerable amount of Zhong Wen's time and energy. Finally, after cataloging them into the new sacred scripture pavilion, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Once he finished reading these books, he felt he might have some common ground with the aloof goddess Ninger. He mused joyfully, not out of any ulterior motives, but simply recognizing the importance of building rapport with the disciples in the floating flower palace if he wished to remain there temporarily. As for any other thoughts lingering in his mind, those were best kept to himself. A moment later, Zhong Wen found himself in an area behind the valley, where the buildings were all single-story structures. The rooms on the east, west, and south sides connected, forming a rectangle that enclosed a central lake. According to the descriptions and records of Yawang Valley, this was the residence of the valley's master and his disciples. Without hesitation, Zhong Wen approached the largest dwelling in the south, which belonged to the valley master, the author of the journal. Upon opening the door, he was astonished by the spaciousness of the master's residence. The area was roughly 5 to 6 times that of his temporary dwelling in the floating flower palace. The interior was quite simply arranged. Aside from a landscape painting at the entrance, there were no other decorations. Navigating past the entrance, he saw a large square table in the center, the master's bed in one corner, and a writing desk in another. On a vast square table, scattered medical tomes lay haphazardly, while a writing desk in the corner was adorned with paper, pens, and several notebooks. Zhong Wen casually flipped through them, discovering records of the medicinal insights by the master of Yawang Valley. Unlike the inhabitants of Piaohua Palace or those in Yawang Valley, the customary writing instrument was not the traditional brush, but rather a hard pen crafted from an unknown material, allowing for swifter writing and producing ink darker than that of a pencil. After closing the book, Zhong Wen approached the edge of the bed and slowly lifted the curtain. The sight before him was startlingly unexpected. What lay before him was an entire human skeleton. The bones were a translucent, jade white, seated cross-legged on the bed, showing no signs of decay. The skeletal frame was draped in pure white garments, with 2 hands emerging from the wide sleeves, resting upon the leg bones. On the middle finger of the right hand, a ring of antiquated design adorned the skeletal finger. This must be the master of Yawang Valley. Gazing at the jade-white skeleton, Zhong Wen's heart was a tumult of emotions, somewhat yearning, a touch fearful, and yet profoundly grateful. After standing in silence for a while, he stepped forward and bowed deeply to the skeleton of the Yawang Valley master. Esteemed predecessor, I am grateful for your journals that have led me here. Though I am unaware of the reasons behind the fall of ancient civilizations or why you remain unburied, since I have arrived here. As a bearer of Chinese characters and the lineage of Yawang Valley, I shall endeavor to propagate its doctrines in this era. With that declaration, he boldly reached out towards the black ring adorning the skeleton's middle finger, unperturbed by the sentiments of its former owner. According to the records and chronicles of Yawang Valley, the master possessed a divine artifact, something Zhong Wen had long coveted in his previous life while reading novels. A storage ring. The journal described that even in ancient times, adept spatial inscription masters were exceedingly rare, and those capable of etching spatial inscriptions onto a mere ring were unparalleled. Due to the immense difficulty in crafting spatial accessories, this master had only produced 5 rings, 2 bracelets, and a necklace throughout his lifetime. Thus, in ancient times, possessing such an artifact was a symbol of status. Even the leader of the renowned Wanjian sect, Taoist Wuhan, felt a pang of regret after gifting such a ring. What a perfect match! With the black ring now adorning his finger, Zhong Wen marveled at its size and design, feeling an uncanny compatibility. The master of Yawang Valley had mentioned in his journal that the material of the storage ring was exceptionally unique, capable of autonomously absorbing spiritual energy from the air to facilitate the operation of the inscriptions within, thus eliminating the risk of energy depletion. The user merely needed to input a modicum of spiritual energy to access the ring's internal space. Calmly, Zhong Wen closed his eyes and summoned the Xinhua Sutra repository. Just as he was about to peruse the techniques gathered in the valley, he suddenly noticed a line of small text appearing on the panel beneath the bookshelf. Upon entering 100 books, Please draw a lot to receive a reward. 1. Huang Rong's cookbook. 2. Indestructible Vajra skill. 3. Distribution map of ancient sects. To his astonishment, there were rewards. Zhang Wen felt an exhilarating rush, finally experiencing the thrill of being a transmigrator. I must draw the indestructible Vajra skill. As he pondered the 3 reward options, he silently prayed and uttered a wish to draw. The panel then displayed another line of small text. Congratulations! You have received the reward. Huang Rong's cookbook. Immediately, a cookbook appeared in the miscellaneous section of the bookshelf. What the heck? Zhang Wen couldn't help but exclaim in frustration. Before he could react, another line of small text appeared on the panel. Draw again. Congratulations. You have received the reward. Distribution map of ancient sects. Just as Zhang Wen lamented his luck, yet another line of text emerged. Draw again. Having lost hope in his luck, Zhang Wen was surprised to see the panel present a reward. A platinum-grade sword manual appeared in the spiritual technique section of the bookshelf. Finally, a spiritual technique. Zhang Wen sighed in relief, feeling that it wasn't too much of a loss. Lines of Chinese characters rushed before his eyes, and soon, he had memorized the diamond-grade technique. The so-called one-chi longevity method, despite its diamond-grade status, was not an aggressive cultivation technique, but a practice aimed at health preservation and longevity. While its early cultivation speed was average, it excelled in that the spiritual energy could circulate and grow naturally within the body, and the energy cultivated was balanced and harmonious, benefiting the body significantly. At higher levels, the energy could continuously flow, capable of healing injuries, dispelling illnesses, and prolonging life. Additionally, the energy attributes of the one-chi longevity method were gentle and would not conflict with any other techniques, instead enhancing their effects. Although it was not an overwhelmingly powerful technique, Zhang Wen realized he had no other options. Following the book's description, he contorted his body into a certain posture, silently reciting the incantation to embark on the first step of his cultivation journey, guiding the spiritual energy into his body. According to the author's teachings, the process of drawing the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth into one's body required a lengthy duration, varying from person to person. But even the most gifted cultivators took around a week to complete this step. However, after only a short moment, he sensed a faint breath entering his body through his mouth and nose, gradually flowing downwards along his chest until it settled in his dantian. Soon after, a second breath followed. As time passed, the influx of breath increased and its flow quickened. Zhang Wen felt an increasing sensation of fullness in his dantian, and his body grew warmer. Just as he began to feel parched and considered halting his cultivation, the gathered breath in his dantian began to merge slowly, and the feeling of fullness began to subside. Moments later, he sensed that the breath within his dantian had coalesced into a semicircular ring, emanating a gentle aura that spread through his limbs, replacing the previous heat with a refreshing sensation, leaving him feeling entirely at ease. Was this the human wheel realm? After reading the one-chi longevity method, Zhang Wen gained some understanding of the path of cultivation. To cultivate a technique, one must first guide the spiritual energy into the body, allowing sufficient energy to accumulate before sequentially opening the 12 human wheels, the 9 earth wheels, and the 6 heaven wheels. Cultivators who opened the heaven wheels were no longer ordinary beings, possessing immense power and potentially living beyond 200 years. As for the realms beyond heaven wheels, such as spiritual sovereigns or even saints, they were far beyond Zhang Wen's reach. According to the book, in ancient times, even the most exceptional talents required 2 to 3 months to open the first human wheel from scratch. And those with lesser aptitude could spend an entire year merely on the first step of guiding the energy into the body. However, sensing the circumstances within himself, Zhang Wen felt nearly certain that he had already completed this step. In merely 15 minutes, he had traversed the path that ancient geniuses took over 2 months to complete. Could it be that he was a super genius, the sort that appears once in 10,000 years? Or perhaps the people of ancient times were rather dull? Regardless, rapid cultivation speed was undoubtedly advantageous, providing Zhang Wen with an added measure of self-preservation in this unfamiliar world. As he pondered these thoughts, he directed the spiritual energy within him into the black ring adorning his right hand. Chapter 5. Abundant spiritual crystals with no place to spend them just as dawn broke. Zhang Wen, filled with delight, moved swiftly through the forest with an ethereal grace. If observed closely, one would notice his toes barely touching the ground. Akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, his form seemingly floating in midair, exuding elegance and agility as he advanced at an astonishing speed. The cloud-soaring steps was an exceptionally refined technique, yet it was primarily employed by the disciples of Yawang Valley for gathering medicinal herbs on treacherous cliffs. In the eyes of Zhongwen, this was a sheer waste of resources. With the infusion of spiritual energy, he now executed this method of movement. Feeling the evening breeze brush against his face, as the trees on either side seemed to retreat like the wind itself, he felt like a youth as swift as the wind. If he were to deliver packages, would other couriers even have a chance? He believed he had uncovered the true potential of the Cloudwalker technique. The moment he opened the ring within the Medicine King Valley, he was astounded by the items in the storage space. The valley's master didn't even bother to place spirit crystals in the ring, within a space roughly 10 cubic units. Aside from the alchemical furnace and gold needles for acupuncture that the valley master carried, numerous rare treasures, precious spiritual herbs, and seeds were scattered about. A pile of spirit crystal cores lay abandoned in a corner, mingling with the ordinary spirit crystals Zhongwen had shoved inside. Unlike the spiritual herbs planted in the Medicine King Valley, the herbs and seeds within the ring had not withered over time. Instead, they thrived with exuberant vitality. This was one of the characteristics of the storage ring. Within its confines, time stood still. Whatever was placed inside remained unchanged upon retrieval, and consequently, living beings could not be stored. Aside from becoming immensely wealthy, Zhongwen received an unexpected delight. Before leaving the Medicine King Valley, parched, he intended to fetch some water from the lake to quench his thirst. As soon as he swallowed a mouthful, he choked and quickly spat it out. It was so salty, so bitterly salty. Initially angry, he soon felt a wave of excitement. It was a saltwater lake. After enduring the blandness of simple meals for days, Zhongwen wasted no time retrieving the Valley Master's grand alchemical furnace from the ring, filling it to the brim with lake water to take with him. If the Valley Master discovered that the top-tier furnace he had commissioned at great expense was being used by Zhongwen to carry lake water, he might very well rise from his resting place in fury to confront him. Upon returning to the floating flower palace, it was nearly dawn, and the sky began to lighten. Rushing with the Cloudwalker technique, Zhongwen, having just stepped into the human realm, found his spiritual energy still insufficient. Even though this technique required little energy, he was still drenched in sweat from fatigue. Gently pushing open the door, he was astonished to find Lu Qiqi practicing her swordplay in the courtyard. Was she really this diligent? Their eyes met, and an awkward silence enveloped the air. "Were you out last night?" Lu Qiqi inquired, her tone laced with a hint of wariness. "I woke in the middle of the night, couldn't sleep. So I went for a run to exercise," Zhongwen quickly improvised. "Your physique is indeed too frail," Lu Qiqi remarked, seeing him panting with sweat. She accepted his explanation and hurried off to wash up, adding, "You haven't cultivated spiritual energy. If you sweat and don't dry off, you'll catch cold." Zhongwen nodded. "Miss Lu, do you practice swordplay this early every day?" "My master rises even earlier than I do," she replied, a glimmer of admiration flashing in her eyes as she mentioned her master, wondering when she might reach that level of skill. Watching Zhongwen's retreating figure, Lu Qiqi sensed a change in him but couldn't quite articulate it. Shaking her head in confusion, she returned to her sword training. Upon entering his room, Zhongwen removed his shirt and began to wipe his body with a cloth dipped in well water. Even in summer, the mountain air was not overly hot, and the well water felt cool against his skin. Fortunately, he had begun practicing the One Qi longevity technique, allowing him to tolerate it. After wiping his upper body, and just as he was about to remove his trousers, a knock sounded at the door. "Come in," Zhongwen responded while hastily pulling up his pants. "Wang Sa, is there something you need?" he asked, grabbing his shirt to put on. "I was about to wash clothes and wanted to ask if you had any garments that need cleaning. I could wash them together." Wang Sa's gentle accent conveyed a sense of warmth and grace. "Since you're washing up, please let me take your clothes." "I only have this one outfit," Zhongwen replied, feeling a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head. "Uffed." Wang Sa paused, then couldn't help but laugh. "Oh, I apologize for my oversight. Mr. Zhong, let me measure your size, and when I go down the mountain to buy groceries, I'll bring back a few suitable outfits for you." Wang Sa, already quite charming, became even more alluring when she smiled, causing Zhongwen's heart to skip a beat. "Wang Sa, you're going down the mountain? May I accompany you?" Zhongwen's mindset had shifted overnight. He was no longer timid and felt a newfound curiosity about the world below. Qifeng Mountain is about 800 meters high. "Mr. Zhong has just recovered. Won't it be too tiring to descend now?" "It won't be. I've nearly healed completely. Remaining idle would be less beneficial than moving about to strengthen my recovery," Zhongwen replied, shaking his head. "Also, Wang Sa, Please drop the formalities and just call me Zhongwen if you don't mind. All right, then wait a moment while I finish drying off, Zhongwen thought. Hesitating to utter the word lower body. I'll tidy up a bit more, and we can meet in the courtyard in a moment. Wang Sa, being more experienced, quickly understood, smiling as she closed the door behind her. Once Wang Sa left, Zhongwen sighed in relief and hurriedly finished drying off, realizing his clothes had not yet dried. Nevertheless, he dressed quickly and made his way to the courtyard. What is this? Zhongwen asked curiously upon seeing Wang Sa carrying 2 large fabric bags in each hand. This is refuse. I need to take it down the mountain to dispose of it, she explained. Despite her slender frame, Wang Sa bore the bags with ease. I'll carry them for you, Zhongwen volunteered. No, you're a guest. How can I let you carry refuse? Wang Sa shook her head repeatedly. Without waiting for her to protest further, Zhongwen seized the bags from her hands, stating, how can a strong man like me let a lady do such labor? What are you saying? With an old woman like me around, how could I let you men do these dirty jobs? Wang Sa clearly did not grasp Zhongwen's logic, as this was a world steeped in patriarchal norms. Old? If you didn't say so, I would have thought you were a young lady just blooming into womanhood. Zhongwen remarked, causing Wang Sa to laugh heartily. I thought you were an honest man, but it seems you're quite the silver-tongued one, she teased. As Zhongwen carried the 2 large bags, he felt a continual flow of spiritual energy coursing through his limbs. And despite walking for quite a while along the mountain path, he felt no fatigue. He couldn't help but marvel at the remarkable benefits of the One Qi longevity technique. Meanwhile, Wang Sa, walking ahead, seemed equally sprightly and invigorated. Wang Sa, are you also a practitioner? Zhongwen couldn't resist asking. I'm just a farmer. How could I have such fortune? I've merely been helping at the floating flower palace. The palace master, seeing my struggles, taught me some breathing techniques. I practice diligently each day, and my body has indeed grown stronger, allowing me to traverse the mountains without weariness. It seems the palace master of the floating flower palace is a good person, Zhongwen praised. Palace Master Lin is a living bodhisattva, a divine figure, Wang Sa replied, her face reflecting reverence. The two moved swiftly, and before long, they reached the base of the mountain. Zhongwen could see the lush green fields of farmland in the distance. That over there is Qifeng village, Wang Sa explained. The area surrounding Qifeng Mountain, spanning 100 miles, belongs to the floating flower palace. The village boasts fertile land and abundant spiritual energy. The farmers not only grow grains and vegetables but also cultivate spiritual herbs as instructed by Palace Master Lin, which are then collected by the palace for sale in Songyun City. As they approached the village, Zhongwen indeed spotted patches of medicinal fields scattered among the vast arable land. The spiritual herbs growing there appeared robust and vibrant. Although they were not as extraordinary as the top-tier materials within the storage ring, they were still remarkable in their own right. We're here. Ahead is Aunt Lu's house. Wang Sa indicated towards a modest dwelling. Aunt Lu earns a living by sewing clothes for the villagers, so she should have some ready-made garments for men. Sister Wang, you are aware that my memory has yet to be restored, and I struggle to recall much. How many spirit crystals would be required for a complete set of men's clothing? Zhongwen humbly sought guidance, as he was entirely ignorant of the prices. Spirit crystals? Sister Wang's expression morphed into one of bemusement, both exasperated and amused. Oh dear, my young master Zhongwen. Coarse garments in the village require no spirit crystals for exchange. A single silver coin suffices for a complete outfit. Is that so? Are spirit crystals truly so valuable? Zhongwen glanced at the pile of spirit crystals he possessed within his ring. You truly have forgotten everything, Sister Wang patiently elucidated. Spirit crystals are typically used for transactions among cultivators. In fact, 100 silver coins may not even procure a single spirit crystal. Such exorbitance? Zhongwen mused. I assumed the spirit crystals used for lighting in the house could illuminate for a year with just one. This predicament left him frowning. What shall I do if I possess only spirit crystals and no silver coins? Sister Wang, somewhat disinclined to converse further with him, was taken aback. Suddenly, Zhongwen set down his cloth bag and, feigning a search in his pocket, produced a spirit crystal, a mere ruse to disguise his storage ring. Sister Wang, being unfamiliar with this place, might I exchange this spirit crystal for a few silver coins? Yet I cannot provide so many silver coins. Only a few will suffice. Sufficient to acquire several sets of clothing. Zhongwen's expression was earnest. After all, the spirit crystals held little utility for him. This cannot be. It would be too much to take advantage of you. Although Sister Wang felt a twinge of envy, she repeatedly waved her hands in refusal. Without further ado, Zhang Wen grasped her hand and placed the spirit crystal in her palm. It is settled then. I would also appreciate your assistance in selecting 2 suitable outfits. Sister Wang's hands, though seemingly fair, bore the calluses of an ordinary farmer. Very well, I shall keep this for you. The beautiful woman finally succumbed to the allure of the spirit crystal. With Zhang Wen's favor in hand, her demeanor warmed significantly, and she thoughtfully selected several sets of clothing for him. Following Zhang Wen's request, she accompanied him in procuring jars, flint, and other essentials. Once they had gathered the necessary tools for producing coarse salt, Zhang Wen followed Sister Wang to seek out the vegetable vendor for ingredients. While Sister Wang haggled over the produce, Zhang Wen's attention was suddenly drawn to the old hens roaming in the vendor's yard. The hens, robust and lively, strolled about with vigor. Good sir, are you selling these old hens? After 2 days of bland, saltless vegetarian meals, Zhang Wen could hardly suppress his salivation. As long as the price is right, what is there that cannot be sold? The vendor responded cheerfully. You don't seem to be from around here, do you? Since you came with the Wang girl, I won't take advantage of you. 5 silver coins for each hen, a fair price. Take them if you wish. That is rather pricey, Sister Wang interjected, her face betraying reluctance. How could you say that, Sister Wang? You must have heard of my honesty in trade. Ask around. No one can offer better or cheaper hens than I. The vendor insisted earnestly. Seeing the hen's plumpness, Zhang Wen inquired if I were to purchase several. Could you not offer a discount? He smiled, attempting to placate the vendor. I appreciate your kind words. If you buy 5, I will only charge you 20 silver coins. Excellent. I would like to reserve 25 hens. Zhang Wen grinned, producing a spirit crystal. However, I have no silver coins. Would you accept this in exchange? Is that a spirit crystal? The vendor's eyes widened in astonishment, swallowing hard. Zhang Wen's extravagant spending left Sister Wang in shock. Fear not. I have an abundance of spirit crystals with no place to spend them, so why not use them to improve our meals? He casually tossed the spirit crystal towards the vendor. I will come daily for 1 hen. If I am absent, feel free to hand them over to Sister Wang. Very well. The vendor hastily accepted the spirit crystal, fearing Zhang Wen might change his mind, and rushed into the yard to fetch a hen for him. Sister Wang, observing with a mix of exasperation and amusement, considered chastising him, yet remembering that it was his own spirit crystal at stake, she refrained, letting out a sigh of concern instead. Sister Wang followed behind, gazing at Zhang Wen's retreating figure, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Jin Yuanwei stood trembling in the hall, furtively glancing at Dan Tai-jin, who sat calmly in an armchair. Suddenly, Dan Tai-jin's piercing gaze swept over him, causing Jin Yuanwei to shudder and break into a cold sweat. This eldest son of the Dan Tai family, only in his 30s, exuded an unintentional air of authority that weighed heavily on Jin Yuanwei. Is everything in order? Dan Tai-jin's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. Rest assured, young master. As long as there are no unforeseen issues from Tsangyan City, the funds from Piaohua Palace will definitely not be forthcoming. Lin Jiyun will surely relinquish Qingfeng Mountain. Jin Yuanwei beamed with a sycophantic smile. Rest assured, we of the Dan Tai family will handle matters in Tsangyan City without a hitch. A cold smirk played on Dan Tai-jin's lips. Such a spiritually abundant paradise cannot be monopolized by a handful of women. It is time for Qingfeng Mountain to have a new master. Young master, should I exert some pressure on those women at Piaohua Palace in the coming days? Jin Yuanwei suggested, his mind wandering to the exquisite beauty of the palace's mistress, his eyes gleaming with greed as he let slip a hint of drool. Do as you wish. Dan Tai-jin regarded Jin Yuanwei's grotesque visage with disdain, feeling a wave of revulsion. Once this task was complete, the gluttonous swine would no longer hold value. Observing the indifferent expression of the doorman, Lin Jiyun felt a surge of irritation. Good sir, I truly have urgent matters to discuss. Could you kindly relay my request once more? There will be ample reward for your efforts. She swallowed her pride, engaging in a futile exchange with the servant. I apologize, but it is the city lord's orders, and I cannot defy them. Lin Palace Mistress, you may need to wait another 10 days to half a month until the lord's health recovers before you can pay your respects. The doorman's tone was icy and unyielding. As the saying goes, it is easy to meet the king of hell, yet difficult to deal with the minor demons. Had Lin Jiyun been more adept in social dealings, she might have offered the servant some benefit to gain his assistance. However, she lacked such skills, failing to grasp even the simplest of principles. Time was of the essence. She could not afford to wait 10 days to half a month. Lin Jiyun's voice grew increasingly urgent. Mistress Lin, You are a revered cultivator. Surely you have extensive connections. Why not seek assistance elsewhere? Why must you trouble a mere servant? The doorman's tone dripped with mockery. Fury simmered within Lin Jiyun. Yet she ultimately restrained herself and took her leave. Chapter 6. This treasure is called the divine salt. Zhongwen squatted in his room, a clay pot set before him, a fire blazing beneath it. He watched intently as the contents simmered, occasionally adding lake water with a bowl. Gradually, the water evaporated, leaving white crystalline residue at the bottom of the pot. Zhongwen pinched a small piece of the white crystal and lightly licked it with his tongue. It was salty, with a hint of an unusual flavor. It worked, although it could not compare to the refined salt he was accustomed to. The taste was far superior to the coarse salt produced directly from seawater, likely due to the quality of the salt lake water in Yawang Valley. Finally, he could escape the days devoid of salt. Tears of joy welled in Zhongwen's eyes. In this moment, all thoughts of spirit crystals, elixirs, and cultivation techniques faded away. Time to eat. A little girl entered, carrying a meal. Seeing Zhongwen lying back with his hands raised skyward in a pose of exasperation, she asked curiously, "What are you doing?" "I just created a treasure." Zhongwen turned to her, speaking with an air of mystery. "What treasure?" Upon hearing the mention of a treasure, the little girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. This wondrous item was known as the Psyimmortal. Zhongwen held a salt jar and proclaimed that adding just a pinch to any dish would render it extraordinarily delicious. "Is it truly that remarkable?" the little girl asked, her mouth watering. "Could I have a taste?" "Of course," Zhongwen replied generously, waving his hand. "Is this chicken soup? Come, I shall let you experience the power of the Psyimmortal." With that, he retrieved a piece of salt and tossed it into a large bowl of chicken soup, stirring it slowly with a spoon. A delightful aroma wafted through the air, awakening Zhongwen's appetite. He sampled a spoonful, blowing on it gently before taking a sip. A profound sense of satisfaction surged through him, nearly overwhelming him with bliss. "Is it truly that delicious?" The sight of Zhongwen's enjoyment piqued the little girl's curiosity. Unable to resist, she took a spoonful herself, blew on it, and tasted it. "It's incredible." A flavor she had never encountered before ignited her taste buds, leaving her feeling slightly dizzy. Regaining her composure, she gazed at the jar in Zhongwen's hands with newfound admiration. "Zhongwen, could you share some of your Psyimmortal with me? I wish for my master and senior sister to experience it as well." The little girl blinked her large eyes earnestly. Little Dai is truly a good child, always thinking of others when she discovers something good, Zhongwen said, affectionately ruffling her hair. "I have only this small amount of Psyimmortal made for now. I shall give you a portion. But be careful not to add too much to the soup, or it may turn bitter." He scooped a piece of salt into a bowl and handed it to her. "Understood." The little girl nodded eagerly, clutching the bowl as she dashed out the door, bathed in sunlight streaming through the house. Listening to the birds chirping and cicadas singing in the courtyard, Zhongwen savored the chicken soup, feeling as though life had never been so splendid. Content and basking in the sun. After a sleepless night, Zhongwen stifled a yawn, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him, contemplating a brief nap, when the door swung open once more, and entered not only the little girl, but also Lu Qiqi and Zheng Yuding. As soon as they stepped inside, their beautiful eyes fixated on Zhongwen. "Mr. Zhong, I heard from Little Dai that the Psyimmortal was crafted by your own hands?" Lu Qiqi cut straight to the point. "Zhongwen, is it possible for the Psyimmortal to?" She hesitated, her expression reflecting uncertainty. "Brother Zhong, could you sell some to me?" Zheng Yuding interjected. Zhongwen gazed at her exquisite face for a long moment, causing her cheeks to flush slightly before he spoke. "Miss Zheng, as a friend of Miss Lu, a small amount of Psyimmortal is nothing to fret about. Let us not speak of selling. However, it does require some materials and time to create. I only have this much on hand now, but if you don't mind, please take it." He pulled out a paper bag containing the salt he had extracted from the jar. "No, that is too much. Just half is sufficient," Zheng Yuding protested, waving her hands apologetically. "Such a treasure, I would never dare to ask for it under normal circumstances. However, my mother has been unwell lately and has had little appetite, having only consumed thin porridge for over 10 days. I thought perhaps the Psyimmortal could help her eat again." "Your filial piety will surely aid your mother in recovering swiftly," Zhongwen reassured her. Lu Qiqi appeared to want to say something but hesitated. Suddenly, Zhongwen stepped forward, grasping her right hand, and placed the remaining half bag of salt into her palm. Lu Qiqi was taken aback, about to refuse, but Zhongwen gently said, "This is not difficult to make. I can prepare another jar in a couple of days." I intended to enhance your culinary experiences. Thank you. Lu Qiqi eventually spoke, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Unfortunately, Zhongwen did not notice, as his thoughts were elsewhere. This girl practices daily and yet has no calluses on her hands. They are so tender and smooth. He resolved to refrain from washing his hands that day. Zhongwen, are you finished eating? The little girl asked, her large eyes fixed on him. Yes, I am quite full, he replied. Then could you tell me a story from Journey to the West? She asked with an eager expression. All right. Zhongwen relented, unable to resist her adorable charm, abandoning his plans for a nap. Wonderful. Upon hearing his agreement, the little girl gleefully rushed to the table, climbed onto a stool, rested her chin on her hands, and looked up with anticipation. Let us go, Zheng Yuding said, wanting to pull Lu Qiqi away as Zhongwen prepared to tell the story. Wait a moment. To her surprise, Lu Qiqi also settled down like the little girl, adopting a listener's pose. How old are you to still be listening to stories? Zheng Yuding remarked, bemused, yet feeling awkward to leave alone. She too pulled up a stool to join them. Before they realized it, an hour had passed. The two girls sat quietly in the back, though they said nothing. Their eyes conveyed their support for the little girl. Dear, I didn't sleep well last night and am feeling quite tired. This story is lengthy. Let me rest a bit and continue tomorrow. Zhongwen gently stroked the little girl's head, soothing her. All right. The little girl, kind-hearted, could not bear to see Zhongwen overexert himself, so she refrained from urging him further, though her mind was filled with thoughts of the Monkey King's heroic deeds. Completely oblivious to her evening lessons and practice, Lu Qiqi and Zheng Yuding, being older, felt embarrassed to act spoiled toward Zhongwen, seeing his firm decision not to continue. They reluctantly left the room. Outside, their voices faded into the distance. Do you think the Monkey King will die? Surely not. He is the protagonist. That Erling Shun is so formidable, he actually managed to defeat the great sage equal to heaven. Isn't that cheating? He had the heavenly hound to assist him. Otherwise, he likely wouldn't be able to compete with the Monkey King. Would you like to hear Journey to the West? Go ahead if you wish. I need to head down the mountain anyway. Let us go together. Great. Can you share the earlier parts of the story with me? It mainly tells about a monkey that sprang from a stone. Is that all? Your storytelling skills are quite lacking. Listen or not, it's up to you. At that moment, Zhongwen felt his earlier fatigue dissipate. After lying on the bed for a while, unable to sleep, he decided to sit up cross-legged, closing his eyes to enter the new Tibetan Sutra pavilion in his mind. The enormous bookshelf no longer appeared so shabby, although many categories remained empty. The shelves dedicated to spiritual herbs and alchemy held 200 to 300 books each. While still not filled to capacity, they now resembled a proper collection. Quantum wave rapid reading method, Zhongwen playfully thought, then focused his attention on perusing the texts from the Valley of Medicinal Kings. Half an hour later, all knowledge regarding spiritual herbs and alchemy from the valley had been firmly etched in Zhongwen's mind, instilling him with confidence as a master of medicinal herbs and alchemy. If I had this ability in my past life, I could have opened a training class and surely made a fortune. Would I have ever struggled to buy a house? Zhongwen mused. Casting a glance outside, the sky was still bright. He climbed out of bed and sat at the desk, diligently beginning to copy the text from Meng Shui. To enhance culture and eliminate illiteracy, let me be the change. Zhongwen steadied himself, lifting the pen in hand. The Xinyu commercial building, 3 stories tall and occupying nearly an acre, was one of the most impressive structures in Fufeng City. As dusk approached, the front desk clerk yawned, lethargically sweeping the floor in preparation for closing. The clerk, barely in his 20s, was single and had no intention of settling down soon. All the silver coins he earned at the commercial establishment were devoted to a girl named Xiao Hong at the Tsui courtyard. At this moment, a striking girl with a ponytail, graceful features, and a long sword on her back entered with an air of confidence. Celestial, a fairy. The instant he beheld the young maiden, all thoughts of Xiao Hong and Xiao Lu vanished from his mind. He felt as though he had never encountered such exquisite beauty in his life. In comparison to the girl before him, Xiao Hong seemed merely like a flower. May I inquire if the shopkeeper is present? The maiden's voice was melodious. The attendant remained silent, entranced by the sight of the girl in red. Hello. May I ask if the shopkeeper is here? The maiden furrowed her brow and repeated her question. I possess a valuable item I wish to sell. Could I discuss it in detail with the shopkeeper? Yes, please wait a moment. I shall fetch him right away. The attendant, drooling, hurriedly dashed upstairs, broom still in hand. After a brief while, a portly middle-aged man clad in a silk robe appeared before the maiden. Miss, my surname is Wang. and I have the honor of being the proprietor of Xinyu Trading Company. I have heard you possess a valuable item for sale." The middle-aged man spoke with humble reverence, his demeanor warm and inviting. "Indeed, I have something I would like you to appraise." The maiden produced a small cloth pouch from her bosom, untying it to reveal a paper wrap within. Upon opening it, a white crystal was unveiled, an exclusive seasoning known as Saishan. Compared to Tsunyan City, the fourth largest city in the southern province, Fufeng City was but a trivial place. The local powers of any significance were merely three: Xinyu Trading Company, Jindao Sect, and Jile Gang. As the foremost force in Fufeng City, Xinyu Trading Company boasted a formidable background, dealing in everything from grains, medicinal herbs, livestock, ironware, and farming tools, to jewelry, antiques, calligraphy, martial arts techniques, and elixirs, encompassing virtually all aspects of trade. Its status was unparalleled and unassailable. The other two factions, Jindao Sect and Jile Gang, represented a cultivation sect and a criminal organization, respectively. While they appeared to coexist peacefully, competition simmered beneath the surface. Yet, in recent days, Jindao Sect's leader, Zheng Gongming, had lost all interest in his rivalry with Jile Gang. This was due to his beloved wife, Xiao Shi, who had recently developed anorexia. Initially, she could manage a bit of watery soup, but in recent days, not even a drop could pass her lips without being immediately expelled. In an era marked by extreme male dominance, men of power often had numerous wives, yet Zheng Gongming, as the head of a sect, remained devoted solely to Xiao Shi, highlighting the depth of their bond. Observing his ailing wife, who appeared gaunt and bedridden, Zheng Gongming's heart ached, yet he felt utterly helpless. "My lord, I fear I cannot go on," Xiao Shi said, her cheeks hollow and spirit waning. "After I have departed, I wish for you to take a wife from the Li family. Without a woman to care for you, I cannot rest easy. My lady, you must focus on your recovery. In a few days, you will surely feel better. Do not dwell on such thoughts," Zheng Gongming reassured her, though his heart was heavy with sorrow. "All these years, you have never sought another woman for my sake, enduring whispers behind your back. I am eternally grateful for your loyalty." Xiao Shi, her breath shallow, insisted, "You must promise me this, otherwise, I cannot find peace in death. The Li girl is good-hearted, and with her care for you and our two children, I will rest easy. My lady, apart from you, I cannot harbor feelings for another." Zheng Gongming finally broke down in tears. "You must recover. Do not give up. Think of Tingting and Cheer. The children cannot be without their mother. Tingting has grown and is quite capable. I have no worries there. But Cheer is too delicate," Xiao Shi replied, concern etched on her face. "Father, mother," came the voice of Zheng Yuding from outside. Zheng Gongming, lost in sorrow, was about to admonish her when Xiao Shi shook her head and gestured for silence. With a bitter smile, Zheng Gongming held his tongue. "Let us not speak of this," Zheng Yuding said, pouting. "Mother, how's your appetite? Can you eat anything?" "I am feeling somewhat better. I managed to drink a bowl of porridge," Xiao Shi replied, glancing at her husband standing behind their daughter. Zheng Gongming forced a smile and nodded in agreement. Zheng Yuding, perceptive by nature, sensed the tension and chose not to confront it. "On my recent trip to the mountains, I encountered an extraordinary individual who gifted me a treasure, which may cure mother's anorexia." "Really?" Zheng Gongming exclaimed with delight, eagerly inquiring about the treasure. "Bring me a bowl of chicken soup," Zheng Yuding commanded the maid. Keeping the specifics to herself, "I will test the effects of this Saishan." Before long, the maid entered carrying a large bowl of chicken soup. Without hesitation, Zheng Yuding opened the salt pouch she had brought and tossed a small piece into the soup, instructing the maid to stir it before bringing it to Xiao Shi's bedside. "Mother, please take a sip and see." Zheng Yuding scooped a spoonful, gently blowing on it before offering it to Xiao Shi. Observing the earnestness in her daughter's eyes, Xiao Shi, despite her lack of appetite, could not refuse her daughter's kindness. She steeled herself against the nausea and parted her lips slightly to take a small sip. Chapter 7. "So you are the fool who bought a hen with spirit crystals." As Xiao Shi tasted the chicken soup, Zheng Gongming watched anxiously. She mused, savoring the flavor that danced upon her tongue. Swallowing, she felt no urge to vomit and gestured for her daughter to feed her another spoonful. Upon the second sip, not only did she not feel nauseous, but she also experienced an overwhelming desire to continue eating. "How is it, my lady?" Zheng Gongming asked, a flicker of hope igniting within him. "It's delicious." Xiao Shi had taken the spoon from her daughter and began to serve herself. "It truly works." Zheng Yuding exchanged a glance with her father, both brimming with delight. Xiao Shi's appetite surged as she eagerly devoured the chicken soup, occasionally indulging in pieces of chicken. The long-lost sensation of hunger filling her with exhilaration. Having refrained from food for so long had caused Xiao Shi's stomach to shrink. After consuming half a bowl, she felt a slight fullness. Reluctantly, she wiped her mouth with a silk cloth and gazed longingly at the remaining soup. "My lady, how do you feel?" Zheng Gongming inquired with concern. "Such exquisite flavors exist in this world." Xiao Shi gazed affectionately at Zheng Gongming. "My lord, it seems I can accompany you for many more years." "Excellent, excellent," Zheng Gongming stammered, overwhelmed with joy as he tightly grasped her hand. "My lord, we owe it all to Tingting." Xiao Shi smiled brightly, despite her pallor, still possessing an undeniable charm. "Indeed, we have raised a wonderful daughter," Zheng Gongming said, his affection for her growing ever more evident. "Tingting, what reward do you desire? Whatever your father possesses, I shall grant it to you." "Father, I lack for nothing. But mother's health hinges on this Xian. This time, it was given to me out of consideration for Lu Qiqi. Yet we cannot continue to take without offering something in return, lest we be deemed ungracious. You are right. Since Paohua Palace has cured your mother's ailment, I must express my gratitude," Zheng Gongming replied readily. "However, what exactly is this Xian that possesses such remarkable efficacy?" "Father, there is still half a bowl of chicken soup left. Would you care to sample it?" Zhang Yuding suggested with a mischievous glint in her eye. "Very well. I shall see what makes this chicken soup capable of vanquishing anorexia," Zheng Gongming conceded, seizing the spoon without further ado and taking a generous mouthful. As the chicken soup grazed his palate, Zheng Gongming's eyes widened in astonishment. "How can such a delightful flavor exist in this world? Was everything I consumed before mere slop?" He continued to spoon the soup into his mouth, unable to restrain himself. Soon, the bowl lay empty, and as a cultivator, his appetite was naturally greater than that of an ordinary person. He eagerly devoured every morsel of chicken. Gazing at the now empty bowl, Zheng Gongming wiped his mouth and looked expectantly at Zheng Yuding. "Father, this is all there is, and I can't fathom when we might acquire more. I must save it for mother's treatment." Zheng Yuding gazed at her father with a pitiful expression, gesturing towards the paper bag in her hand, both amused and distressed. "Alas, what a divine taste! Having savored such delicacies, how shall we endure in the future?" Zheng Gongming wore a frown, and his eyes met those of Xiao, both silently understanding each other's feelings. The salt they had painstakingly produced was entirely gifted to the two lovely ladies, leaving Zhongwen despondent at dinner once again. After having tasted the chicken soup at noon, the evening meal felt even more unpalatable by comparison. If only he had saved a bit for himself, Zhongwen lamented. Glancing at Lin Xiaodai, seated across from him, he noticed that the little girl was equally unwell. "Zhongwen, do you have any more divine delicacies?" The little girl looked at him with longing eyes. Having experienced the luxury of salt, her taste had significantly refined. She stared at the meal prepared by Wang Sa with no appetite whatsoever. "Xiaodai, bear with it today. I will venture out tonight to gather some ingredients and make another batch tomorrow," Zhongwen decided, shaking his head and resolving to visit Yawang Valley once more that night. Upon hearing that the diet would improve tomorrow, the little girl's spirits lifted slightly as she quietly took a bite of her rice. After dinner, Zhongwen leaned on the table, studying the great Qian script. As the hour of the pig approached, the sound of Lu Qiqi practicing swordplay ceased, allowing Zhongwen to quietly leave the courtyard and head towards Yawang Valley. Now, with each step, he moved with the grace of a celestial, humming a tune. Like a fleeting shadow in the forest, swift and agile. Compared to the early morning, he felt his spiritual energy had replenished somewhat, making his journey considerably easier. In less than an hour, he stood once more before the stone wall at the entrance of Yawang Valley. Familiar with the path, he quickly arrived at the library. This time, Zhongwen came prepared, with a clear purpose, heading straight for the section on spiritual patterns, reaching out to touch the tomes. Equipped with knowledge of herbalism and alchemy, he had hoped to attempt concocting elixirs that afternoon. However, he found himself with a top-tier alchemy furnace, but lacking the necessary alchemical flame. The flames used for alchemy in Yawang Valley were activated through a unique spiritual pattern. And without understanding the intricacies of spiritual patterns, Zhongwen was left helpless, merely staring blankly. Fortunately, with the aid of a repository like Xinhua Library, as long as he could gather some texts on spiritual patterns, drawing them would not pose a challenge for him. Upon discovering the book Fundamentals of Spiritual Patterns, Volume 1, he inquired if it could be recorded. Yes, the same went for Fundamentals of Spiritual Patterns, Volume 2, in the Compendium of Flame Spiritual Patterns, Volume 2. Upon recording 100 tomes on spiritual patterns, he was prompted to draw lots for a reward. 1. Guide to Crafting Spiritual Pattern Pens. 2. Ranking of Great Qian Beauties. 3. The Deadly Sword. Congratulations, you have received the reward. Guide to Crafting Spiritual Pattern Pens. Quite satisfactory. It seemed fortune had smiled upon him with this reward. The research on spiritual patterns in Yawang Valley was rather limited, primarily serving the purposes of alchemy and herbal cultivation, and thus the collection amounted to only a little over 100 volumes. After completing the spiritual patterns section, Zhang Wen felt somewhat unsatisfied and turned his attention to the core category of the library, medicine. Upon examination, he found that the medical texts were further divided into categories such as medical theory, pathology, pharmacology, rehabilitation, acupuncture, and more, totaling nearly 1,000 tomes, overwhelming him with their variety. I shall take them. Realizing there was still time, he finally made up his mind. He recorded treatise on typhoid and miscellaneous diseases, soul-pursuing needle technique, the toxicology, the divine manuscript of the medicine king, 1,000 cases of thoracotomy, 100 cases of craniotomy, and treatise on meridians. Even though he had cultivated the Qi longevity technique, by the time Zhongwen recorded all the medical texts, he was utterly exhausted. Fortunately, the line of small text he had longed for appeared once again on the library panel. Upon recording 100 medical texts, draw lots for a reward. 1. Compendium of Beast Languages. 2. 300 Tang Poems. 3. The Art of Stealing. Congratulations, you have received the reward. Compendium of Beast Languages. Zhongwen. Finally. I am no longer confined to being human. Fortunately, with the multitude of texts recorded, another line of small text appeared before him. Upon recording 500 medical texts, draw lots for a reward. 1. Bilingual Dictionary of Great Qian. 2. The King of Stories. 3. The Art of Stealing. Congratulations. You have received the reward, the Art of Stealing. Recording 1,000 texts, draw lots for a reward. 1. Supreme Xianin Skill. 2. Finger Snap Technique. 3. The Art of Stealing Flowers and Replacing Jade. Wow, these options are quite splendid. Seeing the 3 spiritual techniques presented in the final draw, Zhongwen was moved to tears. It seemed that rewards for reaching the total count were significantly better than those for categories, unlike the previous draw where the King of Stories was utterly nonsensical. Was it intended for him to tell stories to the little girl for a lifetime? The thought alone left him feeling stifled. Quickly regaining his composure, he silently willed himself to draw. Congratulations, you have received the reward, the Art of Stealing Flowers and Replacing Jade. Glancing at the bookshelf, he noticed a thick volume of Compendium of Beast Languages in the miscellaneous category, and in the Diamond Grade Spiritual Techniques section, there was a new entry, the Art of Stealing. What delighted him even more was that the last spiritual technique, the Art of Stealing Flowers and Replacing Jade, was classified as a star-level skill. Without hesitation, Zhongwen spent several seconds flipping through the 2 spiritual techniques, then sighed deeply, reflecting on how his skill tree had become increasingly skewed. It turned out that the Art of Stealing was a remarkably sophisticated thieving skill, passed down from the era of the first great thief, Yun Kong Kong. This individual possessed unparalleled thieving techniques, having pilfered from all major sects without fail, until ultimately, he grew weary of life and, at the spiritual master level, stole the undergarments of a female sage. Enraged, the sage pursued him to the ends of the earth, ultimately dismembering him. Please call me Zhong Xiaoao. Please call me Murong One. Although he was uncertain of the prowess of star-level skills, being a supreme secret of a top-tier sect surely indicated it was of considerable worth. Zhongwen felt he had struck gold and was elated. After a sleepless night, he dared not stay up any longer, estimating it was already the hour of the rat. He decided to call it a night, heading to the saltwater lake's edge, where he retrieved the alchemy furnace from his ring and began to fill it with lake water. Despite having acquired the knowledge of a master alchemist, the top-tier furnace in his hands had yet to come into contact with any medicinal materials. It was merely a vessel for water. Using a sledgehammer to crack a nut would not even begin to describe Zhongwen's extravagance. It was akin to using an Italian cannon to swat a fly. Oblivious to his own lavishness, he filled the furnace to the brim and, still unsatisfied, pulled out the clay pot he had purchased during the day to continue collecting water. Just as he was absorbed in his task, Zhongwen suddenly felt the flow of spiritual energy within him quicken significantly, and a sensation of pressure returned to his dantian, causing his body to warm slightly. Having had a prior experience, he quickly set the pot aside, sitting cross-legged on the ground, and began to concentrate on the chi longevity technique. Before long, the pressure subsided, and a semicircular ring appeared within his dantian. He realized that he had successfully opened the second energy channel. So simple to upgrade. Zhongwen thought joyously. Again picking up the clay pot, filling it with lake water, and tossing it into his ring space before turning to leave. That night, he slept soundly and sweetly. A nimble figure appeared above a row of buildings to the north of Fufeng City. Clad in black attire, the figure was nearly undetectable in the night's cover. Soon, the cloaked figure arrived at the grandest mansion among the row of buildings. Bathed in the moonlight, one could faintly discern the plaque above the grand estate inscribed with the three bold characters of Extreme Happiness Gang. A figure cloaked in black murmured to himself, leaping gracefully onto the high courtyard wall, effortlessly flipping into the estate without a whisper of sound. Good morning. At the break of dawn, Zhongwen cheerfully greeted Lu Chi-Chi, who was practicing her morning exercises. Lu Chi-Chi nodded, her gaze evasive, unable to meet his eyes. Miss Lu, how might I reach Fufeng City? I wish to visit the merchant shops to purchase some items, Zhongwen inquired, having perused various books on spirit patterns throughout the night. He had mastered the technique for drawing the Danfire spirit pattern and was eager to procure materials to attempt crafting the Danfire himself. Upon hearing the mention of merchant shops, Lu Chi-Chi's hand trembled slightly, nearly dropping her longsword. Could it be that he was onto her? Miss Lu? Noticing her distraction, Zhongwen spoke once more. Thank you. He had donned a blue long shirt selected by Sister Wang, though the fabric was not of the finest quality. The style suited him well, showcasing Sister Wang's exquisite feminine aesthetic, with the sole blemish being the tattered cloth bag slung over his back. Is there anything you need me to bring? Lu Chi-Chi shook her head. Are you leaving now? Watching Zhongwen's departing figure, a flicker of concern crossed her fair face. Having broken through to the second level of the human wheel, Zhongwen executed the cloud fairy steps with notable speed, reaching the village entrance in merely a quarter of an hour. Uncle Zhao's house was located on the outskirts of the village, easily recognizable, as it was not adjacent to any neighbors. Near the gate, Zhongwen could faintly hear the sound of horses whinnying from within. A middle-aged man in his 40s, clad in short sleeves and shorts, was cleaning a black horse-drawn carriage. In the adjacent stable, 5 unicorns were bowing their heads to eat feed. One particularly lively young unicorn occasionally lifting its head to glance around. This was Zhongwen's first encounter with such creatures. They bore a striking resemblance to horses he had seen in his previous life, only adorned with a singular pointed horn atop their heads. This attribute did little to imbue them with an aura of holiness, rendering Zhongwen rather disappointed, as he had expected to witness legendary unicorns. Uncle Zhao? Ah, a familiar young lad. You must not be from this village, Uncle Zhao exclaimed, his demeanor friendly and somewhat familiar. Yes, I've only been here for 2 or 3 days, Zhongwen replied. I would like to hire your carriage to Fufeng City. What is the fare? Silver dollars again. You all hold on to piles of red Mao Zedong notes, yet you ask me for a single coin. Uncle Zhao, do you have 100 silver dollars? Zhongwen produced a spirit crystal, speaking with an air of confidence. Could you exchange it for some change? Ah, so you are the foolish lad who used a spirit crystal to buy a hen. Upon seeing the spirit crystal, Uncle Zhao's eyes lit up, nearly drooling with excitement. Zhongwen thought to himself that he would love to give Uncle Zhao a swift lesson. 100 silver dollars, is it a deal? Of course. Just wait a moment while I fetch the money, Uncle Zhao replied, dashing inside, fearful that Zhongwen might change his mind. Although it was said that a spirit crystal was worth 100 silver dollars, no one was truly foolish enough to exchange a spirit crystal for silver dollars, as their values were not in the same realm. Uncle Zhao reveled in the advantage of taking advantage of someone he deemed simple-minded. What is this? Zhongwen asked, looking at the stack of paper bills Uncle Zhao handed him. Don't you recognize silver notes? Uncle Zhao regarded him with confusion, further convinced of the young man's lack of intelligence. Feeling a significant blow to his dignity at Uncle Zhao's gaze, Zhongwen replied, I have never seen such inexpensive currency. Uncle Zhao, while they exchanged barbs, scrutinized the silver notes closely. After some time, Zhongwen had to face the reality that he was not only illiterate but also numerically challenged. 10 silver dollars for your carriage. I'll take it without waiting for others. All right. Uncle Zhao, having gained the spirit crystal and an unexpected profit of silver dollars, was in high spirits, humming a tune and occasionally chatting with Zhongwen. As the carriage gently jostled, Zhongwen casually responded while closing his eyes, delving into the volumes of knowledge stored in his mind. The sun ascended higher, the temperature gradually increasing, yet it was not overly hot. A gentle breeze occasionally swept by, evoking a delightful sensation akin to riding in a summer breeze. An hour later, the imposing gates of Fufeng City emerged before them. Chapter 8. What sorcery are you employing? As a remote small town, Fufeng City was not particularly large. Upon passing through the city gate checks, one could see a broad thoroughfare capable of accommodating 2 horse-drawn carriages, which bisected Fufeng City. Seated in the unicorn-drawn carriage, Zhang Wen felt an inclination that he could see the other end of the small town with a single glance, eliciting a tinge of disappointment in his heart. The hour was early, and the streets were not crowded. Only a few small stalls selling breakfast had scattered patrons. Steam rising from the stalls, the aroma of food wafting enticingly. As Uncle Zhao provided commentary along the way, Zhang Wen quickly grasped the basic layout of Fufeng City. Though small, it was well equipped with essentials: taverns, grain stores, herbal shops, carriage depots, blacksmiths, and tailors, lacking in no significant aspects of daily life. This is the Yuantong Bank. Uncle Zhao pointed to a 2-story establishment with a beautifully crafted facade. Brother Zhong, please wait a moment while I go inside to exchange the spirit crystal. Wait, I'll go with you. Zhongwen recalled the numerous spirit crystals in his ring, feeling a stir of excitement. The bank's lobby was spacious and immaculate, furnished with 6 sets of tables and chairs for waiting patrons. At the far end of the lobby, behind a counter, sat a young woman in a light red uniform. Though not as beautiful as Lu Chi, she was nonetheless quite lovely. Hello, esteemed guest. How may I assist you today? The young woman greeted Uncle Zhao, her smile warm and devoid of any hint of disdain. Miss, could you please assist me in exchanging a spirit crystal ticket and provide me with 10 silver dollars? Uncle Zhao handed over the spirit crystal and silver notes he had received from Zhang Wen. Certainly, please hold on a moment. The young woman's eyes sparkled with interest. The bank offered both spirit crystal and silver dollar deposit services. However, in a small place like Fufeng City, customers requiring spirit crystal services were rare. With the early morning bringing in spirit crystal business, she suddenly became animated. Listening to their exchange, Zhang Wen pondered thoughtfully. Before long, Uncle Zhao emerged from the bank, satisfied with a spirit crystal ticket and 10 silver dollars in hand. Hello, how may I assist you today? The young woman greeted with her sweet smile once again. I would like to exchange some spirit crystal tickets. Zhang Wen unconsciously smiled back at the charming young lady. Certainly, how much spirit crystal would you like to deposit? Zhang Wen, naturally handsome, suddenly became a captivating prince in the young woman's eyes upon mentioning the spirit crystal business. I wish to exchange 300 spirit crystals. Please prepare 2 tickets of 100 spirit crystals each and 10 tickets of 10 spirit crystals each. All right, just a moment, if you would. The young woman paused, momentarily taken aback, questioning whether she had misheard. 300, Zhongwen stated, opening his cloth bag and spilling a pile of spirit crystals onto the counter. Dear guest, are you sure you wish to deposit all of these? The young woman stammered, astonished. Is it too little? I just saw that old man deposit a single spirit crystal, and you processed it for him. Zhongwen, oblivious to the young woman's feelings, continued. Too little? I've never seen so many spirit crystals in my life. I wish to marry this handsome, wealthy man. The young woman's heart sank. Esteemed guest, please wait a moment. I shall consult with my supervisor. She hurriedly ascended to the 2nd floor. Before long, a handsome man in white attire descended with the young woman, greeting Zhongwen with unreserved warmth. Shaking his hand and engaging in friendly conversation, more enthusiastic than one would be with a long-lost relative. As the ticket was issued, Zhongwen not only held a ticket worth 300 spirit crystals, but also received a jade token. According to the words of the middle-aged gentleman, this token represented the status of a VIP at the Yuantong ticket office. With this token, one could conduct business at Yuantong offices across the Daqian Empire without waiting in line, and if one applied for a loan, they could enjoy favorable interest rates. Let us proceed to the merchant. With the ticket in his pocket, Zhongwen felt a surge of confidence. As the carriage turned the corner, a magnificent 3-story building appeared before them. This was the branch of Shangyu Merchant in Fufeng City, reputed to be among the most powerful in the entire empire. As Uncle Zhao spoke with a tone of reverence, the merchant had just opened for the day, and the staff were all lively and spirited, with the salesgirls possessing notable beauty. As soon as Zhongwen entered, a lovely young lady approached him. Esteemed guest, are you here to buy or sell? Her demeanor was particularly warm towards the handsome young man. I wish to purchase some spirit herbs and spirit pattern materials. For his initial foray into alchemy, Zhongwen intended to play it safe and not use the rare spirit herbs from his ring. This young man is a cultivator, the girl thought, her attitude becoming even more enthusiastic. What materials do you wish to procure? I will prepare them immediately. The young lady eagerly took out a pen and paper, ready to jot down his requests. I need high-quality bayun wood, spirit ink carbon, spirit pattern plates, and spirit brush molds. Zhang Wen recited a multitude of spirit pattern materials according to the spirit pattern brush-making guide, and then listed a string of herbal names, including top-grade Zhu spirit grass, rolling leaves, and Dijon whiskers. A significant purchase indeed. The girl was increasingly astonished as she took notes. That will be all for now. Please bring me the items for inspection. After a lengthy enumeration, Zhang Wen finally paused, his expression still one of insatiable desire. Very well, esteemed guest, please follow me. The young lady carefully led Zhang Wen to a private booth before hurriedly departing. The table in the booth was adorned with some snacks. And soon a staff member entered to pour tea, providing attentive service. Will a young lady come to massage my shoulders? Zhang Wen thought with anticipation. However, instead of a young lady, a stout middle-aged man entered. Esteemed guest, greetings. My surname is Wang, and I am the manager here. The middle-aged man's amiable demeanor was refreshing, quickly dispelling Zhang Wen's disappointment. Manager Wang, are the items I requested sufficiently stocked? Rest assured, esteemed guest, spirit pattern materials are not particularly rare. Manager Wang patted his chest, assuring him that the varieties of spirit herbs are diverse. Fortunately, the nearby Qifeng Mountain is abundant in medicinal materials within a radius of several hundred miles. You have come to the right place. Even in the imperial capital, you may not find a more complete selection. That is reassuring, Zhang Wen nodded, feeling relieved. The items you requested are somewhat numerous. I have sent someone to fetch them, so please wait a moment and enjoy some tea. Zhang Wen nodded, sipping his tea while engaging in casual conversation with Manager Wang. Having held this position for many years, Manager Wang had a way with people, effortlessly connecting with various individuals. Noticing Zhang Wen's youth, he sought to alleviate his boredom by sharing amusing anecdotes and gossip. Will you be staying in Fufeng City? Manager Wang suddenly inquired. It is not particularly safe in the city right now. If you require accommodation, our merchant can make arrangements for you. What happened? Zhang Wen asked, curiosity piqued. I heard that last night, the vice leader of the Zhao gang was assassinated, and the leader was severely injured. Zhao gang. Zhang Wen looked bewildered. Thank you for the warning. He nodded, taking the notion of being of considerable value to heart. At that moment, several beautiful women entered the booth, carrying exquisite peachwood trays, neatly arranged with the items Zhang Wen wished to purchase. Please have a look, esteemed guest. Zhang Wen stood, instinctively sizing up the beautiful women. Compared to Lu Qiqi, they fall short. After mentally appraising the ladies, his gaze finally settled on the goods. The quality of the spirit pattern materials was adequate, sufficient to meet his needs for drawing the Danhua spirit pattern, while the various spirit herbs were of a commendable standard. These herbs were not the work of master cultivators, but rather produced by ordinary farmers, reflecting the superior agricultural conditions surrounding Qifeng Mountain. Very well. I will take the spirit pattern materials. As for these spirit herbs, I will acquire as many as you have. Kindly provide me with a price. His tone resembled that of certain coal barons at a car show, declaring, I want this one, and this one. Although Manager Wang had seen much in his time, he was taken aback by the boldness of the young man's purchasing demeanor. Esteemed guest, spirit herbs have a shelf life, and our stock is considerable. If you take them all and do not use them promptly, they may go to waste. He could not help but caution Zhang Wen against being extravagant. Not to worry, I have my ways. Zhang Wen replied firmly, urging him to proceed with pricing. It's a deal. Please wrap them up and deliver them to the carriage outside. Zhang Wen then inquired, may I pay with spirit crystals? Spirit crystals? Manager Wang's face displayed surprise for the first time. Of course, that would be 200 spirit crystals. So inexpensive? I thought it was 1 to 100. Zhang Wen remarked, puzzled. Manager Wang internally concluded that Zhang Wen must be a young master from a cultivator family out on a trial. I cannot mislead you, esteemed guest. The 1 to 100 ratio is merely a formal stance. In reality, the value of spirit crystals far exceeds that of silver coins. If one were to exchange 100 silver coins for a single spirit crystal, it would be exceedingly difficult to find a willing seller, Manager Wang patiently explained. They say rural folk are honest. What a fallacy. Here, Zhang Wen produced 2 100 spirit crystal notes and handed them to Manager Wang. This display of generosity caused the eyes of the young women behind the manager to light up, their hearts racing, as he was respectfully escorted out of the merchant. Zhongwen acquired another jade token, signifying his VIP status at Shengyu Merchant. Observing the large bundles piled upon the unicorn carriage, Uncle Zhao was about to voice his protest when Zhongwen silenced him with a silver note, willingly taking the reins. As the saying goes, pretending to be wealthy is momentarily gratifying. However, his ostentatious display soon caught the attention of others. Not long after leaving the city, the carriage was blocked on the road. Zhao Gang is searching for assassins. A dozen individuals clad in earthy yellow garb, wielding long knives, appeared before Zhongwen, led by a middle-aged man nearing 40. With prominent cheekbones and sunken cheeks, bearing a harsh visage. Get out of the carriage. The middle-aged man commanded with a sharp tone, revealing a glimmer of greed in his eyes. Though the Zhao Gang was a local power, they did not dare to be overly brazen within Fufeng City. However, upon receiving reports from his subordinates about a fat sheep making significant purchases at Shengyu Merchant, the middle-aged man seized the opportunity to lay in wait under the pretense of searching for assassins. Having been frightened to the point of trembling, Uncle Zhao's legs quaked, his teeth chattering in fear. Hurry up and get out of the carriage. Two of the middle-aged man's lackeys, emboldened, shouted at Zhongwen. Zhongwen squinted, gazing silently at the Zhao Gang members before him. Refusing to exit means they are hiding something. You two, go search. The middle-aged man ordered his subordinates. Immediately, two thugs approached the carriage with wicked grins, their long knives gripped tightly, ready to cleave the two inside. Don't kill me. Don't kill me, Uncle Zhao. Well aware of the notorious deeds of the Zhao Gang, shouted in terror. As the two gang members reached the front of the carriage, they suddenly felt a flash before their eyes, as if something had brushed against them, and then they lost all ability to move, no matter how hard they struggled. The figure of Zhongwen appeared before the two men, grinning as he patted one of the henchmen on the shoulder and asked, "Are you searching the carriage? Be my guest. What sorcery are you using? Unravel it, or else you shall pay." The two henchmen exclaimed in shock, threatening him. Go ahead. The middle-aged man's expression turned grave as he dispatched several more henchmen. Soon, a few more statues appeared in front of the carriage. It turns out you are also a practitioner. The middle-aged man was compelled to acknowledge the young boy before him. Do you still wish to search the carriage? Zhongwen asked lazily. Once the time comes, it will naturally be resolved. With a casual gesture, Zhongwen pushed aside the statues blocking the carriage and departed. Uncle Zhao. The middle-aged man's eyes flared with anger, yet he chose silence, bowing his head and stepping aside to clear the path. The carriage began to move slowly. And just as it passed before the members of the blissful gang, the previously silent middle-aged man suddenly struck. Gripping his long knife, he unleashed a swift attack aimed at Zhongwen, angling it in such a way that it completely evaded Zhongwen's line of sight. As a trusted aide to the leader of the blissful gang, the middle-aged man had already reached the 6th level of human wheel cultivation. Judging by Zhongwen's age, he estimated that the boy's cultivation could only be at the 4th or 5th level at most. He believed that, with a surprise attack employing the gang leader's unique knife technique, he would surely succeed. Thud! The sound of the knife piercing flesh echoed, and the sensation was quite satisfying. However, before the middle-aged man could revel in his triumph, he realized he had struck none other than one of his own subordinates. "Why, Brotherwin?" The bewildered henchman fell slowly to the ground, confusion in his eyes. What have I done?" Brotherwin was left dumbfounded. Glancing towards Zhongwen seated in the carriage, Zhongwen looked back at him with a smirk, a hint of mockery in his eyes. "So it was you behind this?" Brotherwin's fury ignited, blood rushing to his head, and without a second thought, he tore off the mask of feigned civility. Leaping forward with his knife aimed at Zhongwen stood still, seemingly frozen in fear as the knife approached. "I've won," Brotherwin thought, his heart soaring with the prospect of wealth. As for the subordinate he had mistakenly slain, he had already cast him from his mind. Thud. Brotherwin's knife once more plunged into the chest of another blissful gang member. As he witnessed the look of bewilderment in the eyes of the fallen henchman, he nearly lost his sanity. The remaining henchmen displayed expressions of terror, discreetly distancing themselves from Brotherwin, while some, in cowardice, fled without a trace. What sorcery are you employing?" Brotherwin cursed, his voice hoarse. "Get lost while I still haven't changed my mind." Zhongwen conjured this commanding line with great effort. "I'll fight you." Brotherwin, now in a state of mental disarray, lost his ability to think rationally and surged forward once more. Seeing him strike, the remaining members of the blissful gang feared they would meet the same fate as their fallen comrades and scattered in panic. Thud. Brotherwin looked down at the long knife embedded in his own chest, the hilt still clutched in his hand, wearing an expression of disbelief. Unbeknownst to him, Zhongwen had already materialized before him. Gazing at the strikingly handsome boy, Brother Wen's heart was a tumult of confusion, fear, and regret. Why did I provoke this monster? He lamented internally. In my next life, I shall be a good person. Zhongwen patted Brother Wen on the shoulder, shaking his head with a sigh. It was not until the unicorn carriage vanished from sight that Brother Wen's body gradually fell backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Unable to rise again, as Zhongwen reveled in Uncle Zhao's admiring gaze, he counted his spoils, feeling quite pleased. He sensed that even if Brother Wen's cultivation did not surpass Lu Qiqi's, it was still significantly higher than his own. Yet, before the art of transforming flowers into jade, he was as defenseless as a lamb awaiting slaughter. The level of star spirit was indeed fearsome. Chapter 9. Learning 100 new characters today. Upon returning to the floating flower palace, it was still the hour of the snake. When the carriage reached the foot of the mountain, Zhongwen dismissed Uncle Zhao and began to stow away all his belongings into his storage ring, feeling light as he ascended the mountain with an ethereal grace. Arriving at the palace entrance, curiosity piqued, he did not enter directly. Instead, he wandered around the side of the floating flower palace, intending to inspect the medicinal herbs in the field and compare them to the ones he had purchased. Just a few steps around the corner, a vast expanse of spiritual herb fields unfolded before Zhongwen's eyes, where a slender figure was crouched, seemingly tending to the plants. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the aloof maiden, Yininger, dressed in white, with a sun hat atop her head. The sunlight illuminated her exquisite profile, revealing a beauty unmatched. As she crouched, Zhongwen could clearly discern that her figure had developed far more impressively than Lu Qiqi's, possessing alluring curves that starkly contrasted with her cool demeanor. Causing his heart to race, Zhongwen drew nearer, silent, simply admiring the breathtaking sight before him. Having thoroughly studied the herbal texts from the Medicine King Valley, he possessed profound knowledge of the quality and cultivation techniques of spiritual herbs. He could immediately tell that Yininger's planting methods were rather unrefined, clearly lacking formal training. Yet, this girl exhibited a keen attention to detail and considerable talent, producing herbs of a quality that surpassed those he had procured from the Xingyu Trading Company. The 9-leaf spirit herb thrives in cooler, shaded areas. It would fare better over there, Zhongwen remarked after observing for a while. Additionally, the extra branch beneath the herb should be pruned, or it will absorb a significant portion of its potency. Upon hearing his words, Yininger turned to face Zhongwen. Her expression unchanged, but her eyes widened in surprise, as if to say, this amnesiac illiterate recognizes the 9-leaf spirit herb? Realizing his tone was somewhat inappropriate and did not align with his persona, Zhongwen awkwardly chuckled and promptly turned to leave. Yininger watched him round the corner, lost in thought for a long while. Back in his room, Zhongwen did not immediately commence his study of the Dan Fire's spiritual patterns. Instead, he retrieved a ceramic jar and began to prepare a second batch of salt. This time, the quantity of lake water was significantly higher, yielding almost double the amount of salt compared to the previous attempt. Just as Zhongwen was delighting in his creation, the door creaked open, and a little girl entered, carrying a tray. "Oh, Zhongwen, is this divine food?" she exclaimed, her excitement palpable upon seeing the white crystals in Lu Li's hands. "Of course. Didn't I promise to get you some more yesterday?" Zhongwen replied with a smile. "Is there chicken soup again today?" It then dawned on him that he had purchased a total of 25 hens from old Li using spiritual crystals. The plump hen simmered in soup, garnished with some leafy vegetables and a sprinkle of salt, creating an exquisitely delectable dish. The two of them indulged until they could hardly move, their bellies round and full, sprawled across the table. After a brief nap, Zhongwen sat up to find Lu Qiqi and Zheng Yuding had entered the room unbeknownst to him. The little girl was perched on Lu Qiqi's lap, and all 3 pairs of eyes were fixed intently upon him. "Zhongwen, you're awake." The little girl leaped off Lu Qiqi's lap, bounding towards Zhongwen with her sparkling eyes, pouting, "Journey to the west." When Lu Qiqi left, Zhongwen had detected a hint of worry on her face, as if troubled by some pressing matter. However, Zheng Yuding did not leave with her. Instead, she approached Zhongwen and performed a deep bow. "Brother Zhong, thanks to your divine food, my mother's condition has improved. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude," she said. In that moment, as she bent forward, Zhongwen caught a glimpse of her fair skin cascading down her neck, which, although not as voluptuous as Sister Wang's, surpassed Lu Qiqi's development. Zhongwen found himself involuntarily measuring her with his gaze. "Miss Zheng, you are far too polite. This trinket requires little effort to create." and being able to assist your esteemed mother is indeed a great pleasure. No, the divine race is no mere trinket. If sold, it could fetch an astronomical price. Zheng Yuding produced a slip of paper and handed it over, sincerely stating, "Your life-saving grace towards my mother cannot be repaid by a mere 100 spiritual crystals. Unfortunately, our Golden Blade sect is merely a third-rate sect and cannot offer more at this time. I will forever remember your kindness. And should there come a time when the Golden Blade sect can be of service to you, do not hesitate to ask." No, it truly isn't worth that much. Zhongwen insisted, having witnessed the value of spiritual crystals earlier that day. He felt utterly embarrassed to exchange a mere half-pack of salt for 100 spiritual crystals. "Brother Zheng, my mother suffers from anorexia and can only eat with your divine race." Zheng Yuding spoke somewhat bashfully. "Before she recovers, I will require more divine race. If you refuse to accept these spiritual crystals, I will have no face to ask you for more." Having spent the last few days together, Zhongwen recognized her as someone from the martial world who believes in repaying kindness. Thus he no longer declined. "Very well, I shall accept the spiritual crystals for now. Here is the divine race I prepared for today. Please take it to treat your mother." Zhongwen handed some salt to Zheng Yuding, adding, "If you ever need anything in the future, feel free to reach out. This creation is not particularly difficult." "Thank you, Brother Zheng," Zheng Yuding said. Her eyes filled with gratitude. "Class is starting, Zhongwen." The little girl, observing the pleasant atmosphere between the two, felt a pang of anxiety. As if something of hers were being snatched away, and quickly interjected, "All right, little teacher," Zhongwen replied with a smile. After Zheng Yuding departed, the little girl began her lesson earnestly. Zhongwen, with a weary expression, continued to labor over dozens of new characters. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "Little Dai, could you teach me numbers first?" "Why?" the little girl asked, perplexed, as she had never been fond of numbers due to her struggles with arithmetic. "Well, think about it. I don't recognize the numbers on the spiritual crystal tickets. What if I get cheated when I go out?" Zhongwen produced the spiritual crystal ticket given by Zheng Yuding and pointed to the numbers on it. "Oh, all right." The little girl acquiesced, realizing the logic in his request, and began listing the numbers on paper, starting from 1. Zhongwen, possessing the comprehension of a middle-aged man and having excelled in mathematics in his past life, quickly learned the numbers of the Deqian Empire. "You are amazing, Zhongwen," the little girl said, feeling somewhat defeated. "I took 2 months to learn these numbers. Am I really that slow?" "You are not slow at all, little Dai." Zhongwen chuckled, gently ruffling her hair. "I've lost my memory. I used to know all these characters, so I picked them up a bit faster." "That's true." The little girl nodded, then suddenly remarked, 100 spiritual crystals is quite a sum. How do you plan to spend it?" "Well, I currently lack nothing and can't think of anything at the moment. So I suppose I shall save it. If you're not in a hurry to spend it, could you lend me a bit?" the little girl asked shyly. "Little Dai, is there something you wish to purchase?" Zhongwen inquired, somewhat surprised. The little girl quickly shook her head. "Master owes a significant sum of spiritual crystals to Master Jean for my treatment. I only learned this by eavesdropping on the senior sisters. It seems the repayment deadline is approaching and Master is currently out collecting funds." As she spoke, her eyes reddened. "It's all my fault, making Master work so hard. Zhongwen, could you lend me some spiritual crystals? I want to help Master, and I promise to earn some to pay you back in the future." What a thoughtful child. One wonders how such qualities are cultivated. Zhongwen felt a surge of emotion. "Lending? No, I wouldn't even consider it. Not only have you saved my life, but little Dai has also taught me how to read. I haven't even paid you any tuition yet." He pressed the 100 spiritual crystal ticket into her hand. "This is your tuition, please accept it." "I didn't teach that well. I can't accept so much." The little girl stammered, her face flushed as she waved her hands. "In my heart, little Dai, you are the best teacher in the world. This amount is nowhere near enough." Zhongwen smiled, patting her head. "This is your tuition. Once you accept it, you must take on the responsibility to teach me properly." Yes. The little girl seemed to make a significant resolution in her heart. "I will teach diligently. Today let us learn another 100 characters." Zhongwen, bearing the burden of his own fate, continued to toil at his studies with a grimace. An hour later, with a sore back and aching waist, Zhongwen finally bid farewell to the little teacher, gaining a moment of respite. He retrieved the white cloud wood, spiritual ink carbon, and spiritual pen mold purchased in the morning from his ring and began crafting a spiritual pattern pen. Having read the reward guide obtained through drawing lots, he was well acquainted with the crafting process and effortlessly produced a high-quality spiritual pattern pen. it still fell short of being a supreme spiritual pattern pen. Zhongwen lamented. As the materials bought from Fufeng City were of rather mediocre quality, he took out the spiritual pattern plate and attempted to draw the Dan Fire spiritual pattern. Although the spiritual pattern expertise of the Medicine King Valley was not particularly remarkable in ancient times, its research into fire-type spiritual patterns was second to none. As the deeper one delved into alchemy, the higher the demands for flames. Now, Zhongwen could barely be considered a master of fire-type spiritual patterns, with a wealth of knowledge and experience stored in his mind. However, when it came to drawing the patterns himself, he still felt somewhat unaccustomed. Just as he began to draw, his hand trembled, causing a line to go awry. Fortunately, the material of the spiritual pattern plate was special and could be reused. Zhongwen took out a piece of special clay and gently dabbed it on the plate to erase the erroneous stroke. After stretching his wrist, he continued to draw. Before long, a complete high-level Dan Fire spiritual pattern emerged on the plate. Similarly, due to material limitations, the Dan Fire spiritual pattern he drew could only reach a high level. It still lacked the quality of a supreme pattern. In a groove on the side of the spiritual pattern plate, he placed a spiritual crystal, and immediately, a blue flame erupted above the plate, its core faintly glowing with a hint of green light, indicating that this fire was among the best within high-level Dan Fires, already possessing a touch of the essence of supreme Dan Fire. Taking out the alchemy furnace used by the head of the Medicine King Valley, he placed it over the Dan Fire and began adding the 9-leaf spiritual herb, and, in the eyes of ancient alchemists, these were among the easiest pills to concoct. Yet, Zhongwen employed a top-tier alchemy furnace, high-level Dan Fire, and the unparalleled alchemy techniques of the Medicine King Valley, making it a true case of using a cannon to shoot a mosquito. In less than a moment, the shapes of dozens of white pills began to emerge in the furnace, each nearly identical in size, with a rich medicinal aroma filling the entire room. Zhongwen continuously adjusted the angle of the furnace with both hands, and after a while, the fragrance in the air gradually dissipated, revealing 49 white pills lying quietly within the alchemy furnace. Zhongwen picked one up for a closer inspection. The pill was crystal clear and immaculate. Bringing it closer to his nose, a faint medicinal scent entered his nostrils, instantly invigorating him as if every pore in his body opened up to breathe. He tossed it into his mouth, swallowing it with a soft gulp. A powerful medicinal force coursed from his abdomen to his head and limbs, dissipating the fatigue accumulated throughout the day in an instant, leaving him immensely invigorated. Even the Qi-Long life technique within his body seemed to operate a bit faster. What a splendid creation! Zhongwen gleefully retrieved a small vial he had pilfered from the Medicine King Valley and stored the remaining 48 pills inside. As night approached the hour of the pig, Zhongwen, filled with a sense of accomplishment and carrying several freshly brewed foundational pills, set forth once more on his journey to the Medicine King Valley. His pace quickened, estimating that henceforth he would only require a little over a quarter of an hour to travel from the Floating Flower Palace to the Medicine King Valley. The so-called subway line houses of his previous life were nothing compared to this. Suddenly, a figure flashed past him. Who goes there? Zhongwen was startled in the dead of night when he encountered a thief. The shadowy figure, upon noticing Zhongwen, seemed taken aback and swiftly vanished into the depths of the forest. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to pursue the figure. He was not one to meddle in others' affairs. Yet the appearance of an unknown person on the territory of the Floating Flower Palace raised his concerns. He feared that it might be an adversary of the palace, intent on harming the young girl and her companions. In just a few days, Lin Xiaodai had become as dear to him as a sister, and he could not allow anyone to threaten her safety. After a brief moment of indecision, the shadow had already disappeared without a trace. Zhongwen followed the direction the figure had taken, but as the trees grew denser, the moonlight filtering through became increasingly sparse, and soon the path ahead grew dim, making it hard to see. An idea struck him, and he retrieved a spirit crystal lamp from his ring, one he had taken from the library of the Medicine King Valley, inserting a spirit crystal into it. In an instant, the surrounding trees were illuminated, and with the lamp in one hand and steadying himself against the trees and rocky walls with the other, he pressed on like an Olympic torchbearer. After some time, the scenery ahead remained unchanged, devoid of any unusual occurrences. Could it be that the figure had already departed? Zhongwen pondered, just as he contemplated giving up the search. His right hand, which was bracing against the rocky wall, suddenly met empty space. To his surprise, as he pushed aside the creeping vines on the wall, a concealed cave entrance came into view. The opening was small, nearly imperceptible amidst the dense foliage. As he ventured inside, the passage widened significantly. It was a deep cavern, resembling a secret base. Zhang Wen marveled at the sight, summoning all his focus as he cautiously advanced with the spirit crystal lamp. After traversing about 100 meters, the path suddenly opened up before him. He found himself in a small chamber, empty save for a stone bed, a stone table, and several stone stools, with a bound book resting on the table. Approaching the stone table, he set the spirit crystal lamp down and leaned closer to examine the book. Suddenly, a soft sound emanated from behind him. Instantly alert, Zhang Wen spun around and retreated swiftly, employing his cloud-stepping technique. Before him stood a sword, an incredibly swift sword, its tip directed straight at his chest, imbued with an unstoppable momentum. Zhang Wen realized the assailant's speed far surpassed his own. And with the element of surprise on their side, there was no way he could evade this strike. In a life-or-death moment, he unhesitatingly unleashed his most powerful technique. As his fingers brushed against the sword's blade, an overwhelming force surged through it, propelling Zhang Wen away with a violent impact against the stone table. Thanks to his technique, the sword ultimately missed its mark, embedding itself into the table as effortlessly as if it had pierced through tofu. The opponent's cultivation far exceeded Zhang Wen's. And even with most of the sword's force redirected, the remaining power was still beyond his capacity to withstand. He felt a sharp pain in his back, fearing he might have injured his bones. At that moment, he discerned a slender figure clad in black standing within the chamber, their head and face obscured by black cloth, slowly drawing their sword from the stone table. How formidable! Why did I foolishly provoke such a skilled adversary? After consuming a medicinal pill, the effects quickly alleviated the pain in his back. However, the figure in black showed no intention of relenting, launching another fierce strike toward him. Chapter 10. Is this the legendary youthful beauty? With newfound caution, the pressure from the second strike was significantly lessened. Moreover, Zhang Wen sensed a slight decline in the assailant's speed. The situation remained heavily skewed, yet he found himself momentarily free from the threat of death. As he dodged and maneuvered, his understanding of the cloud-stepping technique deepened further. Could there be something wrong with their physique? Zhang Wen speculated quietly, frustrated by the protracted confrontation. The figure in black suddenly accelerated, closing the distance between them, and the sword erupted with unprecedented ferocity. This is bad. He's fighting for his life. The disparity in strength was undeniable, and the power of this strike instilled an overwhelming sense of despair in Zhang Wen. Am I destined to be the first protagonist in history to perish within a week of crossing over? How unfair. As he faced imminent demise, Zhang Wen's mind raced, seeking a sliver of hope. Suddenly, inspiration struck, and he shouted, "Come to my bowl." A cauldron materialized in his hands, its four legs facing him, opening outward to meet the incoming sword. Clang! The long sword pierced into the cauldron, and the spiritual energy along the blade dissipated as it spread around the vessel, vanishing without a trace. Zhang Wen had anticipated that even if he managed to block the sword, he would be sent flying. To his astonishment, the cauldron absorbed most of the force, allowing him to only stumble back a few steps without feeling any discomfort. Joy surged within him. What a treasure! In that moment, he realized the extraordinary nature of this top-tier alchemical furnace. The figure in black, believing victory was at hand, unleashed all their might in this strike, only to be unexpectedly rebuffed by the cauldron, causing them to stagger back several steps. As they prepared to attack again, they felt a sudden wave of fatigue wash over them, nearly causing them to lose their footing. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Wen, noticing the assailant's weakened state, hesitated no more and executed the cloud-stepping technique, swiftly appearing beside the figure. The black-clad person was taken aback, attempting to raise their sword in defense. But the intense pain coursing through their body rendered them powerless, leaving them to watch helplessly as Zhang Wen's finger made contact with their waist. One young finger. Clang! The long sword clattered to the ground, and the figure in black gazed at Zhang Wen with an expression of utter disbelief, before slowly collapsing to the ground, their body rendered numb and incapable of movement. Zhang Wen, seeing his opponent down, felt a lingering sense of caution and advanced to deliver several more strikes with his one young finger before finally pausing, breathless. Having survived his first brush with danger after crossing over, he was still shaken. After a while, he gathered his composure and approached the figure in black, crouching beside them to remove the cloth obscuring their face. A strikingly delicate visage was revealed before him. To his astonishment, it was a woman. Zhang Wen's jaw dropped in disbelief. The black-clad girl lay on the ground, her pale face adorned with a hint of baby fat, her beautiful eyes glaring defiantly at him, attempting to intimidate him, yet evoking no fear, only a sense of cuteness. Upon seeing her, any murderous intent in Zhong Wen's heart dissipated in an instant. Oh, one day I will surely meet my demise at the hands of a woman. As he berated himself internally, he inquired, "Who are you? Why did you ambush me?" The black-clad girl continued to glare at him, her eyes radiating defiance and resilience, ignoring his question. "You may choose to disregard me, but if I am not mistaken, you must be injured, and quite severely at that. Given the fierce battle we just had, your condition has likely worsened significantly. If not treated in time, you may not survive for long." Zhongwen sighed, attempting to reason with her. The girl remained silent, though a hint of sadness flickered in her eyes. "Although you nearly stabbed me to death, I do not have a habit of killing women," Zhongwen spoke softly. "Since you are unwilling to engage with me, I ask only this. Are you hiding in the mountains with intentions directed at me, Zhongwen? Or are you targeting the floating flower palace? If you are not my enemy, I shall let you go. What do you say?" This was a trap in Zhongwen's words. Should she admit to being an enemy of the floating flower palace, he would show her no mercy. Neither, the black-clad girl hesitated before finally speaking. "Huh." Zhongwen momentarily struggled to comprehend. "Then why did you ambush me? I thought you were a pursuer from the blissful sect." A faint blush crept onto her pale cheeks. The blissful sect? Zhongwen felt as if 1,000 divine beasts were galloping through his heart. If the figure in black had been a man, he would have swiftly delivered a slap and questioned, with such striking handsomeness, "Which of your eyes could possibly perceive me as a rogue?" Faced with a delicate girl, however, he refrained from resorting to violence, channeling his pent-up fury towards the Jiao gang. "Could I not be a person from Qingfeng Mountain?" He pondered. "I have inquired. And there exists only the floating blossom palace atop Qingfeng Mountain, devoid of men." The girl in black spoke in a faint tone, perhaps due to grievous injuries or the weight of shame. It was evident that a man lingering in the mountains at such a late hour was likely not of good character. Zhongwen found himself at a loss for words. He had initially assumed her to be merely well-endowed, yet unremarkable, only to discover her reasoning was remarkably astute. "By the way, you wouldn't happen to be the assassin who killed the vice leader of the Jiao gang, would you?" He suddenly recalled the events of the day. To have incapacitated one and injured another of the Earthwheel Masters, this girl was most likely an adept of similar caliber. If she were to recover and turn against him, Zhongwen hesitated momentarily. Yet, gazing upon the beauty of the girl in black, whose face was contorted in pain, he ultimately resolved to act. "Alas, I shall surely perish at the hands of a woman in this lifetime." He supported her back with his left hand, while his right arm cradled her legs, lifting her horizontally and gently placing her upon the stone bed. The girl in black wore a conflicted expression. "If I wished to harm you, would you still be able to resist?" Zhongwen chuckled, exasperated yet amused. The girl's cheeks flushed crimson as she shot him a glare, ultimately complying and swallowing the medicinal pill. A wave of gentle medicinal energy swiftly coursed through her body, alleviating her suffering slightly. Zhongwen extended his right hand, gently resting it upon her wrist, but she instinctively attempted to withdraw her hand. However, under the influence of his Yi-Yang finger, she found herself unable to move. "What kind of cultivation technique are you practicing? It is utterly chaotic." Zhongwen frowned. Sensing the tumultuous spiritual energy within her, her meridians riddled with injuries. This girl, seemingly not yet 20, already bore the signs of withering vitality. "This technique has no name. It is a method crafted by the Wanjin Tower specifically for training assassins excelling in rapid cultivation," the girl in black explained softly. "It may seem to enhance cultivation speed, but it merely exploits the body's latent potential. I doubt many assassins from your so-called Wanjin Tower live past 30. Zhongwen scoffed. "Indeed," the girl responded, her voice tinged with sadness. "Those who survive beyond 25 are few and far between, and this technique can only cultivate to the Earthwheel level, unable to advance further. Relying on a breakthrough to extend one's lifespan is futile. Then why do you continue to practice? Are you foolish?" Zhongwen felt a twinge of sympathy for the girl, her face twisted with hatred. To ordinary people, practitioners might indeed seem like mere ants. And the current state of the world was beyond the influence of a newcomer like him. After a prolonged silence, the girl said in a subdued tone, "I do not know. Now that my revenge has failed, what is the point of discussing this? I am aware of my condition. I cannot be healed. It is maddening that that beast still wanders the world, living freely and doing harm. If I were to heal you, would you be willing to leave the Wanjin Tower?" You cannot. "You are incapable of healing me," the girl in black replied, clearly skeptical that someone appearing younger than herself could possess such ability. Men abhor being deemed incapable, especially by a beautiful woman, and Zhongwen's anger flared. He suddenly reached to unfasten her upper garments. "What are you doing?" The girl gasped in shock, assuming he had ulterior motives. "What nonsense! I am here to treat you." Zhongwen flicked her forehead. "Your injury is on your chest. I must unfasten this as well, so do not hold it against me." With that, he began to loosen her binding cloth. Goodness, what a sight! As the cloth fell away, two ample peaks sprang forth, as if having been suppressed for too long, finally liberated. Zhongwen was taken aback, nearly losing his composure. I will kill you," the girl in black exclaimed, her face flushed with embarrassment and anger, yet she felt utterly powerless. "What are you imagining? I am a physician." Zhongwen flicked her forehead again, then retrieved a set of golden needles specifically for the use of the chief of Yawang Valley. This was his first time applying the knowledge he had gleaned from medical texts, and he was compelled to focus with utmost diligence. Soon, Zhongwen had inserted golden needles into her chest, abdomen, and arms, while simultaneously channeling the force of his Yang finger into various acupoints across her body. Time flowed on, and after what felt like an eternity, the legendary soul pursuing golden needles of the ancient Yawang Valley and the Yang finger were once again manifested in the world. Goodness, this is exhausting. Despite possessing the ultimate skills of the Yawang Valley, treating the girl as severe injuries took him over half an hour, and he collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat. The girl in black lay upon the stone bed, feeling a warm surge of vitality coursing through her. To her astonishment, she realized that a vibrant life force had re-emerged within her. She had heard tales of the Wanjin Tower's master once spending a fortune to invite numerous renowned doctors to remedy the aftereffects of an unnamed technique. Yet none had yielded satisfactory results. This young man had accomplished what they could not. Gazing at Zhongwen, who was exhausted on the floor, she was unsure whether to express her gratitude or utter harsh words. Observing his refined features and the hand he extended towards her, the girl felt a sudden surge of anxiety. Before she could utter a word, Zhongwen's fingertip had already pressed against the area just below her ear. She felt her eyelids grow heavy, and soon drifted into a deep slumber. Covering her with her own clothes, Zhongwen gazed at her for a long moment, sighed, and turned to leave the cave. Zhongwen, self-mocking, hastened towards the direction of Yawang Valley. Having been delayed by the girl in black, the hour was nearly upon him, and he sprinted to the library, resuming his delightful journey of acquiring tomes. Found a book on spiritual tools, basic refining techniques, Volume 1. Do you wish to catalog it? Yes. Found a book on spiritual tools, basic refining techniques, Volume 2. Do you wish to catalog it? Yes. Found a book on spiritual tools, 100 examples of Dan furnace refining. Do you wish to catalog it? Yes. It was not until the early hours of the morning that Zhongwen completed the cataloging of nearly 200 volumes of spiritual tool literature. The anticipated message appeared on the panel. You have cataloged 100 volumes of spiritual tool literature. Please draw lots for your reward. 1. Story King. 2. Great Qian Mineral Distribution Map. 3. Deadly Sword. Damn the Story King. Zhongwen groaned at the persistent option. Draw lots. Congratulations, you have won the reward. Deadly Sword. Relieved that the result was not the first option, Zhongwen observed as a spiritual technique appeared within the diamond grade classification. He quickly perused it, discovering that the deadly sword consisted of only a single sword technique, emphasizing the gathering of all one's physical and mental strength into a single, lethal strike, embodying the essence of an assassin. In terms of lethality, the deadly sword was indeed exceptional. However, its drawbacks were glaring. Should one fail to deliver a fatal blow, they would fall into a state of weakness, albeit brief, which could easily place them in peril. This was one of the reasons why the deadly sword could only be classified as diamond grade. Before departing, Zhongwen did not forget to refill the exquisite Dan furnace with lake water. If the supreme Dan furnace possessed consciousness, it would likely regret saving his life. When the girl in black awoke, it was already noon. How long has it been since I last had a nightmare? Feeling the vibrant life force within her, she experienced a surreal sense of disconnection from reality. Sitting up on the stone bed, she noticed that a few fruits had been placed on the stone table in the center of the cave. Approaching the table, she picked up a fruit and gently took a bite. The juice flowed down her throat into her belly, revealing an exquisite sweetness. At that moment, she noticed a piece of paper hidden beneath the fruit. Removing the fruit above it, she discovered 2 crooked characters scrawled on the paper. Wait for me. The handwriting was clumsy, reminiscent of a child's. The delicate face of Zhongwen emerged in the mind of the girl in black. What am I to do with you? As she nibbled on the fruit, she felt a tumult of emotions. Just then, a knocking sound interrupted her thoughts. Zhongwen was in his room preparing salt. "Come in." He assumed it was Xiao Dai or Lu Qi, responding without looking up. To his surprise, the figure that entered was none other than the aloof goddess, Teeming Air. This marked the first time she had taken the initiative to appear in this room since Zhongwen had awakened, leaving him momentarily taken aback. "Good morning, Miss Yin. What brings you here?" Mr. Zhang, Teeming Air hesitated, seemingly at a loss for words. "Just call me Zhongwen," he replied with a smile. "Zhongwen. I tried the method you suggested yesterday, and the growth of the nine-leaf spirit grass has indeed improved somewhat." After Zhongwen left, her curiosity got the better of her, prompting her to transplant the nine-leaf spirit grass beneath the shade of a tree and prune its lower branches. To her astonishment, upon checking the next morning, she found marked changes in the grass after just one night, leading her to regard Zhongwen's skills in herbal cultivation with newfound respect. "It is my honor to assist you, Miss Yin. How did you come to know the cultivation methods for the nine-leaf spirit grass?" Despite her typically cold demeanor, her curiosity was uncontrollable when it came to herbs and alchemy. "Really?" Her eyes sparkled. "May I ask you some questions regarding herbal medicine?" Although Teeming Air was usually aloof, she transformed into a curious child when discussing subjects that piqued her interest. As Zhongwen spoke, he often touched on topics that ignited her curiosity, and soon they were engrossed in lively conversation, unable to pause. It was only when the little girl entered for lunch that their engaging dialogue came to an end. Sister San actually smiled. The little girl rubbed her eyes, questioning whether she had seen correctly. "Chapter 11, could you tell me your name?" In the early morning, a long line of people queued at the entrance of Songyun City. As the fourth largest city in the southern frontier province, its population density was far greater than that of the small town of Fufeng. Compared to the incessant influx of newcomers, the outflow of people appeared sparse, consisting mainly of those who had spent the night in the city. Among the exiting crowd, two figures stood out: an elderly man in his 60s, with white hair and a rosy complexion, donned in a gray robe and carrying a long bundle on his back, and a young girl, seemingly only 13 or 14, with large eyes and a delicate face tinged with youth. She was slender, dressed in a yellow garment, and carried a similarly sized bundle that swayed as she walked, somewhat mismatched with her frame. The guards at the city gate were not particularly stringent in their checks for those leaving, allowing the pair to pass through with ease. "Grandfather, where are we headed next?" the girl inquired. The old man pulled out a map, scrutinizing it for a while before saying, "This map, drawn by our ancestors, is rather hasty, and the paper is old and unclear. We shall have to search along the Qinyan mountain range slowly. I've heard that the Qinyan mountain range stretches over 2,000 miles. How long will that take? Moreover, there are cultivation sects on Qinyan Mountain, Qingsong Mountain, Qingfeng Mountain, and Qiqing Mountain. Will we be driven away if we search for them?" The girl pouted, showing signs of impatience. The old man was in the midst of an animated explanation when a grumbling sound interrupted. "Grandfather, I'm hungry." An hour later, "Grandfather, I'm so hungry I can't walk anymore," the girl complained, her face drawn. "Oh dear, I've put you through a lot, my child. It's my fault for being incapable and not having enough silver coins to rent a unicorn cart. We'll soon reach Fufeng City, and then I'll buy you some buns to eat." "Okay." Half an hour later, "Grandfather, why haven't we reached Fufeng City yet?" "We're almost there. Just a little further ahead." "Keep going, my dear. Delicious, tender meat buns are waiting for you." "Okay." After another half hour, the pair finally caught sight of the city in the distance. Under the scorching sun, the girl felt dizzy and unsteady, her mind solely fixated on the thought of meat buns. "Do you see it, my dear? That's Fufeng City ahead," the old man said, his tone invigorated. Gradually, more of the city began to reveal itself over the horizon, with the city gates coming into clear view. However, as they advanced, they were suddenly confronted by a figure blocking the road. Approaching closer, they could see it was a young man in white, under 30, whose handsome features were marred by a hawk-like nose that detracted from his overall appearance. "Shindaju?" The young man's voice was magnetic, pleasant to the ear. "May I ask who you are?" The old man, exuding an aura of ethereal grace, found himself addressed by such a down-to-earth name as Shindaju. Xiaowenjian, the second-ranked young genius of the great Qian hero list, was seeking the old man. Shindaju felt a wave of pressure at the mention of his name. "Surrender the sun and moon divine sword." Xiaowenjian spoke succinctly, unwilling to elaborate further. Shindaju's expression changed dramatically. He had not anticipated that the renowned sword master would also be a covetous and unscrupulous individual. "Do not force my hand." Xiaowenjian maintained his cool demeanor. Child, step back. Shindaju had no intention of yielding. Sigh. Xiaowenjin exhaled, extending his right hand to grasp the air. To their astonishment, a colossal golden hand materialized in the atmosphere, reaching out towards Shindaju. The manifestation of spiritual power indicated that he had indeed reached the heavenly wheel realm. Shindaju shouted, unleashing a punch that transformed into a roaring spiritual tiger, hurtling toward the golden hand. Boom! The two powerful forces collided in midair, resulting in a thunderous explosion that sent dust swirling in all directions. Xiao Wenjian swiftly maneuvered, employing an unknown technique to appear before Shindaju in an instant, and with a swift motion, he brought his right hand down like a blade, unleashing a spiritual energy blade aimed directly at the old man's forehead. Shindaju did not retreat. Instead, he roared, releasing a wave of spiritual sound energy toward Xiao Wenjian. In a fierce clash of two heavenly wheel realm experts, they unleashed their ultimate skills, creating a whirlwind of dust and debris. Grandfather, go for it. Defeat this villain. The famished girl weakly cheered for Shindaju from the sidelines. As the battle wore on, Shindaju began to feel the strain. Although he may have been slightly more skilled than Xiao Wenjian, the latter had superior techniques and vigor, tipping the scales of victory in his favor. Boom! Another full-force clash ensued, with Xiao Wenjian remaining steady while Shindaju was pushed back several steps, his right arm trembling slightly as he struggled to regain his composure. Not giving him a moment of respite, Xiao Wenjian seized the advantage, launching another giant spiritual hand toward the old man's crown. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light sliced through the air. The massive claw, charged with most of Xiao Wenjian's spiritual energy, was unexpectedly shattered. Xiao Wenjian furrowed his brow, his gaze turning icy. Unbeknownst to them, the bundle on Shindaju's back had come undone, revealing a resplendent sword that he firmly grasped in his left hand. Is this the sun sword from the sun and moon divine sword? Truly, its reputation precedes it. This is the longest sentence spoken by Xiao Wenjian today. Such a treasure is beyond your ability to guard. You may try if you wish. With a sword in hand, Shundaju's momentum surged. For today, I will let you off the hook. Grandpa, you actually drove away the second ranked on the heroic list. How impressive. The girl ran excitedly to Shundaju's side. Oh. The waves of the Yangtze River pushed the waves ahead. Indeed, Xiao Wenjian is not merely a name, having become a master at the age of under 30. If it weren't for Grandpa's possession of divine weapons, I fear the old man would have begun his incessant chatter again. Grandpa, I am hungry. Upon returning to the cave, the stone chamber was empty, the books on the table remained, but the fruits had vanished. Zhang Wen approached the table. Gently placing the basket and spirit crystal lamp he held down, and reached for the book on the table. The cover bore Chinese characters, method for crafting divine fire cannons. Closing his eyes, a line of small text appeared in his mind. Discovered a spiritual artifact book method for crafting divine fire cannons. Would you like to archive it? Yes. Unlike the interests of the other members of the Medicine King Valley, this elder surnamed Long was combative by nature, neglecting the study of medicine and alchemy to devote his life to weapon crafting. Due to a clash of ideals with the valley master, Elder Long angrily left the valley, creating a cave on the mountain to continue his weapon research in solitude. The divine fire cannon is his proud creation. According to the book, this weapon requires minimal spiritual power from the user. If the materials are chosen wisely, the top-tier divine fire cannon could even slay a powerful spirit lord. Such an impressive spiritual artifact. Reading the descriptions of the divine fire cannon in the book, Zhongwen felt a surge of admiration for Elder Long's genius. Opening his eyes, Zhongwen discovered a sword resting against his neck. Looking back along the sword's blade, he saw that the hilt was held by a delicate, fair hand, the owner being the black-clad girl he had healed the previous night. Good evening. Zhongwen greeted her with a grin, then uncovered the basket, revealing a variety of food. You must be hungry? Just eating fruits won't fill you up. I've brought you some food. Zhongwen began to introduce the items. This is a chicken bun, this is a flatbread, and I also brought some chicken soup. Drink it while it's hot. It will greatly benefit your recovery. The black-clad girl stared coldly at him, the sword still poised at Zhongwen's neck, as if poised to slice through his throat at any moment. Zhongwen continued to chatter, although your vitality has recovered. The damage from the unnamed technique has not yet been fully healed. You still need to rest quietly. This is the essence restoration pill I crafted. It can solidify your foundation and repair bodily functions. Remember to take one after each meal. Also, these clothes are what I bought from the foot of the mountain. Try them on. Don't bind that area anymore. It could cause harm. Shut up. The black-clad girl blushed as she finally interrupted him. Aren't you afraid of death? Zhongwen felt the sword tighten against his neck and laughed. Are you really going to kill me? After what you did to me yesterday, of course. I want to kill you. I was merely healing you. Why is your mind so impure? The black-clad girl was furious, her chest heaving as if her attire could barely contain her. All right. Be careful not to aggravate your injuries. Zhongwen calmly pushed aside the girl's sword and quickly sat down to eat, saying, after I finish eating, I'll check on you again. The black-clad girl glared at him for a long moment before finally lowering her sword and sitting at the stone table, taking a bite of the bun. When she drank the chicken soup, an expression of extreme surprise crossed her face. Delicious, right? This is my unique secret recipe, Zhongwen said with a grin. The black-clad girl blushed, shot him a glance, and hesitated before setting the bowl down but ultimately decided against it. Perhaps she was truly hungry. Her movements were refined. Yet she devoured the food at an astonishing speed, quickly finishing the entire basket. Come, extend your hand. I will check your pulse. Seeing the girl's expression soften, Zhongwen reached out to take her wrist. The black-clad girl immediately stood alert, gripping her sword and stepping back. If I wanted to harm you, you would have been dead 1,000 times over. Zhongwen was both exasperated and amused. I told you I'm a physician. Either don't kill me or extend your hand. Hurry up. Noticing her hesitation, Zhongwen resorted to his trump card. Don't you want revenge? The girl's eyes sharpened at his words. How can you seek revenge if you don't heal your body first? Zhongwen's words struck a chord with the black-clad girl. Finally, she reluctantly extended her right hand. Zhongwen placed his fingers on her delicate wrist, reading her pulse while observing her complexion. Compared to the previous night, the black-clad girl's complexion was much rosier, her plump face glowing beautifully under the light of the spirit crystal. It still appears quite remarkable. Zhongwen felt his nose nearly bleed again. At that moment, the girl was not binding that area, as the binding cloth had been quietly removed and discarded by Zhongwen the previous night. How long until you can return to peak condition? The black-clad girl could not help but ask. Originally, it would take at least half a year, but with my newly crafted essence restoration pill, it should only take about 2 months for a complete recovery. Zhongwen pondered for a moment before asking. What level of cultivation did you reach before your injury? The black-clad girl did not conceal her answer. 5th layer of the earth wheel. There was no hesitation in her tone. As long as I can kill him, I will have no regrets in death. The black-clad girl was taken aback, exerting strength but unable to pull her hand free from Zhongwen's grasp, so she ceased struggling. Her eyes reddened slightly as she lowered her head and said, I have no other choice. Zhongwen gently lifted her chin, gazing into her eyes earnestly. If you are willing to leave the assassin organization, I can help you seek revenge. The black-clad girl felt her heart race under his intense gaze, her eyes darting. How will you help me? What do you think of my strength? Zhongwen replied. Quite weak. If I were uninjured, I could easily kill you. Can we no longer have a pleasant conversation? Zhongwen sighed. What if I told you my cultivation is only at the 2nd layer of the human wheel? What? The black-clad girl was taken aback. Impossible. The gap between the 2nd layer of the human wheel and the 5th layer of the earth wheel is not easily measured. Even an injured 5th layer of the earth wheel could effortlessly kill a multitude of 2nd layer human wheel cultivators. Yet Zhongwen could engage her in a stalemate, leaving the black-clad girl momentarily unable to comprehend. This means, Zhongwen continued, that the spiritual techniques I wield are far superior to the killing techniques taught to you by the Wanjin Tower. What if I were to impart those spiritual techniques to you? Why would you help me like this? The black-clad girl stammered. What benefit is there for you to offend a 6th layer earth wheel underworld overlord for the sake of a dying assassin? Because a unique light shone in Zhongwen's eyes. I want to. As a time traveler from the Celestial Empire, this is how willful I am. Looking at Zhongwen's radiant face illuminated by the spirit crystal lamp, the black-clad girl found herself somewhat entranced. Rest well over the next 2 days, take your medicine on time, and refrain from using spiritual power for now. Zhongwen said while clearing the dishes from the table. I will come to see you often, and once your condition stabilizes, I will teach you a high-grade spiritual technique. All right, I will take my leave now. Take care of yourself. Okay. In case of danger, remember to come find me at the mountain peak. Understood. By the way, may I know your name? Lung Wushuang. Dan Taijin gazed at the white-clad youth before her, filled with admiration. At under 30 years of age, he firmly held the 2nd position on the Great Qian Empire's heroic list. Xiao Wenjian, a legendary figure. Quoting a classic line, men aspire to be him, and women wish to marry him. It is said that Xiao Wenjian, though still young, possessed divine swordsmanship, yet he has not wielded a sword since the age of 25. Proud by nature, he believes that if he cannot find a sword worthy of his caliber, he would rather forsake it altogether. Nevertheless, even in his swordless years, his ranking on the heroic list has never diminished. As the eldest son of the Dantai family, one of the four great families of Tsangyan City, Dantai Jin has always held himself in high esteem, making it difficult for ordinary people to catch his eye. However, in the presence of Xiao Wenjian, he feels no jealousy, only admiration and envy. When a person is merely a step ahead, jealousy may arise, but when one is left far behind, such feelings seem utterly futile. Dantai Jin now only wishes to cling tightly to this sturdy pillar of support, never to let go. Help me investigate the whereabouts of two individuals. Xiao Wenjian's words remain as succinct as ever. Who are they? Shin Dachui and Shin Xiaowan from the divine forging lineage. Do you wish for them to be alive? Shin Dachui is at the celestial wheel realm. Your people cannot kill him. Understood. I will notify you as soon as I receive any information. What is the status of Qingfeng Mountain? Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Qingfeng Mountain will soon become your property. Dantai Jin's tone held a hint of flattery. As for the cultivation methods, rest assured, once I obtain the land deed for Qingfeng Mountain, I will hand over the Ziyan Heart method to you. Xiao Wenjian's expression remained impassive. Thank you, young Master Xiao. Dantai Jin felt a surge of ambition within. Envisioning himself mastering a golden grade cultivation method and stepping into the celestial will realm. Chapter 12. The Feeling of Love One Morning. Zhongwen awoke to the delightful realization that he had leveled up once again. Unbeknownst to him, a third spiritual energy half-ring had manifested within his dantian, signifying the unlocking of the third human wheel. Truly, a remarkable cultivation method for the lazy. He mentally praised the eternal Qi longevity method as he prepared to venture outside for a leisurely stroll. However, he was greeted by the cheerful voice of a little girl outside his door. A sudden wave of anxiety washed over him. Having grown accustomed to life in the floating flower palace, he hoped he would not be expelled by the palace master. Reborn on Qingfeng Mountain, free from the pressures of career, he spent his days reading, refining pills, and producing salt, all while being accompanied by several beautiful women. He had become enamored with this tranquil and serene existence. Pushing open the door, he found Lu Qiqi, Yin Ninger, the little girl, and Sister Wang gathered in the courtyard, encircling a woman in the center. This was the first time Zhongwen laid eyes on Lin Jiyun, the master of the floating flower palace. In that moment, he was struck by her beauty, reminiscent of the timeless lines from Li Yinyang's song. In the north, there is a fair maiden, unparalleled and solitary. With a single glance, she captivates a city, with a second, a nation. Little do they know, a beauty like her is hard to come by. She was nothing short of perfection. Zhongwen mused, feeling a stir of romantic feelings within him, albeit unreciprocated. Having encountered many beautiful women recently, including Lu Qiqi, Yin Ninger, Zheng Yuding, and even Leng Wushuang, each possessed unique charms, but he had maintained an appreciative distance, for within him resided an old soul nearing 40, finding the younger women somewhat immature. Yet, Lin Jiyun deeply captivated his heart. I shall marry her. This thought suddenly took root in his mind, refusing to dissipate. At that moment, Lin Jiyun noticed his presence and frowned slightly. Who is this? Her voice, as melodious as a nightingale, caused Zhongwen's heart to race. Ah, it is him. Lin Jiyun realized, having forgotten about Zhongwen amidst her own preoccupations. I thank you, Palace Master Lin, for your healing grace, Zhongwen said as he approached to bow. There is no need for such formalities, Sir Zhong. How has your recovery been these past few days? Lin Jiyun inquired gently. Thanks to the Palace Master and the young ladies, I am nearly fully healed. Zhongwen regretted not having taken more care with his appearance that morning, as a stray tuft of hair still stuck up awkwardly. Now that you are well, it would be best for you to return home. I am sure your family is quite concerned, Lin Jiyun suggested in a courteous manner. Master, Zhongwen's injuries were quite severe, leading to amnesia, Lu Qiqi interjected unexpectedly. Yes, he does not remember where his home is and has even forgotten how to read, the little girl added, her anxiety palpable. Will he truly starve if sent down the mountain? Lin Jiyun queried, glancing at Yin Ninger, who had remained silent until now. It is true, for the past few days, Xiaodai has been teaching him to read and helping him regain his memory, Yin Ninger confirmed. Perhaps it would be better to wait until he recalls his identity before sending him away. All three female disciples advocated for Zhongwen, leaving Lin Jiyun somewhat taken aback. especially at Ninger, who was typically aloof, showing unusual warmth. Zhongwen felt a warmth in his heart, deeply touched by their support. Only Sister Wang stood quietly aside, offering no comment, her kind and simple nature preventing her from dismissing a severely injured and amnesiac individual to fend for himself. As she hesitated, a raucous laugh echoed from behind them. Ha ha ha, Palace Master Lin, it has been a while. A middle-aged man clad in a golden satin robe, with a chubby frame and lecherous eyes, entered the courtyard of the floating flower palace, sweat dripping from his brow as he fanned himself with a folding fan, radiating an unsettling aura. Following him were 4 well-built men, each exuding strength and armed, clearly formidable cultivators. More men, wielding weapons, continued to stream into the courtyard. Gold Steward. Lin Jiyun frowned, displeased by the sudden influx of men. Lu Qiqi and Lin Xiaodai openly expressed their distaste for Gold Steward. Unperturbed, he waved his fan. Feeling himself to be a dashing gentleman, his gaze towards Lin Jiyun filled with ulterior motives. Palace Master, the year has come due. The 200 spirit crystals you borrowed should be returned. For a goddess-like figure such as her, to own money meant she had to bow low before a man like Gold Steward, a burden that was truly difficult to articulate. What you say is not without merit. However, I have encountered some difficulties lately and urgently require spirit crystals to resolve my cash flow issues, he continued, his face jiggling as he smiled, his small eyes squinting into slits. According to the initial agreement, if the spirit crystals could not be returned on time, the deed for Qifeng Mountain would have to suffice as collateral. I hope you will understand. He brandished an old, yellowed loan note, which rustled softly in the breeze. For reasons he could not fathom, Zhongwen felt an overwhelming urge to kick Gold Steward to the ground and stomp on that pudgy face. Master, I have 100 spirit crystals. Suddenly, the little girl standing beside Lin Jiyun exclaimed. Xiaodai? Lin Jiyun momentarily failed to process this. The little girl carefully produced the bundle of spirit crystals Zhongwen had given her, holding it aloft towards Lin Jiyun. Where did you acquire so many spirit crystals? Lin Jiyun gazed at the 100 spirit crystal notes in astonishment. This is the lesson I gave to Zhongwen. The little Loli, Shushu, clearly had no concept of the term Shuxiu. Shuxiu, Zhongwen added with a smile. Yes, it is Shuxiu. The little Loli felt quite proud to assist her master. Lin Jiyun glanced at Zhongwen, her eyes conveying a complex mix of emotions. She was well aware that Lin Xiaodai Shuxiu was not worth so many spirit crystals, but given the current crisis, it was not the time to delve into it. Master, I also have 50 spirit crystals, Lu Qiqi said, turning to Zhongwen apologetically. I sold your competition prize to the merchant guild. I'm sorry. Since it was given to you, you may dispose of it as you wish. There is no need for apologies, Zhongwen replied with a warm smile. No wonder this girl had looked guilty whenever she saw me in recent days, Zhongwen thought to himself, looking at the spirit crystal tickets presented by his 2 disciples. Lin Jiyun felt a wave of emotions. Mr. Jin, this is a ticket for 200 spirit crystals. Our debt is hereby settled. Lin Jiyun declared as she handed over the ticket. Wait. Mr. Jin's expression darkened slightly as he suddenly exclaimed, Palace Master Lin. 200 spirit crystals is merely the principal. We must also account for this year's interest. What is the interest? Lin Jiyun's brow furrowed instantly. Including both principal and interest, it totals 350 spirit crystals. What? Even Lin Jiyun, usually gentle in nature, felt a surge of anger. There can't be that much. The loan document clearly states a semi-monthly interest, calculated with compound interest. This year amounts to 350 spirit crystals, Mr. Jin stated leisurely, pointing at the words on the loan document. Mr. Jin, I can repay the principal now. As for the interest, could you not extend the deadline a few more days? Lin Jiyun pleaded softly. Mr. Jin, I still have 10 spirit crystals here that I can give you now. Yingning Air, who had remained silent until now, interjected, We will find a way to repay the remaining 140 spirit crystals as soon as possible. The 2 beautiful women, one with an alluring grace and the other with unmatched elegance, pleaded together. One would think that even the hardest of stones would soften, yet Mr. Jin, despite his lustful gaze, remained unyielding, refusing to budge even an inch. I am truly sorry, but I urgently need these 350 spirit crystals. If you cannot repay the full amount, I must ask Palace Master Lin to hand over the deed to Qifeng Mountain as collateral to acquire some spirit crystals in a hurry. Is there truly no room for negotiation? Lin Jiyun thought of the inheritance from the previous master of Piaohua Palace, fearing it would be lost in her hands, leaving her disciples homeless, and felt a surge of bitterness. Of course, Palace Master Lin, if you leave Qingfeng Mountain and cannot find a place to stay, you are welcome to stay at my home for a few days, Mr. Jin said lecherously. I will certainly provide you with a good reception. As the leader of a sect and a practitioner at a high level, I trust you wouldn't default, would you? Seeing Lin Jian still hesitating, Mr. Jin stepped closer, pressing forward intimidatingly. The 4 burly men behind him also advanced a step, emanating a powerful aura. Hold on. Zhang Wen, who had been observing, suddenly stepped forward. All eyes shifted to him, and Mr. Jin was taken aback to discover that there was indeed a man in Piaohua Palace, inciting many sordid thoughts in his mind. As he spoke, Zhang Wen reached into his pocket and pulled out several spirit crystal tickets, handing them to Lin Jiyun. Sir Zhang, I cannot accept this. Lin Jiyun shook her head in refusal. This matter does not concern you. Palace Master, had it not been for Piaohua Palace, I might have lost my life. How could I speak of spirit crystals? Zhang Wen insisted. Seeing Lin Jiyun still uncertain, he leaned closer and whispered, Palace Master, judging from Mr. Jin's attitude, he is likely after the deed to Qingfeng Mountain. If we do not repay the spirit crystals today, he will not let this go easily. It is better to resolve this immediate trouble first. At that moment, the two were very close, and Zhang Wen could catch a whiff of Lin Jiyun's faint fragrance, stirring some feelings within him. After considering Zhang Wen's words, Lin Jiyun thought deeply and realized the situation was indeed suspicious, so she stopped declining. Thank you, Sir Zhang, for your righteous assistance. She then presented the spirit crystal tickets before Mr. Jin, saying, Mr. Jin, I will repay the spirit crystals in full, principal and interest. Please leave the loan document. Her tone carried an unmistakable hint of hostility. Kid, this is none of your business. Why must you meddle? Mr. Jin's expression turned grim as he glared at Zhang Wen. Could it be that there is a mistress of yours in Piaohua Palace? Lin Jiyun's face changed. Mr. Jin, the spirit crystals have been repaid. Please refrain from speaking foully. Palace Master, to speak plainly, a significant figure has taken an interest in this piece of land, and I must ask you to part with it. Mr. Jin revealed his true intentions, having been thrown off by Zhang Wen's unexpected interference. That figure is not someone you, a small Piaohua Palace, can afford to offend. Lu Chi, upon hearing this, was furious and reached for the long sword at her back. The 4 burly men stepped forward, releasing their formidable aura simultaneously. For practitioners at the Earthwheel stage, you are indeed well prepared, Lin Jiyun said coldly, her face pale with anger. He could almost envision the exquisite beauty of Lin Jiyun in his embrace. This is troublesome. Zhang Wen's mind raced. The pressure from the 4 Earthwheel experts exceeded his expectations. Even though he had just made a slight advancement that morning, he did not believe he could confront fully capable Earthwheel practitioners head-on. The 4 burly men had already made their move. The lead one extended his claw-like hand toward Piaohua Palace Master Lin Jiyun. As his hand sliced through the air, the sound of his claws tearing through the atmosphere was sharp and piercing. Meanwhile, the other 3 Earthwheel practitioners had clear intentions, attacking Lu Chi, Ning Air, and Lin Xiaodai, aiming to subdue all the disciples of Piaohua Palace and force Lin Jiyun to comply. As for Wang Sa and Zhong Wen by the side, they were completely disregarded. Seeing the dire situation, Zhong Wen couldn't care less and quickly stepped in front of the little Loli, channeling all his spirit power into his right hand, intending to block the enemy's attack with the technique. Bang, 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 with 4 resounding crashes. All 4 Earthwheel practitioners were sent flying backward, crashing hard against the courtyard wall. They all coughed up blood simultaneously. What is happening? Zhang Wen was utterly bewildered. Looking back at Lin Jiyun, he saw her conjuring 4 long swords made of spirit power, their brilliance dazzling and causing Zhang Wen's eyes to hurt. How beautiful! How magnificent! How ethereal! For the first time, Zhang Wen felt a deep sense of reverence for the cultivators of this world as he gazed at the floating swords of spiritual energy. Spirit power taking form. It is spirit power taking shape. One of the Earthwheel practitioners stammered. The Palace Master of Piaohua is actually a celestial wheel expert. At this moment, Mr. Jin and his companions looked at Lin Jiyun with utterly transformed expressions. Gone were the disdain, mockery, and covetousness, replaced solely by awe. How is this possible? Mr. Jin trembled, losing all prior arrogance and composure. A celestial will practitioner, how could they be so poor? Lin Jiyun waved her delicate hand, a sword-like aura of spirit power striking before Mr. Jin. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Mr. Jin, terrified, crouched down, clutching his head and loudly begging for mercy, his bloated face a mix of tears and snot. trembling uncontrollably as an unidentifiable liquid pooled beneath him, emitting a foul stench. Disgust was evident on everyone's faces, including the 4 Earthwell practitioners. "Leave the loan document, take the silver notes, and leave quickly," Lin Jiyun said coldly. "Palace Master, we have offended you greatly. We take our leave." The leader of the 4 Earthwheel warriors clasped his fist in respect. "What a foolish adherence to principles." Zhongwen sighed, seeing Lin Jiyun so obediently returning the substantial sum of 350 spirit crystals to Mr. Jin. "But I like it." Watching the 4 Earthwheel practitioners depart decisively, Zhongwen fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 13. Can we ask Zhongwen to stay? "Sir Zhong, I truly thank you for today." Listening to Lin Jiyun's melodious voice, Zhongwen couldn't help but feel a sense of elation. It was merely a trivial matter, yet regrettably, he ultimately could not offer much assistance. It was still up to the palace master to wield her formidable power, he lamented. "No, had I not cleared my debts, I would not have intervened. I would have had to relinquish Qingfeng Mountain, which was passed down by my master," Lin Jiyun stated earnestly. "Otherwise, would I not be akin to a thief?" Zhongwen pondered Lin Jiyun's principles, uncertain if he should commend her for her convictions or criticize her for being obstinate. A dignified master of the heavenly wheel, reduced to the point of being unable to repay even a few hundred spirit crystals, was undoubtedly connected to such a disposition. "Zhong Gongzi, what are your plans moving forward?" Lin Jiyun inquired. The world felt utterly unfamiliar to him, as if he were a wandering spirit. Although he had only spent a few days in Piaohua Palace, this brief time had enveloped him in warmth akin to that of home. Deeply indebted to the palace master and several sisters, he felt he should not desire more, yet he still hoped to linger here a while longer. Zhongwen became increasingly immersed in his own narrative, nearly moved to tears as he spoke of repaying the great kindness of Piaohua Palace, while also yearning to learn more characters in hopes of restoring his memory. He earnestly wished for the palace master to grant him this opportunity. "Master." The little Loli's eyes brimmed with tears as she tugged at Lin Jiyun's sleeve, pleading, "Please let Zhongwen stay." Lin Jiyun, already soft-hearted, felt her resolve wavering after Zhongwen's heartfelt monologue. With the little Loli's plea, her tone softened considerably. "Zhong Gongzi, today I was to relinquish Qingfeng Mountain. Yet it was your spirit crystals that preserved it. If I were to send you down the mountain now, would I not be ungrateful? Moreover, you risked yourself to protect Xiaodai, demonstrating your kindness and loyalty. However, living among women in the palace may pose certain inconveniences for you, and you may become a subject of ridicule in the future. We are all virtuous women, and as long as we remain upright, we need not fear the shadows of others," Zhongwen declared with righteous fervor. "I shall walk my own path, and let others speak as they will." His borrowed words resonated profoundly among the people of Piaohua Palace. Lin Jiyun regarded him with newfound admiration. "Indeed, Zhong Gongzi, your words are remarkable. I have been too concerned. Despite the simplicity of the mountain, should you wish, you shall forever be a guest of Piaohua Palace. Let us not speak of repaying kindness any further." At that moment, Zhongwen had transformed in the eyes of Lu Qiqi and Yin Ninger into a moral paragon, shimmering with a golden halo, garnering their increased affection. The little Loli, overjoyed that Zhongwen could remain, erupted in joyous cheers. "Thank you, Palace Master. From now on, please do not call me Zhong Gongzi. Simply refer to me as Zhongwen," he said with a bow. Being able to stay at Piaohua Palace, where he could be near his heart's desire, greatly increased his hopes of pursuing Lin Jiyun. Since he felt compelled, he resolved to act. Hailing from the internet age, Zhongwen had no intention of concealing his affections. With the palace master's return and the matter of debts resolved, Zhongwen could indeed remain. Truly a trifecta of joy. Sister Wang smiled. "I'll prepare a few of my signature dishes. Let the young ladies gather in the hall for a hearty meal." Lin Jiyun nodded with a smile. "Zhong Gongzi, Zhongwen, you should join us as well." Delighted beyond measure, Zhongwen readily agreed to dine with his goddess. "Palace Master," he began, observing Sister Wang's hurried departure. "The individuals here for the debts, while appearing to be led by Jin Yuanwei, are actually orchestrated by those 4 Earthwell Masters. They are not of the same faction." Lin Jiyun nodded. Those practitioners likely belong to the powerful figure mentioned by Jin Yuanwei. Otherwise, it is hard to fathom why so many Earthwell cultivators would heed his command. Indeed, Zhongwen continued, the capability to easily command 4 Earthwheel Masters speaks volumes of the strength of the mastermind behind them. Since they covet the land deed of Qingfeng Mountain, they likely have further plans. "Do you mean? Moreover, do you not think their retreat was rather decisive, as if their scheme had not fully failed?" Zhongwen warned, adopting a strategic mindset. One need not fear a thief's stealth, but rather their intent. Palace Master, precaution is advisable. At the foot of the mountain, two burly men forcefully tossed Jin Yuanwei to the ground, leaving him dazed. How disgusting! One spat, cursing vehemently. Jida, we have been bested this time. Who would have thought that Lin Jiyun, so unassuming, is actually at the heavenly wheel level? At merely 26 or 27 years of age, her cultivation speed, if known, would rank her among the top 10 in the Di Qian Ingjia Association. The speaker was one of the 4 Earthwheel cultivators, and Cheetah was indeed the leader of this group. With a gesture across his neck, he said, "Do not be hasty, our young master is no ordinary person. He would not leave things to chance." Cheetah cast a disdainful glance at the crumpled Jin Yuanwei. This fat pig's life still holds some value for now. And what shall we do next? Wait, Miss Zhong, are you here to spar with Chi-Chi again? Lin Jian smiled. Have you eaten? The lunch is a bit delayed today. Why not join us? Lin Jian held a favorable impression of Zhang Yuding, Chi-Chi's rival and friend. Zhang Yuding had already eaten prior to coming. Intending to listen to a tale, seeing Chi-Chi and Zhongwen seated at the table, she realized that even if she wished to hear a story, she would have to wait a while, so she agreed to join them. Today's dishes are quite sumptuous. Upon seeing Sister Wang serve a large pot of stewed chicken soup, Lin Jiyun assumed it was a celebratory gesture, unaware that it was a result of Zhongwen's impulsive spending. The little Loli ladled a spoonful of soup, bringing it to her lips to taste, only to find it fragrant yet bland, her little face immediately drooping. She turned to Zhongwen. "Zhongwen, is there any seasoning?" "Of course," Zhongwen replied with a smile, producing a packet of salt from his robe and tossing a piece into the soup. Upon seeing the salt, the eyes of Lu Chi-Chi and Zhang Yuding lit up, and even Yin Ninger displayed an expression of anticipation. The little Loli eagerly took the ladle, stirring it evenly before serving everyone a bowl. Lin Jiyun and Sister Wang exchanged glances, puzzled by what the little Loli and Zhongwen were concocting. A touch of homemade seasoning. "I hope the palace master will not find it unpalatable," Zhongwen explained. "Master, this is Zhongwen's own creation. It's simply delectable. You must try it," the little Loli urged eagerly. Lin Jiyun lifted the bowl, delicately spooning some chicken soup, gently blowing on it before tasting. Her graceful movements quickened Zhongwen's heartbeat. "Such delicious soup," Lin Jiyun exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Born into nobility and accustomed to exquisite cuisine, nothing she had tasted could compare to this chicken soup. She could not help but regard Zhongwen with newfound respect for his ability to create such a seasoning. Having also tasted the chicken soup, Sister Wang's expression became peculiar. "Zhongwen, I once thought my cooking was quite palatable, but now I see I was merely gazing at the heavens. If you were to become a chef, I fear I would be out of a job." "Your culinary skills are indeed exceptional, Sister Wang," Zhongwen humbly replied. "It was merely a seasoning." The ladies were already immersed in the delicious chicken soup. The sound of spoons clinking against bowls filled the air, leaving no room for conversation. Only after the pot was empty did they reluctantly begin to sample the other dishes, realizing that the unsalted ones paled in comparison. Lu Chi-Chi and Zhang Yuding rose to leave, and Lin Jiyun initially thought they were heading out to spar again, only to be surprised when they closely followed Zhongwen into a room, shutting the door behind them. As time passed without any sign of their return, Lin Jiyun couldn't help but feel a twinge of displeasure. These two young ladies, not so young anymore, seem unfazed by the potential gossip that may arise from spending an extended period in the company of a man during daylight hours. Although she trusts that Lu Chi-Chi and her companion would not engage in any inappropriate behavior, a flicker of concern remains, prompting her to quietly approach the door of Zhongwen's room, holding her breath to listen intently. Upon reaching the realm of celestial enlightenment, a cultivator's physical prowess and auditory acuity experienced significant enhancement, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Inside, Zhongwen's voice resonates. When Sanzong saw him donning a hat, he refused to eat any dry rations, silently reciting the tightening spell. The traveler exclaimed, "My head aches, it aches." It turns out he is narrating a tale. After listening for a while, Lin Jiyun heaved a sigh of relief, her worries dissipating as she found Zhongwen's storytelling both emotionally engaging and refreshingly novel, causing her to linger at the entrance, reluctant to depart. Typically, the branch of Xingyu Trading Company in Fufeng City is rather desolate. Yet on this day, a lengthy procession of unicorn-drawn carriages lined the street before the establishment, each carriage exquisitely designed with gilded embellishments and crowned with grand parasols, exuding an air of elegance. The unicorns pulling the carriages were robust and vibrant, In the center of the VIP room on the second floor of the trading company stood an expansive bench, adorned with cotton and vibrant silk coverings. In front of it lay an exquisite peach-wood tea table, upon which rested an elegant jade tea set, blending antiquity with opulence. The plump manager Wang stood respectfully by the bench. Seated upon the bench was a captivating and extraordinarily graceful young woman, around 20 years of age. Clad in a red short jacket embroidered with golden clovers, complemented by a red long skirt with a diagonal cut that revealed her long, fair thighs and a pair of exquisite black knee-high boots. "Miss, your visit to the branch is most welcome," he remarked. The remote and modest setting of Fufeng City, combined with its limited trading volume, has rendered the branch somewhat neglected by the headquarters. Since Manager Wang took over the operations here, it has taken on a somewhat languid demeanor. However, the young woman before him is none other than the cherished daughter of the company's head, Shangguan Tong, revered as the apple of his eye. From the tender age of 10, Shangguan Mingwei has been entrusted with a significant portion of the company's affairs. Xinyu Trading Company ranks among the top 3 in the entire Dacian Empire, and its helm, Shangguan Tong, is a figure whose wealth could rival nations. With only this precious daughter to his name, any suitor who wins her hand would undoubtedly inherit immeasurable riches. Furthermore, Shangguan Mingyue's beauty is renowned. Since her coming of age, suitors have flocked to her in droves, reportedly lining up from the southern to the northern gates of the imperial capital. It is said that among her admirers are even royal scions of the Dacian dynasty. Yet, to this day, no young man of distinction has captured the attention of this exceptional lady. "I've come to Uncle Wang's for a respite from the incessant annoyances in Sunyan City," Shangguan Mingyue remarked, delicately lifting a jade teacup from the table to her lips, savoring a sip. "If it weren't for the relentless pressure from Yin Huan, I would have preferred not to linger here in the southern frontier. It is indeed your charm that renders those young gentlemen utterly irresistible," Manager Wang replied with a smile. "It is utterly vexing." Shangguan Mingyue rolled her eyes, her stunning visage coupled with a languorous expression radiating an astonishing allure. "Uncle Wang, I shan't conceal from you that in this contest, the opponent has already secured a significant advantage. My presence here will do little to alter the outcome." With the mention of serious matters, her languid demeanor shifted. The looming threat of Yin Huan dominating the spirit herb market filled her with trepidation. Is the situation truly that dire? Though Manager Wang had adopted a semi-retired role, he remained knowledgeable about the company's affairs. "Last year, we seemed evenly matched in the spirit herb market against Yin Huan. The Xiao family has made their move." Shangguan Mingyue's delicate features tightened. "Throughout this year, they have clandestinely acquired vast tracts of land abundant in spirit herbs, catching us completely off guard. Yin Huan has the Xiao family backing them. Do we not also have the support of the royal family?" Manager Wang queried, puzzled. "The royal family supports more than just our company. Their internal strife consumes their attention, leaving little for the likes of Xinyu." Shangguan Mingyue pouted, appearing both charming and adorable. "The so-called support merely grants us a fair chance at competition. The Xiao family has grand ambitions," Manager Wang sighed. "Yet, you need not be overly concerned. Our strengths lie in the spirit mine business. A temporary setback in the spirit herb arena will not cripple us." However, Shangguan Mingyue resumed her languid posture, her gaze drifting. "I am in charge of the spirit herb sector. It's nearly mealtime. Why not dine here?" Manager Wang, unsure of how to respond, deftly shifted the topic. "That sounds agreeable." Shangguan Mingyue nodded slightly. Manager Wang sighed with relief, smiling as he said, "Your timing is fortuitous. Recently, our branch has acquired a rather intriguing seasoning, which we have hesitated to release. It seems you are in for a treat." "Oh, that sounds delightful." Shangguan Mingyue's eyes sparkled as she brushed a strand of hair from her forehead. Having grown weary of the local specialties in Songyun City, she welcomed a change of flavor. Manager Wang clapped his hands, and a stream of beautiful waitresses entered, each bearing a golden platter. Fufeng City is a small locale, lacking the culinary richness of the imperial capital. Manager Wang chuckled. "However, we do have a signature jade white bone soup that is quite distinctive. I've already tasted that jade white bone soup in Songyun City." Shangguan Mingyue's expression reflected disappointment. "It is nothing remarkable. The so-called jade white bone soup is merely a concoction of aromatic herbs, tofu, and premium pork, dressed up with an appealing name, certainly not worthy of her discerning palate." Manager Wang smiled. "However, should we add a dash of psyche, the experience would be utterly transformed." "Psyche?" Shangguan Mingyue pondered, confirming she had not previously encountered this ingredient. "It is precisely the seasoning I mentioned," A trial will reveal its wonders, Manager Wang gestured. And a waitress promptly served a bowl of jade white bone soup before Shangwan Mingyue. With Uncle Wang's endorsement, I must indeed give it a try. Shangwan Mingyue's anticipation was palpable. She gently scooped a spoonful and savored it, an unprecedented burst of exquisite flavor enveloping her taste buds. As the second beauty of the imperial capital and a connoisseur of fine food, her standards are exceptionally high, yet at this moment, she felt utterly captivated. The lofty Shangwan lady emitted a delightfully charming sound that caused Manager Wang to tremble, hastily averting his gaze to avoid embarrassment. Initially maintaining a ladle-like manner, Shangwan Mingyue soon disregarded decorum, discarding the spoon and lifting the bowl to her lips, drinking heartily. Another bowl, please. The soup bowl quickly emptied. Only when her belly felt pleasantly full did she reluctantly set down the bowl, lightly caressing her abdomen and stating, Uncle Wang, you have truly surprised me. As long as you are satisfied, Miss, Manager Wang silently rejoiced for not exhausting the supply of Sai Shenxian. How much of this Sai Shenxian remains? To be frank, the quantity available is quite limited. I have already consumed a portion myself, leaving only a small amount. Is it possible to inquire about the creator of this seasoning? Shangwan Mingyue's voice held a note of fervent desire. The seller was an exceptionally beautiful young woman. Although she did not disclose her identity, I have deduced from her features that she is a disciple of the Qifeng Mountains Piaohua Palace. As an enthusiast of Sai Shenxian, she had long been probing for purchasing channels. It was a minor sect comprised solely of women. On the enchanting visage of Mingyue from the Piaohua Palace, a captivating smile emerged, hinting at the prospect of unforeseen gains. Chapter 14. Are you to marry that fat pig? Upon completing the initial task of acquiring residency rights in the Piaohua Palace, the task mode was activated, prompting the drawing of initial task rewards. 1. Taisu Xianin Gong 2. Haha Recipe Book, De Qian Edition. 3. Divine Enlightenment, a scroll. As the words flickered on the panel of the new Huazong Sutra Pavilion, Zhongwen fell into contemplation. Clearly, the functionality of this bookshelf exceeded his expectations, offering not only the opportunity to draw lots through the collection of books, but also integrating a task mode. It appeared that the initial task was a hidden one. As long as Master Lin acknowledged his residency in the Piaohua Palace, the conditions would be met, and the task could be completed to unlock the so-called task mode. Drawing lots. Naturally, Zhongwen would not refuse such an abundant opportunity. Congratulations! You have received the reward. Haha Recipe Book, De Qian Edition. Zhongwen mused. The Haha Recipe Book was a culinary app from his past life, featuring various cooking enthusiasts who shared their prized recipes and videos. Perusing the Haha Recipe Book, which now appeared in the miscellaneous category, he discovered that this culinary tome, documenting thousands of classic dishes, had substituted common ingredients and spices from his previous life with analogous ones from the Deqian Empire. This was quite splendid. With such comparisons, the classic dishes once neglected in Huang Rong's recipe book could be revitalized. The thought of rekindling his gourmet pursuits alleviated Zhong Wen's earlier frustrations. Upon examining the panel again, he noticed a change in the text. Task released. Task 2. Successfully forge a divine fire gun and gain a lottery chance. Task 3. Successfully produce refined salt and gain a lottery chance. Zhong Wen frowned at the listed tasks. The second forging task posed considerable difficulty, especially since he lacked suitable forging tools, leaving him staring blankly at the task. The third task, at first glance, also involved salt production, however. Refined salt was of a purity incomparable to the coarse salt he had produced, lacking modern equipment such as an evaporation tank or dialysis membranes. The notion of creating refined salt seemed utterly fanciful. Yet, fixating on this third task sparked a flicker of inspiration within Zhong Wen. Purification need not rely solely on modern technology. After some reflection, he retrieved a spirit pattern plate and began to draw. In a moment, a slightly different fire spirit pattern, designed for purifying impurities from alchemical elixirs, manifested upon the spirit pattern plate. Illuminating the plate with a spirit crystal, a pale yellow flame soon danced to life. Zhong Wen placed an exquisite alchemy furnace atop the purifying fire and poured in brine, embarking on this salt-making journey with the mindset of crafting elixirs. The spirit pattern flame burned significantly hotter than ordinary flames, and with the exceptional thermal conductivity of the exquisite alchemy furnace. The brine transformed into vapor at a visibly rapid pace, swiftly dissipating into the air. Zhong Wen keenly monitored the state within the furnace, continually adjusting the edges to ensure an even temperature. Before long, the moisture had evaporated completely, revealing not a clumped mass of white crystals, but rather fine white crystalline grains. Zhang Wen dipped a finger into the granules and tasted them. A pure salty flavor awakened his taste buds, devoid of the previous oddity. Now subtly imbued with a refreshing fragrance. Success! A wave of elation surged through Zhang Wen as he carefully bottled the refined salt. As he closed his eyes, envisioning the delightful dishes soon to come, the text on the bookshelf panel shifted once more. Task 3 completed. Successfully produced refined salt. Please draw lots to receive task rewards. 1. Tai Su Xian Yin Gong. 2. History of the Daiqian Dynasty. 3. The Analects. New Huazong Sutra Pavilion. Are you the savior that a high school literature teacher has brought? Gazing at the third option, Zhang Wen couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Silently he chanted, "Draw lots. Congratulations! You have received the reward, Tai Su Xian Yin Gong. Finally, fortune has smiled upon me." As he beheld the advanced technique, Tai Su Xian Yin Gong, appear among the star-tier skills on the shelf, tears of joy welled in Zhang Wen's eyes. Yet, as he perused this high-level technique, his excitement swiftly waned. Technique name, Tai Su Xian Yin Gong. Origin, the supreme divine skill of the ancient sect, Su Nu Palace. Characteristics, remarkable cultivation speed, upon mastery. 1S spiritual energy naturally embodies Xianyin energy, capable of freezing an adversary's flesh, blood, bones, meridians, and even spiritual power. Cultivation requirement, female. Additional effects, enhances beauty and preserves youth. Zhang Wen gazed at the stipulation of female for quite some time, contemplating that even if he resorted to self-castration, he might not meet the requirements, ultimately abandoning the thought of cultivation, dejectedly casting his gaze back to the task panel. By now, the salt production task had vanished, and a new task had replaced it. Task 3. Successfully refine 30 spirit transition pills to gain 2 lottery chances. Most techniques in the world cannot be cultivated simultaneously, with versatile techniques like the Qi life-extending technique being exceptionally rare. For most practitioners, upon acquiring a higher-level technique, the dilemma of whether to abandon the original technique for the new one arises. The higher the cultivation level, the greater the cost of retraining, often rendering the decision excruciating. The spirit transition pill was developed specifically for such situations, aiding practitioners in swiftly converting their internal spiritual energy to align with the new technique, significantly shortening the time required for retraining. However, the method for concocting such pills is exceedingly rare, and most alchemists struggle to obtain the formula. Even if they are fortunate enough to acquire it, their ability to refine it is often lacking. Gazing at the task reward that promised 2 lottery chances, Zhang Wen's eyes sparkled with excitement, nearly drooling at the prospect. He not only knew the formula for the spirit transition pill, but also had in his possession the precious spirit herbs required for its refinement, all stored within the spatial ring of the Valley Master of the Medicine King Valley. Yulong Snow Lotus, Taiji Grass, Hisheng Flower. Carefully extracting each rare spirit herb, Zhang Wen confirmed their presence before igniting the advanced alchemical fire within the spirit pattern plate and commencing the pill refinement. The ingredients for the spirit transition pill were numerous and the process intricate. Even the slightest misstep would lead to failure. Fortunately, with the assistance of the new Huazong Sutra Pavilion, any formula he glanced at would be indelibly etched in his mind, enabling him to precisely and methodically introduce each ingredient into the furnace, as if orchestrated by a machine. With both hands firmly gripping the handles of the furnace, Zhang Wen made minute adjustments, his eyes glued to the changes within, not daring to lose focus for even a moment. Success. I'm utterly exhausted. Beholding the crystalline, translucent pills, an unprecedented sense of achievement surged within him. Labor brings forth beauty. At that moment, he felt he was radiant. Task 3 completed. Successfully refined 30 spirit transition pills. Please draw lots to receive initial task rewards. 1. 300 Tang poems. 2. De Qian heroic roll. 3. Divine enlightenment, a scroll. Congratulations! You have received the reward, Divine enlightenment, a scroll. Task 3 completed. Successfully refined 30 spirit transition pills. Please draw lots to receive initial task rewards. 1. 9 absolute divine sword. 2. Divine enlightenment, a scroll. 3. Void shattering axe technique. Congratulations! You have received the reward, Divine enlightenment, a scroll. Would you like to use divine enlightenment? After 2 draws, I received the enlightening essence of understanding, a scroll, twice. Yet I noticed no new books appeared on the shelf. Confused, I was suddenly presented with an explanation on the display, essence of understanding, a special skill that allows one to completely impart personal insights regarding a specific book to another. Each acquisition of the essence of understanding, a scroll, can only be applied to one book, with unlimited transfer opportunities. Would you like to proceed? This ability was indeed remarkable. I stroked my chin, secretly pleased. Thanks to the presence of the Xinhua Sutra Pavilion, I could fully comprehend any book written in ancient script, that is, Chinese characters, in mere moments. Now, with the essence of understanding, I could convey my comprehension of a book to another person, enabling them to grasp insights that others might have taken decades to uncover. If I were to become a tutor, although my abilities had significantly increased, my ambitions remained rather modest. Unfortunately, each acquisition of the essence of understanding could only be applied to a single book. Which two books should I choose? As I pondered, I suddenly realized that aside from myself, all others on Qingfeng Mountain were women, and enlightenment struck me. The first choice will be you. I decisively selected the female-specific cultivation technique, Tai, Su Xian Gong. At the moment I made this choice, the book on the shelf changed color, emanating a golden glow. When considering the second book, I thought of the unfortunate assassin, Lung Wushuang. Then it shall be you. This time, I chose the deadly sword. After utilizing the essence of understanding twice, I glanced at the task panel. The original task 3 had vanished, replaced by a new one. Task 3. Successfully locate an ancient sect's ruins and catalog the books within to earn 2 additional lottery chances. This was not a task that could be completed quickly. I looked at the sky. It was nearly the hour of the high. It was time. I murmured to myself as I rose to leave the room. As the hour passed, the inhabitants of the floating flower palace had long since fallen asleep, and the courtyard was shrouded in silence, with only the occasional chirping of insects breaking the stillness. The clouds above appeared heavy, occasionally obscuring the crescent moon, casting the courtyard's light into flickering shadows. A figure stealthily emerged in the secret chamber beside the side door of the floating flower palace. The chamber was small, containing only a small table and a wooden cabinet, which was always securely locked due to its storage of important documents and certificates. This figure held a luminous crystal lamp, rummaging through the cabinet while glancing around, clearly wary of being discovered. However, the palace's occupants were in deep slumber, unaware of this person's actions. At last, upon searching the third drawer, a finely crafted document came into this person's hands. By the light of the lamp, one could barely discern the large characters on the right side of the paper. Land deed, Qingfeng Mountain, Southern Region Province, Great Qian. It was indeed the land deed for the vicinity of Qingfeng Mountain. Suppressing the tremor in their hands, the individual tucked the invaluable document into their clothing, gently closed the drawer, and stealthily exited the secret chamber. Extinguishing the crystal lamp, they hurriedly left the hall, making their way toward the courtyard, swiftly disappearing along the mountain path outside the floating flower palace. This figure, fearing discovery, hurried along until they had traversed a third of the descent, gradually slowing their pace. Just then, another figure unexpectedly appeared on the mountain path, blocking their way. The moonlight is truly beautiful tonight. It was the voice of Zhongwen. In the past, it was said that the islanders were rather reserved, often substituting this phrase for a declaration of love. Indeed, it is quite beautiful. The moonlight illuminated the previously concealed figure's face, revealing it to be Sister Wang. Zhongwen fell silent, simply gazing at the striking widow before him. For a moment, they stood in silence, the mountain path echoing with stillness, the air thick with tension. Is the floating flower palace treating you poorly? Zhongwen finally broke the silence. No. The people here do not disdain my status as a widow. Rather, they treat me like family, Sister Wang replied, her eyes distant, her voice soft yet tinged with a raspy allure. Then why? A pang of sadness welled within Zhongwen, for he held a certain fondness for this gentle and beautiful widow. Is someone threatening you? Rather than a threat, it feels more like temptation. Sister Wang's tension dissipated as she continued. Master Jean promised to marry me once he achieves his goals. You intend to become a concubine to that glutton? Zhongwen exclaimed, his jaw nearly dropping. The one who wet himself on the mountain earlier? I am no longer young, though I still possess some beauty in a few years. I will lose my allure. Sister Wang spoke slowly, as if trying to convince herself. I do not wish to remain a servant my entire life. No one regards you as a servant. Even if the palace mistresses do not see me that way, in the end, I am still a servant, a helper. Sister Wang insisted. In my youth, I was renowned for my beauty. Countless handsome suitors sought to marry me. Yet I ended up with a short-lived husband and have since borne the title of a widow. I cannot accept that. So you intend to use this land deed to marry into the Jin family? Zhong Wen's gaze grew increasingly cold. In truth, you are responsible for the palace's meals. You could easily poison the food, rendering the floating flower palace defenseless. Wouldn't Master Jin then obtain Qifeng Mountain with ease? He originally wanted me to poison the meals. But I refused. Sister Wang's expression turned regretful. Master Jin is despicable, selfish, and greedy. Mistress Lin has treated me well, and I cannot let her fall into the hands of such a villain. Then why do you still wish to marry him? Zhong Wen's face displayed disbelief. A man like him would never treat you kindly, even if you truly married into the Jin family. Even if I were to be beaten and abused, I would still be considered half a master. Sister Wang shook her head. Mistress and servant are not the same. Her gaze shifted restlessly, revealing inner turmoil. Zhong Wen stood in silence, disappointment etched on his face. Zhong Wen, this matter does not concern you. Sister Wang's expression was filled with sorrow. Thank you, thank you. You are a good person. Overwhelmed with emotion, she hurried down the mountain. As they brushed past each other, Zhong Wen opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately refrained, simply watching as Sister Wang's slender figure gradually vanished along the mountain path. Just as she departed, Lin Jiun emerged slowly from the nearby woods. Their eyes met, and Zhong Wen discerned the pain and regret reflected in the beauty's gaze. Mistress, will you not try to retain her? No, everyone has their own aspirations. One cannot force another's will, Lin Jiun replied, shaking her head with a soft sigh. She was right. If one truly wished to seize Qifeng Mountain, the existence of the land deed would make little difference. You cannot truly wish for her to take the land deed with her, can you? Zhong Wen asked, astonished. Kindness must have its limits. Even if you are willing, I cannot allow you to suffer such a loss. Suddenly, a land deed appeared in Zhong Wen's hand. This. Lin Jiyun gazed incredulously at the paper fluttering in Zhong Wen's grasp, a complex mix of emotions swirling within her. After a long pause, she finally spoke. Thank you. Zhong Wen, but if it is like this, Sister Wang, everyone must bear the consequences of their choices, Zhong Wen stated firmly. Have I effectively sealed her fate? He looked at the land deed in his hand, and Sister Wang's radiant smile resurfaced in his mind. Chapter 15. To win a woman's heart. One must first satisfy her appetite. Did you acquire the land deed? Master Jin inquired eagerly, gazing at the alluring widow before him, her figure voluptuous and striking. A flicker of desire glinted in Master Jin's eyes. Yet, understanding the gravity of the land deed's implications, he was keenly aware of the priorities at stake. After all, behind him stood 4 master-level fighters and a dozen robust men, all watching with hawkish eyes. In their view, Jin Yuanwei was merely a minor wealthy merchant in Fufeng City, entirely subject to their whims. Good, good. Sister Wang has done a great service. Quickly hand over the land deed to me, Jin Yuanwei exclaimed, his heart lightened considerably. Though his gaze inadvertently drifted towards Sister Wang's curvaceous form, filled with lascivious intent. What a beautiful woman. I shall enjoy her for a few days before selling her to a brothel. As for marrying her, that is out of the question. She is but a lowly rural widow. I, Jin Yuanwei, must maintain my dignity, after all. Once this matter is settled and I gain the favor of the Danai family, what kind of woman could I not have? Sister Wang suppressed her revulsion and reached into her bosom to retrieve the land deed. However, to her horror, she found nothing but emptiness. Her complexion paled as she desperately searched, but the deed eluded her grasp. What's wrong? Jin Yuanwei's heart sank at her expression. The land deed is missing, Sister Wang replied, her face ashen, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. What? You must search again, he urged. But his heart was heavy with foreboding. It truly is gone. Sister Wang's expression reflected her despair. How could this happen, you foolish woman? How could you let this happen? Jin Yuanwei could no longer contain his fury and rolled up his sleeves, ready to kick her. I was discovered by that young man, Zhong Wen, Sister Wang said weakly, shaking her head. He didn't stop me from descending the mountain, but he surely took the deed from me, though I do not know how he managed it. You wretched woman, how dare you play me for a fool? Jin Yuanwei seethed, his rage boiling over. Just then, Cheetah merely waved his hand, and Jin Yuanwei's hefty body was flung far away, crashing to the ground with a cloud of dust. How were you discovered? I don't know. When I took the deed, there was no one around, Sister Wang replied, her gaze vacant. Since the matter has been exposed, these two hold no value. Dispose of them. Cheetah instructed the men coldly, leave no trace. With that, he turned and began to leave with the other 3. Please, no, don't kill me. It was this wretched woman's incompetence. I still hold value. I can offer you riches, money, properties, shops, and taverns, all of it. Please spare my life. Jin Yuanwei crawled over, clutching Chida's leg, tears streaming down his face. Once the four had departed, one of the remaining men stepped forward and swiftly plunged a knife into Jin Yuanwei's groin, then another into his heart, ending his wretched life. Boss, this woman is rather attractive. Can we let the brothers have a taste before killing her? One burly man leered at Sister Wang, who was in a daze. Look at you. Stop wasting time and get on with it. The leader chuckled, shaking his head in exasperation. The strong man approached Sister Wang with a grin. You keep an eye on Qingfeng Mountain. Report any developments immediately, the leader instructed before leading the group away, leaving two men to keep watch. The two left behind listened intently to the intermittent sounds from the medicinal field, their eyes gleaming with desire. Thick clouds rolled in, obscuring the bright moon, plunging the medicinal field into darkness. You? Lin Jiyun scrutinized Zhongwen, almost incredulous at what she had just heard. Indeed, there is no one more suitable than I. Zhongwen met her gaze without flinching. You, a man, wish to take over Sister Wang's duties? Lin Jiyun pressed for confirmation. In my eyes, men and women are equal. Zhongwen declared resolutely. A job should be filled by the most capable individual, not dictated by gender. The phrase gender equality sparked a glimmer of interest in Lu Qiqi's eyes, softening her gaze towards Zhongwen. In a world steeped in male superiority, such a statement was indeed revolutionary. Lin Jiyun, though shocked, found it hard to feel any aversion. How do you intend to prove you are the most suitable candidate? She countered. Initially, she had planned to find another peasant woman from the valley to replace Sister Wang. My culinary skills are unparalleled, and my cleaning is swift and thorough. The clothes I wash appear as new, Zhongwen boasted enthusiastically. Empty words mean nothing. Anyone can talk, Lin Jiyun thought, struggling to stifle a laugh at his bravado. This is simple. The proof will be in the pudding, Zhongwen replied confidently. I shall prepare lunch today as a trial. If the palace master is dissatisfied with my cooking, then I shall accept my failure. If you're referring to that divine chicken soup, it would indeed be a culinary marvel. Lin Jiyun thought he was resorting to old tricks. Zhongwen felt slighted. That soup is merely a minor skill. Today, I shall showcase my true talents. Seeing he was resolute, Lin Jiyun relented, planning to find an excuse later for him to withdraw. Thus, Zhongwen, brimming with inflated confidence, set out for supplies. Armed with the Ha-Ha cookbook, Great Qian edition, he easily identified substitutes for various ingredients from his past life. For instance, a type of sour fruit juice akin to vinegar, Sichuan pepper could be replaced by a herb called tianma, and a flower named daihongjiao, when steeped in water, yielded a sweet juice reminiscent of syrup. Stop practicing that worthless swordplay and come help me peel potatoes. Zhongwen scoffed at the killing techniques of the 10,000 gold tower. Lung Wushuang glared at him with her striking eyes, her round face adorably puffing up. Dressed in the orange coat Zhongwen had purchased, her demeanor softened, no longer resembling a cold-blooded assassin, her curves impressively pronounced. What are you staring at? Hurry up. I've spent too long shopping, and I need to prepare the ingredients. Today is my trial at the Floating Flower Palace. Trial? Long Wushuang asked, perplexed. Are you applying to be a physician? Zhongwen's medical skills had already earned him her respect. Not a physician, a cook, he replied, not looking up as he scaled fish. And a janitor, he added. Lang Wushuang, though unsure of what a janitor entailed, understood the meanings of cook and cleaner. Why are you still dawdling? Have you slept too much these past few days and dulled your mind? Zhongwen urged. You're the one who is dull, she retorted, rolling her eyes but picking up a knife to peel the potatoes. You, a man, are going to serve as a cook for a bunch of women at the Floating Flower Palace? Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed? What of it? Is being a man so precious? Zhongwen countered indifferently. At least in the eyes of most, men are deemed far more noble than women. Coming from a poor family, Long Wushuang was skilled at peeling potatoes. With your medical skills, you could thrive anywhere. Your status far exceeding that of the head of a small sect like the Floating Flower Palace. Remember, no one is inherently inferior. Zhongwen suddenly lifted his head, gazing earnestly at Lung Wushuang, declaring that nobility is not determined by one's lineage or gender, but rather by the essence within. As he spoke, he pointed at Lung Wushuang's ample left bosom. You rogue. Lung Wushuang's expression darkened. What are you suggesting? I was referring to the soul. Zhongwen, caught between laughter and tears, remarked on her impure thoughts. Humph. Lung Wushuang's cheeks flushed slightly as she turned her attention back to peeling potatoes, ignoring him thereafter. Is anyone truly born inferior to another? If that were the case, how wonderful it would be. Your hands are remarkably skilled. It would be a shame for you to become an assassin. Observing as Lang Wushuang deftly finished peeling the potatoes and expertly began to prepare leafy greens, Zhongwen could not help but compliment her. Though she remained silent, the corners of her mouth lifted ever so slightly. In the cave, the two sat across from one another, immersed in their culinary tasks, the stone chamber enveloped in a tranquil ambience, creating a warm atmosphere. Xiaolong, you have been an immense help today, Zhongwen said, stretching his arms wide after all the ingredients were prepared, smiling broadly. Do not call me Xiaolang. I am older than you. Then how about Shuang Shuang? You mustn't call me Shuang Shuang. Lang Wushuang's forehead twitched with barely restrained anger. Oh, come on. What's wrong with Shuang Shuang? It sounds adorable. Zhongwen began to protest, but seeing her on the verge of an outburst, he relented. Then I shall call you Wushuang instead. Feeling exasperated by Zhongwen's overly familiar tone, Lang Wushuang chose to disregard him. In the next moment, the large pile of ingredients on the stone table vanished without a trace. Lang Wushuang stared at Zhongwen in astonishment, unable to comprehend how he accomplished this. Especially considering her background and experiences made her unfamiliar with the concept of spatial rings, the most coveted treasures of the realm. By the way, I promise to repay you handsomely. I cannot go back on my word. Without further explanation, Zhongwen stepped in front of Lang Wushuang, winked, and extended his right hand. What happens next must remain a secret. He gently placed his hand atop her head, at the Baihui acupoint. The girl was taken aback but did not flinch, merely watching him intently. Divine enlightenment. Zhongwen activated his skill in his mind. In an instant, Lang Wushuang felt a surge of information flooding her brain, startling her so much that she nearly fled. When Zhongwen withdrew his hand, she discovered a new technique titled Tai Su Xian Yin Gong materializing in her mind. Can you even hold a conversation? Zhongwen lamented. Have you ever seen such a handsome ghost? Once she regained her composure, Lang Wushuang began to contemplate the technique in her mind. She understood that as an inconspicuous assassin, no matter Zhongwen's intentions, she would endeavor to fulfill her desire for vengeance. Somewhere along the way, Zhongwen's status in her heart had transformed into that of a significant figure. The trash techniques from the Wanjin building are more harmful than helpful. You should cease practicing them and switch to this, Zhongwen suggested, conjuring a small vial in his hand. This is a transformation elixir, which will expedite your cultivation. What grade is this technique? Lang Wushuang, having comprehended the essence of Tai Su Xian Yin Gong, found it profoundly enigmatic, clearly not an ordinary skill. Star Spirit grade. What does Star Spirit grade even mean? Lang Wushuang had never heard of it. Take a guess. What exquisite dishes. Watching the spread of beautifully prepared food that Zhongwen had tirelessly crafted, Lin Jiyun, Lu Qiqi, and Yin Ninger were all taken aback. The glossy, emerald water spinach, the steamed perch adorned with fiery red chili and verdant herbs, the golden fried potato cubes sprinkled with black sesame and scallions, exuding an irresistible aroma. The mapo tofu simmered slowly with a blend of tianma grass powder and other spices. The perfectly cut 3 yellow chicken glazed with fragrant oil, accompanied by a special sauce. And at the center of the table, a large bowl of jade white bone soup, garnished with aromatic scallions and oil droplets, creating a picturesque tableau that resembled a stunning painting, evoking a sense of tenderness and reluctance to dig in. Only the little girl, unbothered by the beauty of the feast, lay beside it drooling, ready to snatch the 3 yellow chicken if her master weren't present. Zhongwen, did you really make all this? Lin Jiyun felt her worldview shifting. Such exquisite and beautiful dishes truly crafted by a man's hands? Isn't it said that gentlemen should stay away from the kitchen? Wasn't I supposed to have amnesia? I've told you before, my culinary skills are unparalleled. In front of Lin Jiyun, Zhongwen's desire for recognition surged. Come, don't just stare. Taste the flavors while it's hot. Lin Jiyun nodded slightly, knowing that with Zhongwen's extraordinary abilities, the soup would undoubtedly be delicious. Instead of taking a spoon, she picked up her chopsticks and delicately lifted a piece of water spinach to her lips, covering her mouth with her left hand as she gently placed the vegetable in her mouth. How beautiful she is, even while eating. Zhongwen swallowed hard. The moment the water spinach touched her tongue, a tempest of flavors surged within Lin Jiyun. Is this still water spinach? Is there truly something that tastes even better than imperial cuisine? Maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor, she followed Zhongwen's recommendation and picked up a piece of 3 yellow chicken, dipping it in the special sauce before taking a bite. At that moment, the master of the Piaohua Palace found herself utterly captivated. Her hand moved almost involuntarily toward the other dishes. The fried potatoes' crispy exterior and tender interior, combined with the unique aroma of black sesame. And this local specialty jade white bone soup, how could it be so delicious? Pork could be made to be both tender and chewy. The refined lady, raised in a noble upbringing, could not contain a sound of delight. Her two beautiful disciples and the adorable little girl were similarly enchanted. Watching the rosy blush on the faces of the enchanting beauties before him, and hearing Lin Jiyun's sweet, melodic voice, Zhongwen felt a profound sense of accomplishment. The sage once said, "To win a woman's heart, one must first win her stomach." The sage does not deceive me. Sage, I never said that. Soon. The table was cleared of all dishes, not a scrap remaining. Lucici and Ninga sat in their chairs, digesting while occasionally stealing glances at Zhongwen. While the little girl, with her round belly, lay half asleep on the table, a blissful smile adorning her lips. Palace mistress, I wonder if my assessment has been deemed successful? Seeing the Piaohua Palace members satiated, Zhongwen leisurely inquired, "Zhongwen, do you truly wish to be a cook in the Piaohua Palace?" Lin Jiyun, her heart already in agreement, sought confirmation. After all, this directly affected Zhongwen's future reputation and prospects. The saying gentlemen should stay away from the kitchen is not to be taken lightly. Yet, if Zhongwen were to refuse, she could only imagine how heartbroken she would feel. "It would be my honor to work in the Piaohua Palace." Zhongwen smiled subtly. "I am willing to take on all of Wang Sa's responsibilities." "Very well," Lin Jiyun finally consented. "From now on, you shall be the head chef of the Piaohua Palace. However, you need not trouble yourself with laundry and cleaning. Chi-Chi, Ninger, and I will handle that ourselves." "Eh?" Zhongwen's smile abruptly froze. His grand plan of hand-washing the goddess Lin's intimate garments had met a swift demise. Chapter 16. Did you not say there were no men in the Piaohua Palace? Failed. A tremor laced Dan Ijin's voice. "I have failed in my duties. Please punish me, young master." Cheetah knelt, his forehead pressed to the ground. How could this be? Dan Ijin's right hand gripped the teacup tightly, veins protruding. "The palace mistress Lin Jiyun is a celestial will master. My 4 subordinates were no match," Cheetah reported truthfully. With a sharp crack, Dan Ijin crushed the teacup in his hand, tea spilling through the fissure and soaking his palm. He appeared utterly oblivious as he continued to inquire. What about the internal traitor? The discovery of such a betrayal left a heavy silence hanging in the air. After a prolonged pause, Dan Taijin finally spoke softly. "You need not blame yourself for this matter. You've worked hard. Please, go and rest." The subordinate felt a surge of trepidation. Cheetah's fear was not merely a display of humility. He was acutely aware of his master's temperament. It was far better to face reprimands than to incur Dan Taijin's wrath. For it was only when he was extremely enraged that he would speak in such a soft and sinister tone. Once Cheetah departed, Dan Taijin's countenance morphed into a mask of fury. He suddenly swept his arm, sending the teacups and utensils crashing to the ground in a cacophony of shattered porcelain. His teeth clenched tightly as his chest heaved violently, akin to a lion in a fit of rage. "The floating flower palace, indeed," Dan Taijin muttered, his lips stained with a trace of blood from biting down too hard. "You shall soon learn the dire consequences of opposing me, Dan Taijin." After painstakingly securing an alliance with the Shao family and engaging in numerous clandestine activities for Shao Wenjian over the past 2 years, he had anticipated the rewards of his allegiance, golden tier techniques that would elevate the Dan Tai family's status, placing them firmly above the other factions in Songyun City. Yet, unexpectedly, he stumbled before the humble floating flower palace. Being thwarted by a woman was an affront that the proud eldest son of the Dan Tai family could not accept. Nevertheless, the thought of confronting a formidable celestial wheel master residing on Qingfeng Mountain filled him with dread. Even with the might of the Dan Tai clan, they had but one ancestor at the celestial wheel level, a steadfast pillar for the family, who would never be easily swayed to act for a mere piece of land on Qingfeng Mountain. At this level of cultivation, practitioners were renowned figures, truly powerful yet exceedingly cautious. Moreover, the clan's ancestor held little affection for his eldest grandson, favoring instead the young prodigy barely over a decade old. Thus, Dan Taijin's collaboration with Shao Wenjian was entirely his own initiative, unbeknownst to the elder. How could he compel the floating flower palace to relinquish Qingfeng Mountain? Dan Taijin racked his brain, desperately seeking a solution. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him as he recalled a property of the floating flower palace within Songyun City, the Qingfeng Pavilion, in the grand capital of Deqian. Within the royal palace of the martial king, the third prince, Li Qing, sat serenely beneath the shade of a tree, a chessboard laid out before him. At the edge of the board stood a wooden tea table adorned with exquisite porcelain tea sets. A stunning maid stood beside him, gracefully fanning the prince with a beautifully crafted hand fan. Opposite him sat an elderly gentleman, clad in simple attire, with sun-kissed skin and a face etched with wrinkles. A visage that would easily blend into the fields as a weathered farmer. "Your Highness's chess skills have indeed improved remarkably," the elder mused, holding a white piece in hand. Pondering deeply before making a move. "Master Ning appears somewhat distracted. Perhaps he is troubled by something?" Li Qing remarked casually. "Ah. The Ancient Divine Literature Symposium occurs every 3 years, and those old fellows have once again burdened me with the task," Master Ning sighed, a look of discontent crossing his features. "I have heard that the Academy of Divine Studies has made little progress in the past decade. Just the thought of the expressions on the faces of the elders from Aichi Island, Seven Stars Pavilion, Lingshao Holy Land, and Si Duan Cliff ignites my ire. And I fear my heart condition may flare up again. That esteemed sage from your palace possesses truly noble character," Li Qing said sincerely. "Once, the Academy of Divine Studies excelled in ancient divine literature, yet it has now fallen to the ranks of the lesser holy lands. Had it been another sage, they might have long since abandoned their principles and resorted to human experimentation. Now the Academy is rife with factions, and many elders have begun to pressure the sage." Master Ning lamented. "Though the sage is formidable, he must also consider the unity and prosperity of the Holy Lands. One wonders if he will ultimately compromise. I wonder what Master Ning thinks of human experimentation?" Li Qing suddenly posed a question. "I have reached an age where such factional disputes no longer interest me. I merely wish to spend my remaining years peacefully within the Academy. However, my precious granddaughter detests the notion of human experimentation, forcing me to endure the turmoil alongside her." "It is truly exhausting," Master Ning replied, speaking of his granddaughter with a mix of annoyance and pride. "I have heard that your granddaughter is exceptionally gifted, surpassing her peers in the field of divine literature. I have long admired her talents," Li Qing remarked. "If it were not for your royal ties, I would have considered introducing the two of you." Hearing praise for his granddaughter filled Master Ning with pride, yet it also stirred his inner concerns. Her obsession with ancient divine literature had reached an almost fanatical level. At just over 20 years of age, she showed no interest in personal matters. Despite arranging several matchmaking encounters with promising suitors, they all fled in despair, utterly overwhelmed by her intellect. Li Qing, the martial prince, was not only well-versed in both martial and scholarly pursuits, but also possessed unique insights into divine literature, making him the most suitable candidate in Master Ning's eyes. Alas, the Holy Land's exalted position prevented them from interfering in worldly matters, and it was unwise to form close ties with royalty. Furthermore, Li Qing was already married, and Master Ning could not bear to see his beloved granddaughter relegated to the status of a secondary wife. "May I inquire when you shall set forth, Master?" Li Qing inquired earnestly. "I wish you success on your journey. Today, I have come to seek your counsel on certain matters of divine literature." "It would be unwise to place such burdens solely upon a young lady," Master Ning replied. "It is an honor," Li Qing said, casually scattering the pieces on the chessboard with a gentle nudge. "Please, Master." As the seemingly doomed chess game was disrupted by Li Qing's casual gesture, Master Ning regarded the prince with newfound appreciation. "Have we recorded the miscellaneous work Pharmacological Lineage of the Valley of Medicine?" "Yes." "Have we recorded the miscellaneous work Parenting Techniques?" "Yes." "Have we recorded the miscellaneous work Heavenly Secrets Discussions?" "Yes." "Have we recorded the miscellaneous work Puppet Crafting Manual?" "Yes." Since assuming the role of head chef, Zhongwen had the freedom to enter and exit the floating flower palace under the pretext of purchasing ingredients, granting him ample leisure time. Thus, in addition to his shopping, he made frequent visits to the Valley of Medicine, mentally cataloging over 1,000 miscellaneous works from the library into his memory. Upon recording 100 volumes of miscellaneous works, please draw for a reward. 1. Enlightenment, 1 scroll. 2. On the self-cultivation of actors. 3. Profound ice and fire divine skill. Draw. Congratulations. You have received the reward. On the self-cultivation of actors. Zhongwen grimaced at the result. Upon recording 500 volumes of miscellaneous works, please draw for a reward. 1. Soul capture technique. 2. Trendy fashion design guide. 3. Enlightenment, 1 scroll. Upon seeing the second option, Zhongwen felt a jolt of anxiety and silently chanted 3 times. Let the misfortune dissipate. Congratulations, you have received the reward. Soul capture technique. With a sigh of relief, Zhongwen wiped the sweat from his brow. The soul capture technique was a diamond-grade skill capable of manipulating others' minds. Although it was not the most ethical of skills, it was certainly preferable to studying fashion design. He had long grown numb to the peculiarities of his skill tree's evolution. Upon recording 1,000 volumes of miscellaneous works, please draw for a reward. 1. The Investiture of the Gods. 2. Enlightenment. 1 scroll. 3. The Return of 10,000 Swords. Congratulations, you have received the reward. Enlightenment. 1 scroll. Though he felt a tinge of regret for not obtaining the third seemingly impressive reward, Zhongwen was content, for enlightenment was a powerful skill. And it was not a total loss. Reflecting on the vast collection of works he had now committed to memory from the Valley of Medicine, Zhongwen was filled with a profound sense of nostalgia. Having exhausted the resources of his own mind, it was time for him to pilfer from others. This moment of enlightenment led him to choose the ethereal cloudwalker technique. With this diamond-level agility, even if Lung Wushuang's assassination attempt were to fail, he could gracefully retreat. He genuinely wished to assist this unfortunate girl in fulfilling her desires and embarking on a new chapter in her life. Exiting the Medicine King Valley, he made his way to the cave where Lung Wushuang was hiding. Upon entering the stone chamber, he found her seated cross-legged on the stone bed. Clad in a form-fitting black outfit that accentuated her voluptuous figure and slender waist, causing a slight flush to rise to Zhongwen's nose. Sensing an approach, the girl opened her eyes warily, but her guarded expression softened upon recognizing Zhongwen, her beautiful gaze reflecting joy and warmth. "How's your recovery?" Zhongwen inquired with a smile. "After practicing the technique you gave me, my recovery speed has significantly increased," Lang Wushuang responded, her tone imbued with excitement, as she felt she could fully heal within a few days. "So soon?" Zhongwen exclaimed in surprise. "Let me see." Without waiting for her response, he grasped her delicate wrist. Lung Wushuang seemed accustomed to Zhongwen's boldness, not shying away as he held her right hand, though a faint blush crept onto her porcelain cheeks. Indeed, Zhongwen marveled as he checked her pulse, astonished to find that what should have taken 2 months to heal had improved by 70 to 80% in merely 2 days. The wonders of the star-level technique were truly remarkable. "Can I seek revenge ahead of time?" Lang Wushuang suddenly asked. "What level have you reached with your practice?" Zhongwen detected urgency in her voice. "Earthwheel level 3. Already?" Zhongwen was taken aback once more. "Yes, I'm sorry. I used 3 spirit transformation pills," she admitted, lowering her head in guilt. Despite her eagerness for revenge, she felt uneasy about consuming Zhongwen's precious pills. However, Zhongwen's thoughts were quite the opposite. What a bargain! With just 3 pills, she had managed to reach Earthwheel level 3 in 2 days. Excluding Lung Wushuang's innate talent and the unparalleled speed of her cultivation with the Tai Su Xianyin technique, this was an extraordinary feat after waiting so many years. "What's a few more days?" Zhongwen gently reassured her. "I understand your impatience. How about I impart another agility technique to you? Spend the next couple of days practicing diligently." With that, he placed his hand atop Lang Wushuang's head. Having learned from previous encounters, she remained still and compliant. Moments later, a technique named Cloudwalker materialized in her mind. It felt surreal. As she experienced this sudden understanding, Zhongwen's presence became increasingly enigmatic in her eyes. After imparting the technique, Zhongwen's hand did not withdraw. Instead, he affectionately ruffled her hair, a habit cultivated from his interactions with the little girl. Such soft hair. He was reluctant to let go. Lung Wushuang was momentarily taken aback. This affectionate gesture, transcending time, race, and cultural boundaries, reminded her of the tender affection she had felt from her parents during her childhood. Tears welled up in her eyes as memories of their loving faces surfaced. Wiping her eyes, she feigned calmness and asked, "What level is this agility technique? What does diamond level entail?" Once again, she expressed her unfamiliarity. "Guess." Before departing, Zhongwen patiently advised, "I have plenty of pills, so do not hesitate to use them. Train steadily, do not rush." "Is this Chifeng Mountain?" As she walked along the mist-laden mountain path, Shangguan Mingwei felt as though she were on a leisurely excursion. Indeed, it was a mountain imbued with celestial beauty. Following closely behind this noble young lady was a woman of average height, adorned with a wide-brimmed hat draped in a semi-transparent black veil that concealed her features. She wore simple blue attire that, although loose, could not obscure her alluring figure. You are here to discuss business with the Floating Flower Palace," the woman remarked, her voice low yet resonant. "Why sneak out? Wouldn't it be better to bring more people? If danger arises, the burden of protecting you will be immense. And this is a tremendous opportunity. We cannot allow any spies from the caravan to overhear us, Shangguan Mingwei pouted. Besides, in a small place like this, who could possibly be our rival? To her surprise, the woman was actually Shangguan Mingyue's aunt, Shangguan Junyi, the younger sister of her father, Shangguan Tong. You are simply too stubborn. It seems your father was right. It is time to find you a husband, Shangguan Junyi sighed, shaking her head. This way, someone can keep an eye on you. Aunt, you know those men only covet my beauty and wealth. Shangguan Mingyue interlaced her arm with Shangguan Junyi's, her demeanor charming and radiant. Could you truly bear to see me wed to those greedy and superficial men? Observing her niece's exceptional beauty and intelligence, Shangguan Junyi sighed inwardly. No matter how outstanding you are still a woman. Regardless of your ambitions, you will eventually marry and become a man's subordinate, raising children and managing a household. The pursuit of power, wealth, and beauty is in every man's nature. The passionate man who would forsake everything for love exists only in stories, embodying women's idealistic dreams. Finding a man who does not care about the Shangguan family's wealth is no easy feat. Moreover, such a man, if he truly exists, is unlikely to be a hero or a figure of strength. Without sufficient power, wealth, and influence, how could he protect a beauty like Shangguan Mingyue in this ruthless world? I hope Ware does not follow in my footsteps, becoming a cold-hearted devotee solely focused on the path. We're almost there. Spotting the buildings atop the mountain, Shangguan Mingyue quickened her pace. Her long, fair legs moved gracefully, effortlessly ascending. Although the Shangguan family was known for commerce, they belonged to the elite of the Dacian Empire, allowing them to touch the core of imperial power. Young ladies like Shangguan Mingyue were naturally equipped with excellent techniques and cultivation methods. Where? Be cautious upon reaching the floating flower palace, and do not stray too far from me. Shangguan Junyi kept pace effortlessly with Shangguan Mingyue. Do not worry, Aunt. The floating flower palace is not our enemy, Shangguan Mingyue replied confidently. I have sent people to investigate. The floating flower palace operates a business in spiritual herbs at Qingfeng Pavilion in Songyun City, which has been harshly suppressed by the eldest son of the Dantai family, Dantai Jin, a mere lackey of the Shao family. If we clarify the stakes, the floating flower palace may very well become a potential ally. Better to be cautious than sorry. With your beauty, it is inevitable that some lecherous individuals may take notice. That is even less of a concern. It is said that the floating flower palace only accepts female disciples, and there are no men on the mountain at all, Shangguan Mingyue giggled. As her words fell, the gates of the floating flower palace came into view. Upon entering the courtyard, they were greeted by a young man sweeping the ground. Shangguan Junyi turned to Shangguan Mingyue. Did you not say there were no men in the floating flower palace? Shangguan Mingyue replied, Chapter 17, How I Wish to Take This Chef Home. Zhang Wen had been feeling somewhat depressed these days. He had hoped that by showcasing his extraordinary culinary skills and winning the hearts of the floating flower palace's inhabitants, he would experience the same adoration as protagonists in novels, attracting the affections of beautiful women. Indeed, Lin Jiyun had developed a fondness for his cooking, and her gaze now held a hint of admiration. However, as an old soul, he could easily discern that this fondness was not of romantic nature, but rather akin to the admiration one elder holds for a younger counterpart. I wish to be with you, yet you aspire to be my elder? I cannot endure this. Thus, when he observed Master Lin sweeping the floor, he gallantly stepped forward and seized the broom from the beauty's hands. I adore sweeping. It brings me joy, he declared with exuberance. Lin Jiyun, unable to resist his enthusiasm, cast him a peculiar glance as she departed, the nature of which was hard to articulate. The unspoken implication was perhaps that the boy, after his injury, had lost not only a fragment of his memory but also a touch of his intellect. How might I win her affection? Zhong Wen pondered while sweeping the fallen leaves. In truth, another reason for his broom theft was his deep-seated envy of the sweeping monk's profession, which, while seemingly inconspicuous, could unleash formidable power at critical moments. Effortlessly dispatching an adversary with a single blow, such grandeur was delightfully exhilarating to contemplate. Yet, to say nothing of enemies. With his current cultivation at the third tier of the human cycle, he could not easily defeat anyone in the Floating Blossom Palace. While conversing with Lin Xiaodai yesterday, he inadvertently discovered that this little girl, who clung to him for stories, was also at the third tier. In summary, whether in pursuit of a goddess or aspiring to become a sweeping monk, he had a long way to go. As he swept, contemplating the long road ahead, he could not help but pause, lifting his gaze to the sky, striking a pose reminiscent of one gazing at the moon on a summer day. At that moment, two women entered through the door. Observing the newcomers, Zhongwen found himself genuinely admiring the world around him. The woman in front, clad in a striking red dress and exuding an air of noble lineage, appeared to be around 20 years old, with a stunning visage that could rival even the goddess Lin Jiyun. What drew attention further was the glimpse of her smooth, long legs visible through the dress's diagonal cut, adorned with exquisite knee-high boots, sexy yet playful. Some could revel in those legs for an entire year, Zhongwen mused internally. Who might you be? With no one else around, Zhongwen took it upon himself to welcome the guests, his curiosity piqued. Who are you? Is this not the Floating Blossom Palace? How comes a man here? Almost simultaneously, the red-clad woman responded with a barrage of questions. Had it been a wealthy gentleman, Zhongwen would have tossed the broom at him and retorted, "What business is it of yours?" However, confronted with the striking beauty before him, Zhongwen maintained a gentle demeanor. "My dear lady, indeed the Floating Blossom Palace does not accept male disciples. I am Zhongwen, the chef and physician here." The title of physician was one he had self-appointed, unbeknownst to Master Lin. "Ah, so you are the physician," the red-clad woman said, her tone softening. "I kindly request that you inform Master Lin that Shangguan Mingwei of the Xingyu Trading Company has come to visit with pressing matters." Upon hearing the name of the trading company, Zhongwen was momentarily taken aback, then quickly connected the dots. Lu Qiqi had mentioned selling salt to the company, and he had anticipated their approach, confident that after experiencing the world's natural sustenance, no one could resist the allure of salt. The fact that Lu Qiqi had traded a mere half bag of salt for 50 spirit crystals served as the best testament. "Very well, please wait a moment." He certainly would not disclose that he was the one producing the salt. Instead, he hurried inside to relay the message. This was the first encounter between Lin Jiyun and Shangguan Mingyue, yet both were simultaneously struck by each other's unparalleled beauty. Such exquisite women exist in this world. They thought in unison. "Master Lin, this time Shangguan Mingyue has come uninvited due to urgent matters to discuss," Shangguan Mingyue stated, glancing towards Zhongwen, the sweeping monk, with a hint of significance placed on the words urgent matters. Zhongwen, comprehending her implication, discreetly exited the room and securely closed the door behind him. Sweeping brings me joy." He barely managed to suppress a chuckle at Shangguan Mingyue's slightly awkward expression. "Physician Zhong, I've heard you developed the Psy Immortal?" Having been in business for years, her demeanor was naturally not one to shy away. She quickly adjusted her tone and attitude. "It is but a trivial matter. I apologize for any amusement it may have caused Miss Shangguan." Lin Jiyun raised an eyebrow at Shangguan Mingyue's reference to him as Physician Zhong, but did not question it. "Physician Zhong, you are too humble. I was merely ignorant and may have offended you. I ask for your forgiveness," Shangguan Mingyue said, her expressive eyes earnestly meeting Zhongwen's. Her direct apology appeared graceful, evoking no irritation. "It is all good. One cannot fault the unknowing," Zhongwen replied, continuing his amiable pretense. After exchanging pleasantries, Shangguan Mingyue, seeing Zhongwen remain unyielding, promptly addressed the matter at hand. "Might I inquire if Physician Zhong's Psy Immortal is for sale? While I have sufficient for personal use, any surplus may be available for sale, though its production is rather limited, so I cannot guarantee a large quantity," Zhongwen responded. "Physician Zhong, I am referring to the recipe for Psy Immortal." Shangguan Mingyue pressed closer. "Our Xingyu Trading Company is willing to purchase your recipe for 1,000 spirit crystals." Zhongwen studied Shangguan Mingyue's exquisite face for a long moment. "She is a clever woman," he mentally assessed. In his past life as an entrepreneur, he had been a shrewd businessman, well aware of Shangguan Mingyue's astuteness. Was 1,000 spirit crystals a substantial sum? Indeed. Would it suffice to acquire the recipe? Clearly not, as half a bag of salt had fetched 50 spirit crystals. Thus, once the recipe was obtained and mass-produced, how many 50 spirit crystals could the Shangguan family amass? The figures were astounding. If Shangguan Mingyue's offer succeeded, her profits would be considerable, yet it also granted Zhongwen ample room for negotiation. Moreover, 1,000 spirit crystals was a hefty sum, ensuring that she did not come across as lacking sincerity, preserving a favorable impression of her as a merchant. Since entering the Floating Blossom Palace, aside from misjudging Zhongwen once, Shangguan Mingyue's every move had been impeccably timed, naturally leaving an excellent impression on Lin Jiyun. As for Zhongwen, he could hardly be accounted for. Any beauty would easily win his favor. "Physician Zhong, I genuinely wish to purchase this recipe and hope you will consider it earnestly." Shangguan Mingyue's voice, melodious and subtly alluring, resonated with sincerity. "Miss Shangguan, Zhongwen, Please take your time. I shall excuse myself. Lin Jiyun, feeling detached from the matter, decided to withdraw to avoid any awkwardness. Wait, Master Lin. Zhongwen quickly reached for Lin Jiyun's hand. What if negotiations collapse and they resort to conflict? I am woefully inept in combat. Lin Jiyun, Shangguan Mingwei, Shangguan Junyi. What nonsense is this? How could Miss Shangguan, of such stature, engage in such thievery? Though Lin Jiyun regarded Zhongwen as a younger peer, she had maintained her virtue over the years, and being suddenly grasped by a man felt quite unfamiliar. Subtly, her right arm slipped from Zhongwen's grasp. Nevertheless, she ultimately chose to remain. Better safe than sorry. Such a fine chef should not encounter real trouble. Apologies, Miss Shangguan. I tend to be rather cautious about my life, Zhongwen said cheerfully, pleased that Lin Jiyun stayed. A bit of caution is indeed prudent, Shangguan Mingwei replied. Her politeness tinged with a hint of forced cheerfulness. She realized that this young man was not only astute, but also possessed a certain audacity. Since Miss Shangguan is so understanding, I shall be candid. 1,000 spirit crystals is rather too low. Zhongwen abruptly ceased his smile, adopting a serious demeanor. Then what price do you deem appropriate, Physician Zhong? Shangguan Mingwei countered. Though Lin Jiyun possessed a heart of genuine simplicity, she was far from foolish and quickly discerned the intentions of Zhongwen. Naturally, as noon approached, if Miss Shangguan did not mind, it would be delightful to dine at the Floating Flower Palace. Any matters could be discussed post-lunch. Shangguan Mingwei, with her perceptive heart, instantly grasped that Zhongwen sought to allow her another taste of the divine delicacies, thereby swaying her emotions to enhance his negotiating leverage. While she marveled at Zhongwen's cunning, she did not refuse. Beyond her identity as a merchant, she was an unrepentant foodie, possessing an almost non-existent resistance to the allure of exquisite cuisine. I shall prepare lunch, Zhongwen said, departing the room with a cheerful demeanor, leaving 3 beautiful women to engage in idle chatter. Since Zhongwen had assumed the role of head chef, the tradition of separate dining at the Floating Flower Palace had been entirely dismantled. At mealtimes, everyone from the palace lord to the little girls would dutifully gather at the dining table, unwaveringly punctual. This was due to the chef's whimsical insistence on serving all dishes in the grand hall, adamantly refusing room service, completely disregarding his appearance reminiscent of a delivery boy. The ladies attempted to resist but ultimately succumbed to the chef's imposing presence. There was no choice. The flavors of his cooking were simply too delightful. As mealtimes approached, their stomachs would betray them with insistent growls, and saliva would involuntarily pool in their mouths. Upon entering the grand hall, Shangguan Mingyue's gaze was immediately drawn to the 3 disciples of the Floating Flower Palace, each radiating elegance and grace. With her nature inclined towards fostering good relations, she intended to approach and engage with them, but Zhongwen arrived with a platter of dishes just then. Upon seeing the food laid out on the table, Shangguan Mingyue found herself utterly captivated. How splendid! This was the first time she had used the word beautiful to describe a meal. To host her guests, Zhongwen had invested considerable effort, preparing 8 dishes and a soup, a harmonious blend of flavors and colors. Even before tasting, the visual and aromatic allure was overwhelming. Miss Shangguan, the conditions in this remote area are quite humble. I hope you and the others will make do with these simple fare, Lin Jiyun said politely, inviting everyone to begin their meal. Shangguan Junyi, appearing to be in her late 20s despite being over 30, though perhaps not as striking as Shangguan Mingwei, possessed a delicate and serene demeanor akin to a gentle older sister. However, there was a pallor to her complexion, hinting at a hidden melancholy. At first, Shangguan Mingwei maintained a semblance of decorum, but as she indulged in the delectable dishes, she succumbed to a blissful state of culinary delight, her chopsticks moving with such speed that they dazzled the eye. Thus, she fully relaxed, continuing to devour the meal voraciously. Even Shangguan Junyi, who typically ate sparingly, found herself unusually consuming an extra bowl of rice. After the meal, Zhongwen presented a pot of tea brewed with a unique technique, exuding a distinctive fragrance. Merely inhaling the aroma brought relief to Shangguan Mingwei's overly full stomach. Oh dear, how can we continue negotiations now, if we fail to reach an agreement? Will I never again enjoy such exquisite cuisine? At this moment, Shangguan Mingyue's thoughts were entirely consumed by Zhongwen's culinary skills, the matter of the divine recipe momentarily forgotten. Shangguan Junyi, observing her niece, understood well that despite her intelligence and grace, she was a true gourmand, utterly defenseless against authentic delicacies. Zhongwen's culinary prowess was such that even someone like herself, who had long suppressed desires, found it hard to resist. How much more so for Shangguan Mingwei? who had already been struck at her vulnerable point. As the negotiations progressed, Shangguan Junyi couldn't help but worry. Would this girl truly sell out the Shangguan family? Lin Palace Master, the Chi Feng Pavilion in Songyan City is an establishment of the Floating Flower Palace, is it not? Shangguan Mingwei deftly shifted the topic to Lin Jiyun. Yes. The Qing Feng Pavilion operates on a modest scale. I hadn't realized Miss Shangguan was aware of it, Lin Jiyun replied, a hint of concern crossing her features. For merchants, what could be more crucial than intelligence? Shangguan Mingwei smirked. Moreover, my little sister has just returned from Songyan City a few days ago. It seems your apothecary shop has encountered some troubles recently? Lin Jiyun, perplexed by Shangguan Mingyue's intentions, chose not to respond. The Divine Medicine Hall is an enterprise of the Dantai family, Shangguan Mingwei revealed, sharing a significant piece of information. The Dantai family? Lin Jiyun paused, puzzled. Why would they engage in such self-destructive behavior? I had not discovered the reason either. However, after visiting Qifeng Mountain and witnessing the spiritual energy here, I could surmise much. The land here is a natural paradise for cultivating medicinal herbs, Shangguan Mingwei explained. In recent years, Dantai Jin has gone to great lengths to curry favor with the Shao family, and their ally, the Silver Ring Merchant Association, has been acquiring medicinal fields everywhere. Aiming to monopolize the herbal market, Dantai Jin likely seeks to undermine the economic strength of the Floating Flower Palace to seize this land. Now it makes sense. Reflecting on the actions of Jin Yuanwei and Wang Sa, Lin Jiyun realized that Shangguan Mingwei had not erred. Their land was indeed being eyed by the Dantai family. Is this Dantai family truly formidable? Zhong Wen interjected suddenly. The Dantai family is reputed to be the foremost among the four great families of Songyan City. Their power should not be underestimated, Shangguan Mingwei patiently elaborated. However, the most formidable aspect is the Shao family behind Dantai Jin. Excluding the sacred grounds and the imperial family, the Shao family can be considered the preeminent lineage of the great Qian Empire. Lin Jiyun frowned, clearly taken aback by the magnitude of their rival's influence. As the third might of the great Qian Empire, the Shao family undoubtedly possessed experts at the Tianluan level, if not more formidable beings beyond that. She suddenly felt a wave of insecurity regarding her ability to safeguard the mountain inherited from her master. Miss Shangguan, it seems the Silver Ring Merchant Association and your Xingyu Trading Company are not on very friendly terms, are they? Zhang Wen pondered aloud. Being merchants, competition is inevitable. Shangguan Mingyue acknowledged without denial. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Does that not make us natural allies? Zhong Wen remarked with an intriguing smile. Indeed, we have recently been heavily suppressed by the Silver Ring, and considering our alliance, might I propose a price of 5,000 spiritual crystals for your divine recipe? Shangguan Mingyue's expression turned somewhat pitiful. Miss Shangguan, do you know what I initially intended? Zhang Wen suddenly ceased his jovial demeanor, his expression turning serious. I had only planned to have you as my sales agent, taking a 20% cut from each sale. Who would have thought you were quite adept in the ways of business as well? Shangguan Mingwei remarked, astonished. As a merchantess daughter, she understood that gradual accumulation was the true path to wealth, and she couldn't help but regard Zhong Wen with newfound respect. Nevertheless, the information you've provided is invaluable, and with our common adversary, we are somewhat akin to kin, Zhong Wen stated directly. I shall offer you 10,000 spiritual crystals. The recipe will be yours without any cuts from me, and I will even include a bonus. How about that? Zhong Wen added. I can cure the ailment afflicting your sister here. Shangguan Mingyue's countenance darkened instantly. Who exactly are you, and how do you know of my aunt's illness? Is she your aunt? So youthful. I had assumed you two were sisters, Zhong Wen quipped, casting a playful compliment toward Shangguan Junyi. Shangguan Mingyue's gaze grew increasingly frigid, exuding a pressure unique to cultivators. Observing this, Lin Jiyun felt compelled to release a hint of her own aura, fearing that Zhong Wen might meet a swift end at Shangguan Mingyue's hands. Do not act impudently, Shangguan Junyi, who had remained silent until now, waved her hand, dissipating the tension in the air as if it had vanished entirely. A master at the Tianluan level, Lin Jiyun thought in shock, realizing the opponent had effortlessly dismissed her aura, indicating their cultivation level was likely above her own. Dr. Zheng, are you aware of my ailment? The voice of Shangguan Junyi flowed gently like water. Sister, since you address me as Dr. Zheng, if I cannot discern such symptoms, would I not be unworthy of my title? Zhong Wen replied with an air of ease. I fear your cultivation has reached an impasse, has it not? Who would have thought Dr. Zheng's medical skills to be so remarkable? Shangguan Junyi responded candidly. In the past, to confront peril, I practiced a unique technique. Though immensely powerful, it remains incomplete, and I fear I shall never ascend to the celestial wheel again. My elder brother even sought the wisdom of the sages in the Academy of Enlightenment for a solution, yet to no avail. Thus, there is no need to trouble Dr. Zhang. For the first time, a look of surprise graced the serene countenance of Shangguan Junyi. Chapter 18. I am a master of gynecology, we must deliberate, Shangguan Mingyue urged, pulling Shangguan Junyi from the chamber. Zhongwan, the recipe for the divine immortal can certainly be marketed more profitably. Do not concern yourself with the affairs of the Clear Wind Pavilion. Lin Jiyun, who had been listening, was aware of the sacrifices Zhongwan had made for the floating Blossom Palace. I will find another way to repay the favor to the Xinyu merchant group. Sister Palace Master, my concessions are not solely for the floating Blossom Palace. Cultivating a good rapport with a top-tier merchant like the Shangguan family will undoubtedly yield benefits. Zhongwen remarked with a smile. Besides, what use is it for me to hoard such abundant spirit crystals? Unbeknownst to him, he had added sister after the title of Palace Master, subtly attempting to dissolve the hierarchical distance in Lin Jiyun's heart. Lin Jiyun recognized the inaccuracy of his words, but could not refute him, choosing instead to express her gratitude inwardly. By the way, can you truly practice medicine? Indeed. I am a master in the field of gynecology, Zhongwen declared, brimming with confidence. Were you not afflicted with amnesia? Lin Jiyun had long been holding this question. Sister Palace Master, I merely cannot recall my origins in the script of Deqian. Zhongwen had already devised a response. From a medical perspective, this is termed selective amnesia. I still remember many other things. Rest assured, Sister Palace Master, Zhongwen said nonchalantly. In this world, there are likely few who surpass my medical expertise. Observing Zhongwen's inflated demeanor and considering his age, Lin Jiyun felt a twinge of skepticism. Meanwhile, if one were to judge solely by age, would you have anticipated this Dr. Zheng possessing such extraordinary culinary skills? Shangguan Junyi gently countered. Shangguan Mingyue momentarily fell silent, but quickly regained her composure. And, think of it. His youth and remarkable culinary talent indicate he must have dedicated significant effort to mastering the culinary arts. How could he possibly find time to study medicine? You've always been so eloquent, Shangguan Junyi chuckled softly, and understands your concerns for me. However, since the sages of the sacred land have not been able to heal me, what harm is there in letting him try? I do not wish to live my life as an anomaly. An anomaly? Ant is a celestial being, Shangguan Mingyue retorted. It's merely a matter of remaining unmarried for a lifetime. What is so grand about that? I could also choose not to marry and stay by your side. That simply will not do. Your father would surely come after me with a vengeance if he found out. Shangguan Junyi added. Let that young doctor take a look at me. Even if he cannot cure me, I doubt it could worsen my condition. Then let him give it a try. If anything goes awry, I shall ensure he pays the price. If you do that, you shall never savor such exquisite flavors again. Shangguan Junyi teased with a glimmer in her eyes. Aunt, Dr. Zhong, this is the contract spirit pattern. Please confirm with your blood. Shangguan Mingyue produced a contract paper adorned with spirit patterns, skillfully inscribing several terms upon it. She then gently bit her jade finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the pattern. This was a mystical spirit pattern. Once the contracting parties dripped blood on it, the agreement was irrevocably sealed and could not be falsified. Zhongwen gazed at this spirit pattern, unknown in the tomes of the Apothecary Valley, and expressed his astonishment. While dripping his blood, he inquired, Miss Shangguan, since our transaction is complete, may I use these spirit crystals to procure some medicinal herbs and seeds from your esteemed merchant group? Additionally, I would appreciate it if you could arrange for some seawater to be delivered, as it is a primary ingredient for crafting the divine immortal. I will demonstrate the procedure to you in person. Certainly, Shangguan Mingyue replied without hesitation. I will send word immediately for the requested items and seawater to be delivered. With that, she retrieved a writing instrument, noted Zhongwen's procurement needs, then formed a circle with her thumb and index finger, bringing it to her lips and emitting a melodious whistle. Before long, a small gray bird appeared, landing on her shoulder. The bird had a wooden tube tied to its leg, hopping about animatedly. Is this the legendary carrier pigeon? This top-tier messenger can travel 6,000 miles in a day and will deliver your message to Tsangyan City in less than half an hour. The items you requested should arrive within 3 days, Shangguan Mingyue informed Zhongwen. Dr. Zhong, I entrust my aunt's health to you. For some reason, those words sounded slightly peculiar to Zhongwen, whose mind was racing with thoughts. Nevertheless, he assured her, rest assured. I shall ensure you have a healthy Shangguan sister once again. Suddenly, Shangguan Minghua pondered, Dr. Zhong, if seawater is necessary for producing the divine immortal, how did you manage to create it on the mountain previously? Zhongwen's heart skipped a beat, realizing her astuteness. In truth, the creation of the divine immortal requires brackish water. There are a few saline wells on the mountain. However, for mass production, seawater is preferable. Shangguan Minghua nodded, about to ask further when Zhongwen interjected, Miss Shangguan, you mentioned that sending a message to Tsungyun City takes about half an hour? Indeed. Everyone looked up to see a small black dot racing toward them through the sky. Shangguan Minghua remarked, this is our floating blossom palace's messenger. Sure enough, the approaching messenger bird landed on Lin Jiyun's shoulder. She extracted a note from the wooden tube tied to the bird's leg, unfolded it, and her expression shifted dramatically. I must go to Tsungyun City, Lin Jiyun stated gravely. Shangguan Minghua quickly grasped the implication. Palace Master Lin, has something happened at the Clear Wind Pavilion? Lin Jiyun nodded. Everyone at the Clear Wind Pavilion has been taken to the City Lord's mansion. What charges? Zhongwen inquired. They claim that a counterfeit medicine sold by the Clear Wind Pavilion caused fatalities. Lin Jiyun replied, her brow furrowed with concern. The medicinal materials sold at the Clear Wind Pavilion are sourced entirely from the medicinal fields surrounding Clear Wind Mountain, which I personally oversee. It is utterly impossible for them to be adulterated. It seems the Dantai family has intervened, Zhongwen deduced. Sister Palace Master, what are your intentions for heading to Tsungyun City? Naturally, I shall confront the city lord for an explanation, Lin Jiyun replied without hesitation. What manner of individual is the city lord of Tsungyun City? Zhongwen's gaze shifted to Shangguan Minghua. In contrast to the overly benevolent Lin Jiyun, he found himself more inclined to trust Shangguan Minghua's judgment. From my observations, the city lord Zhao Tianhao presents himself as affable, yet he is a cunning and treacherous individual. Shangguan Minghua reflected. He typically avoids offending others, but once he strikes, he leaves no opportunity for reprisal. In recent years, the Dantai family has grown increasingly formidable, and the relationship with the city lord's mansion is merely a fade of harmony. The recent capture of the Clear Wind Pavilion's personnel is likely under the pressure of the Shao family behind the Danai family. Zhongwen then inquired, Miss Shangguan, after deducting my purchases of medicinal herbs and seeds, how many spirit crystals remain from the 10,000? Shangguan Minghua calculated briefly before responding. Approximately 2,000 spirit crystals remain. Could I receive an advance on that? Shangguan Minghua seemed to understand Zhongwen's intentions and readily nodded, of course. She then removed an emerald ring from her left hand's middle finger and handed it to Zhongwen. With this ring, you may withdraw up to 5,000 spirit crystals at the Xingyu Merchant Group branch in Tsungyun City, interest-free. This is far too much. I cannot accept it, Lin Jiyun interjected, shaking her head repeatedly. Saving lives is of utmost importance, Zhongwen replied nonchalantly. Moreover, had it not been for the palace master's intervention earlier, I might have been overwhelmed by Miss Shangguan's imposing presence. The debt of saving a life cannot be repaid with merely 2,000 spirit crystals. As Shangguan Minghua listened to Zhongwen's nonsensical ramblings, she couldn't help but roll her eyes, exuding a captivating charm. Well, I suppose I shall borrow a bit more from you. After all, I'm not overly concerned about my debts, she remarked. Lin Jiyun, feeling anxious, ceased her refusals, pondering whether the city lord would indeed agree to release them. If Shangguan had spoken true, the relationship between the city lord's mansion and the Dantai family was strained. It was unlikely they would refuse 2,000 spirit crystals merely for the sake of the people in Qingfeng Pavilion. This sum was no trifling matter, and the position of city lord was often in need of funds. Zhongwen continued, moreover, if I am not mistaken, the Dantai family has instructed the city lord to lure you to Tsungyun City. As long as you personally demand their release, the city lord's task would be deemed complete. How do you infer that? Lin Jiyun asked, puzzled. Simply put, if you, the sole master of the heavenly wheel, are absent from Qifeng Mountain, they can take action against Piaohua Palace, Zhongwen explained. Lin Jiyun's expression shifted. What about the land deed I carry with me? That would be of no use. Little Dai and the others remain on the mountain. Those land will masters could easily capture your disciples and use them as leverage, Zhongwen continued. There are certainly people from the Dantai family monitoring Qifeng Mountain. The moment you depart, they will be alerted, should they discover you have taken all your disciples. The city lord's mansion would undoubtedly refuse to release you. Lin Jiyun's face grew troubled. Although she was a gifted practitioner, she was not adept at scheming previously. Such matters were always handled by her senior disciple, who had yet to return, leaving her feeling somewhat powerless. Master, have you perhaps forgotten our allies? Zhongwen smiled at Shangguan Mingwei. Shangguan Mingwei couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. Dr. Zhang, do you take me for a free ticket? I have yet to receive any benefits, and here you are asking for more money and resources. Sister Shangguan, since your ailment is caused by your cultivation method, once I heal you, you shall no longer be able to practice the original technique, correct? Zhongwen disregarded her inquiry and resumed chatting with Shangguan Junyi. Although the conversation was ostensibly a negotiation between Shangguan Mingyue and Zhongwen, both seemed more focused on each other as companions, showcasing the keen judgment of skilled negotiators. In his previous life, Zhongwen, who had navigated the turbulent waters of entrepreneurship, encountered Shangguan Mingyue, who had been raised in a merchant family, a true meeting of talents. A clash of intellects. Naturally, Shangguan Junyi nodded. I had no choice but to practice this method back then, if I am cured. Both the Shangguan family and my sect have no shortage of excellent techniques for me to recultivate. I assure you, I can heal you, Zhongwen said confidently, retrieving a small vial from his robe. Since you wish to recultivate, here are 10 Zhuang Yuan pills. How about a trade for one of your actions? What? Is that truly a Zhuang Yuan pill? Shangguan Mingyue's eyes widened in astonishment. How could you possibly possess such a precious elixir? I brewed them myself. I did mention that I am a physician, Zhongwen shrugged. What physician doesn't dabble in alchemy? Brewing them yourself? You must be jesting. Is there anyone in the entire Dacian Empire known for concocting Zhuang Yuan pills? Shangguan Mingyue retorted incredulously. Dr. Zhong, might I have the honor of observing the Zhuang Yuan pill you possess? Shangguan Junyi's tone was gentle, soothing, and utterly disarming. Zhongwen readily handed over the pill. Shangguan Junyi uncorked the vial, poured out a pill, and scrutinized it under the sunlight before bringing it closer to her nose for a sniff. Shangguan Mingyue leaned in as well, but, having never seen a Zhuang Yuan pill before, could not discern its authenticity. I once witnessed my master seeking a Zhuang Yuan pill from a master alchemist for a junior brother. This pill bears a strong resemblance and appears to be of better quality than the 3 my master procured back then. Yet, true efficacy can only be determined upon consumption. Shangguan Junyi remarked thoughtfully. Sister Shangguan, in a few days, once you have recovered, you may personally consume it to test its efficacy. Zhongwen spoke as if he were certain Shangguan Junyi was already healed. Very well, I accept, Shangguan Junyi said, gazing at Zhongwen for a moment before smiling. In the absence of the palace master, I shall do my utmost to protect Piaohua Palace. Since you say so, I have no objections, Shangguan Mingyue conceded. Dr. Zhang, I hope you are not deceiving us, otherwise. Before she could finish, Zhongwen interjected, if the pill proves ineffective, I shall submit to your judgment. Seeing him make such a promise, Shangguan Mingyue felt it unnecessary to say more. Submit to your judgment? Perhaps I should have you serve as my chef for all eternity? She couldn't help but indulge in fanciful thoughts. Lin Jiyun quickly gathered several disciples, briefly explaining the situation and giving them some instructions before hastily descending the mountain. I too must hurry down to Fufeng City to stock up on provisions before the enemy attacks. I ask for your understanding. My 2 companions, Zhongwen said, bowing to Shangguan Mingyue before hurriedly pursuing Lin Jiyun. Zhongwen, why are you following me? She queried, puzzled. I too must make a trip to Fufeng City. Firstly, to gather provisions before the enemy strikes, and secondly, to notify Miss Zheng not to ascend the mountain in the coming days, Zhongwen replied, breathless. I wonder if it would be convenient for you to take me along, just to the foot of the mountain. Very well, your consideration is commendable. Lin Jiyun nodded in approval. I shall escort you. With that, a sort of spiritual energy materialized before Lin Jiyun. She gently lifted Zhongwen by the arm, and he felt himself soaring into the air, weightless and helpless. Then, Lin Jiyun leapt, landing atop the spiritual sword, with a subtle wave of her hand. The sword surged forward, carrying them both swiftly onward. Goodness! Is this flying on a sword? Zhongwen marveled, his mind once again shattered by the wonders of this world's practitioners. The sensation of gliding through the clouds was entirely different from his own cloudwalker steps. Initially, the swiftly passing trees and the howling mountain winds made him anxious, but soon he adapted, feeling increasingly exhilarated, akin to riding a roller coaster. Though it was not an actual flying sword, the speed of the spiritual sword was astonishing. A journey that typically took Zhongwen a quarter of an hour was completed in merely 10 minutes. Palace Master, you may proceed without concern for me, Zhongwen said, preparing to bid Lin Jiyun farewell as they reached the mountain's base. Very well, take care of yourself, Lin Jiyan said without pressing further, quickly departing. When will I ever cultivate to the heavenly wheel realm? Zhong Wen mused enviously, watching Lin Jiyun's swiftly receding figure. Once she had distanced herself sufficiently, Zhong Wen's eyes glimmered with determination as he scanned his surroundings. Moments later, his gaze brightened, and he swiftly vanished into the nearby medicinal fields. As he had suspected, in a concealed yet strategically advantageous position deep within the fields, a burly man was bent over a large stone, writing fervently. Zhong Wen recognized him as one of the several strong men who had accompanied Jin Yuanwei up the mountain. The man, sensing an approach, lifted his head warily and saw a young lad standing before him, whose face seemed familiar. "What are you writing?" Zhong Wen inquired softly. The man was about to erupt in anger when his gaze met Zhong Wen's, whereupon he was struck by a mesmerizing light in the latter's eyes, rendering him momentarily blank and unconscious. "Is the young master you spoke of Dantai Jin?" Zhong Wen pressed on. "Indeed," the burly man responded robotically, as if compelled to answer. "What is your name?" "Wang San." "Are you the only one here?" "There are also Li Lai and Zhang Quan." "And where are they?" "Having fun in Fufeng City. We agreed to take turns keeping watch, and the other two went to rest in the city. Remember, wait half an hour after the palace master of Piaohua Palace leaves Qifeng Mountain before sending the message," Zhang Wen instructed. "Understood. I shall dispatch the messenger in half an hour," the burly man replied obediently. "Inform Dan Tai Jin that the two women who ascended the mountain today have already departed." "Very well. I shall inscribe this in my letter." "What has become of Jin Yuanwei and Widow Wang?" A sudden thought struck Zhang Wen. "Jin Feizhu and the widow failed to procure the land deed and have already been executed." "Who killed Widow Wang?" A sudden pain pierced Zhang Wen's heart. "The widow was played to death by Li Lai throughout the night," the brawny man replied truthfully. Zhang Wen's arm trembled uncontrollably, and veins throbbed on his forehead. After a prolonged moment, he finally steadied his emotions and coldly instructed the man, "When the Dantai family assaults Qingfeng Mountain, seize the opportunity to eliminate Li Lai." "Understood. I shall kill Li Lai. Remember, I was never here." "Indeed, you have never been here." The soul-capturing experiment was a resounding success. However, as he journeyed towards Fufeng City, Zhong Wen's countenance darkened, and his spirits were exceedingly low. Chapter 19. In the name of the moon, I shall annihilate you, young master. The scouts report that Lin Jiyun has departed from Qingfeng Mountain. Cheetah lowered his head, respectfully relaying the message. "Excellent. Time is of the essence. You shall immediately advance on Qifeng Mountain and seize Piaohua Palace, capturing as many within as possible." Dan Tai Jin's mood lightened slightly. "Additionally, send someone to inform Zhao Tian how to delay Lin Jiyun as much as he can." "Yes. Also, ensure to search Piaohua Palace for martial arts manuals. Lin Jiyun has recently advanced to the Tianluan realm at such a young age. I suspect she possesses a golden grade martial art," Dan Tai Jin added. "Understood." Cheetah acknowledged before departing. Dan Tai Jin lifted a teacup from the table, gently sipping, his eyes narrowing as a peculiar smile graced his lips. Those closest to him, like Cheetah, understood that when the young master displayed such an expression, misfortune was bound to befall someone. Zhong Wen, en route to Fufeng City, encountered a young girl in a green dress, her beauty striking and her demeanor spirited. It was none other than Zheng Yuding, the eldest daughter of the Jindao sect. "Miss Zheng, are you heading to Qingfeng Mountain?" Zhong Wen inquired knowingly. "Yes. Why are you descending the mountain at this hour? Are you bound for Fufeng City?" Zheng Yuding had come specifically to warn Zhong Wen. "I intended to inform you that you must not ascend the mountain in the coming days. There may be danger." "Is someone plotting against Piaohua Palace?" Her innate adventurous spirit ignited at the mention of danger. "In that case, I shall lend you my assistance." At the gates of Fufeng City, the two encountered several thugs from the Gile gang, tormenting a peasant girl. Zheng Yuding, seeing the injustice, rushed forward, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks that sent the thugs scattering in fear. "One day, I shall eradicate the beasts of the Gile gang," she declared. Her small fists raised defiantly after sending the peasant girl on her way. While there appeared to be no animosity on the surface, the city of Fufeng was small, and the two factions often clashed due to their differing ideologies, resulting in frequent skirmishes. "I've heard that two leaders of the Gile gang were ambushed, one dead and one injured. If we are to eliminate them, now would be the perfect opportunity," Zhong Wen remarked with a smile. "It is not so simple. If that were the case, our Jindao sect would have acted swiftly to uproot the Gile gang," Zheng Yuding countered. "That day will come soon," Zhong Wen thought to himself. "Are you not worried for your safety?" "I heard someone is planning to attack Piaohua Palace." Lin Wushuang expressed her concern. "Palace Master Lin, You put me in a difficult position. My duty as the city lord is to serve the people. Since there are complaints from citizens about Qingfeng Pavilion selling counterfeit medicine, although I do not believe Palace Master Lin's subordinates would commit such heinous acts, I cannot release anyone until the matter is resolved. Zhao Tianhao, the city lord of Cangyan City, replied amicably. City Lord Zhao, all the spiritual medicines from Qingfeng Pavilion are cultivated by farmers around Qingfeng Mountain. And I personally guarantee that there are no counterfeit products. Lin Jiyan furrowed her brow, fearing someone was attempting to create trouble to undermine Qingfeng Pavilion. Palace Master Lin. All matters require evidence. The individual indeed perished after consuming Qingfeng Pavilion's spiritual medicine. Drawing conclusions solely from your word may not convince the public. Zhao Tianhao maintained his stance, seemingly impervious to persuasion. Zhao Tianhao hesitated. 1,000 spirit crystals was no small sum, even for the city lord's manor. When Lin Jiyan produced a spirit crystal note, Zhao Tianhao's eyes gleamed with greed. Palace Master Lin, it is getting late. Why not rest at the city lord's manor for the night, and we can discuss the bail tomorrow? City lord, I am a city lord, and I cannot compromise my principles for petty gains. Zhao Tianhao feigned righteousness, though his greedy gaze betrayed his true intentions. My lord, how about this? We at Paohua Palace shall contribute an additional 500 spirit crystals to comfort the families of the deceased. Lin Jiyun bit her lip, stating firmly, in total, that amounts to 1,500. This is my final offer. I cannot provide more. The city lord is wise. I admire your integrity. Lin Jiyun bowed, harboring deep disdain for Zhao Tianhao. Shortly after handing over the spirit crystal note, Xiao Ernyang and the others were respectfully escorted out. Palace Master Lin. Xiao Ernyang sighed in relief upon seeing Lin Jiyun. I thought I would never see you again. So urgent? Xiao Ernyang was taken aback. I intended to check on the situation at Qifeng Pavilion. It turns out to be the Dantai family. Xiao Ernyang exclaimed in astonishment. Very well, let us depart immediately. Not long after Lin Jiyun and her companions left, Qi Wu, a subordinate of Dantai Jane, appeared in the city lord's manor. City lord. Lin Jiyun is on her way to Cangyan City. The young master has asked me to convey a message, requesting that you delay her arrival as much as possible. She must remain in Cangyan City until tomorrow. Qi Wu had arrived too late. Lin Jiyun had just left with the people from Qifeng Pavilion. Zhao Tianhao feigned surprise. What are we to do? What? Impossible. Qi Wu gasped. When we received word, she had only just ascended the mountain. How could she arrive so quickly? Moreover, the scouts did not report her entering the city. It seemed she had deliberately concealed her identity upon entering the city, a cunning move by the master of Paohua Palace. Zhao Tianhao's expression darkened with indignation. My lord, my young master has an agreement. How can we easily let the people of Qingfeng Pavilion go? Qi Wu's voice rose slightly. Qi Wu, Dantai Jin only instructed me to detain them and feign negligence, giving them the opportunity to send a message and lure Palace Master Lin to Cangyan City. Qi Wu was merely a subordinate of Dantai Jin, yet Zhao Tianhao remained courteous. Palace Master Lin has already arrived at the city lord's manor. I have fulfilled my duty without breaching our agreement. Qi Wu, lacking eloquence, was at a loss for words. I implore you, my lord, to issue an immediate order to seal the city gates, preventing Lin Jiyun and her companions from leaving. Lin Jiyun's business had already been undermined by the Dantai family, and even the 200 spirit crystals from Jin Yuanwei had been repaid with assistance. How could there be funds to support the city lord's manor? What a farce of a sect leader. They are merely a group of women amusing themselves. It was evident that you had deliberately let them go to irritate young Master Dantai. Qi Wu observed the conflicting expressions on Zhao Tianhao's face. Feeling a surge of anger but refraining from confrontation, he clasped his hands in respect and departed in indignation. A subordinate of Dantai Jin dares to disregard my authority as city lord. Watching Qi Wu stride away, Zhao Tianhao narrowed his eyes. Paohua Palace might serve as a means to strike at the Dantai family. And that Palace Master Lin, truly an exceptional beauty. I wonder if I can find a way to win her hand. A wife of the Tianluan realm, indeed, who would dare to offend me as city lord in the future. You seem entirely unfazed, Shangguan Mingyue observed, watching Zhongwen playfully engage with a little girl, unable to suppress her curiosity. What if even my aunt cannot handle this? Shangguan Mingyue mused, her eyes darting. Sister Shangguan is an even more formidable master of the heavenly wheel than the lord of the Lin Palace. If the Dantai family could dispatch such a personage, would it still be necessary to employ a strategy to lure the main sister away to Cangyan City? Zhongwen chuckled. You are truly unlikable, Shangwan Mingwei remarked, feeling somewhat bored as her attempts to undermine him proved futile. Miss Shangwan, it seems your opinion during dinner was quite different. Zhang Wen retorted with a playful jab. Shangwan Mingwei, confronted by this youth who was 2 years her junior, felt an inexplicable sense of helplessness. Considering your culinary skills, I shall let it slide. After a moment of silence, she could not help but add, why do you refer to my aunt as sister? Does that not imply that I am a generation lower than you? Zhong Wen replied, there is no remedy. Sister Shangwan appears so youthful and beautiful that I simply cannot bring myself to address her as an elder. It weighs heavily upon my conscience. Can you be any more shameless? Shangwan Mingwei shot back. Shangwan Junyi, unable to suppress her laughter, said, you err. Who would have thought there exists someone poorer than you in this world? Truly, one thing overcomes another. From now on, let us each mind our own business, without regard for generational hierarchy. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wen seized the opportunity. That sounds splendid. Sister Shangwan, every time I see you, I feel an extraordinary kinship, as if I have encountered an elder sister. Henceforth, you may simply call me Zhongwan. Very well. I shall accept you as my younger brother, Shangwan Junyi replied with a playful smile. Just as Shangwan Mingwei and Lu Qiqi were about to depart, Shangwan Junyi suddenly adopted a serious expression. They are coming. Zhongwen strained his ears, but heard nothing. How many are there? Shangwan Mingwei inquired. Approximately 26. No. 27 enemies, 7 of whom are Earthwheel practitioners, while the remaining 20 are human wheel. Shangwan Junyi provided an astonishingly accurate count, adding, one Earthwheel master has taken 6 human wheel practitioners to the back door. Is this the perceptive ability of a heavenly wheel master? Zhongwen marveled with great envy. Are they planning to encircle us? It appears they are determined to capture us all. The absence of heavenly wheel masters among the enemy gave Shangwan Mingwei a sense of relief. I will head to the back, Lu Qiqi declared, rising with determination as she grasped her longsword, eager to defend the library at the back door from being discovered. You cannot handle the Earthwheel master in the back. Zhang Wen pragmatically pointed out, I shall also go. Though I have just entered the Earthwheel stage, I can still delay them for a while. Shangwan Mingwei asserted as she stood, Aunt, once you deal with the ones in front, do come to assist us. Shangwan Junyi nodded with a smile. Barely had Shangwan Mingwei and Lu Qiqi departed when the doors of the Piaohua Palace were forcefully smashed open, and shadowy figures surged in under the cover of night, making it difficult to ascertain their number. The assailants, clad in black and masked, rushed straight towards the brightly lit room. The leading figure boldly pushed open the door, revealing Shangwan Junyi, Zhong Wen, Yin Ninger, and Lin Xiaodai within. Attack, commanded the Earthwheel master, showing no desire for pleasantries. Clearly, this individual was well aware of the timeless truth that villains perish from excessive chatter. Behind their leader, 4 figures launched an assault on the 4 within the room, all emanating the aura of Earthwheel practitioners. With a graceful wave of her jade hand, Shangwan Junyi sent the 4 assailants flying effortlessly, devoid of any resistance. There is actually a heavenly wheel master. The leading black-clad figure's pupils constricted in shock. Without pausing, Shangwan Junyi stepped forward, her right hand pointing into the air, conjuring a violent vortex of spiritual energy amidst the 4 black-clad attackers. The assailants felt an overwhelming force drawing them in, rendering their bodies powerless to resist as they were pulled toward the vortex. The leader infused his longsword with all his spiritual energy, striking it against the vortex in a desperate attempt to save his subordinates. With a thunderous roar, the vortex exploded, sending the black-clad leader staggering back several steps, while the chaotic spiritual energy surged forth, severely injuring the 2 closest attackers, leaving them bloodied and incapacitated on the ground. What a domineering technique, Zhang Wen thought to himself. Astonished, the 2 more distant black-clad figures, though injured, managed to escape the vortex's grip, retreating quickly in opposite directions to distance themselves from Shangwan Junyi. I will hold her off, the leader of the black-clad figures commanded swiftly. You all go capture the hostages. With that, he swung his longsword, the blade slicing through the air towards Shangwan Junyi, who was pursuing the other 2 attackers. Simultaneously, over a dozen human wheel practitioners standing in the courtyard launched their assault. Their objective was clear, to seize Yin Ninger or Lin Xiaodai as hostages, thus gaining leverage in negotiations with the heavenly wheel master before them. However, unexpectedly, one of the previously injured black-clad figures suddenly lunged forward, using his own body to shield Shangwan Junyi's palm. As the cyclone struck him, an unmatched force of spiritual energy rapidly swirled within, tearing his flesh apart and scattering it in all directions, spraying blood throughout the courtyard. A death warrior. Shangguanjuni frowned, realizing that this black-clad figure had sacrificed himself to impede her. Meanwhile, the human will practitioners had reached Yin Ninger and Lin Xiaodai, and as she prepared to intervene, the black-clad leader's fierce blade was already upon her. Yin Ninger, typically serene and beautiful, now displayed an anxious expression. Although she possessed the cultivation of the sixth layer of the human wheel, her days were spent immersed in the cultivation of spiritual herbs and alchemy, lacking enthusiasm for combat techniques. Now, faced with the assault of numerous human will practitioners while needing to protect the little girl behind her, she felt overwhelmed. Clenching her teeth, she summoned all her spiritual energy and struck out at the nearest black-clad attacker. The assailant's eyes flashed with malice. His combat experience was formidable, allowing him to easily evade Yin Ninger's clumsy attack. He countered with a swift grasp towards her ample chest, showing no mercy. Yin Ninger's heart sank. "Xiaodai, run!" she cried with all her might. "If only I had practiced diligently in the past," she lamented. "Scoundrel! To see such a beautiful lady and still strike with such cruelty." Suddenly, Zhang Wen's voice pierced the air. "I shall vanquish you in the name of the moon." In an unexpected twist, the black-clad assailant's vicious palm inexplicably struck himself. Chapter 20. Weeping too much will ruin one's beauty. Her childhood experiences made it difficult for Yin Ninger to form emotional attachments with those beyond the confines of Piahua Palace. Always enclosed in her own world, she appeared as an unreachable flower upon a distant peak. Yet, no matter how aloof her nature, she remained a 16-year-old girl at the height of her youth. In the face of a life-threatening crisis, the tranquil waters of her heart rippled for the second time in her life. Although the black-clad assailant did not intend to take her life in this world, women possess little in the way of rights. Once they fall into the hands of villains, even survival is akin to death, especially for a stunningly beautiful maiden like her. In that moment, her thoughts were not of her own fate, but rather of the safety of the little girl behind her. Her master and fellow disciples were the only ones she cherished in this world, the ones for whom she would willingly lay down her life to protect. Heaven, are you about to take everything from me once more? If only I had practiced harder, she reproached herself in agony, tears of crystal sliding slowly from the corners of her eyes. With her eyes wide open, the icy girl felt utterly fragile and helpless as the right palm of the man in black drew nearer. In the next moment, as despair engulfed Yin Ninger, she suddenly gasped in astonishment, watching as the black-clad man's hand abruptly changed direction, crashing heavily against his own chest. A cough of blood erupted from him, splattering onto his mask, and he staggered back 2 steps, trembling in pain, nearly collapsing to the ground. Just then, the cheerful visage of Zhong Wen appeared before her. The tumultuous emotions that had plummeted to the depths of despair now experienced an unforeseen twist, leaving her momentarily dazed as she gazed at Zhong Wen's kind and gentle face. "Be careful," she warned hastily, unable to adjust her emotions as she saw a dozen figures rushing towards Zhong Wen from behind. "Don't cry, girls should smile more," he said, extending his right hand to gently wipe away the tears from her cheeks, adopting the tone of a Hong Kong Taiwanese drama, adding that crying too much would not be becoming. Upon finishing his words, Zhang Wen spun around gracefully and without any visible effort, merely flicked his hand to manipulate the unfolding chaos. Among the 13 assailants, one black-clad man's fist unexpectedly smashed into another's nose, another's flying kick struck the backside of a man in front of him. The long sword of this front man inadvertently sliced into the shoulder of a nearby comrade. The wounded black-clad man retaliated with an elbow to the abdomen of the one behind him, and the headbutt from the man behind collided passionately with the head of the one in front. Ouch! Ah, what the hell? All 13 of them fell simultaneously, wailing as they collapsed onto the ground. Yin Ninger stared in disbelief at the absurd scene unfolding before her, her mouth agape, while the little girl behind her laughed uncontrollably. The originally tragic scene had transformed into one of sheer hilarity, in stark contrast to the absurdity in the courtyard. Another battle raged with ferocity as another Earth-level master fought desperately, only to be shattered by Shangguanjuni's palm, blood and flesh splattering in all directions. A hint of anger flickered across Shangguanjuni's beautiful face, should the disciples of the Floating Flower Palace be captured before her. It would be a matter of disgrace for this Earth-level master, even if it could not be used to threaten her. After dispatching 2 black-clad men, she intended to assist Yin Ninger, but was taken aback by the sight of the 13 black-clad men turning on one another, all collapsing to the ground. The absurdity of the scene made Shangguanjuni chuckle involuntarily, covering her mouth as her beautiful eyes appraised Zhong Wen, exclaiming in admiration, "Brother Zhong Wen, your skills are indeed a continuous source of surprises." Just average. Third in the world, Zhang Wen humbly replied. Shangguan Junyi smiled at his playful banter. With the situation in hand, she turned her gaze to the black-clad leader standing in the courtyard, her eyes instantly freezing. Do you wish to struggle further? Under her penetrating gaze, the black-clad leader felt an icy chill envelop him, as if he had fallen into a frozen abyss. You are not from the floating flower palace. Why do you meddle in this turmoil? He stammered. Shangguan Junyi replied coldly. Do I need to explain my actions to you? That is true, the leader conceded, abruptly tearing away the black cloth covering his face, revealing a pale, square-faced man. It turned out to be Qida, one of Dan Tai Jin's most trusted subordinates, who had accompanied the golden merchant to the mountain. I am Qida of the Dan Tai family, willing to pledge my allegiance to you, my lord, and sever ties with the Dan Tai family. I hope you will take me in. With that, Qida knelt before Shangguan Junyi. Shangguan Junyi was taken aback. From the actions of those two earlier, you must all be trained assassins of the Dan Tai family. How could you easily betray them as their leader? Assassins are still human. If there is a chance to survive, no one wishes to die, Qida replied with a bitter smile. If I had betrayed Dan Tai Jin before, he would have surely sent someone to hunt me down to the ends of the earth. And now you are no longer afraid? Shangguan Junyi asked, a smile playing on her lips. A mere Dan Tai family? If I had such thoughts, I could easily wipe them out without your assistance, she scoffed. However, seeing that you have cultivated to this level, I can grant you an opportunity. Please enlighten me. My lord, kill all 14 of your subordinates in this courtyard, the 7 in the back courtyard, and the 1 outside. If you can accomplish this, I may consider sparing your life, Shangguan Junyi stated nonchalantly. Outside the courtyard? Qida paused, realizing he had not left any backup outside. Very well. I shall obey your command. He did not linger, bowing deeply before standing up, gripping his long knife, and slowly advancing towards the 14 subordinates in the courtyard. Qida, how dare you betray us? The young master will never spare you. One of the fallen black-clad men shouted fiercely. Shangguan Junyi remained motionless, quietly observing. Confronted with the absolute strength of the Earth-level master, she had no concerns that Qida would attempt any tricks, without other Earth-level masters to restrain her. She was confident she could obliterate this black-clad leader in an instant. Qida, having sustained injuries in the earlier conflict, walked slowly with a slight hunch, his pace uneven. As he passed by Shangguan Junyi, he nodded slightly in respect, clearly adapting well to his change in status. At the moment Qida raised his head, Zhang Wen's keen eyes caught a glimpse of a sinister smile on his face, and a black spherical object the size of an orange had inexplicably appeared in his hand. Sister Shangguan, be careful, Zhang Wen warned loudly, sensing the impending danger. Yet, almost simultaneously, the black sphere in Qida's hand erupted with a blinding light, followed by a thunderous explosion that shook the very ground. A tremendous force surged forth from the sphere, a tidal wave of spiritual energy roaring and crashing outward, engulfing both the headless Qida and Shangguan Junyi in its blinding brilliance. Shangguan Mingyue felt a sense of disgrace, just as Lu Qiqi had anticipated. The adversaries indeed sought to infiltrate the library to steal techniques and spiritual skill manuals. Sister Lu, you hold off those 6 over there. I will handle this Earth-level master, Shangguan Mingyue declared, previously feigning humility but now brimming with confidence, intending to resolve the battle on her own. All are of the Earth-level realm. Even if I am merely at the first layer, my skills in golden grade techniques and spiritual skills are not to be trifled with. She clearly did not regard her opponent's techniques and skills as comparable to her own. However, upon engaging in combat, Shangguan Mingyue was left bewildered. Over there, Lu Qiqi was single-handedly facing 6 adversaries, wielding her long sword with agility, swiftly dispatching 2 foes with her radiant swordplay, firmly gaining the upper hand. Meanwhile, Shangguan Mingyue found herself utterly suppressed, nearly suffering injury on several occasions, her situation perilous. As the cherished daughter of the Shangguan family, often pampered by Shangguan Tong, she had seldom encountered life or death struggles. Others would typically hold back against her, fearful of inadvertently causing her harm and incurring the wrath of the Shangguan family. Over time, she had developed some unrealistic fantasies about her combat abilities. Moreover, her opponent was no ordinary foe but an assassin of the Dan Tai family, specifically Qi, a 6-layer Earth-level cultivator, second only to Qida among the young master's subordinates. Each assassin from a prominent family underwent brutally rigorous training, emerging as a killing machine from a hellish crucible. Even in battles of equal rank, assassins often prevailed due to their refined combat skills and fearless demeanor. Let alone a delicate lady like Shangguan Mingyue. Had Qi not aimed to capture her alive, Shangguan Mingyue would have long since become a beautiful corpse. With a sharp sound, Shangguan Mingyue barely dodged an attack, yet the edge of the palm wind swept past her, leaving her arm numb and barely able to lift it. So fragrant. Chi'er brought the torn fabric close to his nose, a frivolous expression appearing on his face. As a death warrior, Chi'er was certainly not one to be easily tempted. He had long recognized that Shangguan Mingyue was a novice in combat, possessing high-level spiritual techniques, yet failing to wield them with the requisite power. Thus, he intentionally exhibited disrespectful behavior, seeking to provoke Shangguan Mingyue into revealing a flaw. Behold, you lecher! Shangguan Mingyue, indeed, became furious, raising her right hand with all her spiritual strength and striking fiercely towards him. Hooked. Chi'er had been waiting for this moment. He feigned defeat while secretly gathering energy in his right hand, planning to use the momentum of his retreat to deflect Shangguan Mingyue's palm strike with his left hand, then transforming his right hand into a blade to strike at her neck, intending to incapacitate her and capture her alive. Unexpectedly, the seemingly aggressive Shangguan Mingyue suddenly shifted her stance, redirecting her palm strike towards a human will cultivator who was entangled in combat with Lu Qiqi. Chi'er, confident in his manipulation of Shangguan Mingyue, was unaware that this young lady, though youthful, had navigated the treacherous waters of commerce for nearly a decade and possessed remarkable insight. After exchanging a few blows, she quickly realized she was outmatched. Seeing Chi'er's ruse, she decided to play along, feigning anger. The human will cultivator, already struggling against Lu Qiqi's dazzling swordsmanship, was caught off guard by the sudden attack from behind, suffering a devastating blow without any defense. Accompanied by a piercing scream. The man collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Retreat. Shangguan Mingyue hastily called out to Lu Qiqi. Lu Qiqi, quick to react, immediately sensed the dire situation on Shangguan Mingyue's side. With a flick of her wrist, she conjured 3 sword shadows that swiftly struck at the 3 opponents. The 4 human will cultivators, already at a disadvantage against Lu Qiqi, were thrown into disarray, especially after one of their own was taken down by Shangguan Mingyue's ambush. Seizing this opportunity, the 2 women made their escape, swiftly disappearing behind the crescent-shaped archway of a corridor. Chase. Chi'er squinted at the direction in which Shangguan Mingyue and Lu Qiqi fled, his eyes revealing a chilling intensity. Relying on her familiarity with the terrain, Lu Qiqi led Shangguan Mingyue through the winding paths of the floating flower palace. Although Chi'er was faster, he struggled to catch up. Just as they were about to reach the front courtyard where Shangguan Junyi was, the 2 women felt a sense of relief, believing they had evaded danger. Boom. At that moment, a tremendous explosion erupted from the front courtyard, reverberating painfully in their ears. And Shangguan Mingyue's expression changed, and she dashed down the path leading to the courtyard. Has Lord Qi already taken his men up? Zhang Quan ignored him and instead asked Wang San. Wang San nodded. They have been up there for quite a while. If nothing unexpected happens, those young ladies are likely captured by now. Speaking of which, the 2 female disciples of the floating flower palace were indeed exceptionally beautiful. Just recalling Lu Qiqi and Yi Ninger, Li Lai couldn't help but swallow hard. If he could sleep with such women, it would be worth it even if he died. Wake up. Those 2 female disciples are impossible for you to touch, unless you are willing to bear the wrath of a heavenly wheel master. Zhang Quan frowned. And your lecherous tendencies need to change. Otherwise, one day you'll regret it. Enough. Do you really think you're the boss here? Always nagging? Li Lai replied impatiently, don't think I don't know. It's just that the boss rewarded that widow to me that day, and you're uncomfortable about it, aren't you? Nonsense. Zhang Quan shouted angrily. I'm worried that you're wasting time fooling around in Sui Garden and neglecting serious matters. All right. Both of you should say less. Wang Sen intervened to mediate. Old Zhang, you know how old Li is. It's not easy for him to change. And old Li, you've received benefits, so stop bringing it up. Seeing Wang San stepping in, Zhang Quan said no more, merely shaking his head with a sigh. As they spoke, Li Lai unconsciously drooled. Zhang Quan turned away, ignoring him, but felt a twinge of envy. Li Lai was lazy by nature. After talking dryly for a while, noticing the other 2 were not in high spirits, he found it tedious and decided to find a spot to lie down and rest. Just as he turned around, a sharp pain shot through his chest. Looking down, he saw a blade piercing through from behind, impaling him completely. Turning back, he saw Wang San holding the long knife. With a vacant expression, Wang San withdrew the long knife from Li Lai's body, repositioned it, and plunged it back in. Why? Li Lai's chest erupted with blood. His face filled with shock and confusion as he slowly collapsed. At that furious shout, Wang San's dazed expression gradually cleared. What have I done? Staring at the knife in his hand and at Li Lai, who lay in a pool of blood, Wang San trembled all over, lost and bewildered. Li Lai merely bragged a bit. And you went so far as to kill him. Zhang Quan furiously pointed at Wang San. I will report this to Lord Qi. Be prepared to face severe punishment. I. Wang San stammered, utterly panicked. What do you mean I? Do you think you have a reason? Zhang Quan's voice grew louder. Awakening to reality, Wang San felt on the verge of a mental breakdown. As he watched Zhang Quan's spittle flying in a fervent rage, he felt a wave of disorientation, struggling to focus as Zhang Quan's voice faded in and out, becoming increasingly ethereal until it was entirely inaudible. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Kill Zhang Quan. If you kill him, no one will know. Kill him. Kill him. Under some inexplicable compulsion, he once again raised the bloodied long knife. Chapter 21. The First Blessing from Heaven. Hearing the explosion, Shangguan Mingwei felt anxious and hurriedly made her way to the courtyard. Before her stood Shangguan Junyi, pale as death, with blood at the corners of her mouth. Due to her physical condition, Shangguan Junyi's complexion was already somewhat pale. However, at this moment, her face was ashen, her eyes unfocused, her hair disheveled. And the blood on her lips combined with her delicate features gave her an otherworldly, haunting beauty. Aunt, are you all right? Shangguan Mingwei exclaimed in shock. You are my illness. Shangguan Junyi began, only to cough up a mouthful of blood. Is it acting up? Shangguan Mingyue's expression changed as she hurriedly asked. Are there any pills prepared by the master? Yes, they are in my bosom. Please retrieve one for me. Shangguan Junyi's voice was faint, her arms trembling so much that she could not lift them. At that moment, Chi'er and his 3 subordinates also appeared in the courtyard. The scene of devastation in the courtyard far exceeded his expectations. All the death warriors at the earth wheel level had vanished, and the remaining 10 or so human wheel level subordinates lay scattered on the ground, some injured, some incapacitated. He cast his gaze upon Shangguan Junyi, who stood in the center of the courtyard, her posture somewhat disheveled. She survived the spiritual thunder? As a death warrior, Chi'er was not supposed to exhibit overly intense emotions, yet he could not help but feel a surge of turmoil within. To be cautious, the young master of the Dantai family had bestowed a spiritual thunder as a trump card to Lord Qi. Such weapons were extremely precious and formidable. Once unleashed, they were not something Earthwell cultivators could withstand. To endure a strike from spiritual thunder and remain unscathed. Shangguan Junyi's threat level in Chi'er's mind instantly escalated to the highest tier. She must be a heavenly wheel master, Chi'er thought in despair. Immediately afterward, he saw Shangguan Junyi tremble and spit out a mouthful of blood. Shangguan Mingwei, her face filled with worry, reached into her bosom, retrieving a small vial, from which she poured a pill and brought it to Shangguan Junyi's lips. She is gravely injured. This was his first thought. I must not let her recover. This was his second thought. This was the only opportunity. Chi'er instantly made a judgment and acted decisively. His fist, enveloped in an earth-shattering momentum, cracked the air with a series of explosive sounds as it struck fiercely towards Shangguan Junyi, who stood in the courtyard like a delicate willow, seemingly on the verge of toppling with the slightest breeze. How dare you? Shangguan Mingyue shouted angrily, striking out with her palm. As their fists met, Shangguan Mingwei felt an overwhelming force emanating from his palm, shaking her to the core, sending her hurtling backward until she crashed violently against the courtyard wall. A metallic taste flooding her mouth as she involuntarily coughed up blood. This was the true strength of Chi'er, a formidable warrior second only to Qi under Dan Haiji. Chi'er, having landed a successful blow, did not pause for a moment. His second punch followed immediately, aimed straight at Shangguan Junyi's heart. He knew that if he could kill her before she regained her composure, no one else present would be his opponent. Allowing him to calmly deliver that line, I am not targeting anyone. I merely wish to say, all of you here are. Shangguan Junyi's internal energy surged uncontrollably. Her body racked with excruciating pain akin to her meridians being torn apart, struggling to maintain her footing. She could only watch helplessly as her niece was injured by Chi'er. She attempted to intervene, but found herself utterly powerless. At her level of cultivation, a mere spiritual lightning bolt should not inflict significant harm. Yet, to her surprise, the backlash from the incomplete domineering technique she practiced occurred at the most inopportune moment, triggered by the explosion of the spiritual lightning. To think I would meet my end here. As Chi'er's massive fist drew closer, she bitterly smiled, a whirlwind of thoughts racing through her mind. A monster like me, dead is dead, but I must not allow it where. She attempted to detonate her energy, hoping for mutual destruction with Chi-Er, yet the energy within her behaved as though it were not her own, swirling chaotically and tearing through her body without her control. Sister Shangwan, I apologize. The voice of Zhong when suddenly reached her ears. In an instant, her body felt weightless, lifted effortlessly into the arms of Zhongwan. Looking up, she found herself cradled in his embrace. Gazing at his handsome face and solid chest, a flutter of emotion stirred within her. Zhongwan tightened his hold on Shangwan Junyi, executing the cloud-soaring steps as he sprinted towards the courtyard exit without hesitation. Chi-Er, unwilling to relent, pursued him with determined strides. The speed of a sixth-tier earth wheel expert was incomparable to that of a mere human-level cultivator. In just a few strides, Chi-Er caught up to Zhongwan, reaching out to grasp him. However, Zhongwan unexpectedly sidestepped, evading Chi-Er's well-aimed claw. Interesting, Chi-Er noted, recognizing Zhongwan's exceptional agility and took the chase more seriously. Soon, he closed the distance again. Zhongwan, with a light touch of his toes, danced away like a butterfly, narrowly escaping Chi-Er's assault once more. How is this possible? Chi-Er's eyes flared with rage. Being toyed with by such a young opponent ignited a fire within his heart. Die! In his fury, his fist erupted with formidable power. Yet, to his astonishment, Zhongwan turned to face him with a slight smile, gracefully retreating and effortlessly dodging Chi-Er's furious strike, utilizing the momentum to carry Shangwan Junyi beyond the courtyard gates. Don't go outside. Shangwan Junyi's face turned pale, her speech strained. There is still one on the tree. She coughed, her body racked with discomfort. As she struggled to speak, Zhongwan, unable to wait for her response, dashed forward. Knowing that Chi-Er was right behind him, Zhongwan swiftly dispatched the 3 human-level cultivators, and Shangwan Mingwei and Lu Qiqi rushed out of the courtyard. But they were too far behind to offer any assistance. Zhongwan, gliding through the air with the grace of a celestial being, found it effortless to evade attacks while carrying someone. However, he knew this evasive tactic could not last forever, and anxiety began to gnaw at him. Unbeknownst to him, Chi-Er was equally astonished. Despite the boy's apparent human-level cultivation, his movements were as unpredictable as a gazelle, defying all logic. If the delay allowed the heavenly-level expert in his arms to recover, his own fate would be sealed, filling him with urgency. Just as Zhongwan narrowly avoided another deadly swipe from Chi-Er, he heard a faint sound behind him. Not good. He realized he had run in the wrong direction. The other enemy Shangwan Junyi had mentioned was hidden in the tree behind him. Turning back, a streak of sword light shot towards him. Swift and fierce as a bolt of lightning, a celestial rainbow cutting through the heavens. This strike could dim the heavens and move the gods. The sword light grazed his shoulder, a chilling aura emanating from the air. Recognizing the lethal sword, Zhongwan exhaled in relief, knowing the target was not him. The sword energy, imbued with extraordinary sharpness, surged directly towards Chi-Er, who was caught off guard. The timing of the swordsman's attack was impeccable, striking just as Chi-Er had exhausted his strength and was unprepared. Chi-Er watched helplessly as the sword light pierced through his chest. A penetrating chill instantly spread from his heart to his limbs, rapidly ascending to his brain. Chi-Er opened his mouth to speak, but only a wisp of white mist emerged, rendering him speechless. His body stood rigid as if carved from ice, the light in his eyes dimming until he became utterly still. The swordsman, clad in black attire and a masked face, delivered the lethal blow and, without pausing, nodded slightly to Zhongwan before vanishing into the shadows of the forest, disappearing from sight under the cover of night. With the crisis averted, Zhongwan finally relaxed, fatigue washing over him as he sank to the ground. Looking down at Shangwan Junyi, he noticed her breathing was rapid and her demeanor waning, slipping into a semi-conscious state. "Aunt, are you all right?" Shangwan Mingyue's eyes glistened with tears. "Zhongwan, are you all right?" came the voice of Lu Qiqi. Having spent time together, he felt comfortable calling her by name. Lu Qiqi paused, then nodded, turning back towards the courtyard with her sword drawn. "Dr. Zhong, can you check on my aunt?" Shangwan Mingyue gazed at Zhongwan with pleading eyes, her beauty revealing a vulnerable side for the first time, making it hard to refuse her request. "Don't worry. I am here," Zhongwan assured her confidently, promising not to let anything happen to Shangwan Junyi. With that, he gently placed his right hand on her pale wrist. Seeing his composed expression, which seemed genuine, hope flickered in Shangwan Mingyue's heart. As he assessed Shangwan Junyi's injuries, Zhongwan furrowed his brow. The chaotic spiritual energy within her was swirling uncontrollably, forming whirlpools that recklessly celebrated, tearing her body apart as the injuries intensified. Her life force was rapidly diminishing, and her breath grew weaker. If left unattended, this heavenly-level expert would soon perish. Unconsciously, Shangwan Junyi parted her lips slightly, and Zhongwen took the opportunity to place a healing pill in her mouth. However, this meager vitality was quickly devoured by the violent whirlpool of spiritual energy, vanishing without a trace. The calm expression on Shangwan Junyi's face lasted but a moment before pain returned. Zhongwen administered another pill and pressed his index finger to seal her acupoints, attempting to sever the connection between her internal energy with the pure yang energy of his technique. Zhang Wegan was about to breathe a sigh of relief when he suddenly heard Shangwan Junyi exclaim in distress, her complexion changing dramatically as her body convulsed violently, seemingly in tenfold greater agony than before. Upon checking her pulse again, he realized that the vital energy he had left within her had been violently shattered by a raging vortex of spiritual power, vanishing without a trace. The vortex, belonging to the heavenly wheel realm, appeared to be provoked, thrashing about wildly and wreaking havoc on Shangwan Junyi's meridians. The disparity in strength between the human wheel and heavenly wheel was truly astronomical. With his brow furrowed, Zhang Wegan pondered over possible remedies. Dr. Zhang. Shangwan Mingwei clutched her aunt's twitching hand tightly, her face etched with anxiety and helplessness. Due to the absence of the millennium-old Shou herb, his task had been temporarily abandoned. However, in this life-threatening moment, he could no longer afford to be frugal and resolved to use the few ancient Shou plants that had been cultivated in the Medicine King Valley's terraced fields for countless years, nearly resembling human forms. The summer breeze, cool as night fell, brushed against him pleasantly, yet Zhong Wengan had no leisure to appreciate it. In the darkness, his figure sped through the forest like a white shadow, stirring up gusts of wind that sent fallen leaves scattering across the ground. He exerted every ounce of strength, heedless of whether he might attract the attention of the wild beasts that lurked in the mountains, although it was their first meeting. Despite the affectionate titles of brother and sister, their bond was rather shallow, merely a fleeting encounter. He bore no regrets for his eccentric death in his past life, nor did he lament the hardships he encountered. He chose not to dwell on whether the future would be smooth or fraught with obstacles. As long as he cherished life, everything fell within the realm of expectation. In mere moments, he found himself amidst the vast and boundless spiritual herb-terraced fields of the Medicine King Valley. The rich spiritual energy coalesced into mist above the herb fields, with vast expanses of terraced land appearing and disappearing through the spiritual haze. As he stood on the earth, inhaling the fresh air brimming with spiritual essence, Zhong Wengan felt a clarity of mind wash over him, calming his previously restless spirit. Following the stone wall entrance to the right, he ascended to the peak of the second terrace, where, at the center of a barren patch of land, lay an enormous Shou measuring approximately 4 meters in length. Its slender body branched off on both sides and at the base, resembling a gaunt, elongated figure, with limbs stretching outward as if breaking through the earth and soaring into the sky, exuding an exuberant vitality from above to below. Zhong Wengan rifled through his knowledge of herbal medicine and had yet to encounter a Shou of such magnitude. Estimating its age, he surmised it was certainly over 10,000 years old. If utilized in refining a cultivation-enhancing elixir, it could potentially yield a sage. Carefully excavating this colossal Shou, Zhong Wengan retrieved his tools from his storage ring and began processing the herb. Precious spiritual medicines, such as 3,000-year-old red fruits, 13-leafed spiritual grass, and millennium-old merging spirit grass, were cast into the alchemical furnace as if they were worthless. The alchemical flames and purifying fire spiraled continuously under his adept hands. In that moment, Zhong Wengan's focus was unwavering, reaching a peak of concentration as countless advanced alchemical techniques flashed through his mind, his hands swiftly transitioning between positions, gradually assimilating the insights of renowned alchemists from the Medicine King Valley into his own knowledge. Unbeknownst to him, his alchemical skills underwent a qualitative transformation. Suddenly, a powerful vortex of spiritual energy formed above the furnace, spinning rapidly and drawing in the surrounding rich spiritual power, transforming into a rolling mist. Within the mist, flashes of lightning could be seen, accompanied by thunderous roars that resembled the might of a dragon. Zhong Wengan's gaze remained fixated on the embryo elixir within the furnace, his hands deftly maneuvering without a hint of awareness of the extraordinary phenomena above him. Seal. As he executed the final gesture, the anomaly in the sky dispersed into mist, mingling with the swirling spiritual energy and rushing into the furnace in a frenzy. The instant the spiritual energy entered the furnace, Zhang Wegan swiftly placed the lid atop, feeling a violent tremor within the furnace, which gradually subsided. Upon lifting the lid, an unprecedented and fragrant aroma wafted forth, and with a single inhalation, Zhang Wegan felt an overwhelming heat surge through him, his body brimming with boundless energy, compelling him to shout and release his exuberance. In that moment, he realized that his cultivation had silently broken through to the fourth layer of the human wheel. Upon closer inspection, he found nearly 200 pill-sized elixirs densely packed within the furnace, each glistening with a pristine white hue, and faint golden stripes appeared on their surfaces, indicating that their quality had transcended mortal limits, achieving the extraordinary realm of the supreme. Closing his eyes to savor the wondrous sensations of his breakthrough, the information panel of the new Huazong Scripture Pavilion reappeared before him. Congratulations. You have received a reward. Essence Enlightenment. 1 scroll. Zhang Wegan let out a sigh of relief. But another message appeared on the panel. Heaven has opened its eyes. Tears of joy welled in his eyes. Although he was just a fan, he fervently prayed, Option 2. Please go away. He silently murmured a wish for a draw. Congratulations. You have received a reward. Yin-Yang Duality Technique. A new spiritual technique manual appeared on the shelf among the star-ranked items. Simultaneously, a new quest materialized in the task panel. Chapter 22. The Will of Heaven. The Qingyan Mountain Range is located in the central southern part of the southern frontier province of the Great Qian Empire. The entire range stretches over 2,000 miles, with numerous peaks, including the 4 main summits: Qingyun Mountain, Qingsong Mountain, Qingfeng Mountain, and Qingqing Mountain, the highest of which is Qingyun Mountain, towering at an elevation of 1,300 meters. This remote location seldom attracts tourists aside from locals, thus preserving its natural environment exceptionally well. In summer, the climate within the mountains is pleasant, with bizarre rocks jutting from the 4 main peaks, lush trees providing shade, and mountain springs gurgling, infusing the air with spiritual energy, rendering it a veritable paradise on earth. By night, the air is filled with floating particles that emit a soft, milky glow under the moonlight, making one feel as if they are stepping into a starry sky, enveloped in a romantic atmosphere. However, Shindachui and his granddaughter Shinshaoan were entirely oblivious to this ambience. Grandpa, the people on Qingyan Mountain are so fierce. Shinshaoan pouted, her face a picture of grievance. My dear, bear with it. After all, this is their territory, Shindachui sighed, shaking his head. Moreover, the name Qingyun Village hardly suggests a prestigious sect. It sounds more akin to a band of mountain bandits, rather than a gathering of benevolent souls. I don't like Qingyun Mountain. How much longer do we have to stay here? Shinshaoan's tone grew impatient. Not much longer. I've compared the map carefully and found that this terrain is quite different from Qingyun Mountain. The ancient ruins are likely not located here, Shindachui reassured her, ruffling his granddaughter's hair. Tomorrow, we'll check out Qingsong Mountain. Oh. Shinshaoan responded, then suddenly added, Grandpa, I'm hungry. Foolish child, we're in the mountains. Do you think there's nothing to eat? Just look at all those fruits on the trees. Shindachui replied, but I want to eat meat. Well, I want to eat crabs. He silently complained to himself. Gazing at Shangguan Junyu's gradually cooling body, Shangguan Mingwei felt as if her heart were being sliced. It is I who have brought you harm. Tears glistened on her cheeks, had it not been for her stubborn decision to sneak away to Qifeng Mountain. Her aunt would not have suffered such torment. At this moment, Shangguan Junyu's face bore no trace of pain, her breath faint and nearly imperceptible. Her serene expression coupled with her exquisite beauty resembling that of a sleeping beauty awaiting her prince's kiss. Yet, Shangguan Mingyue's heart had plummeted to the depths of despair. Aunt, you must hold on. Her voice was barely above a whisper, uncertain if she were speaking to Shangguan Junyi or simply murmuring to herself. With her mother having passed away early, aside from her father, it was her aunt who had cared for her the most and understood her best throughout her life. In moments of joy, you are the first to come to my mind. In times of peril, you are always there to find a solution for me. In my heart, you are not only my aunt but also a sister. I often ponder that once I become strong, I will protect you well and ensure you live a life filled with happiness. Now, I have gradually acquired the ability to safeguard myself and my loved ones. Yet you, dear aunt, often refer to yourself as a monster due to your health issues. In truth, to me, you are the most beautiful, gentle, and kind-hearted woman in the world. You are the purest of fairies and my life-s mentor. Have you not always yearned to know what it feels like to be an ordinary woman? Dr. Zheng has assured me that he can cure your ailment and restore your body to normal. The serene figure of Shangguan Junyi lay flat on the ground, the gray aura around her dissipating, yet her face remained devoid of any color. Two streams of warm tears cascaded down from Shangguan Mingyue's eyes. Her voice trembled, gradually giving way to sobs. Finally, she collapsed onto Shangguan Junyi's cold body, weeping uncontrollably. A gentle breeze brushed past, revealing the slender silhouette of Zhongwen. Sensing something, Shangguan Mingyue lifted her head, her eyes glistening with tears. Dr. Zhong, you have arrived too late. Zhongwen remained silent, quietly kneeling beside them, reaching out to check Shangguan Junyi's breath and pulse. There is still hope. After a moment, he suddenly spoke. Really? Shangguan Mingyue's eyes widened with a mixture of anxious anticipation. A crystalline pill appeared in Zhongwen's hand as he gently opened Shangguan Junyi's small mouth and placed the pill inside, followed by a precise technique to force the medicine into her stomach. Then, he meticulously stimulated her meridians, each touch resonating deeply within her. After several moments, he was drenched in sweat. Leaning down, he placed his ear against her soft chest, faintly sensing a weak heartbeat, its rhythm extremely slow and nearly imperceptible. He straightened up, resting his right hand on Shangguan Junyi's delicate wrist, waiting in silence. After a while, he felt her pulse gradually becoming clearer, and the once dormant energy within her began to show signs of revival. As this energy awakened, the chaotic spiritual force hidden within her surged violently, mercilessly strangling the newly born energy, showing no intention of allowing her a moment of peace. A faint flush began to appear on Shangguan Junyi's pale face, and moments later, she surprisingly opened her eyes. "Aunt, you are awake." Shangguan Mingyue exclaimed with delight, rushing to grasp Shangguan Junyi's hand. "You are?" Shangguan Junyi's voice was weak. "How do you feel?" Shangguan Mingyue asked with concern. "Pain," Shangguan Junyi managed to utter, her brow furrowed in anguish. Her willpower forged strong through years of torment from her condition, yet she found it difficult to endure the relentless agony inflicted by the turbulent spiritual force. "Dr. Zhong." Shangguan Mingyue looked up at Zhongwen, her melodious voice tinged with sorrow, her large, glistening eyes filled with tears that begged for compassion. "Rest assured, Sister Shangguan's life is no longer in danger," Zhongwen gently reassured her. "Let us go inside. I need to administer acupuncture." With that, he picked up Shangguan Junyi's delicate form, feeling her light as a feather. To prevent any jolting that might cause her pain, he moved gracefully, floating into the courtyard. The courtyard was in disarray. Lu Qiqi and Yin Ninger were diligently cleaning alongside a little girl. In a corner, over a dozen sturdy men lay bound, some severely injured, groaning in pain, yet no one attended to them. Zhongwen, the little girl rushed over, clutching his clothing, her eyes brimming with worry. "Are you all right? Did you get hurt?" "That clumsy oaf couldn't possibly hurt me," Zhongwen replied nonchalantly. "But Sister Shangguan is injured, and I must treat her." "I will need your help here, shout I. Leave it to me." The little girl nodded vigorously, patting her chest. Lu Qiqi and Yin Ninger also nodded, signaling him not to worry about them. "Sister Shangguan is not a monster," Zhongwen chuckled. "She is gentle, beautiful, and possesses extraordinary skills. If you consider her a monster, then bring me a dozen of such monsters." Shangguan Junyi smiled faintly, her pallor still evident, but her beauty shining through. "Thank you, little brother." "Sister, do not misuse the term little brother. It pertains to a man's dignity." "I can prove it, should you wish," Zhongwen said seriously while pretending to unbutton his pants. Shangguan Junyi paused, quickly understanding, and with a blush, she retorted, "You little rascal. I wonder how Master Lin can trust you to stay at the Floating Flower Palace." Just as Zhongwen was about to tease her further, he noticed another painful expression crossing her face. "Sister, I am going to administer acupuncture now. There may be some skin contact, so please forgive me," Zhongwen stated earnestly, reminding her that in the eyes of a physician, there exists only patience, regardless of gender. "Please proceed, little brother. I do not consider myself a woman. What concerns do I have?" Shangguan Junyi forced a smile, adding, "Even if the treatment fails, being able to preserve my life is already a blessing." "Ah?" Shangguan Mingyue looked reluctant. Wait outside," Shangguan Junyi advised gently. "It is inappropriate for you to observe a physician's treatment." "Very well, Dr. Zhong. I leave my aunt in your care," Shangguan Mingyue said reluctantly before exiting, reminding him several times on her way out. "Aunt, do you have the strength to undress yourself?" After closing the door, Zhongwen turned to Shangguan Junyi. "Please help me," she replied, attempting to move her fingers but feeling overwhelming discomfort. "I suppose I owe you this one, little rascal." Zhongwen nodded without hesitation. "Sister, please forgive me." He then carefully assisted Shangguan Junyi in removing her clothing and footwear. Soon, a delicate and flawless figure appeared before Zhong Wen's eyes, a shapely form. With a flat abdomen and long, smooth legs, exuding a blend of grace and strength due to years of cultivation. Although Shangguan Junyi was a generation older than Shangguan Mingwei, she was merely in her early 30s, at the prime of womanly allure, possessing both beauty and elegance. Yet, gazing upon her exquisite form, Zhong Wen felt no carnal desire typical of a man. Are you disappointed? Shangguan Junyi's eyes flickered with pain. I have lost all feminine charm, haven't I? Not at all. I am utterly captivated, Zhong Wen replied with a strained smile. Since I began practicing this technique, I have not experienced a woman's cycle. Whether she spoke to him or merely to herself, Shangguan Junyi continued, for over a decade, I have felt no affection for any man, not out of pride, but because I have lost that capability. Lying before Zhong Wen without a stitch of clothing, Shangguan Junyi exhibited no shyness. The notion of gender barriers was nothing more than clouds to her. Since my childhood, my family arranged a marriage for me with the second son of the Nangong family, talented in both literature and martial arts, handsome as well. We were both satisfied with each other, she reminisced, her gaze distant. I once believed I had found my one true love and was the happiest woman in the world. And then, Zhong Wen prompted, playing the role of the interested listener. Later, the Shangguan family faced an unprecedented crisis, and the Nangong clan chose to remain indifferent rather than offer assistance. In a state of desperation, I devoted 2 months to mastering a forbidden technique. Reaching the Earthwheel realm, with my own strength, I triumphed over 7 formidable adversaries at the same level, ultimately aiding the Shangguan family in overcoming their tribulations. Thereafter, with the diligent efforts of my elder brother, Shangguan Tong, our family flourished, evolving into a renowned commercial powerhouse across the land. At that time, I believed this technique would result in a backlash of spiritual energy, preventing my cultivation from transcending the celestial wheel. However, I was unprepared for the erasure of my feminine attributes. As I recounted this, tears glistened in Shangguan Junyi's eyes. During my moments of despair, he stood by my side, listening to my laments, enveloping me in gentle embrace and offering solace. I was profoundly moved, resolving that I would traverse the ends of the earth to find a remedy for my condition, ultimately marrying him, bearing children, and nurturing them, thereby embracing a life of happiness as a devoted wife. Unexpectedly, just 3 days after his departure, the Nangong family sent representatives to annul our engagement. Shangguan Junyi bit her lip, a look of derision crossing her face, asserting that the reason for the annulment was my frail health, rendering me incapable of fulfilling my duties as a wife. Did you not warn him that fortunes fluctuate, and one should not underestimate the youth and poverty? Zhong Wen suddenly interjected. What? Shangguan Junyi was taken aback. Nothing. What happened next? Zhong Wen hastily changed the subject. This incident became the talk of the town, and everyone learned of my ailment, thus no suitor dared to approach again. Shangguan Junyi's brow furrowed in evident distress, yet her tone remained calm. In a fit of anger, I resolved to pursue the path of darkness and cultivated the technique to the pinnacle of the celestial wheel, becoming an undeniable monstrosity. Zhong Wen sighed, offering no words of comfort. I am about to begin the acupuncture. Sister, please relax and do not resist. Shangguan Junyi replied obediently. Zhong Wen produced the golden needles carried by the master of the Medicine King Valley, his hands trembling as he swiftly inserted dozens of needles into Shangguan Junyi's pristine neck, arms, chest, abdomen, thighs, calves, and even the soles of her feet. Ding! He executed the yang finger, gently flicking the ends of the needles, sending a surge of pure yang energy into her acupoints and meridians. Shangguan Junyi felt a wave of warmth emanating from the needle tips, merging with her internal essence, enveloping the tumultuous spiritual energy. Ding! Zhong Wen's fingers flicked another needle, followed by a third. The internal spiritual energy rapidly diminished, despite ascending a minor rank. The yang finger at the 4th level of the human wheel appeared insignificant in the face of the celestial wheel's pinnacle. As time elapsed, the pain within Shangguan Junyi gradually subsided. Sister, I can temporarily dispel the backlash of this technique, but to restore your body to its normal state, I fear the spiritual energy cultivated from it will be lost, Zhong Wen cautioned. No, please don't. Shangguan Junyi's expression changed drastically at the thought of losing her spiritual energy, shaking her head vehemently. Did we not agree to reconstruct the technique? Zhong Wen was taken aback by her resistance. That is different. Recultivating the technique does not mean losing my current spiritual energy, Shangwan Junyi replied. This spiritual power is what I sacrificed my lifelong happiness to attain. Even if I must continue as a monster, I refuse to relinquish it. Zhongwen found himself in a quandary. If the spiritual energy was not dissipated, even if she were healed, it would soon relapse. Zhongwen, Shangwan Junyi's eyes shimmered with mist. I plead with you, do not obliterate my yang extreme technique. Without my power, I would truly have nothing left. Sister, you appear intelligent, yet you have become ensnared in your own stubbornness. To exchange your entire cultivation for a complete and healthy body. What is the name of your technique? Zhongwen asked, suddenly realizing something. This technique is called Yang Extreme, a fragmented text acquired by my master from the Lingxiao Holy Land, Shangwan Junyi answered. It is said to be a top-tier technique from ancient times, the dual extremes of yin and yang, combining both martial and spiritual qualities, possessing boundless power. However, the scripture, written in ancient divine script, could only be partially deciphered with the combined efforts of the entire Lingxiao Holy Land. Even in its incomplete form, it ranks among the superior techniques of the golden tier. Is it truly called the dual extremes of yin and yang? Zhongwen sought confirmation. Indeed, Shangwan Junyi nodded. It is fate. Zhongwen gazed at the book titled Dual Extremes of Yin and Yang resting on the shelf in his mind, overwhelmed by emotion. Chapter 23. Who are you really? The star spirit level technique Dual Extremes of Yin and Yang is the signature technique of the ancient sect, the Two Instruments Hall. This technique embodies attributes of spiritual skill, divided into two parts, Yin Extreme and Yang Extreme. Each can be cultivated separately, akin to platinum level techniques, but when practiced together, they complement each other, yielding immense power and ranking among the finest in the star spirit category. However, according to the original text in Zhongwen's mind, if the two techniques are cultivated separately, the Yang Extreme can only be practiced by men, while the Yin Extreme is reserved for women. A reversal could lead to mild consequences such as regressed sexual traits or infertility. In severe cases, it could result in a backlash of spiritual energy, shattering the meridians. Observing Shangwan Junyi before him, Zhongwen was certain she had mistakenly practiced the Yang Extreme, and it was the incomplete version at that. Shangwan Junyi felt a comforting warmth enveloping her, the pain subsiding significantly, yet she lacked any strength. Her beautiful eyes gazing at Zhongwen with a mixture of helplessness and fear, as if dreading his unilateral decision to dispel her lifetime of cultivation. To master this technique, she had endured immeasurable suffering, sacrificing her lifelong happiness. She knew the volatile spiritual energy was harmful, yet she was unwilling to sever the bond. Much like a mother unwilling to part with her child. This mindset bordered on pathological yet was a reflection of human nature. Zhongwen hesitated. After all, Shangwan Junyi was not a member of the Floating Flower Palace, and he owed her no debt of gratitude. With her formidable background, revealing his secrets could invite trouble, potentially endangering the Floating Flower Palace as well. Sister, I can heal you while preserving your cultivation, Zhongwen finally conceded, unable to withstand Shangwan Junyi's mournful gaze. However, this will expose certain secrets, and I fear it may bring about peril. I understand, Shangwan Junyi's eyes dimmed. For you to go to such lengths for me, I am already immensely grateful. I should not ask for more. This kindness shall not be forgotten. Sister, please let me finish, Zhongwen interrupted her. I am not a heartless person, but the Floating Flower Palace has shown me great kindness, even at the cost of my life. I must protect Master Lin and the others, and I cannot afford to take any risks. He paused, then continued, Are you willing to join the Floating Flower Palace? As part of our family, I trust you will keep my secrets. Shangwan Junyi hesitated. I already have a sect. Sister, this does not mean you must betray your master or transfer your allegiance. Zhongwen reassured her with a smile. To be frank, there is currently no one in the Floating Flower Palace worthy of being your master. In the realm of cultivation, there exists a concept of graduating from one sect. Once a disciple has mastered their skills, they may choose to join another faction. Shangwan Junyi gazed into Zhongwen's eyes earnestly. Even if I join the Floating Flower Palace, should my sect's interests conflict with those of the Shangwan family, I may not hesitate to betray you. I trust you, Zhongwen replied, hope glimmering in his eyes. Or rather, I wish to believe in you. After much contemplation, Shangwan Junyi's expression cleared, as though she had made a monumental decision. With a sigh, she stated, Having already received your immense favor, I shall dedicate the remainder of my life to your service. Then from this day forth, we are family. Zhongwen chuckled. What ensues next is something even Master Lin is unaware of. Sister, you must keep it a secret. With that, he selected the polar yin-yang technique from the recently obtained scroll, and as the technique on the shelf glowed with golden light, he gently placed his right hand atop Shangguan Junyi's head. Divine enlightenment, Zhang Wen silently chanted. Shangguan Junyi felt a plethora of characters materialize before her eyes, and moments later, the complete polar yin-yang technique appeared in her mind. This is incredible! Even with her extensive knowledge, she found it hard to comprehend such a mystical phenomenon, leaving her astonished. This is the full polar yin-yang technique, comprising yang extreme skill and yin extreme skill, Zhang Wen explained. Sister, the yang extreme energy within you has been temporarily suppressed by me. From now on, you shall consume the transformation pill while practicing the yin extreme skill. Shangguan Junyi's bewildered expression gradually brightened. As a result, your yang extreme energy will weaken, while the yin extreme energy grows stronger. Once they reach equilibrium, you may practice both together, and the issue with the techniques will be effortlessly resolved. Zhang Wen continued. In the coming days, I will administer acupuncture to you and prepare medicinal baths. Within a week, your body will be fully restored. Zhang Wen, I am finding you increasingly inscrutable. Shangguan Junyi sighed deeply, her voice laced with melancholy. Such miraculous pills and invaluable techniques, and you offer them so readily. This kindness, even if I were to sell myself, I could never repay. Sister Shangguan, if you wish to sell yourself, why not sell yourself to me? Zhang Wen leaned forward, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Lin Jiyun exhaled in relief as she surveyed the 17 burly men tied up haphazardly in the courtyard. Accompanied by Qiao Ernyang and 4 little maids, she hurried towards Qinfeng Mountain, anxious about the potential fall of Piaohua Palace. Upon witnessing the scene before her, she realized they had won this battle. Master, Lu Qiqi, sitting alone in the courtyard, quickly rose to greet Lin Jiyun upon seeing her. What has happened, Qiqi? Where are the others? Lin Jiyun inquired. The enemy attacked but was defeated, Lu Qiqi stated, her articulation lacking flair. Ninger and Xiaodai have fallen asleep. Aunt Shangguan is injured, and Zhang Wen is treating her inside. Have you interrogated these men? Lin Jiyun asked, glancing at the men sprawled on the ground. Are they from the Danai family? We have, but they are tight-lipped and refuse to divulge anything, Lu Qiqi replied with exasperation. Lin Jiyun nodded and turned to Qiao Ernyang and the others. Ernyang, you all should rest well in the palace today. We will discuss our next steps in detail tomorrow. Qiao Ernyang nodded and led the 4 little maids to an empty room at the rear of Piaohua Palace, familiar with the palace's interior from her previous visits. Lin Palace Master, I advise you to release us promptly. The wrath of our master is not something a mere Piaohua Palace can withstand. One of the bound men shouted defiantly upon seeing Lin Jiyun. Is your master Dan Haijin? Lin Jiyun responded coldly. Beautiful lady, if you kiss me, I will tell you everything, another man leered. Lu Qiqi glared at him with fury. Or let this little beauty over here come. It would be the same. The man, though bound, remained unperturbed, closing his eyes and pouting at Lu Qiqi provocatively. Ignore him, Lin Jiyun interjected, halting Lu Qiqi who was about to draw her sword. Qiqi, you've been up all night. Go rest first. We will address matters tomorrow. After Lu Qiqi stormed off in indignation, Lin Jiyun paid no mind to the men on the ground and proceeded to Zhong Wen's room, only to find the door firmly shut. A slender figure was curled up at the door, her head resting on her knees. As she approached and looked closely, it was none other than the exquisite Shangguan Mingwei. Miss Shangguan, Lin Jiyun called softly. Master Lin, Shangguan Mingwei raised her head, her beautiful, fair face marked with concern and her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Is Sister Shangguan and Zhang Wen inside? Lin Jiyun inquired gently, gazing at the closed door. Yes, Shangguan Mingwei replied, wiping her eyes as she stood. Dr. Zhong is treating my aunt. Can you share the details of the battle with me? I clearly did not gather much useful information from Lu Qiqi, Lin Jiyun requested. Of course, Shangguan Mingwen nodded and began to recount. Today, there were a total of 26 attackers. Listening to her detailed account, Lin Jiyun's emotions surged like a roller coaster. She had not anticipated the peril they faced, even with a celestial will master present. Ultimately, it was Zhong Wen who turned the tide. Just days ago, he had seemed devoid of spiritual energy. How had he suddenly become so formidable? Who was that mysterious figure in black? Why had he chosen to assist Piaohua Palace? Lin Jiyun's mind was flooded with questions, leaving her bewildered. At that moment, the doors swung open. After a night of battling and alchemical preparations, Zhang Wen, though youthful, felt utterly exhausted. Yet, upon seeing Lin Jiyun's enchanting visage, his fatigue vanished like mist in the morning sun, replaced by an overwhelming sense of comfort. If only he could awaken each morning to behold such a stunning countenance. Dr. Zheng, how's my aunt? Shangguan Mingwei could not contain her curiosity. She is recovering well. Zhongwen replied with a smile. However, it would be best not to disturb Sister Shangguan as she focuses on her cultivation. Thank you. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Mingwei relaxed, her excitement leading her to grasp his hand fervently. Thank you, Dr. Zheng. I will remember your kindness forever. Feeling the softness of Shangguan Mingwei's delicate hand, Zhongwen felt a stirring in his heart and quickly composed himself. This is merely my duty. Sister Shangguan was injured in her effort to protect Piaohua Palace. How could I stand idly by? Miss Shangguan, you've waited at the door all night. Even the strongest body cannot endure such strain. Since Sister Shangguan is all right now, you should rest, Lin Jiyun advised. If you exhaust yourself, Sister Shangguan will feel guilty. The pampered young lady, after a night of turmoil, was indeed fatigued and decided to heed the advice, retreating to the guest room in the back courtyard. Only Lin Jiyun and Zhongwen remained before the door. Lin Jiyun stood silently by a stone pillar, while Zhongwen stole glances at her profile, captivated by her exquisite beauty, her skin like cream, her rosy complexion, and long hair cascading down her back like silk. Clad in a pale blue robe that accentuated her curves, she appeared ethereal under the moonlight, resembling a celestial being. Unbeknownst to him, he gazed in a daze. Lin Jiyun turned to him, her eyes shimmering like water. I have heard the entire account from Miss Shangguan. Thank you. Zhongwen, Palace Master, the chef is also a member of Piaohua Palace. I am merely safeguarding my own home, Zhongwen said, feeling bashful under her gaze. Regardless, we owe you a great debt. However, Lin Jiyun suddenly shifted the tone. Who exactly are you? I am Zhongwen, Palace Master, he replied, blinking innocently. He listened quietly without responding. Moreover, with your remarkable medical skills and culinary talents, coupled with your decisive handling of the situation, you hardly resemble a mere 16-year-old boy. With your abilities, you could thrive anywhere, yet you willingly serve as a chef in this humble Piaohua Palace. If you claim to have no ulterior motive, I find it hard to convince myself. Palace Master, are you trying to dismiss me? Zhongwen feigned a sorrowful expression. No. You have rendered great service to the Floating Flower Palace. As long as you do not harm its disciples, I shall not repay kindness with enmity. Lin Jiyun's gaze was resolute, her tone subtly laced with an aura of intimidation. Yet, should I discover that you have caused harm to Qi, Ning or Xiao Dai in the future, do not blame me for becoming ruthless. Sister Palace Master, perhaps I have not disclosed all matters to you, but please trust me. Zhongwen met Lin Jiyun's shimmering starry eyes with unwavering sincerity, articulating each word carefully. I will not do anything to betray you or the Floating Flower Palace. In that moment, Zhongwen's eyes were as clear as a pristine spring, causing Lin Jiyun's heart to tremble, evoking a sensation as if she might be drawn into their depths. Her resolve diminished, her gaze faltered, and she found herself unable to meet his eyes. Do you know who the person in black was who came to our aid? Lin Jiyun diverted the topic. Yes. Zhongwen hesitated for a moment but did not conceal the truth. It was a friend I met at the foot of the mountain. You truly are. Lin Jiyun felt an air of mystery enveloping Zhongwen, leaving her unable to perceive his intentions, and a sense of helplessness arose within her. She sighed and said, Please convey my gratitude to your friend. I will, Zhongwen replied, observing that the distance between them, which had seemed to shorten, suddenly felt insurmountable. That night, Zhongwen slept soundly. Upon awakening the next day, the sun was already high in the sky. Alas, I have overslept. He hastily got up, groomed himself, and rushed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. After a flurry of activity, he entered the grand hall, carrying freshly made meat sandwiches and buns, only to realize he had not awakened too late. Lu Qi and Yi Ning had just risen, with the little girl yawning and rubbing her sleepy eyes. Amidst the commotion, Zhongwen failed to notice the significant change in Yi Ning's gaze towards him. After a while, Lin Jiyun and Shangguan Mingwei slowly approached the dining table, both appearing bleary-eyed and fatigued, evidently having stayed up too late the previous night and still recovering. Perhaps due to their conversation from the night before, a subtle awkwardness lingered between Lin Jiyun and Zhongwen. She remained silent, sitting down directly and taking a meat sandwich, gently biting into it. The tender pork melded with the crisp flatbread, mingling with fragrant scallions, fine salt, and tianma powder, emitting an enticing aroma that instantly invigorated the senses. Shangguan Mingwei savored the flavor of the meat sandwich immensely, sitting beside them and occasionally expressing her delight. Where is Sister Shangguan? Lin Jiyun suddenly inquired. I just went to check. Aunt is still immersed in her cultivation, So I did not call her for breakfast, Shangwan Mingwei replied. Her words muffled by the half-eaten meat in her mouth, her once noble demeanor now seemingly forgotten. It is a crucial moment for Sister Shangwan. We should not disturb her. I will leave some snacks in the room, Zhongwen suggested. After last night, Shangwan Junyu had not left Zhongwen's room after receiving treatment, leaving him to sleep on the floor the entire night. Shao Dai, go to the backyard and summon Second Miss and the others to join us for breakfast, Lin Jiyun instructed. The little girl responded with a cheerful okay, and bounced off towards the backyard. What does Palace Master intend to do with the captives? Shangwan Mingwei suddenly recalled. These individuals are tight-lipped. Keeping them yields no information. If we were to kill them all, it would be excessively ruthless. It would be better to set them free, Lin Jiyun hesitated, her compassionate nature disinclined to resort to complete annihilation. Shangwan Mingwei remained silent. Yet her expression conveyed her disapproval of Lin Jiyun's leniency. You are right, Palace Master. Killing too many would offend the heavens. However, before releasing them, let me interrogate them once more, Zhongwen chimed in cheerfully. Lin Jiyun glanced at Zhongwen, momentarily unsure of how to engage with him, and merely nodded slightly. These individuals are tough nuts to crack. I fear we may not extract any useful information, Lu Chi remarked from the side. Having employed various threats and temptations the previous day, but failing to pry open any of their lips, a man of the mountains has his own ingenious strategies. Zhongwen winked, rising and striding towards the courtyard. He approached a burly man who had been bound for an entire night. His limbs were numb. Upon seeing Zhongwen approach, the man showed no fear, instead speaking disdainfully. What a handsome young man. No wonder Palace Master Lin was willing to keep you overnight. I thought the women of the Floating Flower Palace were pure and virtuous, but it seems it is merely a den of filth. The surrounding men burst into raucous laughter. One of them leering, young man, dealing with so many beauties must be exhausting for you. Why not set us free and let us help you out a bit? It seems this illustrious fellow possesses quite the eloquence, Zhongwen remarked, his eyes lighting up. Then you shall be the one. With that, he seized the man's collar and dragged him towards the backyard with purposeful strides. Now a formidable fourth-layer cultivator, he found it effortless to lift the 200-pound man. And soon they vanished from sight. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the group in the grand hall finished their meal and moved to the courtyard. The dozen or so burly men lying on the ground resumed their banter, hurling crude insults in front of the young women, inciting anger within Lin Jiyun and her companions. Their expressions darkening. If you utter another word, I shall sever your tongues. Even someone as compassionate as her could not suppress the urge to resort to violence. Come on. Beauty, if you frown, it's as good as admitting defeat, one man boasted. Palace Master Lin, why show mercy towards such scum? Just kill them, Shangwan Mingwei interjected, unable to contain her frustration. Little beauty, if you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, should you fall into my hands one day, I will ensure you are ravished 100 times over, then have your tendons severed and sell you to a brothel, the man threatened brazenly, evidently resigned to his fate. Having witnessed the ferocity of these men, Xiao Ernyang felt a sense of dread, her understanding of the dangers posed by the Dantai family deepening. And she began to worry about the future of the Floating Flower Palace. Just as Lin Jiyun's mood wavered, Zhongwen reappeared in the courtyard, dragging the burly man with him. Sister Palace Master, I have obtained the information. He unceremoniously tossed the man onto the ground, the impact producing a faint cracking sound, as if a few ribs had broken upon hitting the earth. However, the expression on the man's face was peculiar, appearing half awake, entirely unbothered by the pain. These men are the death soldiers of the Danai family. Danai Jin has 7 masters in the realm of the earth will under his command, all referred to by the surname Qi. This time, aside from Qi Wu remaining in Songyan City, the other 6 have perished on the mountain, which is a considerable loss for the eldest son of the Danai family. Zhongwen indeed extracted information from the burly man, who divulged that the Dantai family possesses a 180-year-old ancestor in the heavenly wheel realm, serving as the family's cornerstone. It is because of him that the Dantai family has maintained its position at the pinnacle of the 4 great families in Songyan City. The expressions of the dozen or so bound men darkened as they glared furiously at the man Zhongwen had taken. Yan Lao Lu, you spineless coward. How dare you betray the young master? Lu Chi, intrigued, asked Zhongwen, what exactly did you do to him that compelled such a tough nut to crack? Zhongwen wore a benevolent expression. I did nothing extraordinary. I merely appealed to his emotions and reasoned with him. Perhaps this is what is meant by winning over with virtue. Lu Chi retorted, win over with virtue? How come I never noticed your flamboyance before? Lin Jiyun regarded Zhongwen, her gaze shifting, her thoughts inscrutable. Shangguan Mingwei interjected, "Are we truly going to let them go? If we do not eradicate the root, we might face trouble in the future." "I understand now," Shangguan Mingwei realized. He will surely take his anger out on these men. The group of burly men exchanged glances, their expressions shifting, cursing Zhongwen with venomous words. The once boisterous courtyard fell into an unexpected silence. Zhongwen's words pierced deeply into the hearts of the burly men. Regardless of the cruelty of their training, the instinct for survival remains an inherent trait of humanity. "Sister Gongju, whether to kill or to spare, I implore you to make a decision." Zhongwen ceased to acknowledge the others on the ground, entrusting the authority of choice to Lin Jiyun. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Jiyun sighed and said, "Let them go." Such is the character of the mistress of Piaohua Palace. Xiao Eryong gazed at this ethereal beauty with a compassionate heart, her emotions swirling. She often felt that her employer's kindness was a weakness that hindered her success, yet she could not resist the allure of her charisma. Willingly becoming her supporter, caught in a tumult of conflicting feelings. "Take him as well." Zhongwen pointed to Yin Laolu. Still under the influence of the soul-capturing technique, after the burly men had been untied, "You may decide his fate after descending the mountain." Two individuals stepped forward to reluctantly help the dazed, half-asleep man down the mountain. Observing the group of burly men limping and supporting one another down the path, Zhongwen remarked, "Sister Gongju, I fear that it won't be long before Dantai Jin learns of the failure of the night raid. He has suffered significant losses this time and will surely seek vengeance. We must prepare early." Xiao Eryong added, "Mistress, since we have severed ties with the Dantai family, it seems unlikely that Qingfeng Pavilion can continue operating. After all, Sanyun City is not our territory. If the Dantai family is intent on causing trouble, Piaohua Palace may find itself powerless." "What is your name, sister?" Zhongwen finally noticed Xiao Eryong and the others. Xiao Eryong, nearing 30, wore a brown short-sleeved top paired with a light blue mid-length skirt. Her beauty rivaled that of Wang Sa, her large, bright eyes exuding determination rather than softness. Zhongwen glanced behind her to see four delicate young girls, slightly older than the little Loli, yet lacking in vitality, timidly hiding behind Xiao Eryong as if shy. "You have suffered greatly." Lin Jiyun sighed, "Piaohua Palace has wronged you." "How can you say that, mistress? If it were not for your kind heart, these girls might have perished on the streets." Xiao Eryong quickly responded, "If I must serve you for a lifetime, it is but fitting. They could never complain about you." The timid young girls nodded repeatedly in agreement. Seeing these understanding children, Lin Jiyun felt a pang of emotion. Since the pharmacy cannot thrive in Sanyun City, why not open one in Fufeng City? Zhongwen suddenly suggested. Fufeng City is remote, with scant foot traffic. The visitors are primarily wholesale merchants, and local customers rarely purchase more than a few spirit herbs in a year. How could it possibly sustain itself? Xiao Eryong had considered opening a shop in Fufeng City, but ultimately failed. "Sister Xiao, you mentioned that those coming to Fufeng City are wholesale merchants. Why not target them and engage in the wholesale spirit herb business?" Zhongwen's interest in commerce was piqued. Although the profits may be slim, volume compensates. Following the adage of thin profits but quick sales, once the channels are opened, the returns could be even more substantial. Shangguan Mingyue, listening nearby, could not help but interject, "Zhongwen, are you attempting to compete with our Xinyu Trading Company?" Xinyu Trading Company offers a wide array of products. They would hardly be affected by the addition of a small pharmacy, Zhongwen replied with a smile. "Moreover, even if we both sell spirit herbs, cooperation is still possible. I am confident that I can significantly reduce the cost of medicinal materials, making your company a potential client." Both Zhongwen and Shangguan Mingyue were well-versed in commerce, while Xiao Eryong, though somewhat less ambitious, was also a shrewd and capable individual. The three quickly gathered to engage in a lively discussion. "Am I not quite unworthy as a boss?" Lin Jiyun thought with a sense of helplessness as she listened to their conversation, feeling lost in the cloud of their enthusiasm. "What?" Dantai Jin's hand trembled, causing his teacup to fall to the ground and shatter. "Qida and the others are dead?" Dantai Jin confirmed repeatedly. "Yes, apart from a lucky survivor, all the brothers who raided Qingfeng Mountain perished." Zhang Lao San, known for his loyalty, refrained from revealing the names of the more than 10 who fled. All dead, all dead." Dantai Jin sank into the grand chair, murmuring to himself, "It's over, all over." Not only had he failed to seize Qingfeng Mountain, but he had also lost his elite forces. Dantai Jin felt as if the world was spinning, momentarily overwhelmed by confusion and fear. "Young master, Please take care of your health. With Lin Zhiyun absent from the mountain, where could Piaohua Palace find experts to rival Cheetah and his men? Dan Taijin was utterly perplexed. Last night, there was an unknown Tianluan expert in Piaohua Palace. I overheard them mention she was from the Shangguan family. Zhang Lao San replied truthfully. The Shangguan family? What a clever trap. Dan Taijin's eyes gleamed with malice. What a scheming Lin Zhiyun, to have colluded with people from Xingyu Trading Company. Young master, could we request young master Xiao for assistance? Zhang Lao San proposed. Xiao Wenjian is merely a pawn for me, Dan Taijin. He would not lift a finger for my sake, Dan Taijin replied, shaking his head in despair. Without seizing Qifeng Mountain, I have lost my value to him. At that moment, Qi Wu rushed in from outside. Young master, the two individuals you asked me to investigate have been found. Oh, Dan Taijin's eyes brightened, a flicker of hope igniting within him. Where are they now? They have just left Qingsong Mountain and are heading towards Qingfeng Mountain, Qi Wu answered. Qingfeng Mountain. Dan Taijin paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Heaven has not forsaken me. Piaohua Palace, let us settle old and new scores together this time. Congratulations, young master. Zhang Laosan flattered. Yes, you have worked hard. You may retire to rest, Dan Taijin said gently to Zhang Laosan. Hearing Dan Taijin's soft tone, Qi Wu standing nearby could not help but tremble. Thank you. Young master. Zhang Laosan respectfully retreated. Once he disappeared outside, Dan Taijin's voice turned cold and sinister. Find an opportunity to make him disappear. Yes. Qi Wu bowed in response. Sister. Zhongwen knocked on the door. Come in, a gentle voice from inside, belonging to Shangguan Junyi, called out. Zhongwen entered to find Shangguan Junyi sitting cross-legged on the bed, dressed in a simple white garment. Her long, dark hair was pinned to one side, and her fair face bore a hint of rosy complexion, illuminated by the soft glow of the lamp, presenting her in a captivatingly fresh and enchanting manner. Sister, how do you feel? Zhongwen asked softly. Congratulations, sister. Zhongwen was also quite pleased. I have prepared a medicinal bath for you. Soaking while applying acupuncture will speed up your recovery. All according to your wishes, dear brother, Shangguan Junyi replied, now fully compliant with Zhongwen. However, upon noticing the large alchemical furnace Zhongwen carried, she could not help but chuckle. Brother, are you planning to refine me into a medicinal pill? Haha. Lacking a large tub for bathing, I had to make do with this. Please forgive me, sister. Zhongwen scratched his head awkwardly. As he set the alchemical furnace in the center of the room, poured in a significant amount of well water, and ignited the fire beneath. He began adding various spirit herbs one by one. Sister, please enter the bath. Once the water was nearly boiling, Zhongwen gestured invitingly towards Shangguan Junyi. Rising to her feet, Shangguan Junyi delicately grasped her white sash and gently pulled, allowing her garment to slide down, revealing her flawless form without reservation before Zhongwen. Sister, I can't shake the feeling that you do not regard me as a man. Zhongwen feigned displeasure. Shangguan Junyi bit her lip playfully. You little rascal. As if you hadn't seen anything last night. Sister, one must cherish what is unattainable. Zhongwen stated solemnly, if you do not shy away and display your bashfulness, I would feel rather unfulfilled. Xiang Guanyi was playfully coaxed into a fit of giggles, her delicate fingers playfully tapping the tip of Zhongwen's nose. With a graceful movement, she stepped into the alchemical furnace. At that moment, the herbal bath had reached a pleasant heat, filling the room with swirling steam and a fragrant aroma. The confines of the furnace, however, were less spacious than a traditional bathing tub, making it somewhat cramped. Fortunately, Guanyi's slender figure allowed her to curl up comfortably, creating a semblance of a soothing soak. Her long, dark tresses cascaded down her alabaster neck and fragrant shoulders, and through the mist, she resembled a captivating figure in a traditional bathing scene. As the temperature rose, the medicinal properties began to permeate the air. She felt a surge of warmth within, causing her pores to open, and soon beads of perspiration glistened on her forehead and the tip of her nose. Zhongwen, if I linger in this medicinal bath any longer, I might just be fully cooked, she teased. Guanyi, usually a serene and composed individual, found herself uncharacteristically playful due to the emotional turmoil of recent days. Dear sister, your health has already improved. However, the prolonged closure of your feminine essence requires this herbal bath in conjunction with my acupuncture to fully awaken it, Zhongwen patiently explained. In no more than 3 days, I assure you, I shall restore you to a vibrant woman. From then on, you may marry or bear children at your leisure. With a bit of effort. Having 7 sons and 8 daughters is entirely feasible. Go away, What do you mean by 7 sons and 8 daughters? Do you wish to exhaust me? Guanyi shot him a playful glare, though her heart was brimming with excitement. Due to her physical affliction, countless nights had been spent in torment, her heart aching with despair. She had once believed she would live a solitary life, a creature both revered and scorned. Little did she expect that this journey to Qifeng Mountain would become the most pivotal moment of her existence. Sister, consider this. A master of the heavenly wheel boasts a lifespan of 200 years. Given your age and the cultivation of my supreme technique, you may potentially become a sage in the future, extending your lifespan to 500 years, even if you have a child every 10 years. 7 sons and 8 daughters would hardly be excessive, Zhongwen calculated with a grin. Becoming a sage is no simple feat. There is only one sage in the entire Daqian Empire, Guanyi mused softly, her fingers playfully twirling her damp hair. Moreover, it seems there is an agreement among the 7 sages not to interfere with worldly affairs, otherwise, they risk collective retribution. Such overwhelming power leads to a loss of freedom. And I have no desire for that. Indeed, it seems prudent to develop quietly until the day when the 7 sages are no match for you. Then you may venture forth, Zhongwen nodded in agreement. With your exceptional skills, why don't you ascend to the heavens? Guanyi jested as she accepted the towel Zhongwen offered, gently patting herself dry before reclining obediently on the bed, allowing him to adorn her with golden needles. As she felt the changes within her body, a sudden realization struck her. After being seen and touched by you these past few days, even if I return to normal, who would still wish to marry me? I was young when you were born, and by the time I am restored, I shall be aged. Guanyi sighed softly, her melancholy reminiscent of a tender maiden's heart. In the outskirts of the Daqian imperial capital, near the Maishan region, numerous grand estates dotted the landscape. Each estate was vast, nestled among mountains and waters, adorned with extravagant pavilions and lush gardens. Among them, Fengyue Villa stood out prominently, encompassing nearly 100 acres. The villa boasted clusters of buildings surrounded by ethereal energy, vibrant flowers, and flowing streams, creating a paradise that felt entirely detached from the world. Such a grand estate could comfortably accommodate thousands, yet it belonged solely to one individual, a man and his harem of women. At that moment, in a shaded pavilion within the estate, Xiao Wuqing languidly reclined on a chaise longue, flanked by 2 stunning women. One gently fanned him, while the other peeled grapes and fed them to him. Xiao Wuqing was an exceptionally handsome man, with large, expressive eyes, a prominent nose, and a soft facial contour that exuded a languid charm, enhancing his allure and approachability. Inger, do you not feel that Huaner seems a bit distracted today? Xiao Wuqing teased as he swallowed a grape. Not at all. The girl fanning him blushed and quickly denied it. It appears Huaner is smitten. Her heart tethered to our young master, while he is preoccupied with other women. How could she not feel heartbroken? Inga chimed in, her voice melodious and light. Oh. So Huana is envious of Inger, Xiao Wuqing said playfully, wrapping his arm around Huana's delicate shoulders and whispering sweetly in her ear, causing her to flush deeply and her heart to race. I possess no such fortune to occupy the young master's thoughts. Only the young lady of the Nangong family deserves such attention, Huana pouted, her tone laced with envy. Only a figure like her could be worthy of the young master. And what of you, Ing? Do you feel jealous of the young lady of the Nangong family? Xiao Wuqing leaned closer to Inger, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Inga stammered, her cheeks blooming with color, before finally pouting. You bully me. I shall ignore you. Xiao Wuqing laughed heartily, playfully biting into a grape and licking Yinger's delicate fingers, causing her heart to flutter. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the clearing before the pavilion, exuding an aura of authority that shattered the enchanting atmosphere. I wondered who it was, only to find my dear brother, Xiao Wuqing greeted lazily. The newcomer turned, revealing a face that could barely be considered handsome. The Sword of Absolute, Xiaojian. Chapter 25. Master Lin is truly kind-hearted. As one of the elite families in the Daqian Empire, the Xiao family's rise had reached its zenith, subtly competing with the royal family. Among the current generation, 2 remarkable figures had emerged, the Sword of Absolute, Xiao Wenjian, and the affectionate young master, Xiao Wuqing. Though named Wenjian, Xiao Wenjian had not wielded a sword for many years. Conversely, Xiao Wuqing was renowned as a notorious flirt, spreading affection far and wide. This contradiction highlighted their father's lack of foresight in naming his sons. Yet, these 2 polar opposites firmly held the 2nd and 10th positions on the Daqian heroic rankings, marking an unprecedented achievement for the Xiao family, a source of great pride. How does the esteemed sword of absolute find time to grace my humble abode? Xiao Wuqing remarked casually, revealing little respect for his elder brother. I have located the whereabouts of the sun and moon divine sword, Xiao Wenjian replied succinctly. Upon closer inspection, one could see the striking resemblance between the brothers, though the hawkish nose of Xiao Wenjian detracted from his overall appeal, casting a shadow of gloom upon him. Loan me old black, and we shall split the sun and moon divine sword between us, Xiao Wenjian stated. I do not use swords, Xiao Wuqing replied cheerfully. Yet his tone conveyed refusal. Negong Ling wields a sword, Xiao Wenjian countered, his perspective sharp. Learn from you, Xiao Wuqing retorted. Very well. I shall borrow old black for 3 days, no more, Xiao Wuqing relented. You shall have the sun sword, and I the moon sword. Deal. As Zhong Wen entered the stone chamber, he found Lung Wushuang resting her head on the stone table, her arms cradling her head, appearing to be in a state of half-sleep, exuding an air of ennui. Upon hearing Zhong Wen's footsteps, she lifted her head, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Her mouth playfully holding a lock of hair, her round face adorably plump, evoking a sense of affection. You've come. Yes, I have. The two shared an unspoken understanding. Exchanging no further words, Zhong Wen sat on the stone bench, taking out an assortment of ingredients to prepare, while she instinctively lent a hand. Is everything well on the mountain? Lung Wushuang inquired softly. It is all well now. Zhong Wen suddenly reached out to smooth cold Wushuang's slightly disheveled hair, his tone imbued with a touch of tenderness. Why are you so impulsive? Your body has not fully recovered yet. What if you get hurt again? Yes, I'm sorry. I am just a bit worried about you, cold Wushuang replied, her face flushed as she lowered her head. There's no need to apologize, silly girl, Zhong Wen chuckled, shaking his head. Thank you. They fell into a comfortable silence, the air around them suffused with warmth. Being in the company of the assassin girl always made Zhong Wen feel at ease and cherished. Cold Wushuang trembled slightly, unable to conceal the tumult of her emotions. Take good care of yourself and wait for my news, Zhong Wen spoke softly. Cold Wushuang nodded obediently, her eyes betraying a glimmer of yearning. Thank you. She silently expressed in her heart as she watched Zhong Wen's figure depart. Wow, Grandpa, Qifeng Mountain is so beautiful. It's much better than Qingsong Mountain, Shen Xiaowan exclaimed. Taking in the breathtaking sight of blooming flowers, shaded trees, and babbling springs along the winding paths, although both mountains were part of the same Qishan range. The spiritual energy of Qifeng Mountain was far richer than that of Qingsong Mountain. Shen Dachui surveyed the enchanting peak, excitement evident in his voice. Girl, we might have found the right place. As he spoke, he took out a tattered map from his pocket, carefully comparing the terrain as he walked, drawing from his understanding. He reasoned that ancient powerhouses would have chosen fertile lands to establish sects, and Qifeng Mountain was evidently an ideal location. However, after scrutinizing the map from every angle, he found no matching terrain, and a frown creased his brow as he fell into contemplative silence. Grandpa, I'm hungry, Shen Xiaowan's stomach grumbled again. Child, don't fuss. Grandpa is deep in thought, Shen Dachui replied impatiently. I want to eat pork, Shen Xiaowan insisted, tugging at Shen Dachui's arm. With a resigned sigh, Shen Dachui diverted his gaze from the map. In these deep mountains, where would the pigs come from? Perhaps I could catch some birds for you to satisfy your cravings? His precious granddaughter had always been extraordinary, possessing immense strength. As Peter Parker wisely stated, with great power comes great responsibility. The more strength one possesses, the greater the appetite. Shen Dachui, a formidable master of the heavenly wheel, found himself in dire straits partly due to the insatiable hunger of his gluttonous granddaughter. Grandpa, let us go up the mountain to find some food, Shen Xiaowan suggested eagerly, as birds wouldn't suffice to satiate her hunger. Child, haven't you seen how fierce the people of Qingshan village are? Shen Dachui shook his head. Going to the sect for food, most likely they will ignore us. If words clash, we might even end up in a brawl. I, Shen Dachui, a master of the heavenly wheel and a disciple of divine forging, have no need to endure such indignities. Just then, voices emerged from the slope ahead, fearing an encounter with practitioners from the mountain sect. Shen Dachui quickly pulled Shen Xiaowan behind a pine tree. Soon, several individuals descended from the mountain, and one exclaimed, The leader of the Piaohua Palace truly has a kind heart, providing food and water even to strangers like us. Another added, Indeed. This leader is as benevolent as a celestial being. If not for Piaohua Palace only accepting female disciples, I would have eagerly sought to become her apprentice. What vision you have. In my youth, I was known as the charming young lord, a dashing rogue. Why would I not be accepted? retorted the individual who had been teased. The others laughed heartily, casting playful jibes as they passed by Shun Dachui and Shin Shaowan, making their way down the mountain. They exchanged glances, both reading surprise in each other's eyes. The old man instinctively felt that women were more sympathetic and would surely not let the young and old go hungry. Meanwhile, Shin Shaowan, having only heard the word food, lost the ability to think rationally. They exchanged knowing looks and stealthily made their way up the mountain, as if intentionally letting everyone on the mountain hear them. A grand scheme was slowly unfolding. Chapter 26. Oh no, we've been schemed against. As Shin Dachui and his granddaughter walked, they soon spotted a handsome young man. About 16 or 17 years old, dressed in a simple white shirt, carrying a bag and gracefully ascending the steps. Young man, please hold. Shin Dachui called out loudly. The youth turned at the sound, curiosity gleaming in his eyes upon seeing Shin Dachui and Shin Shaowan. Greetings, I am Shin Dachui of the divine forging lineage. He introduced himself with a respectful bow. Greetings, Elder Shun, the youth replied politely. I am Zhong, one of the Piahua Palace. It turned out this young man had just returned from the cave where Cold Wushuang had been hiding. So you're a girl. Shin Dachui exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing the name Piahua Palace, scrutinizing Zhongwen with great curiosity. Forgive my ignorance, but I am a man, Zhongwen replied, his expression darkening. But I've heard that Piahua Palace does not accept male disciples, Shin Dachui explained awkwardly. I am the chef and physician of Piahua Palace. Zhongwen stated, no longer wishing to engage, and turned to leave. Just then, Shin Xiaowan's stomach audibly protested, Grandpa, I'm so hungry. Zhongwen was taken aback that a young girl could produce such a grand sound from her stomach, and he curiously examined the not-so-small girl before him. Shin Xiaowan appeared to be only 13 or 14 years old, with delicate features that made her look half a head taller than Lin Xiaodai. Her worn yellow shirt and slender frame suggested she might be starving. Although her skin was fair, it bore a hint of pallor, save for her bright, expressive eyes that sparkled with spirit. Shin Dachui felt his face heat up, chuckling awkwardly. Young man, I apologize. This is my granddaughter Shin Xiaowan. We have been out for a while and did not bring enough provisions. We haven't had a proper meal in 2 days. Would it be possible for us to ask for some dry rations? Grandpa, I want to eat meat. Shin Xiaowan protested. Shin Dachui covered his face, exasperated by his granddaughter's lack of modesty. I'm just a chef. I cannot make decisions. Zhongwen glanced at the pitiful-looking Shin Xiaowan, sighed, and said, You may come with me up the mountain. For any matters, please discuss directly with the palace master. Thank you, young man. Shin Dachui cupped his hands in gratitude. The grandfather and granddaughter followed Zhongwen for a short distance, eventually arriving at the misty mountaintop, where an ancient structure emerged from the ethereal fog. As they drew closer, they could see the golden characters Piahua Palace emblazoned above the entrance. Upon entering the courtyard, they beheld a stunning young woman in red, practicing swordplay. Her long sword dancing gracefully in her hands, creating shimmering illusions. What a diligent girl, Zhongwen mused, watching Lu Qiqi train with great admiration. Zhongwen, who are these two? Lu Qiqi paused her practice, noticing the old man and young girl behind Zhongwen. These are Elder Shun and Miss Shun from the divine forging lineage. Here to discuss matters with the palace master, Zhongwen replied, opting not to mention their request for food to spare Shin Dachui's dignity. Please take them to the main hall. I will fetch my master, Lu Qiqi offered eagerly. What a beautiful elder sister, Shin Xiaowan remarked, gazing at Lu Qiqi's departing figure. Meanwhile, in the main hall, Qiao Eryang was directing 4 young maids in cleaning, and upon hearing Zhongwen's announcement of guests, she hurriedly approached to greet them, sending a maid to prepare tea. They really are all women. Shin Dachui surveyed his surroundings, and, apart from Zhongwen, he indeed did not encounter another man. Curiosity stirred within him regarding how Zhongwen ended up remaining on the mountain, given his disposition. A man of stature should never reside in such a place filled with frivolous charm. Even a few days' stay would render him utterly uncomfortable. Before long, Lin Jiyun appeared in the grand hall. Wow, sister, you are so beautiful, Shin Xiaowan exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration upon witnessing Lin Jiyun's unparalleled beauty. Lin Jiyun was momentarily taken aback. The one praising her was a delicate young girl, and her gaze softened involuntarily. Master Lin. Shin Dachui promptly stepped forward to pay his respects. The old man, possessing profound cultivation, appeared to be in his 60s, yet in reality, he was over 100 years old and had long since lost interest in matters of romance. However, upon seeing Lin Jiyun, he was still captivated by her grace. This must be Senior Shin, Lin Jiyun remarked, her demeanor dignified and courteous, clearly indicating her noble upbringing. She had heard of the renowned Shin family but was unaware of the reason for the senior's visit. I came to beg for alms, Shin Dachui thought to himself, surprised by Lin Jiyun's respectful attitude towards him, which made him momentarily hesitant to reveal his purpose. Fortunately, Shin Xiaowan's stomach audibly growled at just the right moment, providing him an exit from the awkward situation. Please excuse us, Shin Dachui seized the opportunity to say, we, grandfather and granddaughter, were in such a hurry to leave that we skipped breakfast, much to Master Lin's amusement. Indeed, it is my oversight, Lin Jiyun responded empathetically. As it approaches noon, and with esteemed guests arriving from afar, why not enjoy a meal here at Piaohua Palace? That sounds wonderful. You were so kind, sister. Shin Xiaowan eagerly agreed before her grandfather could feign reluctance, observing the little girl's insatiable appetite. Shin Dachui felt a profound sense of embarrassment and could no longer maintain the demeanor of a senior figure. Master Lin, my granddaughter possesses extraordinary talent and an appetite that is quite unmatched. I fear she may indulge to the point of discomfort for the residents of Piaohua Palace, he cautioned. Not to worry, I will have Zhongwen prepare additional ingredients, Lin Jiyun replied nonchalantly. Wow, so many beautiful sisters. At the dining table, upon seeing the arrival of Shangguan Mingwei and Yi Ninger, Shin Xiaowan couldn't help but exclaim once more, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Young Lin Xiaodai, encountering girls only a few years her senior, curiously assessed them, torn between snatching food and initiating conversation. The culinary delights prepared by Zhongwen were simply too delectable. A moment's inattention could lead to the dishes being entirely devoured. Shin Dachui was astonished at how quickly the meal was progressing. He rubbed his hands together, feeling quite awkward, while Shin Xiaowan lounged in her chair, contentedly patting her round little belly, still yearning for more. Zhongwen, the little girl, dashed over to him, tugging at his sleeve with a pitiful expression. I'm hungry. Apologies, truly, Shin Dachui stammered, feeling utterly dwarfed by the presence of so many beautiful women. Ah, my granddaughter. He sighed, lamenting his reputation. Chef, your cooking is simply exquisite, Shin Xiaowan declared obliviously. I've never tasted anything so delicious in my life. It's a pity there isn't more. I wonder if I could have some more. Child, speak less, Shin Dachui quickly admonished. It's fine. Zhongwen, understanding the situation, smiled and said, I've heard that Miss Shin has quite the appetite. To be safe, I prepared some chicken dumplings as well. I'll fetch them now. Upon hearing of more food, the tension in the room eased, but the glances directed at Shin Xiaowan became laced with caution. She is a formidable competitor. Soon, baskets of dumplings were brought out, piled high and nearly touching the ceiling. Zhongwen opened the steamers, releasing an irresistible aroma of chicken that filled the hall. Eat while it's hot, he urged. As soon as the words left his mouth, the ladies could no longer contain themselves, their chopsticks moving with astonishing speed. And Zhongwen could almost sense the faint pulse of spiritual energy among them. The four young girls brought by Qiao and Yang, having no cultivation, found themselves at a disadvantage in the fierce competition for dumplings, flailing helplessly as tears threatened to spill. Shin Xiaowan managed to snatch a dumpling with each hand, taking a bite that revealed an explosion of flavor. After hastily swallowing, she looked up to find that nearly half the dumplings had vanished. She lunged forward, grabbing more with fervor. Just moments ago, the women had appeared as graceful as celestial beings. Now, they resembled ferocious fiends, leaving Shin Dachui feeling a chill run down his spine, further convinced that such places were no realm for mortals. Women are truly fearsome, he mused, taking a bite of his own dumpling. This is indeed delicious. Once the meal concluded, the previously frenzied women now sat elegantly at the table, sipping tea as if nothing had transpired. Earlier today, some villagers had mentioned that Master Lin was compassionate, providing them with food and drink. Shin Dachui took a sip of tea and sighed contentedly, sincerely expressing, now that I see it for myself, you truly have a heart of gold, which is admirable. What? Lin Jiyun was puzzled. No one came up the mountain earlier. I haven't assisted any villagers. Could it have been other disciples from Piaohua Palace? Luqiqi shook her head, stating, I've been in the courtyard all morning. Had anyone come, I would have seen them. How strange, Shin Dachui remarked, perplexed. Old Shin, have you offended anyone lately? Zhongwen suddenly thought of something. Or does your Shin family have any formidable rivals? Our Shin family has lived in seclusion for many years. We have no rivals to speak of. Shin Dachui paused before continuing, however, a few days ago. That swordless young master from the Shao family attempted to seize my sun and moon divine sword, and we did clash. Swordless young master Shao Wenjian? Shangwan Mingyue's complexion paled. The one ranked second on the hero list? Indeed, that lad is as formidable as his reputation suggests. Had it not been for my powerful weapon, I truly cannot say who would have triumphed, Shindachui boasted, though there was a hint of exaggeration. Without the sun and moon divine sword, defeat would have been inevitable. This is bad. We have been set up. Shangwan Mingyue and Zhongwen exchanged glances, their minds clear as day. A tall figure appeared outside the courtyard. The second ranked on the great Qian hero list, the dragon of the Shao family, swordless young master Shao Wenjian. Shao Wenjian stood quietly at the entrance of Piaohua Palace, clad in flowing white robes. To one side stood Dantai Jin and the Dantai family's assassin, Qi Wu. On the other side loomed a silver-haired elder in black, his expression blank and eyes glazed. Shindachui, come out. Shao Wenjian said coldly, refusing to utter another word. Shao Wenjian, do not push too far. Shindachui bellowed angrily. Leaping forward, the others in the room quickly followed him outside to the courtyard. The Xingyu merchant group is indeed involved. Dantai Jin clenched his fist upon seeing Shangwan Mingyue, the nails digging deep into his palm, betraying the hatred he could not conceal. Young Master Shao, Piaohua Palace and your family have always maintained a harmonious coexistence. What is the meaning of breaking down my courtyard door today? Lin Jiyun inquired, gazing at the barren door frame with a look of discontent. If you must blame someone, blame yourself for allowing Shindachui to enter, Shao Wenjian replied coldly, showing no interest in defending himself. Master Lin, it is I who have caused you trouble. Shindachui lamented, realizing that not only had he mooched a meal from Piaohua Palace, but he had also inadvertently led to the destruction of their door. I shall say this one last time. Hand over the sun and moon divine sword. Shao Wenjian evidently had grown somewhat impatient. The sun and moon divine sword was the most formidable masterpiece of my divine forging lineage, and you dare to claim it outright. What are the laws of the realm? Shindazue seethed with indignation. Old Shin, the laws themselves are merely established by the strong to restrain the weak, Zhongwen observed. Bemused by the old man's naivety after so many years, he felt compelled to enlighten him. In the presence of true power, where are the laws? If a celestial wheel master were to slay an ordinary person, would the authorities truly dispense justice? The figure behind Shao Wenjian, Dantai Jin, was quietly astonished, scrutinizing Zhongwen with newfound respect. To think this young man perceived matters with such clarity. I am unworthy. You must be young Master Dantai, Zhongwen surmised, recognizing the young man's identity from the description provided by a burly man days prior. He raised his hand casually, expressing admiration. I have long admired the esteemed name of young Master Dantai. Witnessing your clever stratagem today is truly impressive. Oh, what brings you to such conclusions, young brother? Dantai Jin inquired calmly. Those villagers down the mountain were surely arranged by you, young Master Dantai, merely to lure old Shun into the floating flower palace. Zhongwen analyzed slowly, recalling how the previous encounters had caused significant losses to the Dantai family. You leveraged the enmity between Shao Gongzi and old Shun to draw him to the floating flower palace. To forcibly seize another's treasures is hardly a noble act. He paused before continuing. Even if this incident were witnessed by those within the floating flower palace, I doubt Shao Gongzi would wish for its dissemination. I fear he would likely cleanse the entire Qifeng mountain to preserve his reputation. How could I fathom what Shao Gongzi thinks? Dantai Jin smiled, neither confirming nor denying the assertion. Qi Wu, having been discovered, found himself in an awkward predicament, unable to advance or retreat. I never expected such a presence in the floating flower palace. I suddenly realized my previous defeat was not in vain, Dantai Jin remarked, a peculiar smile gracing his lips as he shook his head in resignation. At such a young age, possessing such intellect, surely your future is boundless. What a pity. Enough of this. Shao Wenjian, growing increasingly impatient, suddenly extended his hand, and in an instant, a massive claw of spiritual power materialized in the air, clawing towards Shindazue. Shindazue, experienced, swiftly drew the sun sword from the divine sword, and a radiant beam of sword light flashed, shattering Shao Wenjian's spiritual claw to pieces. Old Hey. Shao Wenjian uttered softly, and thus, the figure of the black-clad elder sprang into action. Old Hei's form appeared before Shindazue in a heartbeat, his speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. With his right fist clenched, he struck directly at Shindazue's chest. His punch appeared light, yet the force behind it was overwhelming. Shindazue, unable to retract his sword in time, had no choice but to meet the attack with his left palm. The moment their fists and palms collided, he felt an unyielding force surge from Old Hei's fist, utterly unfathomable and unresistible, sending his body flying back as if it had been shattered. The strength of this man surpassed even that of Xiao Wenjian. Shindazue was taken aback. His reaction momentarily dulled, and before he could regain his footing, Old Hei charged again, raising a foot to sweep towards him. Simultaneously, Xiao Wenjian's spiritual claw advanced once more. Without divine weapons, even one of these opponents would overwhelm Shindazue, let alone facing both. In a flurry of chaos, he found himself in dire straits. Shindazue barely managed to shatter Xiao Wenjian's spiritual claw, but received a solid punch from Old Hei, spitting out blood. Unaware of the specific spiritual technique employed by Old Hei, Shindazue felt waves of spiritual energy flooding into him, each stronger than the last, causing him excruciating pain. The sun sword slipped from his grasp, kicked away by Old Hei, and fell directly before Xiao Wenjian. Xiao Wenjian stepped forward, delicately retrieving the sun sword from the ground. Lifting it above his head, bathed in sunlight, this divine weapon, the culmination of the strongest efforts of the divine forging lineage, radiated a brilliant glow. For years have passed. At last, this day has arrived. This is the sword worthy of my name, Xiao Wenjian. From this moment forth, I shall stand unrivaled atop the heroic rankings. With the sword in hand, an unparalleled aura emanated from Xiao Wenjian. Merely standing there, he resembled a sword unsheathed, deterring any who dared approach. Congratulations, Xiao Gongzi, on realizing your wish, Dan Taijin remarked respectfully from the side. Now, hand over the moon sword as well. Xiao Wenjian glanced at the bundle on Shun Xiaowan's back. Under his gaze, Shun Xiaowan felt as if she were prey under the scrutiny of a predator, shivering involuntarily and inching closer to Lin Jiyun, as if receiving orders. Old Hei disregarded Shindazue and rushed towards Shun Xiaowan, who stood beside Lin Jiyun. Watch out, girl! Shindazue shouted in alarm, straining his injured body to follow, yet unable to catch up. Lin Jiyun, noticing Old Hei's intent to attack a young girl, furrowed her brows, stepping sideways to shield Shun Xiaowan. With a graceful wave of her hand, 6 blades of spiritual energy materialized in the air, swirling to block Old Hei's advance. Old Hei, unfazed, unleashed a punch, colliding with the spiritual swords. With a resounding crash, 3 of the 6 spiritual swords shattered into glimmering fragments, dissipating into the air. The remaining 3 swords, however, adeptly spread out, launching from 3 directions towards Old Hei, momentarily hindering his approach to Shun Xiaowan. As a celestial wheel master, do you not feel shame in attacking a child of merely a decade? Lin Jiyun's voice brimmed with indignation. Old Hei paid her no mind, pressing forward with his fists. By this time, Shindazue had joined forces with Lin Jiyun, and together, the 2 celestial wheel masters managed to suppress Old Hei, albeit only slightly. Old Hei, retreat! Xiao Wenjian commanded softly, stepping forward to stand before Lin Jiyun and Shindazue, thrusting the sun sword lightly. Legend spoke of the unparalleled sword master who forsook his blade due to an inability to find a suitable weapon. Now, after 4 years, Xiao Wenjian's swordsmanship was reborn. This seemingly light thrust instilled an unavoidable sense of dread in those who beheld it. Lin Jiyun waved her hand once more, and again 6 blades of spiritual energy emerged, this time charging towards Xiao Wenjian's radiant divine sword with greater ferocity. As the spiritual swords met Xiao Wenjian's sun sword, the blade gleamed with blinding light, instantly reducing the 6 swords to nothingness. The momentum of the sun sword remained unimpeded, thrusting directly towards Lin Jiyun. She retreated several steps, her face paling as if wounded by the sword's aura. What a remarkable divine weapon, she thought, feeling utterly at a loss before Xiao Wenjian's brilliance. Sister, use the sword, Shun Xiaowan suddenly exclaimed. The little girl unfastened her bundle, revealing a long sword resembling Xiao Wenjian's sun sword. It emitted a faint glow, not as dazzling, but subtly radiating a chill. Indeed, it was the moon sword from the sun and moon divine sword. Lin Jiyun's eyes lit up as she accepted the moon sword from Shun Xiaowan. With a flourish, she felt the weapon fit perfectly in her hand. A surge of confidence swelling within her. A holy yet cold aura enveloped her, making her appear like a goddess of moonlight, graceful and ethereal. You are unworthy of wielding that sword, Xiao Wenjian scoffed, dismissing Lin Jiyun as an opponent of equal caliber. The chilling aura emanating from the moon sword seemed to instill tranquility, and Lin Jiyun remained unfazed by Xiao Wenjian's derision, calmly thrusting her sword. Midway through her strike, 6 shimmering images materialized, making it difficult to discern the true blade. Lu Chi was invigorated. This was her signature sword technique, the splendid light sword play, executed by her master with unparalleled might. However, what appeared to her as an invincible swordsmanship seemed like a mere jest in the eyes of Xiao Wenjian. He did not move an inch, simply standing still, effortlessly swinging his sword, causing the myriad sword lights to vanish in an instant. Was the disparity truly so vast? Lin Jiyun felt a bitter taste in her mouth. Chapter 28. Sister, you must not come to harm. Master Lin, I am here to aid you. Seeing Lin Jiyun at a disadvantage, Shun Dachui bellowed, delivering a punch. His spiritual energy took shape, transforming in midair into a ferocious tiger, roaring as it charged towards Xiao Wenjian, who stood opposite Lin Jiyun. Unexpectedly, a figure emerged from the side, effortlessly dispersing the spiritual tiger with a single punch. It was that scoundrel again. Shun Dachui, witnessing Lao Hei's obstruction, could not help but curse, yet felt utterly powerless. On the battlefield, for masters of the heavenly wheel engaged in fierce combat, Shun Dachui and Lao Hei, barehanded, fought with astounding ferocity, their unleashed spiritual energies causing trees to splinter and bricks to fly. In contrast, on Lin Jiyun's side, each wielded a formidable weapon, exchanging strikes that appeared nonchalant, yet concealed dangers far beyond what an ordinary mind could fathom. The situation was dire. Shun Dachui, affected by his injuries, was clearly in a weakened state, and Lin Jiyun found herself utterly outmatched by Xiao Wenjian's swordplay. Zhang Wen observed the evident suppression of the Piaohua Palace side, his brow furrowed in contemplation for a breakthrough. Dr. Zhang, be careful. Suddenly came the warning voice of Shangguan Mingwei from behind him. Upon regaining his senses, he noticed a black sphere hurtling towards him, faintly radiating spiritual energy fluctuations. It was the very culprit that had previously caused Shangguan Junyi's spiritual energy to spiral out of control, the spirit thunder. Danai Jin, true to his name, was perpetually cautious. As a master of the earth wheel, he did not wish to take risks by directly attacking a youth of the human wheel realm, resorting instead to the use of concealed weapons. At that moment, Ninger and the little Loli stood on either side of Zhongwan. Should this spirit thunder explode, it would undoubtedly obliterate the two disciples of Piaohua Palace, causing Lin Jiyun to lose her composure. Dantai Jin had heard from his subordinates that there might still be a master of the heavenly wheel from the Shangguan family on Qingfeng Mountain. So he signaled to Qi Wu to seize Shangguan Mingyue amidst the chaos. If he could capture the young lady of the Shangguan family, even if that heavenly wheel master showed himself, he would surely hesitate to act recklessly. His plan was intricately woven, a vast net already enveloping the entirety of Qingfeng Mountain. And now was the opportune moment to draw it tight. A slight smile graced Danai Jin's lips, his expression revealing a confidence akin to a strategist who had everything under control, as if he merely needed a feather fan and a silk cap to accentuate his unparalleled sagacity. As he watched the spirit thunder soar towards him, a sudden flash of inspiration struck Zhongwan, and an odd smile spread across his face. If Danai Jin were to strike personally, he would be utterly helpless. But merely a remote concealed weapon? Your caution presents me with an opportunity. With a deft flick of his hand, Zhang Wen executed the terrifying star-level spiritual technique known as transferring flowers and connecting jade. Just as the spirit thunder reached him, it began to spin unexpectedly, veering off course and shooting towards Qi Wu at an unforeseen angle. Qi Wu, wholly focused on Shangguan Mingyue, was caught off guard by the sudden appearance of a concealed weapon and instinctively raised his right hand to block. Boom! A tremendous explosion resounded across the heavens. A powerful wave of spiritual energy engulfing Qi Wu, enveloping him in a dazzling light, causing even the four heavenly wheel masters engaged in battle to pause and turn towards the source of the explosion. Ah! A chilling scream echoed from behind the blinding light. Moments later, the brilliance waned, the spiritual mist dissipated, revealing Qi Wu's mangled body, limbs shattered and bloodied upon the ground. The scene was gruesome. Ninger could not help but cover the little Loli's eyes, fearing the traumatic image would haunt her fragile psyche. Qi Wu. Dantai Jin's voice trembled as his fists clenched tightly, nearly unable to believe his own eyes. At this juncture, all 7 of his Earthwheel masters had perished in the struggle against Piaohua Palace, without a single survivor. Witnessing Danai Jin, who had earlier appeared so confident, suddenly succumbed to despair, Xiao Wenjian furrowed his brow, his opinion of him diminishing considerably. Sister, are you all right? Have you been hurt? You must not come to harm. What shall I do if something happens to you? Ignoring the threat posed by Dantai Jin, Zhongwen turned to Lin Jiyun, and to the astonishment of those around them, embraced the leader of Piaohua Palace, wailing, "Sister, you are too kind. Why show mercy to such despicable scoundrels? Why not unleash your ultimate technique?" As for Shangwan Mingyue and Lu Qiqi, they gaped in shock at Zhong Wen's exaggerated performance, their jaws nearly dropping. Lin Jiyun, who had maintained her purity for over 20 years, was taken aback and incensed by Zhong Wen's sudden embrace, instinctively channeling her spiritual energy to push him away. Yet, Zhong Wen winked at her, his hand discreetly moving to the top of her head, continuing his lament, "Sister, if you do not use that technique, the entirety of Piaohua Palace may be annihilated." Lin Jiyun, momentarily stunned, was about to inquire about the technique when an influx of information surged into her mind. In mere moments, a marvelous sword technique titled the Death-Dealing Sword vividly appeared in her consciousness, as if she had practiced it for decades, deeply ingrained in her memory. She stared at Zhong Wan, dumbfounded, nearly forgetting that she was in combat with a formidable foe. As the medicinal pill melted in her mouth, its rich fragrance filled her senses, awakening her instantly. A warm sensation flowed through her limbs, and the wounds inflicted by Xiao Wenjian's invincible sword energy began to heal at an astonishing rate. Lin Jiyun immediately recognized the preciousness of this medicinal pill. Her gaze towards Zhong Wen infused with an indescribable emotion. Alas, she owed him far too much, as long as it did not harm the girls. She would endeavor to fulfill any future request he might have. Shaking her head, she temporarily cast aside her myriad of doubts. With her left hand behind her back, she raised her moon sword with her right, rehearsing the sword technique in her mind repeatedly. The more she contemplated, the more profound its intricacies seemed, benefiting her own swordsmanship in the process. Zhong Wen had obediently retreated to the side, still feigning a heart-wrenching demeanor. Ever since he had won a prize for on the actor's self-cultivation, he felt his acting skills had improved dramatically, lamenting the absence of an Oscar-like award in this world. Blissfully unaware of how awkwardly he had just performed, after Lin Jiyun had expressed doubt about his abilities days prior, Zhong Wen had intended to lie low and gradually dissolve the goddess's heartache. Yet, unexpectedly, the second-ranked master of the Daiqianingjia list, Xiao Wenjian, had come knocking, compelling him to reveal his trump card once more to protect Piaohua Palace. "Are we finished?" Xiao Wenjian, scornful of the ambush, stood quietly, watching Zhong Wen's prolonged performance with growing impatience. "Please, enlighten me." Lin Jiyun's expression shifted as she raised her right hand to her abdomen, her sword slightly inclined, pointing outward. "Eh?" Xiao Wenjian sensed an unmistakable transformation in Lin Jiyun, her aura radiating a stark contrast to earlier, subtly instilling a sense of threat within him. Proud as he was, he would not retreat. The two masters of the heavenly wheel simultaneously thrust forth their divine swords. Chapter 29, I protected him. Lao He had always been a bit slow on the uptake, and because of this, he had often been bullied by his peers. Once, while being besieged by a group of peers, a child hidden within the throng struck him on the head with a brick, causing blood to pour from his forehead as he lay motionless on the ground. The other children, fearing they had caused a tragedy, scattered in panic. However, from that day forth, he became increasingly dull-witted, speaking little to his family and finding himself increasingly unwelcomed. When his parents passed away in succession, his elder siblings hastily expelled him from the home under the pretext of dividing the family estate, leaving him with only tattered clothing and 20 silver coins. With such meager assets, he wandered aimlessly, struggling to find a means of survival due to his inability to communicate effectively. Once his silver was spent, he resorted to stealing or robbing to satiate his hunger. One fateful day, in a daze, he unwittingly stole from a gang leader and was subsequently caught and beaten. Just as his assailants intended to deliver the fatal blow, he was saved by the passing Xiao Qing. Labeled as a simpleton by his family, the young man revealed astonishing talent in cultivation, advancing rapidly in his abilities. For cultivators, the age of 20 is considered past the optimal age for enlightenment. Yet, starting his practice at 22, he astonishingly reached the coveted celestial realm by the age of 50. Though he appeared dazed and confused, he possessed a heart more pure than most, with judgments about the world that were refreshingly straightforward. His loyalty was unwavering. He would treat those who treated him well with equal kindness. Xiao Qing commanded, "From now on, stay by Wuqing's side and protect him. Heed his words." Thus, he steadfastly remained by the side of the second young master, Xiao Wuqing, ready to serve with unwavering dedication. Xiao Wuqing instructed, "For the next 3 days, accompany my elder brother and protect him. Listen to his commands. Now nearing 70 and having broken through to the fourth layer of the celestial realm, he resolutely followed Xiao Wenjian to Qifeng Mountain, assisting him in seizing the Sun Sword from the legendary Sun Moon Divine Sword. As Lin Jiyun and Xiao Wenjian exchanged their fateful strikes, he, equipped with a keen sense for battle, swiftly assessed the situation. The essence of Lin Jiyun's strike transcended his expectations, akin to a kiss from a demon. A scythe of death, exuding an aura of desolation and unending despair. Should they persist, Lin Jiyun might sustain injuries, but Xiao Wenjian would surely perish. The inevitability of Xiao Wenjian's demise loomed large. Protect him, protect him, protect him, echoed Xiao Wuqing's urgent instructions in his mind. In an instant, he forsook the looming threat of Shindachui, leaping forth to intercept the sword's trajectory, unhesitatingly placing himself in front of Xiao Wenjian. Everything transpired with astonishing swiftness. A sudden turn of fate. In the next moment, both swords struck him without reservation. The Sun Sword pierced his heart, while the Moon Sword penetrated his skull. As he lay dying, gazing at the heavens, his expression remained vacant. I protected him, he thought, slowly closing his eyes, a smile gracing his face for the first time in his life. Xiao Wenjian stared blankly at the lifeless body of the young man, his mind replaying Lin Jiyun's exquisite strike. As a genius of the sword path, he understood that had it not been for the young man's selfless sacrifice, he would now be a mere corpse. Such swordsmanship should not exist in this world. What manner of sword technique is this? He murmured, his voice tinged with bitterness, his heart for the sword path nearly fracturing. Lin Jiyun stood silently, her hair billowing, garments flowing gracefully, resembling a celestial being. In response to Xiao Wenjian's inquiry, she remained silent, as the sword technique was imparted to her by Zhongwen, and she feared that revealing too much would bring him unnecessary trouble. Shen Lao had already been shaken by the impact, merely persevering through sheer will. However, upon consuming a medicinal pill, he astonishingly felt his injuries heal significantly in mere moments. Invigorated by the surprise, he stepped forth to stand beside Lin Jiyun, adopting a stance of united resistance. With the absence of the young man and Qi Wu, the victory scale began to tilt unfavorably for them. Such swordsmanship, you will not be able to wield a second time in quick succession, Xiao Wenjian mused, suddenly meeting Lin Jiyun's gaze with renewed determination. Lin Jiyun frowned slightly, taken aback by how quickly he discerned the technique's flaw. The lethal strike demands the entirety of one's strength for a single devastating blow, and after its execution, one experiences a brief period of weakness. I am still here, Shindachui exclaimed loudly. If you do not return the Sun Sword, you will face the wrath of two celestial experts at once. Together, you are no match for me unless you employ that technique. Xiao Wenjian raised the Sun Sword, exuding an unparalleled aura, his fighting spirit rekindled beyond its previous intensity. Lin Jiyun and Shindachui felt an immediate tightening of their expressions, as the combined aura of the two was wholly overshadowed by Xiao Wenjian alone. At that moment, Lin Jiyun found her internal energy nearly depleted, and even the splitting light sword technique was beyond her reach, while Shindachui, still nursing his wounds, posed little threat against Xiao Wenjian, who wielded the divine weapon. Xiao Wenjian stepped forward, his aura intensifying, the Sun Sword radiating a brilliance that compelled both celestial experts to retreat a step. He had unexpectedly caught the attention of Dan Taijin. Brother Dan, amidst all these beauties, why fix your gaze solely on me? Zhongwen blurted, internally contemplating an escape. Your many schemes concern me. I fear they may impede Xiao Gongzi's performance, Dan Taijin replied, her voice regaining its gentle lilt. Why don't we both watch as the celestial experts display their prowess? Wouldn't that be delightful? Under the scrutiny of a terrestrial realm expert, Zhongwen found himself at a loss, unable to execute his various skills, feeling somewhat helpless. Shangguan Mingwei and Lu Qiqi approached his side, their beautiful eyes glaring fiercely at Dan Taijin, leading to a stalemate without conflict erupting. With each step forward Xiao Wenjian took, his aura grew stronger, while Lin Jiyun and Shindachui retreated, exhibiting a peculiar ebb and flow. Just as Xiao Wenjian's aura reached its zenith, poised to strike, another powerful force erupted from the opposite side of the courtyard, clashing fiercely with his own. Immediately, a slender figure appeared in the courtyard. A woman who appeared to be under 30, strikingly beautiful and poised, emanating a mature grace. Sister Shangguan, Zhongwen exclaimed joyfully. It seems I have come forth at just the right moment. Shangguan Junyi moved gracefully, her gaze captivating, exuding an enchanting allure with every smile and frown. Who are you? Xiao Wenjian furrowed his brow, his displeasure evident. The repeated misfortunes had driven his mood to an all-time low. I am Shangguan Junyi, Honored to meet the resplendent swordmaster. She replied, her voice as gentle as water, yet her eyes gleamed with fierce combativeness. Having re-established the two extremes yin-yang technique to the celestial realm. Although not yet restored to its peak, her strength remained formidable. At this moment, confidence surged within her, as she eagerly sought a worthy opponent for a spar. Let us go, Xiao Wenjian called to Dan Taijin, turning away without a hint of reluctance. Though prideful, he was not foolish. Shangguan Junyi was not an adversary to be dispatched in mere exchanges. Should she entangle him, by the time Lin Jiyun regained her strength, escape would be impossible. Return the sun sword. Shen Dachui bellowed. As Shen Dezue gazed into those cold eyes, he felt a shiver run through his body, as if he had plunged into a frozen abyss. In that moment, he could not muster the courage to utter another curse. He could only watch helplessly as Xiao Wenjian and Dan Jin strode away. Chapter 30. Bah, destitute fool. It was not until Xiao Wenjian and his companion had departed that the others in the courtyard finally exhaled in relief. With several young women breaking out in cold sweat from the tension, the pressure exerted by the renowned swordsman, Xiao Wenjian, was truly terrifying. Was this truly the unparalleled genius ranked second on the great Qian heroes list? Shen Dazume's tone was imbued with a sense of unwillingness, but more so, he felt a profound admiration. Grandfather, are you all right? Shen Xiaowan approached him, her concern evident. My dear, we have been greatly favored by the floating flower palace this time, Shen Dezue remarked, gently ruffling his granddaughter's hair. Thanks to the masterful swordsmanship of Palace Master Lin and the invaluable elixirs from Brother Zhongwen, otherwise, both of us would have perished here today. Old Shun, your Sun Moon Divine Sword has lost its Sunblade, rendering it incomplete. Why not part with the Moonblade as well? Zhongwen suggested, brazenly eyeing Shen Dazue's treasure with a glint of greed. To think I nearly lost my life for this so-called treasure and almost endangered my granddaughter's life as well. Shen Dazue shook his head. I have come to understand that possessing treasures alone is insufficient. One must also have the ability to protect them. With the righteous assistance from the floating flower palace, I shall gift this Moonblade to Palace Master Lin. That is out of the question. It is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Lin Jiyun repeatedly shook her head, resolutely declining. I merely cannot abide by the unfairness of the situation. I have no intentions of coveting the divine sword. Palace Master Sister. Old Shen means well. Do not refuse him, Zhongwen interjected. In today's battle, we have all shared a common enemy. If Xiao Wenjian returns, only with the Moonblade in your hands can you stand against him. Indeed, sister, you wielding the Moonblade would be a sight to behold, like a celestial maiden. Far more beautiful than grandfather. Shen Xiaowan chimed in. This granddaughter of mine is truly my own flesh and blood, Shen Dazue thought with a smile. After much hesitation, Lin Jiyun reluctantly agreed. Very well, I shall temporarily keep the Moonblade. Should the divine forging lineage require it in the future, they may come to retrieve it. Shen Dazue and Zhongwen spoke in unison. That would be splendid. Palace Master, suddenly interjected Shangguan Junyi. I have a request to make. I hope the Palace Master will grant it. Please, Sister Shangguan, speak freely. As long as it is within my capabilities, I shall not refuse, Lin Jiyun replied earnestly. Having risked her life twice to assist the floating flower palace, Shangguan Junyi held a deep sense of gratitude in Lin Jiyun's heart. Having traversed the martial world for many years, I have grown weary. After this injury, I have seen through the affairs of the world and wish to find a quiet place to reside and focus on my cultivation. I wonder if the Palace Master would allow me to stay? Shangguan Junyi's tone was sincere, though her peripheral gaze flickered towards Zhongwen. Is Sister Shangguan suggesting that she wishes to join the floating flower palace? Lin Jiyun inquired, astonished. Yes, indeed. I hope the Palace Master will consent. Shangguan Junyi bowed deeply, her demeanor earnest. And Shangguan Mingwei's expression changed dramatically as she attempted to dissuade her. Mingwei, Shangguan Junyi's gaze silenced her. Do not advise me. My mind is made up. Sister, having a master of the celestial wheel like you join us would be a great honor. I certainly do not wish to refuse. But I am uncertain what position to assign you, Lin Jiyun replied, genuinely pleased with Shangguan Junyi but unsure how to accommodate her. Given that Shangguan Junyi's strength surpassed her own, it would be impossible for Lin Jiyun to take her as a disciple. Why not appoint Sister Shangguan as an elder of the floating flower palace? Zhongwen proposed. Elder? Lin Jiyun was taken aback. The floating flower palace had but a handful of members, and no such position existed. As the palace master, you possess the authority to establish the title of elder, Zhongwen reminded her. Realization dawned on Lin Jiyun as she replied, what does Sister Shangguan think? Whatever you wish, Shangwan Junyi smiled and nodded. From this day forth, I hope to receive your guidance, Palace Master. With Lin Jiyun's joyful consent, Shangwan Junyi took the time to greet each disciple of the floating flower palace. And the courtyard was filled with a harmonious atmosphere, save for Shangwan Mingyue, who remained sullen in the corner. She pondered deeply, sensing that her aunt's decision was somehow intertwined with Zhongwen's influence, and resolved to question him. Her gaze roamed until she spotted Zhongwen leisurely strolling over to the corpse of old He, squatting down and beginning to search through the belongings of the fallen celestial will master. Dr. Zhong, what on earth are you doing? Shangwan Mingyue exclaimed, unable to contain herself. The crowd was momentarily stunned. How did I ever agree to let him stay? Chi-Chi, quickly clear the courtyard. Lin Jiyun covered her face, utterly unable to bear Zhongwen's despicable behavior towards the deceased. The two hastened to find a suitable place for burial. Palace Master, Zhongwen maintained an air of nonchalance, as if nothing had transpired. Given that the conflict with the Xiao and Dantai families had escalated dramatically, it was evident that they would not cease their harassment. Simply enduring these attacks was not a viable strategy. What do you propose we do? Lin Jiyun knew Zhongwen spoke with reason. Yet she could not shake the irritation she felt towards him. The Xiao family was far too powerful to confront immediately, but the Dantai family relied solely on an elder of the celestial wheel realm. Zhongwen spoke confidently, as though he had a plan. Should this steadfast pillar of theirs encounter an unforeseen accident, his mischievous grin prompted a gleam of interest in Shangwan Mingyue's eyes. The other three major factions in Songyan City would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to suppress the Danai family. Precisely, Zhongwen nodded in approval towards Shangwan Mingyue at that point. The Dantai family will be too preoccupied with the other three factions to trouble us. And how do you intend to achieve this? Lin Jiyun asked. Unbeknownst to them, Zhongwen had seamlessly supplanted the role of strategist in her heart that once belonged to her eldest disciple. Looking at this astute young man, she felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. What else can be done? We merely need to call upon Palace Master or Sister Shangwan to engage him in a spar. Zhongwen replied with a smile. Having cultivated for 180 years, he is merely a celestial wheel. I doubt he will be a match for either of you. Merely a celestial wheel? The gathered individuals exchanged incredulous glances, shocked by Zhongwen's audacity. I shall go. Shangwan Junyi covered her mouth and chuckled, volunteering. Having just joined the floating flower palace, this serves as my initiation. Sister Shangwan, do exercise caution, Lin Jiyun expressed her concern. Fear not, Palace Master. At 180 years, a celestial wheel's vitality has waned. I doubt he will pose a threat to me. Shangwan Junyi gently brushed her hair, her tone laced with disdain. If not for the risk of alarming the authorities, I could effortlessly eliminate the entire Dantai family. Sister Shangwan, how formidable. Zhongwen grinned, showering her with praise. Flattery, Shangwan Junyi shot him an amused glance. Perhaps due to her recovery, Shangwan Junyi's playful glances were imbued with a charming allure, leaving Zhongwen's heart racing and his thoughts in disarray, nearly forgetting his surroundings. My aunt has been taken away. Shangwan Mingyue observed the flirtation between Shangwan Junyi and Zhongwen, feeling a profound emptiness within her heart. In a room, Danai Jin sat, his brow furrowed deeply. When Xiao Wenjian departed, he had not even spared him a glance, indicating a stark decline in his standing in Xiao Wenjian's eyes. Now, he had lost 7 of his most trusted subordinates, though he retained some hidden hands. His visible strength was inferior even to his youngest brother, who had barely crossed the threshold of 10 years. Should the Dantai family will waver, his position as the next family head would be at grave risk. As he pondered, a soft, melodious voice suddenly wafted in from outside, sweet and flowing like a song. I have long heard of the Dantai elders' profound cultivation. This humble girl, Shangwan Junyi, has come to seek a friendly exchange. I hope for your guidance. The voice, though gentle, seemed to possess a life of its own, piercing through the air and resonating clearly in the ears of all present. Not good. Dantai Jin's expression shifted dramatically as he rushed out the door, intent on preventing his ancestor from taking action. However, within the inner hall, a formidable aura had already surged skyward. An elderly man with a bald head and white eyebrows burst through the door, lightly touching the ground as he sped towards the source of the commotion. Watching his ancestor hastily depart, Dantai Jin felt a sense of foreboding, yet found himself powerless to intervene. The cunning visage of Zhongwen flashed through his mind, provoking a bitter pang in his heart and a sense of suffocation. Chapter 31. Do you wish to become a true master? Rumors swiftly circulated throughout Songyan City. The majority of the populace could not discern the veracity of these tales. However, The sound of the woman challenging the Dantai ancestor distinctly reached the ears of many surrounding the Dantai residents. The information, initially spread with intent, was embellished by those who fancied themselves knowledgeable of the circumstances, rapidly becoming common knowledge throughout the city. Behind the most zealous disseminators, the shadow of the Xingyu Trading Company loomed large. As the rumors began to fester, the other three prominent families, led by the Yun family, incessantly instigated friction along the borders of the four major families, probing the Dantai family's response. Soon enough, the Dantai family exhibited signs of weakness, prompting the Yun, Zhao, and Qi families to strike decisively, encroaching upon the Dantai family's interests from various realms. A tempest swept through Tsungyun City, with the Dantai family patriarch occupied day and night defending against the onslaught of the three families, while Dantai Jin found himself in a state of utter disarray. This turmoil stemmed from the day when Shangwan Junyi, after defeating the Dantai ancestor, uttered Dantai Jin's name. From that moment, resentment and reproach filled the gazes of everyone in the Dantai family towards him. We, the Dantai family, have fallen to such a state because you have provoked the wrong people. His younger brother, Dantai Yin, barely over 10 years old, voiced this sentiment before him. Throughout the entire affair, Zhang Wen's presence was nowhere to be found, however, for reasons unknown. Dantai Jin could not shake the image of that mischievous youth's smile from his mind. One day, I shall make you wish for life yet find none, and wish for death yet be unable to attain it. He ground his teeth in frustration, unable to suppress his hatred for Zhang Wen. Meanwhile, the object of his ire remained blissfully unaware. After receiving a substantial shipment of spiritual herbs and seeds from Shangwan Mingyue, Zhang Wen resumed his tasks with glee. Congratulations. You have received a reward, enlightenment, a scroll. Zhang Wen gazed regretfully at the lottery results. The second option sounded extraordinarily impressive, yet alas, fortune had not favored him. And once again, he missed out on a premium reward. At that moment, a new alternative task appeared on the panel. Task 1. Successfully refine 30 spirit elevation pills and receive 1 lottery opportunity. This task was indeed challenging. However, Zhang Wen, alone in his room, performed a one-man show, exuding an air of superiority as if looking down upon the world, all within his range. The spirit elevation pill was a potion that enhanced spiritual power, and such elixirs were exceedingly precious in the realm of cultivators. The formulas were tightly controlled by the 7 great sacred lands, and even when a few pills occasionally leaked from the sanctuaries, they incited fierce competition among the major factions, resulting in bloody confrontations each time. Among them, one particularly rare ingredient, the Dao spirit fruit, was elusive even to Shangwan Mingyue's commercial prowess. Fortunately, Zhang Wen still possessed a considerable quantity in his ring. You have ailments, I have remedies. Zhang Wen hummed a cheerful tune, continuously turning the alchemy furnace in his hands. His demeanor remarkably relaxed. Ever since that day in Yawang Valley when he refined pills and triggered a celestial phenomenon, his alchemical skills had risen to a new level. Subtly reminiscent of the first alchemist of ancient times, the deputy lord of Yawang Valley. In less than a quarter of an hour, over 70 fragrant spirit elevation pills elegantly appeared in the furnace. Upon picking one up and inhaling its peculiar aroma, he felt a subtle increase in the flow of spiritual power within him. Good stuff. Zhang Wen beamed as he stored the spirit elevation pills into vials. As a foundational type of cultivation potion, the spirit elevation pill was subject to numerous restrictions. It was ineffective for cultivators at the celestial wheel stage and below that level. Each cultivator could consume a maximum of 3 pills. Any attempt to exceed this limit would lead to resistance, rendering the potion's effects wholly wasted. Nevertheless, in the secular cultivation world, the spirit elevation pill was a rare item with no market value, impossible to acquire even with spiritual crystals. Zhang Wen was unaware of the dynamics within the cultivation realm of this era, thus he remained unperturbed. Focusing intently on studying the newly acquired texts in his mind, complete Task 1. Successfully refine 30 spirit elevation pills. Please draw lots to receive task rewards. 1. 300 high school Chinese reading comprehension exercises. 2. Dragon elephant tremor technique. 3. Breath concealment technique. Second one, it must be the second one. Namo Amaba. Zhang Wen clasped his hands in prayer, beseeching the heavens, and drew lots. Congratulations, you have received a reward. 300 high school Chinese reading comprehension exercises. Damn it. Zhang Wen erupted in frustration, unable to restrain himself from raising his middle finger to the sky. After cursing for a while, He finally cast a dejected glance at the newly posted task. Task 1. Translate a book written in Dacian characters. Task rewards will depend on the length and quality of the translation. Upon gazing at the new task, Zhongwen felt a flush of embarrassment. In recent days, he had gradually adapted to life in the floating flower palace, and the initial fervor for learning characters had diminished considerably. The desk in his room still bore the texts Montessori learning and understanding characters, yet he had not opened them for several days. Sometimes, I haven't even told the little girl a story. Suddenly, a wave of guilt washed over him. When he first arrived in this world, the little girl had been the person closest to him. Now, with an increasing number of encounters, he found himself spending less time with that kind-hearted little girl. Putting away the alchemy furnace, he opened the door, intending to find the little girl, only to discover Ning standing demurely at the entrance, seemingly about to knock. "Miss Yin, do you need something?" Zhongwen inquired curiously. "Call me Ning-er," Ning replied with a hint of stubbornness. Surprised by the sudden familiarity of this icy beauty, Zhongwen did not refuse. "Ning-er, what is it? May I ask you some questions regarding spiritual herbs?" Ning-er's tone was somewhat bashful, a stark contrast to her usual aloof demeanor. "Of course," Zhongwen smiled. "It seems you truly enjoy the study of spiritual herbs. When I was 10, my parents passed away, and I followed my master to Qingfeng Mountain. Apart from my master and the sisters, I didn't really interact much with outsiders." Ning-er unusually opened up about her past. "When I was alone on the mountain, I often found myself staring blankly at the flowers and trees. Gradually, I discovered that I could seemingly feel the growth of the plants. They do not speak loudly, yet they are undeniably alive. I have always had a disposition that does not endear me to others. I can hardly manage a few words with strangers without feeling uncomfortable. However, beside plants, I don't feel that pressure. I simply feel very comfortable and happy." Seemingly opening up, Ning-er spoke animatedly, a rosy hue appearing on her fair face. "Later, I thought, since plants grow so slowly and with such difficulty, perhaps I could lend them a hand." "So you began to learn cultivation?" Zhongwen couldn't help but interject. "Yes, I used my saved pocket money to buy some relevant books and began to learn the way of planting." Ning-er nodded. "Later, when my junior sister joined the sect, I became a senior sister and thought I should not just mooch off my master. I should contribute to the sect. Since the area around Qifeng Mountain abounds with spiritual herbs, I began researching their cultivation and also learned some alchemy. After a while, Ning-er gradually shed her bashful demeanor, returning to her usual calm and cool self. I still remember the first time my cultivated spiritual herbs were sold by my master. That feeling of happiness is something I will never forget." Zhongwen gazed at the ethereal and graceful young lady before him and sincerely remarked, "Sister Gongzhu, you are truly fortunate to have a disciple like her." Yet, deep within, he recognized his own evasion, lost in the reverie of his own world. Had he not been so willful in his daily life? And had he practiced his spiritual techniques with the diligence of second senior sister, he might not have felt so helpless that fateful night against the assailants. Unable to protect either himself or Xiao Dai, Ning shook her head, reminiscing about the despair she had felt, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Zhongwen, thank you for saving us." The usually aloof and graceful girl in white now furrowed her brow, her eyes reddened, presenting a delicate and vulnerable appearance that elicited an overwhelming sense of tenderness. Witnessing this, Zhongwen felt a surge of protective instinct rise within him, and he could not help but offer words of comfort. "Ning-er, be aware that everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. Chi-Chi is inherently suited for martial arts, while your talents lie elsewhere. As the saying goes, in the myriad of professions, excellence can be found in every field. The path of cultivation is not the only one." Noticing that Ning still wore a troubled expression, he continued, "Personal valor often does not determine the outcome of a battle. In my view, the contributions of a master of spiritual herbs and a master alchemist far surpass those of a skilled combatant. But my knowledge of herbalism and alchemy is quite rudimentary." "I am no master," Ning replied, still shaking her head. "Ning, do you wish to become a true master?" Zhongwen fixed his gaze upon her, internally grappling with a crucial decision. The revival of Qifeng Pavilion, led by Qiao Ernyang and her peers, might indeed require the support of a master. Feeling somewhat flustered under his intense gaze, Ning almost averted her eyes but ultimately summoned the courage to meet his gaze for several seconds. "I do." "Excellent." Zhongwen beamed, his smile radiant. "I will teach you." In the Jin Dao sect, Zheng Gongming scrutinized the silver-clad figure before him, torn between conflicting thoughts. What has the sect leader decided? The silver-clad individual, though courteous in speech, carried an air of condescension. If our two families joined forces, suppressing the mere Xingyu Trading Company would be a trivial matter. We could then eliminate the Jiao gang in one fell swoop, ruling over Fufeng City together. Wouldn't that be preferable to being perpetually overshadowed by Xingyu Trading Company? After a moment of hesitation, Zheng Gongming finally shook his head. I appreciate your kind offer, but Manager Wang of Xingyu Trading Company has always been on good terms with me and has assisted Jin Dao sect during our times of difficulty. Moreover, as a humble sect, meddling in the conflict between your Silver Ring Chamber of Commerce and Xingyu Trading Company would be akin to courting disaster. At my age, I cannot afford such upheaval. I merely wish to live out my remaining years peacefully, and I must decline your generous offer. Are you truly not reconsidering? The silver-clad individual narrowed his eyes, his tone turning ominous. I beg your pardon. Very well. As merchants, we value harmony in business and shall not force your hand. The silver-clad figure replied, his demeanor cooling. I only hope sect leader Zheng does not come to regret this decision. With that, he took his leave. Watching the silver figure depart, Zheng Gongming could not suppress a cold laugh. Co-ruling Fufeng City? I wouldn't trust you as far as I could throw you. For Jin Dao sect, it mattered little who ruled Fufeng City, whether it be Xingyu Trading Company or the Silver Ring Chamber. The latter was, in fact, more agreeable than the former. Unbeknownst to him, the silver-clad figure turned without a second thought and headed straight for the Jiao gang. Sister Gongzhu, have you been intentionally avoiding me lately? Seizing a rare moment alone with Lin Jiyun in the hall, Zhongwen could not suppress his curiosity. It seemed that wherever he appeared, Lin Jiyun was scarce. How could that be? Lin Jiyun's voice was tinged with awkwardness, her gaze evasive. I've simply been in seclusion, practicing my cultivation and have not ventured out much. Ah, I see. I must have misunderstood. Zhongwen discerned her lie but chose not to expose it. Yet, he had a purpose in mind and dared to inquire, what grade of technique requires even someone as gifted as Sister Gongzhu to labor so diligently? Though our Piaohua palace is small, we do possess golden grade techniques, Lin Jiyun replied, a hint of pride in her voice. She anticipated Zhongwen's astonishment upon hearing golden grade. Yet to her surprise, his expression shifted to one of disappointment, as if his interest had waned. Is it really only golden grade? I've never encountered such a rudimentary technique. Lin Jiyun thought, what do I do? I feel an overwhelming urge to strike him. She steeled herself, reminding herself that he was still just a child. Sister, you are the pillar of Piaohua Palace. Zhongwen implored earnestly. I may not know the extent of the Xiao family's prowess, but as the foremost family in Deqian, they surely have many skilled warriors, perhaps even a few above the Tiansun level. We cannot afford to remain idle, practicing inferior techniques. Lin Jiyun lamented, I can hardly contain the primal energy within me. My right hand has already formed a fist the size of a sandbag. Sister, it is time to adopt a truly superior technique. Zhongwen finally revealed his purpose. Lin Jiyun could not help but interject. Do you possess a technique superior to my Pialingjing? Not just better, but vastly superior, Zhongwen replied. His vocabulary lacking, yet relying on sheer quantity to express his point. Even if you have a superior technique, I cannot accept it. I already owe you so much. And I do not know how to repay you. Lin Jiyun hesitated before shaking her head. Repay? Why, with your body, of course. Zhongwen dared not voice his true thoughts. Sister Gongzhu, I currently reside in Piaohua Palace, and should you fail to contend with the Xiao family, I too would suffer the consequences. We are interlinked. My proposal is merely a means of self-preservation. Lin Jiyun remained obstinate, setting aside the quality of your technique. Even if I were to start anew, it would take considerable time to reach the Tiansun realm. Would the Xiao family wait for me? Sister, have you forgotten? I possess the angling pill. Zhongwen triumphantly produced a small vial, grinning broadly. Lin Jiyun was simultaneously exasperated and amused. Are you trying to corner me into a situation where I must start anew? Sister, though my life may be of little value, you must consider Qi, and Xiao Dai, Zhongwen pressed, deploying his trump card. If you do not grow stronger, how can you protect them from adversaries? Previous experiences serve as cautionary tales. Lin Jiyun felt as though she were a marionette, being led by Zhongwen. Gazing into his earnest expression, she pondered for a while before finally sighing, show me. If it truly is as remarkable as you claim, I shall consider it. All right. Zhongwen grinned as he approached Lin Jiyun, extending his hand towards the top of her head. What are you doing? Lin Jiyun's expression darkened as she stepped back, her annoyance palpable. Sister, have you forgotten about the death sword? Zhongwen reminded her. My ability is called Dihua Guanding. Without touching your crown, how can I carry out the technique? Do not move. Focus your mind, he urged, his excitement bubbling over at the prospect of using this technique on her. With no means to resist, Lin Jiyun shot him a reproachful glance but ultimately stood still. Dihua Guanding. The moment Zhang Wen's hand brushed Lin Jiyun's hair, he felt an almost overwhelming surge of emotion. Striving to maintain his composure, he silently recited a mantra within. Lin Jiyun experienced that wondrous sensation once more, as though countless characters descended from the heavens, embedding themselves deep within her memory. A profound technique known as Tai Su Xian Yin Gong felt as though it had been meticulously researched for decades, becoming indelibly inscribed within her mind. Zhang Wen possessed two techniques of stellar-grade quality, Tai Su Xian Yin Gong and Liang Ji Yin Yang Gong. Without hesitation, he chose the former for Lin Jiyan. After all, this cultivation technique comes with the effects of enhancing beauty and preserving youth. Who wouldn't wish for the woman they admire to become more beautiful and eternally youthful? It is indeed a sight to behold. Were it not for Shangguan Junyi's resolute refusal to part with the dual extremes yin-yang technique, he would certainly have promoted this beauty-enhancing method to the enchanting elder sister. Lin Jiyun savored the profound intricacies of the technique that emerged in her mind, feeling an overwhelming sense of wonder, her entire being lost in a state of oblivious contemplation. Completely forgetting the presence of Zhang Wen, gazing at the delicate cherry lips of the beauty so close at hand, with their luscious crimson hue. Zhang Wen exerted immense effort to resist the endless temptation, refraining from stealing a kiss. What does the esteemed sister think of this technique? Zhang Wen suddenly realized his lapse in composure. Truly unfathomable, Lin Jiyun sincerely remarked. Such an extraordinary technique. Are you truly giving it to me? Of course. What is mine is yours, I assent it. Zhang Wen replied with a cheerful grin. Lin Jiyun countered, are we truly that close? I certainly do not wish to see you. Despite her kind nature, she could not help but internally critique herself, soon feeling a pang of guilt for her ingratitude. Sister, please do not refuse. Enhancing your strength is the right path, Zhang Wen urged, appealing to her emotions. The safety of the floating flower palace in the future will indeed depend on her. With that, he took it upon himself to leave the hall, granting Lin Jiyun the space to ponder alone. Dr. Zhong. Upon exiting the hall, he encountered a noble and radiant young lady approaching him. The seawater has been delivered. When will you provide me with the formula for the divine immortal brew? Miss Shangguan, Zhang Wen quickly responded, come, let us go to my room. I shall demonstrate it for you right away. Chapter 33. He has already developed affections for her. He languidly reclined in a wooden rocking chair, his body swaying gently with the chair's movement. The chair was quite spacious, and beside him sat a strikingly beautiful young woman, half reclining in his embrace, delicately peeling an orange and feeding him the succulent segments. However, this enchanting lady was neither Huaner nor Inger. Had anyone in the capital been more attuned to the news, they would recognize the exquisite girl nestled in Xiao Wuqing's arms as the beloved youngest daughter of Prince Li Jua, the current emperor's younger brother, the 17-year-old princess Li Xuefei. This once headstrong and willful princess appeared docile and obedient in Xiao Wuqing's presence, akin to a gentle maid. Does your brother have nothing to say to me? Xiao Wuqing's tone was gentle, but carried an undercurrent of dissatisfaction. Apologies, came the indifferent reply from Xiao Wenjian, devoid of any contrition. Our Xiao family does not lack experts in the heavenly wheel, yet old He is different. His cultivation talent ranks among the top 5 I have ever seen. Xiao Wuqing bit into a segment of orange offered by the princess, savoring it as he spoke. I am certain that within 20 years, he will reach the pinnacle of the heavenly wheel, and there may yet be opportunities for him to take that step. Li Xuefei, nestled in his embrace, carefully wiped the orange juice from his lips with her delicate right hand, then brought her juice-stained fingers to her own lovely lips, playfully licking them and revealing a blissful smile. The successor of the divine forging lineage has attained such a level of cultivation? Xiao Wuqing continued, moreover, to contend with the two of you top experts and still manage to defeat old He while safeguarding the moonsword? Lin Jiyun. Xiao Wuqing savored the name, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. By the sound of her name, she must be a beauty. Wuqing. Li Xuefei could not resist lightly pinching the back of his hand. As for the moonsword, I will think of another way. I will certainly retrieve it for you, Xiao Wenjian said coldly. Were it not for our childhood together and my intimate understanding of your character, I would be unable to refrain from striking you. Xiao Wuqing sighed. You cannot defeat me, Xiao Wenjian declared before turning and swiftly disappearing beyond the courtyard. Is your brother always this insufferable? Li Xuefei inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. He was even more vexing as a child, Xiao Wuqing replied with a chuckle. By the way, Fei Fei, could you help me inquire about this Lin Jiyun and see if she has any connections to the Lin family in the capital? What? You have never even met her. You've only heard her name, and you're already developing thoughts about this woman? Li Xuefei's expression shifted subtly, a hint of jealousy creeping in. Where are your thoughts wandering to, Fei Fei? Do you not understand my intentions? Xiao Wuqing's gaze was tender, causing Li Xuefei to blush. You are unaware of my brother. He has never once spoken the complete name of any woman. And so what? Li Xuefei buried her face in Xiao Wuqing's embrace, her cheeks flushed. Today, I actually heard him mention a woman's name. Xiao Wuqing gently stroked the princess's soft hair. Perhaps he is unaware that he has developed feelings for this woman. That makes no sense. Li Xuefei shook her head in disbelief. Xiao Wuqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. No one understands Xiao Wenjian better than I do. Since my brother has taken a rare interest in matters of love, how could I, as his younger brother, not offer him my full support? At that moment, an indescribable allure radiated from Xiao Wuqing, captivating Li Xuefei as she gazed at his handsome visage, reluctant to divert her gaze. On this day, Zhong Wen resumed narrating Journey to the West to the little girl, but the atmosphere on the mountain was now lively, unmatched by previous times. Besides the little girl, Lu Qiqi, and Zheng Yuding, the audience expanded to include Shangwan Junyi, Shangwan Mingyue, Shin Xiaowan, Xiao Ernyang, and 4 young maidens. Chef brother, this story is so fascinating. Please tell us more, Shin Xiaowan exclaimed, her head bobbing with enthusiasm. She usually only endured Shun Dachui's incessant talk of revitalizing the divine forging lineage. Having never encountered such an enthralling tale, she was utterly enraptured. Since recovering, Shangwan Junyi exuded an invigorating vitality, her demeanor much more vivacious. Engaging in spirited discussions with Xiao Ernyang and the 4 young maidens about what it would be like if the daughter of the Gao family married Zhu Beiji. Their conversation lively and animated. Zhongwen, your story is completely different from the tales I've heard before. Shangwan Mingyue astutely discerned a business opportunity. Have you considered writing it down for publication? Our Xingyu Trading Company could help you sell it. I have a premonition that this journey to the West will become a sensation. Zhang Wen pondered for a moment. I would like to write a book for profit, but unfortunately, I am illiterate. Shangwan Mingyue, proud and ambitious, assumed Zhang Wen was uninterested and ceased her persuasion. Unbeknownst to her, Zhang Wen truly was illiterate in the Dacian Empire. This sister is from Xingyu Trading Company? Zhang Yuding, who had been silent, suddenly inquired. Indeed, I am Shangwan Mingyue, the person in charge of Xingyu Trading Company in the southern 3 provinces. And you are? Shangwan Mingyue observed Zhang Yuding's captivating beauty and striking presence, feeling a desire to befriend her. Is Yinhuan also in Fufeng City? Shangwan Mingyue exchanged glances with Shangwan Junyi. Not particularly surprised. Prior to arriving at Qingfeng Mountain, she had anticipated that her convoy was being shadowed by spies from the Yinhuan Merchants Association. In recent years, their rivalry had intensified, and mutual infiltration had become more frequent, making it unsurprising that they would follow her operations in the area. However, this news carried a different weight for Zhongwan. Miss Zhong, are you saying that the Zheng family head rejected the Yinhuan Merchants Association's cooperation request? Yes. I saw how displeased that Yinhuan's steward was at the time. He has quite a miserly temperament, Zheng Yuding remarked with a disdainful curl of her lip. Uncle Wang from Xingyu Trading Company has a much better temperament. What? Zheng Yuding was taken aback, rising to her feet. What shall we do? Miss Shangwan, I recall you mentioning that the Yinhuan Merchants Association is backed by the Xiao family? Zhang Wen inquired of Shangwan Mingyue. Indeed, Shangwan Mingyue nodded, revealing that the leader of the Silver Ring Chamber of Commerce was, in fact, a son-in-law from a collateral branch of the Xiao family. The rise of Silver Ring could not be separated from the contributions of the Xiao family, since he was one of theirs. We naturally could not allow Silver Ring to grow too powerful in Fufeng City. Otherwise, how could Qingfeng Pavilion thrive? Zhong Wen gestured to Zhang Yuding to remain calm. Although a direct attack on Silver Ring was not feasible, it was unlikely that the elimination of a criminal gang would attract the attention of significant figures. Are you planning to deal with the Jiao gang? Lin Jiyun, draped in elegant attire, appeared in the courtyard unexpectedly. Our Floating Blossom Palace has no grievances with the Jiao gang, and I fear we might be acting without justification. A mere Jiao gang. How could it warrant the involvement of the palace master? Zhong Wen was aware that Lin Jiyun adhered to her principles to an almost rigid extent. He smiled and remarked, I wonder if you recall, dear sister, that I made a friend at the foot of the mountain. On the night of the Dantai family's attack, she lent her assistance. Is it that person in black? Shangwan Junyi inquired with curiosity. So she is your friend. Though her cultivation is still at the earth wheel level, her swordsmanship is unparalleled. Are you considering inviting her to intervene? The memory of the night when Lang Wushuang had nearly saved Shangguan Junyi's life stirred her curiosity. Zhongwen, you mean? Zhang Yuding's eyes brightened. Brother Zhongwen, aren't you planning to introduce us to this friend of yours? Shangguan Junyi's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Regardless, she has saved my life. I truly wish to express my gratitude in person. Her mind, however, was consumed by thoughts of vengeance. Zhang Wen shook his head. Let us see if she is willing to come up the mountain after this matter is resolved. As for whether she still longs for my culinary skills, that remains unknown. Chapter 34. The rising hope. Duan Changhong felt a surge of ambition within, as if he glimpsed the prospect of a turnaround. Ever since the vice leader was assassinated, the previously balanced power dynamics with the Golden Blade sect had been shattered, leaving the Gile gang struggling to maintain its foothold in Fufeng City. Yet, the figure clad in silver before him brought a glimmer of hope for resolving the predicament. Steward Sai, my men are prepared. Please advise when we shall proceed. Duan Changhong adopted a very humble demeanor. The steward before him was a second-ring steward of the Silver Ring Chamber of Commerce, a master of the Earth Wheel level, whose prowess and background rendered Duan Changhong unable to hold his head high. Then let us toast with tea to celebrate our imminent success, Steward Sai declared, raising his teacup. At the moment their cups clinked, Steward Sai suddenly sensed an unusual atmosphere in the room. Cultivators are typically unaffected by the whims of the weather. Nonetheless, he felt a chill permeate the space. Wait, why should I feel cold? Just as he recognized this anomaly, a sword struck from an unexpected direction. An exquisitely lethal sword. The blade was imbued with endless killing intent, radiating a chilling aura. Cold Wushuang, who was accustomed to concealing her face, chose this time to reveal her true visage. Do you remember 7 years ago, when you slaughtered a farming family of the Lang surname in your greed for land? Faced with deep-rooted enmity, Cold Wushuang struggled to rein in her emotions. Is this the feeling of vengeance? It seemed not as satisfying as she had envisioned. Remember my name. I am Long Wushuang, the daughter of that family. In that moment, the faces of her father, mother, elder brother, and younger sister flickered vividly before her, as if no time had passed since their tragic departure. I have avenged you. May you find peace in the heavens. Gazing at the corpse against the wall, Cold Wushuang was flooded with myriad emotions lingering in the room, her graceful figure framed by the shadows cast by her long hair, which was elegantly pinned up. Her sword angled toward the ground, creating a hauntingly beautiful silhouette in the dim light. Unbeknownst to her, Steward Sai had already slipped away without a trace. Lost in thought, Cold Wushuang suddenly felt something being pressed into her mouth, a pill, its fragrant essence filling her senses. Returning to reality, she heard Zhongwen's gentle voice. Congratulations on avenging your grievances. The assassin girl responded softly, although she had fulfilled her long-held desire. A profound emptiness settled in her heart, leaving her momentarily at a loss. What should I do next? Suddenly devoid of a life goal, Cold Wushuang felt engulfed in confusion. I don't know what I want to do. It was her heartfelt confession. Do not rush. You are still young and have ample time to discover what you truly enjoy, Zhongwen reassured her, embodying the role of a confidant. I wish to follow you. Cold Wushuang gazed at Zhongwen's warm smile, yet did not voice this sentiment. Before this extraordinary young man, she felt a pang of inferiority, believing herself unworthy to remain by his side. Let us go, Cold Wushuang signaled to Zhongwen. He nodded, about to lead her away, when he abruptly halted, frowning. An unfamiliar figure had appeared in the room. Clad in black, with a face shrouded in a mask, and wielding a slender sword, the newcomer was a formidable presence. Phone. Upon seeing the figure in black, Cold Wushuang's expression changed dramatically. Chapter 35. Do not undervalue her though masked. The voice revealed that the black-clad figure was no older than 30. The attire bore a striking resemblance to how Zhongwen had first encountered Cold Wushuang, sharing a similar aura. At first glance, Zhongwen discerned that this individual was also an assassin affiliated with the Wanjin building. Master. Cold Wushuang's voice trembled slightly with fear and urgency. I am aware of your desire for revenge. However, you have left training without permission, violating the rules of Wanjin building. The black-clad figure, Phone, spoke coldly, devoid of any warmth. I, Cold Wushuang, wish to resist, she thought. But the authority Phone had commanded over the years rendered her unable to utter that denial. In her moment of indecision, she felt a gentle grip on her left hand. Looking down, she saw Zhongwen's right hand enveloping her left, a warm sensation emanating from his palm, providing comfort and solace. Feng's eyes revealed a flicker of surprise. You should understand the consequences of betraying Wanjin building. Is it because of this boy? Feng turned his gaze to Zhongwen. Icy disdain evident in his expression. You are the most talented student I have trained. I did not expect you to fall into such a trivial emotional trap. No, it's not like that. He is my savior, cold Wushuang interjected, her cheeks flushed as she vehemently denied it. Losing a gifted student like you is a pity. Feng slowly raised his sword. Once you are gone, I will ensure he joins you in the afterlife, as a token of a teacher's goodwill. A heart that still harbors kindness, even as an assassin, Feng scoffed. I misjudged you. Since you refused to act against me, then embrace death. With that, he vanished in a flash, his sword striking toward cold Wushuang with a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Though trained in the same assassination techniques of Wanjin building, Feng executed them with far greater finesse than cold Wushuang. Perhaps she had not anticipated that her mentor would truly attempt to kill her. She stood frozen, watching as Feng's sword approached. A fleeting thought of surrendering her life crossed her mind. I have no regrets in this life, she mused. None at all. Thinking of Zhongwen beside her brought an unexpected pang to her heart, and she closed her eyes. Thud. The sound of a sword piercing flesh echoed. Yet she felt no pain. Opening her eyes, she saw Zhongwen's not-so-mighty figure standing before her, Feng's sword embedded deep in Zhongwen's left shoulder. Why? Cold Wushuang stammered, her shock rendering her speechless. Seeing Zhongwen's pained expression, her heart shattered, tears streaming down her cheeks. Wushuang, you truly did not misjudge him. In the depths of Feng's eyes, a rare glimmer of approval appeared. This young man demonstrated a modicum of responsibility. Feng, you must depart, or I shall truly slay you. For the first time, a murderous intent emerged in Lang Wushuang's gaze toward Feng. Oh? Then allow me to witness whether your assassination skills have progressed during these days. A look of disdain crossed Feng's face. In the next moment, an indescribable chill emanated from Lang Wushuang, enveloping the entire room, causing the very air to seem to congeal. Overcome by Lang Wushuang's imposing presence, Feng's expression shifted to one of astonishment. How intriguing. Subsequently, the pair of assassin and apprentice simultaneously brandished their long swords. Feng's assassination techniques remained astute. However, this time he faced a legendary swordsmanship technique from the ancient era, the lethal art of the diamond spirit technique, renowned for its deadly precision. With a graceful step, Lang Wushuang evaded Feng's sword by a hair's breadth, and almost simultaneously, her lethal strike penetrated Feng's abdomen without hindrance. The fierce swordplay, infused with the overpowering icy force of the Tai Su Xian Yin technique, rendered Feng incapable of resistance in an instant. I was right about you. Cough, cough. Wushuang, you will undoubtedly become the foremost assassin of our time. As Feng collapsed, a look of contentment graced his face. Clang. Lang Wushuang's sword clattered to the ground as she bent over Feng's gradually cooling body, weeping inconsolably. Why weep? Having practiced the techniques of the 10,000 gold pavilion, I was never destined to live for long. As death approached, Feng's tone softened unusually. Lang Wushuang remained silent, lost in her sorrow. Young one, cherish her well. Feng struggled to turn his gaze toward Zhongwen. How dare you say that? Zhongwen scoffed, disdainful of Feng's last-minute attempt to play the good guy. What do you understand? As an assassin of the 10,000 gold pavilion, trained in such flawed techniques, one must rely on the organization's drugs to sustain life, rendering one nothing more than a soulless killing machine. Coughing persistently, Feng spoke with great effort, yet continued to articulate his thoughts. That last strike, I could sense that Wushuang has transcended the 10,000 gold pavilion's techniques, indicating she has freed herself from the organization's control. Thank you. Lang Wushuang obediently swallowed the medicinal pill. Zhongwen, wishing to restore her spiritual energy, took precautions to ensure Feng's healing. 2 years, much longer than I anticipated. Feng, unreserved, swallowed the pill in one gulp. I have reached the pinnacle of the earth wheel. Further cultivation will yield no progress, so why pursue it? Before long, the once feeble Feng managed to stand upright, empowered by the medicinal effects. I shall take my leave. Feng's tone grew cold again. I will report to the 10,000 gold pavilion that you have fallen by my sword. Thank you. Lang Wushuang's eyes were still slightly red as she murmured. Without waiting for a response, Feng's figure had already vanished, embodying the essence of nonchalance. To lose yet maintain such composure, how remarkable. Zhongwen gazed at Feng's departing silhouette, filled with admiration. How is your hand? Is it serious? Only then did Lang Wushuang recall Zhongwen's injury sustained while rescuing her, and she hurriedly inquired with concern. You saved my life and my masteress. This debt of gratitude, I fear, may never be repaid. Looking at Zhongwan, her emotions surged and her words became jumbled. Having incurred such a significant debt, should I not obediently heed your words? A mischievous smile appeared on Zhongwen's face. Feeling flustered under his gaze, Lung Wushuang wished to articulate something, but ultimately, countless words coalesced into a single nod. Her cheeks flushed as she softly replied, What could he possibly want from her? As she felt Zhongwen's hand gently rest on her shoulder, her face reddened further. Very well, such a profound favor. Whatever you request, I shall comply. With that thought, she relinquished all notions of resistance. Therefore, I wish for you to forget all past unhappiness. From this day forth, pursue what you desire and live joyfully. If you can achieve this, it will suffice to repay my kindness. Gazing upon the radiant smile of the handsome youth before her, Lang Wushuang felt her heart melt. In that moment, she realized she was irrevocably ensnared, unable to extricate herself from this man. Chapter 36, Lin Jiyun is my elder sister. The imperial capital of the Great Qian Empire is situated in Yunjin Province. Though summer has arrived, the landscape remains a vibrant tapestry of blooming flowers and verdant willows, with birds singing and swallows dancing. Once, a minister proposed relocating the capital to the northern border province or the western Qi province, suggesting that the emperor's presence at the national gates would better address external threats. However, the Li royal family of the Great Qian Empire has yet to produce a ruler with the audacity of the Yongle emperor of the Ming dynasty, and the idea of relocating the capital quickly faded into obscurity. On clear days, the Biyun Pond on the western outskirts of the capital is adorned with blooming lotus flowers. Amidst the towering leaves, the enchanting lotus-picking maidens of Yunjin gracefully navigate, often obscured from view, yet their melodious laughter can be faintly heard. A poem encapsulates this scene. The lotus leaves and skirts of fine silk match perfectly the hibiscus blooms on either side of the face. In the pool, they vanish from sight, yet the song reveals their presence. The Biyun Pavilion by the pond is a favored gathering place for the young masters and misses of noble families. Today's gathering is hosted by Miss Nangong Jia, the second daughter of the illustrious Nangong family of the capital. Those fortunate enough to receive her invitation are all from esteemed backgrounds, filling the pavilion with handsome youths and beautiful maidens, primarily from powerful families such as the Shao, Nangong, Changsun, Lian, Shui, and Lin clans. Even offspring of the royal Li family have come to partake. At merely 17 years of age, the organizer, Nangong Jia, is blossoming into a stunning young woman, radiating beauty and grace. As she stands among the crowd, engaging in lively conversation, her brilliance shines brightly. Xiao Wuqing has arrived. Someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed. The once harmonious atmosphere became tinged with an unexplainable tension. Most of the young women turned to catch a glimpse, many blushing shyly. While the young men's expressions varied, anticipation, admiration, envy, and jealousy mingled in their gazes. The allure of this romantic figure was undeniable. Wherever he appeared, other men often seemed overshadowed. Miss Nangong, I apologize for my tardiness, Xiao Wuqing said, his languid smile radiating charm, captivating the hearts of many women present. Your presence alone is a tremendous honor for my sister. How could I dare to hold you accountable? Nangong Jia gazed at him with admiration and infatuation, her earlier composure evaporating into thin air. 2 months apart, and your beauty has only intensified, truly a sight to behold. Xiao Wuqing's flattering words were as sweet as honey, inciting envy as one pondered to whom such charm might ultimately belong. You flatter me too much, Xiao Gongzi. 2 rosy hues appeared on Nangong Jia's cheeks, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words, a stark contrast to her usual articulate self. Since today is hosted by Miss Nangong, I wonder if your sister has graced us with her presence? Xiao Wuqing inquired. My cousin is over there, conversing with Princess Chuyan. Nangong Jia replied, her eyes dimming slightly at the mention of her sister, a hint of jealousy creeping into her heart. It has been a while since Wuqing and Ling have met. Allow me to greet her. Xiao Wuqing spoke softly. Please, go ahead, Nangong Jia said, watching helplessly as he walked away toward her cousin. What do I lack compared to her? This question had plagued Nangong Jia throughout her life, causing her many sleepless nights as she pondered why her cousin Nangong Ling always seemed to overshadow her. In a secluded corner of the Biyun Pavilion, 2 stunning women were engaged in hushed conversation. The young lady clad in white exuded grace and elegance, her figure slender and her skin as pristine as a freshly bloomed lotus, emanating an air of nobility. Yet, within her lively eyes, there lay a hint of tenderness. She was none other than Li Yiru, the third princess of the Dacian Empire and the emperor's legitimate daughter. The enchanting lady conversing with her, appearing to be in her early 20s, was dressed in a garment of peach and orange hues. She possessed a striking beauty, with fair skin and a figure that, though not exaggerated, was beautifully curvaceous. Most captivating were her eyes, deep as the ocean and bright as the stars. Gazing into them revealed the essence of all beauty and wisdom in the world. She was Nangong Ling, the eldest daughter of the Nangong family. Princess Linger, it has been a long time, came a gentle greeting from Xiao Wuqing, who approached the two chatting beauties. After exchanging pleasantries, he turned to leave, playfully winking at Nangong Ling as he departed. That girl. Nangong Ling sighed in resignation. What does young Master Xiao want? Nothing of great importance, merely missed you, Linger. After not seeing you for so long, Xiao Wuqing replied softly, expressing his longing. I heard about the gathering organized by the Nangong family today and thought you might be present, so I came to take a look, now that you have seen me. If there is nothing of great significance, I shall take my leave. Nangong Ling seemed indifferent to the charming Xiao Wuqing, preparing to exit. Lingo. Xiao Wuqing moved slightly to block her path. Have I upset you in some way? It feels as if you are always avoiding me. Not at all. Nangong Ling shook her head gently. I came today merely to see Yiru. Now that I have, there is nothing more for me here. Gatherings are not suited to my disposition. No need to bother, my little red. You cannot catch up, she remarked, referring to her swift steed. A rare unicorn with extraordinary speed. It was unclear why Nangong Ling had captivated Xiao Wuqing to the extent that he felt compelled to pursue her. Li Xuefei, slightly displeased, pursed her lips. Fei Li Yiru, wishing to avoid being a third wheel, sought her cousin for a chat. Your Highness, Li Xuefei curtsied. It has been quite some time since you ventured outside. I was beginning to worry. You know I have no other passions, save for a love of fine cuisine. Li Yiru replied with a smile. In the imperial capital, only the elder sister of the Shangwan family understands me well, and now that she is far away in the southern frontier, my desire to venture out has diminished. Indeed, you two are renowned as the first and second greatest foodies in the capital, Li Xuefei chuckled. By the way, Your Highness, do you have any connections with the Lin family? In the past, to seek out delicacies, many young talents from prominent families have crossed paths. Li Yiru's reputation for amiability among the youth in the capital was well known. Look over there. Is that not the youngest son of the Lin family? She pointed out. Following her cousin's indication, Li Xuefei spotted a young lad of about 16 or 17, gazing adoringly at Nangong Jia. Your Highness, would it be possible for you to introduce me? Li Xuefei's mind was filled with Xiao Wuqing's request. Of course, Li Yiru readily took her cousin's hand, guiding her toward the Lin family's young man. Young Master Lin, the youngest son of the Lin family, Lin Chaoga, well loved by his father, was known for his indulgent lifestyle. Upon turning and seeing the two ethereal royal ladies, his heart raced, momentarily forgetting Nangong Jia. Your Highness, Lin Chaoga addressed Li Yiru with respect, though his mind was filled with inappropriate thoughts. Young Master Lin, allow me to introduce my cousin, the princess of the Li family, Xuefei, Li Yiru said, gesturing toward her cousin. Lin Chaoga had heard of the renowned beauty of the princess of Xuefei and was struck by her presence. Young Master Lin, Xuefei has come to inquire whether the Lin family has a miss named Zhiyun. Li Xuefei, uninterested in Lin Chaoga's charms, got straight to the point. Zhiyun is the name of my elder sister. She has been training with the sect since childhood, and few in the capital know of her. At that time, you were still quite young, and your memory of her is likely vague, Lin Chaoga explained, somewhat surprised by her knowledge. Indeed. But may I ask which sect she has joined? Li Xuefei inquired gently, assuming that with the power and status of the Lin family, it must be a significant one. No need to trouble yourself. I was merely asking, Li Xuefei replied, dismissing further conversation with Lin Chaoga. She bid farewell to Li Yiru and turned to leave, lacking even the inclination for small talk. Unbeknownst to anyone, she exchanged a tender glance with Xiao Wuqing, who was laughing with Nangong Jia from a distance, their eyes communicating a myriad of unspoken words. Li Xuefei believed her bond with Xiao Wuqing to be uniquely special. Yet she was oblivious to the many other women present who shared similar silent exchanges with him. Chapter 37. The unexplainable diminishment of a generation. Where did you find such a beautiful little sister? Shangwan Juni asked, astonished as she observed the blushing and anxious Lang Wushuang before her. Sister Shangwan, did you not wish to meet the mysterious figure in black from that night? Zhongwen chuckled. Look, here she is. Are you saying this little sister is the master swordswoman in black? Shangwan Juni exclaimed, wide-eyed. covering her mouth in surprise. Could it be? Lin Jiyun glanced at Lung Wushuang, then at Zhongwen, recalling her own journey of mastering the deadly sword technique. Under the curious gaze of the members of the floating flower palace, Lang Wushuang's face flushed even deeper, her delicate hands nervously fidgeting with her skirt. Feeling somewhat out of her element. What has become of the Extreme Joy Gang? Lin Jiyun inquired, recalling Zhongwen's plan. Congratulations on avenging your sister, Shangguan Junyi said, stepping forward to grasp Lang Wushuang's hand, genuinely congratulating her. Thank you, thank you. Lang Wushuang, having spent so long in the Wanjin Tower, was unaccustomed to such intimacy with strangers and felt somewhat at a loss. What are your future plans, sister? Shangguan Junyi seemed quite fond of Lang Wushuang, persistently trying to get closer. Lang Wushuang hesitated, casting a glance toward Zhongwen, who offered her an encouraging look. She lowered herself to the ground, feeling humble. Miss Lang, how old are you this year? Lin Jiyun asked, taken aback. 19. To have reached such a level of cultivation at 19, with your talent, you would qualify as a direct disciple in any major sect, Lin Jiyun sincerely remarked. The Floating Flower Palace is merely a third-rate sect, with the palace master, elders, and disciples combined. We are but 6 in total. I fear I may hinder your future. My aptitude is actually not that good. I have only advanced so quickly by relying on the nameless techniques of the Wanjin Tower, Lang Wushuang quickly explained, fearing Lin Jiyun would refuse to accept her. Those who practice this technique often suffer great physical flaws, typically not living past 25. Were it not for Zhongwen saving me, I would have perished on Qingfeng Mountain not long ago. That will not do. You must quickly switch to another technique for cultivation. Do not be tempted by temporary progress, lest you endanger your life, Shangguan Junyi said, her heart aching for Lung Wushuang upon hearing a similar experience. Thank you for your concern, sister. I have recently reformed my technique and am now unharmed. Lung Wushuang could sense that Shangguan Junyi genuinely cared for her well-being. Indeed, Lin Jiyun and Shangguan Junyi simultaneously looked towards Zhongwen, both harboring similar suspicions in their hearts. Upon hearing the tragic backstory of Lung Wushuang, the maidens of the Piaohua Palace were filled with compassion. The kind-hearted young girl had already cried until her eyes were red. Shangguan Junyi, gazing at Lung Wushuang, felt as though she were looking at her own self from over a decade ago. She longed to embrace her and offer solace. Please. I hope the palace master will take me in. Lang Wushuang suddenly knelt before Lin Jiyun, pleading earnestly. Get up, Lin Jiyun exclaimed, startled, rushing forward to help her rise. A young lady as exceptional as you joining my sect would bring me immense joy. How could I possibly refuse? I only fear that our sect is too weak to not hinder your future. The palace master is being overly modest, Shangguan Junyi chimed in. Though the Piaohua Palace may be small in number, with the two of us as celestial wheel experts, we are not inferior to those second-rate sections. Moreover, given Lang's age and cultivation, it is surely only a matter of time before she ascends to the celestial wheel herself. Once we have 3 celestial wheel experts in our ranks, we could contend with first-rate sections. Master, Lung Wushuang is so pitiful. Please keep her. The young girl with red eyes implored. Lin Jiyun, feeling sympathy for Lung Wushuang's plight, recalled how she had previously aided the Piaohua Palace. She entertained the idea of taking her in. Miss Lang, your cultivation is already commendable. What you lack is merely experience, even if you join my sect. I fear I may have little to teach you. Instead, I could have you apprenticed under my master, King Suzi, and from henceforth, we shall refer to each other as sisters in the craft. What do you think? Whatever the palace master decides, Lang Wushuang replied, wishing only to remain by Zhongwen's side, indifferent to who her master might be. In that case, rest on the mountain for a day. Tomorrow, I shall arrange the apprenticeship ceremony, Lin Jiyun said, relieved by her acceptance and delighted to welcome another expert to the Piaohua Palace. Congratulations, Palace Master Lin. Congratulations, Miss Lang. The crowd came forth to offer their well wishes. I can stay by his side now. Lung Wushuang glanced at Zhongwen, her eyes brimming with joy. This girl truly resembles me. That little rascal will surely steal the hearts of many girls in the future. Shangguan Junyi sighed, feeling a twinge of melancholy. Miss Zheng, has it concluded? Zhongwen inquired, referring to the Golden Blade sect's offensive against the Gile Gang. The so-called joint discussion was, in essence, a raid on the Gile Gang's stronghold, inviting Zhongwen and his companions to partake in the spoils. That sounds excellent. Zhongwen nodded eagerly. Wushuang, while there's still light, let us hurry down the mountain. Lung Wushuang nodded obediently. Zhongwen bade farewell to Lin Jiyun and the others, descending the mountain with Zheng Yuding, harboring a small flicker of anticipation regarding the treasures found in the Gile Gang's hideout. Many citizens voluntarily gathered at the entrance of the Gile Gang's building to assist in the cleanup. By the time Zheng Yuding and the others arrived, the streets bore little trace of the recent conflict. Indeed, the Gile Gang has stirred up considerable public resentment, Zheng Wen mused. Father, upon entering the Gile Gang's front door, Zheng Yuding greeted a middle-aged man in his 50s, vibrant and spirited. Ting Ting, are these the two? The leader of the Golden Blade sect looked with surprise at Zheng Wen and Lang Wushuang, astonished by their youth and talent. Zheng Sectmaster. Zheng Wen respectfully stepped forward with Lang Wushuang. Very well, old Zheng. Zheng Wen said playfully, you may call me Xiao Zheng. Zheng Gongming paused momentarily before bursting into hearty laughter. You lad have some charm. Let us settle on that. Father, can't you exhibit a bit of elder authority? Zhang Yuding interjected, feeling inexplicably younger than Zhang Wen. Old Zhang, what remains of the Gile Gang's resources? Zhang Wen, oblivious to the hierarchy, engaged Zheng Gongming in conversation. Their camaraderie nearly bordering on brotherhood. The downfall of the Gile Gang is due to your lack of exposure. You have not witnessed the former glory of the Piaohua Palace, which was truly destitute, Zheng Wen thought, recalling Lin Jiyun's plight when pressed by Jin Yuanwei. Chapter 38. May I borrow your hand at the spoils distribution meeting? Zhang Gongming addressed them. Xiao Zheng, Miss Lang, I felt an instant affinity upon meeting you both. I shan't resort to empty formalities in the eradication of the Gile Gang. You two are the true heroes. The Golden Blade sect merely handles the aftermath. You may choose your share first, and I, old Zheng, will follow suit and collect the leftovers, ensuring the disciples who exerted effort receive their due share. How does that sound? Old Zheng is too courteous. The Golden Blade sect has mobilized such resources, and you only offer us the leftovers? How could I accept that? Zhang Wen smiled. How about this? I shall forego the properties and silver. We can split the spiritual crystals, and I shall take the books. What do you think? Zheng Gongming hesitated upon hearing Zhang Wen's generosity. Such an arrangement would be too lopsided. To be frank, many of the books found in the Gile Gang are ancient texts written in primordial script, completely unreadable. The rest are mostly tedious novels, with little in terms of techniques or skills. Is that true? Upon hearing the phrase primordial script, Zhang Wen's eyes lit up. Even a criminal gang studies ancient texts? Can ancient books be exchanged for rewards at the Holy Land? Zhang Wen inquired curiously. Indeed, splendid. I shall take those ancient books in the future. I hope to visit the Holy Land and gain some experience, Zhang Wen decisively resolved. I will heed his words. Lang Wushuang did not hesitate. Zheng Gongming sensed something unexpected. Surveying Zheng Wen and Lang Wushuang, noting the young man's handsomeness and the young woman's beauty, rubbing his chin in contemplation. They do make quite the pair. Xiao Zheng, your approach is commendable. How can I, an older brother, take advantage of you so easily? Zheng Gongming pondered for a moment. Among the ores collected by the Gile Gang is a rare Qiang stone, an excellent material for forging. I have heard that a master craftsman from the Piaohua Palace is visiting. You could ask him to forge you a suitable weapon. How could I impose? Zhang Wen demurred. In this distribution, the Golden Blade sect has already gained a significant advantage. If you refuse even a single stone, it would be disrespectful to your elder brother. Zheng Gongming feigned anger. Then I shall graciously accept it. Thank you. Haha, I love your decisive nature. May I check out those books now? Zhang Wen inquired eagerly. Of course, Zheng Gongming replied readily. Zheng Wen and Lang Wushuang followed him to a dim room, where a few disheveled bookshelves stood, filled with books haphazardly arranged, clearly neglected for a long time. Xiao Zheng, take your time browsing. I am not fond of reading, so I shan't stay here with you, Zheng Gongming, with the demeanor of a roguish hero, left the room at the sight of books. Old Zheng, please feel free. Zhang Wen was eager for him to depart. Once Zheng Gongming left, Zhang Wen gestured for Lang Wushuang to browse freely, then immersed himself in the study of the books. On the outer three shelves were books from the Dacian dynasty. Zheng Wen, with limited literacy, found them uninteresting. Meanwhile, Lang Wushuang approached one shelf and began to read a book with great interest, the nature of which, whether a technique or a novel, remained unclear. So many. Zheng Wen was astonished to discover that, in helping Lang Wushuang take revenge, he had stumbled upon unexpected treasure. He reached for a book. Noticing 5 bold Chinese characters on the cover, written in a flamboyant style, revealing the author's audacious personality, Duan Lang 18 Blades. To find a book on blade techniques brought Zheng Wen great joy. Having emptied the Medicine King's Valley's library, his collection of books was indeed rich. Yet those pertaining to techniques and skills were woefully scant. This opportunity to rectify the deficiency was not to be missed. Do you wish to record the technique book on laying 18 blades? Yes. Upon discovering the spirit technique books such as Shadow and Shape Gun, one wonders if they're included. Similarly, upon finding Mad Demon Fist technique, the same inquiry arises. The same applies to 3 Young Divine Palm. To his astonishment, among the numerous ancient texts, all of which are spirit techniques, Zhongwen was elated to mentally catalog them one by one. However, as time passed, he realized that apart from the initial 4 manuscripts classified as platinum grade, the subsequent 90 or so were all relegated to the golden grade in the Xinhua Sutra repository. Such rudimentary spirit techniques. Zhongwen's expression betrayed his disdain. Oblivious to the immense stir that would ensue if the outside world were to learn of his acquisition of over 90 golden grade spirit techniques. Upon compiling 100 volumes of spirit technique literature, he was prompted to draw lots for rewards. 1. Celestial Sword Vitality. 2. Great Qin Bilingual Dictionary. 3. Complete works of Shakespeare. Zhongwen scrutinized the 3 options, recalling the dismal outcome of his previous lottery experience, feeling somewhat cursed by fortune. Suddenly struck by a brilliant idea, he glanced at Lung Wushuang, who was engrossed in reading on the opposite side of the room. This girl had recently avenged a great grievance and liberated herself from the shackles of an assassin organization, her luck seemingly on the rise. Might hers surpass his? Without hesitation, he approached her. Wushuang, may I borrow your hand for a moment? What? Lung Wushuang's wide eyes reflected confusion, her innocence charming. Zhongwen took her tender, fair hand and gently placed it upon his head, closing his eyes and silently intoning, "Draw lots. Congratulations. You have won the reward, Celestial Sword Vitality." Overwhelmed with emotion, Zhongwen beheld the technique, Celestial Sword Vitality, resting on the shelf in the Star Spirit category, tears of joy welling in his eyes, dancing with elation. It appeared that fortune indeed existed. He resolved to always bring Lung Wushuang along for future draws, as this delightful and buxom maiden seemed to be his lucky star. With a faint blush on her cheeks, Lang Wushuang felt the lingering warmth of Zhongwen's touch. Despite not fully understanding the situation, she could not help but feel happiness for him. "Zhongwen." A knock echoed from the door, belonging to Zheng Yuding. "Miss Zheng, have you completed the tasks outside?" Zhongwen opened the door to find Zheng Yuding clad in a green outfit, standing with a charming demeanor. "Thank you, Miss Zheng." He accepted the heavy bundle, feeling a faint warmth emanating from within. "You've only just met my father today and already call him Old Zheng while still addressing me as Miss Zheng. Do you consider me unworthy of deeper acquaintance?" Zheng Yuding pouted, displaying a rare childishness that added a unique charm to her character. "Such is not the case. I have always admired your spirited nature, Miss Zheng," Zhongwen hastily clarified. "However, there are distinctions between the sexes, and I fear that too casual an address might seem frivolous." "Very well, then. I shall leave this room's books in your capable hands." Zhongwen never resisted opportunities to draw closer to beautiful women. "Such a trivial matter," Zheng Yuding replied, satisfied with his response as she turned to leave the dim room. Chapter 39. The adorably innocent celestial sister. I flew to the other side of the city, traveling far and wide. This particular crackdown on criminal activities yielded bountiful rewards. On the return journey, lounging in the unicorn carriage arranged by Zheng Yuding, Zhongwen's spirits soared as he gazed up at the fluffy clouds drifting across the azure sky, humming a beloved song from his past life, feeling utterly content. Lang Wushuang sat quietly beside him, her serene presence accentuated by the autumnal glimmer in her eyes, watching Zhongwen's unrestrained demeanor with tender affection. Suddenly, the carriage came to a jarring halt, nearly causing Zhongwen to tumble from his seat. The driver shouted, "Miss in front, please make way." A traffic jam? Zhongwen was taken aback to experience such an urban atmosphere in this world, piquing his curiosity as he leaned forward to observe. Ahead, upon a pure white unicorn, sat a woman clad in snow-white garments, her head bent as if engrossed in some captivating matter. Her long, black hair cascaded down her back, reminiscent of a waterfall. In his past life, Zhongwen would have assumed she was preoccupied with her phone. The unicorn beneath her was tall and majestic, seemingly aware of its master's focus, moving deliberately to avoid disturbing her. This, however, obstructed the path of Zhongwen's carriage. "Miss in front." The driver raised his voice in frustration, but regardless of his appeals, the woman remained oblivious, lost in her own world. Sighing, Zhongwen decided to take matters into his own hands. His motivations unclear, whether driven by urgency or mere curiosity to glimpse the lady's visage. With a swish of his hair, he gracefully approached her side, leaning upward with eager anticipation. The woman appeared to be in her early 20s, her skin radiant, eyes like water-hued apricots, lips naturally rosy, and her face devoid of makeup yet stunningly beautiful. Clad in loose white garments, her figure remained a mystery. Perched upon her noble steed, she held a scroll, deeply engrossed in its contents, murmuring verses that emanated an air of elegance and intellect, her remarkable beauty accentuated by an aura of ethereal grace, suggesting that she was a woman of profound learning and talent. Thank goodness, she is not merely a pretty face, Zhongwen mused, breaking the silence. Excuse me, miss. Your unicorn is moving rather slowly. Might I trouble you to make way? The woman responded absent-mindedly, not lifting her gaze. This esteemed lady? Zhongwen, noticing her lack of reaction, playfully persisted, beautiful lady? Celestial sister? She continued to respond, her focus entirely on the scroll, seemingly unaware of Zhongwen's attempts to engage her. What book is so enthralling that it captivates her so? Intrigued, Zhongwen leaned closer to glimpse the scroll in her hand. To his astonishment, the cover bore the title Chronicles of the Central Divine Land, an ancient text. Seeing someone reading in the Chinese language stirred a sense of kinship within him. Since arriving in this world, he had felt somewhat illiterate and culturally isolated. Witnessing someone delve into the characters of his former culture ignited excitement within him, compelling him to forge a connection. Recognizing that the white-clad woman remained absorbed in her reading, Zhongwen lightly leaped, balancing on the unicorn's back. The woman remained undisturbed, her focus unwavering as Zhongwen peered at the pages. He read aloud, 200 miles north, known as Shaoyang Mountain, devoid of flora, abundant in azure, with birds resembling eagles, their cries akin to infants, fond of consuming snakes. The woman recited the lines, yet hesitated over the characters for eagle, infant, and snake, evidently unfamiliar with them, mulling over their meanings. 200 miles north, fond of consuming snakes, Zhongwen pronounced clearly. The woman jolted, enlightenment dawning upon her. I see, that makes sense now. She then appeared to awaken from a dream, surveying her surroundings. Where's this? How did I end up here? Where's my grandfather? Zhongwen regarded her, the embodiment of grace and purity, suddenly appearing adorably innocent in his eyes. The young lady has graciously introduced herself. I am Zhongwen, the proprietor of the carriage behind. As Zhongwen dismounted from the white horse and performed a respectful bow, he noted that the lady was engrossed in the study of ancient divine scripts. He could not suppress his interest in the subject and shared some of his humble insights, asking her not to take offense. Oh, Brother Zhong, you indeed grasp the subtleties of ancient divine literature? The lady in white responded, her delicate eyes sparkling with intrigue. Your interpretation of that statement was excellent, indicating that you have devoted considerable effort to this field. With his doubts assuaged by Zhongwen's words and his expressed enthusiasm for ancient divine scripts, the lady found him increasingly agreeable, even addressing him as brother, a rarity that would likely astonish her grandfather. Modesty is in order, Zhongwen replied. It is merely a matter of interest. And I possess but a smattering of knowledge. May I inquire your name? At that moment, she retrieved a book from the pink bundle by the saddle. Zhongwen discreetly glanced at the cover, which bore the title The Sword Techniques of Myriad Taoist. As he focused on the text, he noted the various techniques outlined: cleave, thrust, point, strike, lift, hook, slash, intercept, support, press, hang, cut, flick, twist, penetrate, and cloud. It was a compilation of swordsmanship techniques distilled by a master swordsman from ancient times, Myriad Taoist. Even for someone well-versed in Chinese characters like him, the text was not easily comprehensible. However, being questioned by a beautiful woman, he summoned his focus, suspecting it might contain insights from a swordsmanship expert of antiquity. Might I borrow this for a moment? Ning Jie, trusting him, handed over the manuscript. Upon touching it, Zhongwen closed his eyes, contemplating whether this book fell under the category of miscellaneous studies. Indeed, it was a personal notebook and not classified as a spiritual technique. So he cataloged its contents in his mind and swiftly perused it, gaining instant clarity on its material. Myriad Taoist truly was a swordsmanship prodigy. Summarizing the essence of these 28 characters of swordplay, profound and elusive, Zhongwen, lacking in depth of study, could only recognize 20 of them. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment, he feigned a thorough examination of the book, intentionally pretending not to understand a few characters to avoid arousing suspicion. What? You can recognize 20? Ning Jie exclaimed in astonishment, considering herself unparalleled among her peers in the study of ancient divine literature. Yet, she could only barely identify 7 of the 28 characters. Which are those 20? The first character is Cleave, Zhongwen noted, observing her astonished expression, and could not resist a sense of pride as he elaborated confidently. The 7th character is Hook. Initially skeptical, Ning Jie gradually immersed herself in Zhongwen's explanations as he continued, nodding in agreement, feeling enlightened as his words resonated with the perplexities she had encountered during her solitary studies. The rest, I must confess, I have yet to fully comprehend. So I hope you can excuse my ignorance, Zhongwen feigned humility. Ning Jie stared at the seemingly younger boy before her, ultimately exclaiming, I have always prided myself on being the foremost expert in divine literature of this generation. Yet today I realize there are indeed individuals of greater talent. Brother Zhong, you are the most gifted scholar of divine literature I have encountered. You flatter me, dear sister. It is merely a coincidental recognition of these characters. Were it another book, I might falter, Zhongwen replied graciously. However, I did not intend to intrude upon your scholarly pursuits. I am merely pressed by urgent matters at home that necessitate my request for your assistance in allowing the carriage to pass. As the unicorn carriage glided by, Ning Jie felt a pang of reluctance, realizing how rare it was to encounter someone as knowledgeable as Zhongwen. It seemed a pity to part ways. Yet she could not conjure a reason to retain him. Suddenly, Zhongwen turned back to her and inquired, Sister Ning, may I ask where you are headed? I intend to set sail. Ning Jie recalled her journey, having come with her grandfather. We were both engrossed in studying divine literature on horseback, and somehow became separated. Such a pair of naive yet endearing grandparents, quite comparable to the duo of Shindachui, Zhongwen remarked. Ning Jie glanced around the unfamiliar surroundings, suddenly feeling a surge of anxiety. Brother Zhong, where is this place, and how do I reach Qinghai province? Very well, it seems I must trouble you, Ning Jie concluded. Realizing her only option, let us proceed, Zhongwen beckoned. Brother Zhong, since our paths align, I have some questions regarding divine literature that I wish to discuss with you. Ning Jie hastened to catch up, retrieving another ancient text titled The Sword Theory of Tia Yuan. Chapter 40. Wishing to undertake something indescribable? Sister, have you heard the latest? Negong Jie asked mysteriously in the garden. Heard what? Negong Ling replied, her expression one of confusion. The Xiao family has sent a proposal to the Lin family. Negong Jie revealed, her eyes alight with gossip. A proposal? Which young lady from the Xiao family? Though Negong Ling had little interest in the Xiao family, she was curious about which two were to become pawns in a political marriage. It was the head of the Xiao family, Xiao Wenjian, who came to propose. Negong Jie informed her. Xiao Wenjian? But isn't there only 2 direct heirs from the Lin family? Negong Ling inquired, perplexed. That earnest fellow who is solely devoted to his cultivation? Negong Ling found it hard to believe that he would be swayed by a woman, unable to fathom what remarkable woman could crack his stoic demeanor. What? Negong Ling's expression shifted dramatically, a rare glimmer of anxiety flashing in her lively eyes. What is it? Negong Jie asked, puzzled. Nothing. Negong Ling quickly realized her lapse and composed herself. I merely recalled the name, thinking I had misremembered. Negong Jie observed her cousin's demeanor, sensing something was amiss in her words. If the Xiao and Lin families successfully unite, even the Minister of Revenue would become kin to the Xiao family. Negong Ling analyzed. In that case, the strength of the Xiao family, being the foremost clan, would rival that of the imperial family. If you were to marry the gentleman Xiao Wuqing, along with our Negong clan, who could possibly contend with the Xiao family and the entire Dacian Empire? Negong Jie added with a hint of jealousy. Little Jie, do you harbor feelings for Xiao Wuqing? Negong Ling suddenly fixed her gaze on her cousin earnestly. What? Me? I do not. Negong Jie blurted, caught off guard by her cousin's inquiry, her face flushing crimson. I could never marry Xiao Wuqing. If you like him, pursue him without hesitation, Negong Ling sighed. However, Xiao Wuqing is rather flirtatious, prone to romantic entanglements. If you marry him, you may find yourself embroiled in rivalry with his other admirers, which may not lead to happiness. Sister, Xiao Wuqing is so gentle, so handsome, and treats you so well. Why do you not wish to marry him? Negong Jie asked, unable to contain her curiosity. Silly sister, just because someone is handsome and treats you well, does that mean you must marry them? Negong Ling chuckled, shaking her head. You are still young and do not comprehend certain matters. However, since the Xiao and Lin families are to be wed, you might consider spending more time with the 2 young men from the Lin family. It could bring you closer to Xiao Wuqing. Nangong Jie nodded, contemplating the possibilities between her and Xiao Wuqing, lost in thought. In the backyard, her cherished steed, Little Red, ambled leisurely, excitedly rushing to her side upon her arrival. Nuzzling her cheek affectionately, Nangong Ling led Little Red to the entrance, mounted, and was about to depart when a figure suddenly appeared, blocking her path. "Where are you going?" The newcomer, clad in a green robe and masked, appeared to be an older woman. The woman in green lifted her head, her icy gaze locking with Nangong Ling's for a moment. "I cannot allow you to go. You may send a messenger to remind her." The voice of the woman in blue was devoid of any emotion. Clearly unprepared for Nangong Ling's resolute stance, the woman hesitated momentarily. Very well. Although the woman was cold-hearted, she did not wish for Nangong Ling's demise. After a prolonged contemplation, she ultimately nodded in agreement. "Mount up." Nangong Ling did not linger, raising her hand to signal. The woman in blue lightly tapped the ground with her toes and, without any visible movement, appeared on the horse's back behind Nangong Ling. As Nangong Ling lifted the reins, her steed, Little Red, let out a long whinny, bending its hind legs and propelling itself forward with a swift leap, as quick as lightning, stirring up a cloud of dust, soon vanishing beyond the horizon. If one were to head to Qinghai province, it should not pass through the Qinyan mountain range. Lin Jiyun remarked that while traversing the mountains from this direction would eventually lead to the destination, it would indeed be a considerable detour. "What shall we do?" Ning Jie, upon realizing they had taken the wrong path, felt a twinge of anxiety. "I need to set sail for an important gathering. If I cannot reach the port on time, I will surely miss it." Noticing Ning Jie's anxious expression, Zhang Wen comforted her. "Sister Ning, please remain calm. Let us first send a messenger to summon your grandfather to meet us, then we can deliberate on our next steps." "Thank you." Ning Jie nodded appreciatively, expressing her gratitude to Lin Jiyun and the others. Ning Jie was naturally beautiful, and having been immersed in books for years, exuded a certain intellectual grace that easily endeared her to others. Seeing her well-educated demeanor, Lin Jiyun gently offered a few words of reassurance and arranged for her to rest in a guest room. After hastily handing Lin Jiyun a pile of books acquired from the blissful gang, Zhang Wen hurried off to prepare dinner, while the gentle and obedient Lung Wushuang readily assisted him. The transformation pill. Practitioners from ancient times were generally far more powerful than those of today. In that era, human-level practitioners could almost be regarded as mortals, and this transformation pill was named for its ability to transform a mortal body and step into cultivation, enhancing the strength of human-level practitioners and aiding them in swiftly transcending the realm of ordinary people. With Zhang Wen's current alchemical skills, concocting such a low-level elixir was a simple task. Soon, an entire batch of transformation pills was neatly arranged within the alchemical furnace, filling the room with a fragrant aroma. After inhaling a few whiffs, Zhong Wan, who had already reached the pinnacle of the 4th level of human cultivation, unexpectedly broke through the barrier and ascended to the 5th level, just as he intended to swallow a pill to test its effects. A series of knocks sounded at the door. Stowing the pills and furnace away, he rose and approached the entrance. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a graceful figure, exuding a mature and intellectual beauty, her flowing white attire reminiscent of a celestial being. "Brother Zhong," Ning Jie said, a faint blush on her cheeks, her voice soft and melodious. "May I come in?" The sight of this beautiful sister sneaking into his room at such a late hour, her expression so ambiguous, led Zhong Wen to shamefully ponder whether she wished to engage in some indescribable encounter with him. "Brother Zhong, you are still awake, I see." Ning Jie's face bore a delicate flush as she spoke, her voice somewhat shy, her fair hands gently fidgeting with her clothing. The contrast of the scholarly beauty adopting such a demure demeanor exuded an astonishing allure. "And no," Zhong Wen stammered, feeling parched, as he stepped aside to usher her in. "Sister Ning, please, come in and speak." Ning Jie gracefully entered Zhong Wen's room, her delicate nose wrinkling slightly at the pleasant scent. "I was just handling some herbs, which is why there is still some fragrance lingering in the room," Zhong Wen casually remarked. "What guidance do you seek, sister?" "Brother Zhong, whenever I find myself in an unfamiliar environment, I often struggle to sleep at night." Ning Jie's autumn water-like eyes gazed earnestly at Zhong Wan, her lips parting gently. "I have a small request, and I wonder if Brother Zhong could grant it." She would he truly wished to being gazed at so intently by Ning Jie made Zhong Wen's heart race, almost beyond his control. "Lady, you are tempting me to err. I already have someone I care for." Zhong Wen struggled internally, though his lips stuttered. "Sister, please, go on." Suddenly, Ning Jie reached back to retrieve her pink bundle. shaking it lightly, causing a cascade of books to spill across the table, covering its surface, with 2 volumes even tumbling to the floor. Brother Zhang, my sole passion lies in the study of ancient divine literature. Aside from that, I have no other hobbies. My mind can hardly accommodate anything beyond matters of divine scholarship. Holding a scroll, Ning Jie implored softly. As a renowned scholar in divine literature, I am certain you can understand my sentiments. It is rare to find a kindred spirit. Why not engage in a candlelit discussion and explore our knowledge together? Zhongwen thought, I understand not a thing. While relieved, he also felt a slight disappointment, realizing that his charm might not be as compelling as he had imagined. Brother Zhang, Ning Jie's voice grew increasingly gentle, her eyes revealing a pleading look. Since sister has such refined interests, how could I not accompany you fully? Zhongwen sighed, recognizing his inability to refuse a beauty. As he pondered, he began to peruse the ancient texts piled on the table. Suddenly, a particular volume titled Devour Spirit, Swallow Heaven captivated his attention. He feigned casualness, placing his hand atop the tome and closing his eyes. Discovering the cultivation book Devour Spirit, Swallow Heaven. Would you like to include it? With a mental affirmation, the book was successfully catalogued into Zhongwen's mind's new scripture repository. Gazing at its placement, he was nearly rendered speechless in astonishment. Saint Spirit level. This was the first time he had encountered the highest level cultivation method since arriving in this world. He could hardly contain his racing heart, feeling the very flow of his blood quicken. A line of small text appeared on the shelf panel. First time recording of a Saint Spirit level cultivation method. Additional draw reward. 1. Insightful enlightenment, 3 volumes. 2. All swords return to 1. 3. Dragon capture technique. The luxurious nature of the additional draw reward for the Saint Spirit level left Zhongwen initially hopeful, disappointed as he realized he was alone without his lucky companion. Lung Wushuang, rubbing his hands together, he silently recited a wish to draw. Congratulations. You have received Insightful Enlightenment, 3 volumes. Having obtained 3 volumes of Insightful Enlightenment in a single draw, combined with a previous and used draw, Zhongwen now possessed 4 choices of enlightenment. Yet he felt a hollow emptiness, especially since the latter 2 options were undeniably tempting. From what this younger brother could see, this meant that looking at the books in Ning Jie's hands, Zhongwen patiently began discussing with her, occasionally pretending not to recognize certain characters to avoid drawing suspicion. Ning Jie, indeed the foremost scholar of ancient divine literature among the younger generation, possessed a remarkable talent for learning Chinese characters. With just a little guidance from Zhongwen, she could swiftly comprehend and even extrapolate, which brought Zhongwen a sense of accomplishment as they engaged in lively discourse, both enjoying the exchange. Unbeknownst to them, once Ning Jie departed, Zhongwen eagerly delved into the Saint Spirit level cultivation method, nearly brought to tears and frustration. Cultivation name, Devour Spirit, Swallow Heaven. Origin, a self-created method of the primordial Saint Star Sea Voyager. Characteristics, capable of devouring the spirit energy within spiritual objects, especially effective with spiritual crystals. With no barriers to advancement, conditions for cultivation, before the age of 10. Oh heavens, are you jesting with me? Zhongwen glared at the condition of requiring cultivation before the age of 10, his anger piercing through him. Though he lacked for nothing in terms of star spirit level cultivation methods, he had never considered cultivating them himself. Instead, longing for the day he could draw the most superior Saint Spirit level method from the new scripture repository. To practice the most formidable method was his modest aspiration. After a long-awaited encounter with the Holy Spirit technique, he believed that his rise to prominence was imminent. He envisioned a future where he would no longer cower behind the beautiful sisters Lin Ji-yun and Shangwan Jun-yi in the face of formidable foes. Instead, he could stand tall, unrivaled across the realms, becoming a giant who surveyed the cultivation world with disdain. Yet, this grand aspiration crumbled within a mere hour. It took him some time to recover from the feelings of indignation, and he began to peruse over 20 ancient texts he had collected from Ning Jie. His eyes lit up when he came across a tome titled Complete Manual of Spirit Patterns for Cultivation. This book detailed an ancient gathering spirit pattern, which could significantly enhance the richness of spiritual energy surrounding the patterns, creating the most ideal cultivation environment. However, such a gathering spirit pattern demanded a high standard of energy. Ordinary spirit crystals would deplete within half a day, necessitating an exceedingly rare energy source, the spirit crystal core. Zhongwen's heart stirred at this revelation as he recalled the room filled with spirit crystal cores on the second floor of the Medicine King Valley's Spirit Crystal Repository. as well as the small mountain of spirit crystal cores nestled within his ring. According to the text, a spirit crystal core is the heart of a spirit crystal vein, where all spirit crystals in the vein gradually transform from ordinary stone to spirit crystals under the influence of the core over millennia. In other words, the energy of a single spirit crystal core is nearly equivalent to an entire spirit crystal mine, underscoring its immense value. Do I have so many spirit crystal veins hidden within my ring? Jungwon thought, a sense of satisfaction swelling within him. If anyone were to inquire, "Do you have a mine at home?" he would have a splendid retort. Imagining the nearly tangible spiritual mist in the Medicine King Valley, Jungwon almost drooled. He shook his head, temporarily setting aside thoughts of spirit patterns, and took out a freshly refined transformation pill, bringing it to his nose for a whiff before swallowing it whole. Before dawn, the training hall of the Golden Blade sect echoed with the sounds of vigorous exercise. Sect Master Zheng Gongming rose early each day, leading the disciples and practicing the Golden Blade techniques. As a major power in Fufeng City, the training hall of the Golden Blade sect was nearly the size of a quarter of a football field. Fewer than 30 disciples formed orderly formations within, spaced 2 meters apart, creating a spacious and airy atmosphere. Zhang Yuding did not join her fellow disciples, but instead sought a vacant spot to practice alone. She wielded a willow leaf blade, distinct from the styles of others, making her practice solitary. Among the male disciples, many swung their blades while stealing glances at this delicate little junior sister, their eyes filled with admiration. Zheng Qiyuan, her frail brother, was a source of great concern for Zheng Gongming. Among the younger generation of the Golden Blade sect, Zheng Yuding displayed the best cultivation talent. Yet a daughter would eventually marry, relinquishing her hold over the sect. Conversely, his only son had been weak and sickly since childhood, lacking any semblance of cultivation talent. At 14, he had only just stepped into the second layer of the human wheel. Although his fellow disciples treated him politely out of respect for their master, they privately labeled him as a waste. Given Zheng Qiyuan's current progress, it was likely that the leadership of the Golden Blade sect would not bear the Zheng name after Zheng Gongming's passing. Feeling his father's gaze, Zheng Qiyuan exerted himself to swing the blade harder, but, in a moment of carelessness, lost his grip, sending the blade flying toward the entrance of the training hall. Zheng Gongming frowned, ready to scold, when a figure appeared at the door, effortlessly catching the flying blade. "Zheng Sect Master, we meet again," came the voice of Sai Baiwei from the Silver Ring Merchant Association. Deacon Sai, Zheng Gongming sensed the malice in Sai Baiwei's tone, his heart sinking slightly. "What brings you here today?" With the demise of the Extreme Joy Gang, he wondered if Sai Baiwei's previous proposal could be reconsidered. Sai Baiwei's words dripped with a sinister undertone. "Zheng Sect Master, I understand that you are no longer interested in contention. But since you have led your sect to extinguish my former partner, the Extreme Joy Gang, I must curtail this potential adversary in its infancy." Zheng Gongming's expression changed, ready to retort, when suddenly 10 figures emerged behind Sai Baiwei, 4 of whom radiated the aura of Earth Wheel-level experts. "Deacon Sai, I truly do not wish to interfere in the disputes between your 2 merchant associations. Why must you force my hand?" As he spoke, he unleashed his own peak Earthwheel aura, indicating that if pressed, he would not hesitate to retaliate, regardless of the Silver Ring Association's might. "I am well aware of your strength, Zheng Sect Master," Sai Baiwei sneered. "Come forth." Suddenly, among the Golden Blade disciples, one individual surged forward with lightning speed, positioning a blade against Zheng Qiyuan's throat. "Zhao Tianming, what are you doing?" Zheng Gongming's expression shifted dramatically. Zhao Tianming was among his most promising disciples, one he had held in high esteem. "Zheng Sect Master, please surrender. Otherwise, your precious son's life may be at stake," Sai Baiwei declared, a triumphant smirk on his face. "You despicable scoundrel!" Zheng Gongming shouted in fury. Unable to restrain himself, he charged towards Sai Baiwei, delivering a powerful palm strike. A tall, lean Earthwheel expert stepped forward, blocking Sai Baiwei, their palms colliding, both retreating a step, though the lean man staggered back further, indicating a disparity in strength. Seizing the moment, Zheng Gongming quickly stepped to Zheng Yuding's side, gently pushing her shoulder. "Go CK from Qifeng Mountain." Sai Baiwei's expression darkened. "Seize her." One of the Earthwheel experts among the group, accompanied by several subordinates, dashed toward Zheng Yuding. Zheng Gongming attempted to intervene, but he heard the traitor Zhao Tianming call out loudly, "Master, if you do not cease your resistance, do not blame me for being unkind to junior brother." "Father." Zheng Qiyuan, never having faced such intimidation, turned pale, his voice trembling. Alas, Zheng Gongming sighed heavily. slowly lowering his raised hand, ceasing his resistance. Chapter 42. Your behavior lacks taste. Draw a dragon on the left with me, and a rainbow on the right, Zhang Wen hummed, a basket in hand. His feet dancing lightly as he strode down the mountain for supplies, his mood buoyant. Feeling the continuous surge of spiritual energy within him, as well as the robust spiritual energy haffering at his dantian, he experienced for the first time a sense of identity as a cultivator. This is the Earth Wheel realm. The transformation pill was a foundational cultivation elixir developed by the deputy master of the Medicine King Valley. Though of low grade, it possessed one significant advantage. There were no restrictions on its consumption. After all, for individuals from ancient times, the human wheel realm was exceedingly weak. A product developed by the foremost alchemist of that era should enable rapid advancement to the Earth Wheel. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to be recorded in the alchemical annals. The one Qi longevity technique was, after all, a diamond-grade cultivation method, offering no barriers in the transition from the human wheel to the Earth Wheel. Thus, Zhang Wen consumed 8 transformation pills in one night, forcefully elevating his cultivation to the first layer of the Earth Wheel. Upon reaching the Earth Wheel realm, further consumption of the transformation pill became entirely ineffective. Reluctant to use the spirit elevation pill just yet, Zhang Wen's cultivation remained at the first layer of the Earth Wheel for the time being. As he gazed at the gradually brightening sky, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction as he picked up his basket, intending to descend the mountain to procure some fine vegetables to celebrate his transformation. Regardless of the sweltering heat, the Piaohua Palace atop Qingfeng Mountain always remained refreshingly cool. The closer Zhang Wen approached the base of the mountain, the more he could feel the temperature rising distinctly. He wondered if the frostless Tai Su Xian Yin could not conjure some ice cubes, and he hesitated to exploit Lin Jiyun, the palace master, as a mere laborer for the time being. Suddenly, a woman's piercing scream wafted through the gentle breeze, and the sound struck a familiar chord within Zhang Wen. He instinctively quickened his pace. Zhang Yuding, breathless and stumbling, was covered in dust, her green attire tattered, exposing large swathes of her fair skin on her arms, shoulders, and back. Not far behind her, a burly Earthwheel adept, along with several subordinates, relentlessly pursued her. Previously, on flat ground, she had managed to maintain a distance from the Earthwheel expert using her unicorn, but now that she had ascended the mountain and was unable to ride, the disparity in speed became painfully evident, and on numerous occasions, she narrowly escaped falling into the hands of her pursuers. Wang Hongwei, an Earthwheel practitioner at the second tier, was the weakest among the 4 Earthwheel cultivators dispatched by Sai Baiwei, thus assigned to chase after Zhang Yuding, who was merely at the 7th tier of the human wheel. Nevertheless, he had long since caught up with her, and in his twisted mindset, he reveled in tormenting the beautiful prey before him. Almost there, Wang Hongwei mused as he noted they were nearing the midpoint of the mountain path. He pondered that if he continued to toy with her, they might attract the attention of the sects above, leading to unforeseen complications. With a powerful leap, he closed the distance to Zhang Yuding, reaching out to seize her. Zhang Yuding barely managed to turn around, raising her right hand to strike out. But her exhaustion rendered her movements severely distorted. To Wang Hongwei, the attack posed no threat whatsoever. He flicked his finger against the side of her willow leaf knife, causing her to feel a jarring shock in her hand, making it impossible to maintain her grip. The knife flew from her grasp, and Wang Hongwei, emboldened by his advantage, delivered a light yet forceful palm strike aimed shamelessly at her slightly rounded chest. Startled, Zhang Yuding barely managed to twist her body, allowing the blow to graze her chest. But her left shoulder took the full force of the strike. A searing pain coursed through her as a surge of robust spiritual energy transmitted through her, nearly rendering her breathless. She crashed to the ground, her body feeling as if it might shatter, utterly drained of strength. Run now, little girl. Wang Hongwei sneered as he approached Zhang Yuding, reaching out to pinch her delicate face. Aren't you the fast one? Zhang Yuding struggled to rise, yet her efforts were futile, and she could only glare at him with her beautiful eyes. I enjoy your feisty spirit, Wang Hongwei remarked, captivated by her defiance and exquisite features, nearly forgetting his mission. The more you resist now, the more you shall revel when you submit beneath me later. Brother Wang, the steward Sai has promised to gift this girl to Zhao Tianming. One of his subordinates interjected. The steward only agreed to give her to me, not in pristine condition, Wang Hongwei retorted, casting a glare at the subordinate. What could it possibly matter? I shall indulge a bit before handing her over. You're right, big brother. The subordinate, sensing the rising ire, smiled obsequiously and fell silent. You lecher. Zhang Yuding cried, mustering all her strength to strike Wang Hongwei's face with her right hand. However, she was already utterly exhausted. Her limp arm was easily caught by Wang Hongwei. As she attempted to lift her left hand, she saw him bend down, crushing her slender left arm underfoot, causing her to stifle a pained groan. "Brother Wang, you truly lack compassion for the fairer sex," the subordinate who had previously warned him thought to himself, casting a furtive glance as he watched Wang Hongwei's hand creep towards Zhang Yuding's heaving bosom. Seeing Wang Hongwei's hand approaching her chest, Zhang Yuding felt a mix of shame and fury, yet she lacked the strength to evade his grasp. She closed her eyes, tears of humiliation streaming down her cheeks. "My friend, matters of love require mutual affection. Your coercion reveals a distinct lack of taste," came the languid voice of Zhongwen, suddenly breaking through Zhang Yuding's despair. She opened her eyes wide, astonished to see a familiar and handsome face before her. Zhongwen stood there with a cheerful smile, one hand firmly grasping Wang Hongwei's wrist, which was extended towards Zhang Yuding. Initially filled with joy, Zhang Yuding's heart seized with alarm. "Zhongwen, run quickly. Seek out Palace Master Lin. This villain is an earth wheel expert." In her mind, Zhongwen was still the ordinary person who had lost his memory, devoid of any cultivation. "Who dares to disrupt my fun?" Wang Hongwei, caught off guard, felt a surge of anger rise within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he threw a heavy punch towards Zhongwen. With barely any distance between them, the blow seemed unavoidable. Zhang Yuding gasped, foreseeing Zhongwen's imminent doom. However, Zhongwen found Wang Hongwei's boisterous shout grating and stepped forward, swiftly striking several pressure points on his body. Wang Hongwei immediately collapsed to the ground, motionless, as silent as a corpse. The remaining thugs from the silver ring merchants were filled with panic, shouting as they attempted to flee. Yet, they were no match for Zhongwen's speed. In the blink of an eye, Wang Hongwei's subordinates became statues, unable to move a muscle, their expressions frozen in time. How are you so powerful?" Zhang Yuding gazed at him with wide, beautiful eyes, her cherry lips parted in astonishment, struggling to comprehend the scene before her. "Nothing much. These fellows are simply too weak," Zhongwen humbly replied, scratching his nose. "What transpired? Why were they pursuing you?" "Zhongwen, save my father and brother. Save the Jin Dao sect." Zhang Yuding, who had long since exhausted her strength, was barely holding on. Upon seeing her salvation, her tension released. And as the words tumbled from her lips, she felt dizzy, her head tilting as she fainted. "You little brat, what sorcery have you employed? Release me at once. Do you know who I am?" Wang Hongwei, now able to speak, erupted in curses. However, as his gaze met Zhongwen's, he felt a strange light in the latter's eyes, and suddenly, his mind went blank, leaving him in utter oblivion. Chapter 43. Is cultivation really so easy? Second young master. If you continue at this pace, it will take you at least 10 days to reach Qifeng Mountain. On the official road 10 miles outside the southern gate of the imperial capital, a kindly old man was gently advising a young man in his early 20s. "Uncle Fu, it's a rare opportunity to visit the imperial capital. If I do not take my time to savor the beautiful scenery along the way, wouldn't that waste this splendid chance?" The speaker was Lin Xiaofeng, the second son of the Lin family, the Minister of Revenue. "Moreover, my father assigned me this troublesome task. Could he expect me to exert myself diligently? As for matters of the heart, who can truly comprehend them?" Uncle Fu replied with a smile. "Besides, if the young lady genuinely does not wish to, do you think your father could force her? If it weren't for the intention to compel her, I could have easily gone to invite my sister alone. Why would my father need to send you, a tiered expert, along?" Lin Xiaofeng fixed his gaze on Uncle Fu, articulating each word carefully. After a moment of silence, Uncle Fu sighed. "The second young master has grown up. My third brother may still lack memories, but I was closest to my sister during childhood. Now, to undertake this unjust task, although it is difficult to defy my father's command. If we delay a few days on the road, no one will utter a word," Lin Xiaofeng replied with a cold smile. "Isn't that so, Uncle Fu? Since the second young master wishes to enjoy the sights, how could this old servant not accompany you?" Uncle Fu smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. Under the blazing sun, 2 unicorn horses trod slowly along the spacious avenue, their shadows stretching long behind them. "Miss Shangwan, it is often said that merchants thrive on good relations, so why does the Silver Ring Merchant Association so frequently invade the homes of others? Is this truly a merchant association, or does it resemble something more akin to a band of robbers?" Zhang Yuding, her head heavy with sleep, barely aware, could faintly hear the sound of conversation nearby. The Silver Ring Merchant Association, backed by the Shao family, might provoke a direct conflict with them if a skilled practitioner intervened. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang suggested, "It is most suitable for us to resolve this matter." "Why must it be I?" Shangguan Mingwei shot him a glance. Aside from the Earth Realm 2nd tier who pursued Tingting, the adversary had another at the Earth Realm 7th tier, one at the 8th tier, two at the 4th tier, and over 10 henchmen at the human realm level. Zhang recounted the strength of the Silver Ring Merchant Association with great familiarity. "I can handle one at the Earth Realm, but for the remaining 3, I will require your assistance, Miss Shangguan." "How do you know all this?" Shangguan Mingyue asked, her skepticism evident. "I just interrogated the Earth Realm 2nd tier. All this information was provided by him." Zhang refrained from disclosing the dark art of soul manipulation. "I merely advanced to the Earth Realm yesterday." He proudly raised his right arm in a show of strength. "Otherwise, how could I have heroically rescued the fair maiden from that Earth Realm 2nd tier?" A gasp arose from the crowd, revealing that aside from the grandfather and grandson Shun and Xiao Ernyang, the rest from the Floating Flower Palace were also present. "Little brother, I recall you were merely at the human realm 4th tier a few days ago?" Shangguan Junyu had a clear understanding of Zhang Wen's capabilities. "Yes, I crafted some elixirs these past days, and consuming them allowed me to ascend to the Earth Realm." Zhang Wen feigned indifference, reveling in the attention and admiration from the many beautiful women around him. The crowd murmured, "Is cultivating so effortless? What have we endured all these years for?" Zhang Wen, "I have heard of elixirs that can enhance cultivation, but my master once warned that relying solely on them can lead to an unstable foundation and insufficient comprehension of one's own techniques. Although rapid progress may be tempting, it can adversely affect future achievements," Lin Jiyun advised kindly. "The path of cultivation demands steady progress, one step at a time. It is best not to become overly reliant on external forces." "Dear sister, you worry too much. Perhaps this applies to others. But do you think I lack understanding of my own techniques?" Zhang Wen replied with a smile. Lin Jiyun was momentarily speechless, recalling Zhang Wen's enlightening insights. "Can I consume your elixirs?" Lu Qiqi suddenly inquired. Tingting Lu Qiqi rushed forward to support her, gently patting her back. "Qiqi," Zheng Yuding cried, suddenly collapsing into her embrace. Her pent-up grievances finally released in tears. "Tingting, we are aware of what transpired." Zheng Wen spoke softly from the side. "Rest assured, since they failed to capture you, I believe they will not harm old Zheng and the others. We will surely rescue the members of the Golden Blade sect." Thank you. Zheng Yuding sobbed gratefully. "By the way, Miss Shangguan, will the experts you arrange be proficient with blades?" Zhang Wen's eyes twinkled with a new idea. Inside the training hall of the Golden Blade sect, Zhang Gongming and his family were firmly bound by ropes, kneeling on the ground, with a dozen unwilling disciples tied behind them. 3 Earth Realm experts and a group of henchmen stood obediently behind Zhang, along with a dozen disciples persuaded to betray them by the traitor Zhao Tianming. "Tianming, during your times of hardship, I took you in, provided for you, and taught you my techniques. I believed I treated you well. How could you repay such kindness with betrayal?" Zhang Gongming asked, kneeling with a heart full of reluctance. Zhao Tianming lowered his head, silence enveloping him, though a flicker of guilt crossed his eyes before vanishing. With that, Sai Baiwei burst into laughter with a sense of triumph. "Is it truly so, Tianming?" Zheng Gongming's eyes reflected sorrow. "Tingting is only 17, and I have yet to arrange a betrothal for her. If you have feelings for her, pursue her freely. Why betray the sect?" Zhao Tianming hesitated. "Master, the junior sister does not harbor feelings for me. Winning a girl's heart is no easy feat. It requires perseverance and resilience," Zheng Gongming gently advised. "Do you know how much effort I expended to win your master's heart? Yet once successful, the happiness was incomparable. Futile. I know I am unworthy of the junior sister. She would never look at me." Zhao Tianming shook his head, lamenting, "If not, I fear I shall never have the chance to win her affection." "You ungrateful disciple, are you even a man?" Zheng Gongming exclaimed, exasperated. "Truly, a child cannot be taught. Zhang sect leader, even if he is an ungrateful disciple, was he not raised by you?" Sai Baiwei remarked impatiently, "It serves no purpose to lament now. Just confess what assets the Golden Blade sect possesses and prepare for your departure." His tone suggested not only an intent to annihilate the Golden Blade sect, but also to seize its assets for himself. "Elder Sai, you have searched through most of the Golden Blade sect's possessions. I am willing to disclose everything remaining, asking only that you spare my family and disciples." Zheng Gongming implored sadly, "Currently, I am the only one at the Earth Realm. The rest pose no threat to you if they survive. Master. Xiao Shi wept uncontrollably upon hearing this. Father. Zheng Qiuan gritted his teeth, fists clenched, filled with regret for his inability that brought misfortune upon his family. Master. I am willing to share the fate of the Golden Blade sect, declared the dozen disciples kneeling, all deeply moved. Zheng Gongming's profound loyalty to his family and disciples earned their admiration. Sai Baiwei remained expressionless, unmoved by their plight. Regrettably, he adhered to the principle of eradicating threats completely. To eliminate future worries, it was best for your family to depart peacefully together. Elder Sai. You mercantile association acts like brigands. How has it come to this? Zheng Gongming wept bitterly. It is the son's inadequacy that has implicated his parents. Should I become a vengeful spirit after death, I shall not spare the Silver Ring Merchant Association or that traitor Zhao Tianming. Zheng Qiuan cried out, his voice hoarse from grief. Oh, junior brother, you possess quite the spirit. Zhao Tianming, already feeling guilty, felt resentment rise upon being insulted by someone he had always looked down upon. He stepped forward, kicking Zheng Qiuan to the ground and pointing his blade at his chest. With your meager abilities, even as a ghost, do you think I would fear you? Beast. Zheng Qiuan glared, revealing a hidden strength that even surprised Zhao Tianming. Enraged, Zhao Tianming kicked Zheng Qiuan away, quickly stepping forward to stomp on his frail body, drawing his blade to strike, when a voice interrupted from behind. Who goes there? The newcomers, clad in black attire, masks covering their faces, wielded long blades with not a sound as they entered. The foremost figure replied coldly, the Heavenly Blade Alliance. Upon hearing the name, Sai Baiwei faltered, having never encountered such an organization. Were you the ones who attacked the Golden Blade sect? The leader of the black-clad figures inquired. And if we were? Sai Baiwei, sensing the youthfulness in their voice, felt a twinge of disdain. Do you intend to rescue the Golden Blade sect? All wielders of the blade are under the protection of our Heavenly Blade Alliance, the black-clad figure proclaimed arrogantly. The Golden Blade sect has long joined our alliance. How dare you act against one of our affiliated sects? Ha ha ha. Upon hearing the brash words from the young man opposite him, Sai Baiwei could not suppress his laughter. I have indeed heard that all sword wielders pay homage to one of the 7 sacred places, the Heavenly Sword Manor. But I was unaware that the world had suddenly birthed a Heavenly Blade Alliance. It is mere imitation, laughable, and arrogant. Ignorant fool, your lack of knowledge stems from your lowly standing. The man in black retorted coldly. If the Heavenly Blade Alliance sought such a title, the world would have already acknowledged an 8th sacred ground. These words stunned those present. The sacred grounds held an esteemed place in the hearts of the people and were not to be trifled with. Could such a gathering of swordsmen truly exist? Sai Baiwei pondered. What do you wish to do? He asked, his tone noticeably more courteous than before. To offend the Heavenly Blade Alliance means a certain death. The man in black replied, his tone icy and resolute. Remember, the lives of those from the Golden Blade sect are in my hands. If you insist on battling us, I cannot guarantee their safety. Seeing that the other party sought to rescue the Golden Blade sect, Sai Baiwei intended to use the hostages as leverage. Nonsense. The fate of the Golden Blade sect is of no concern to me. To his surprise, the man in black remained unfazed. Capturing them was their own incompetence. I am only responsible for upholding the dignity of the Heavenly Blade Alliance. As for these useless beings, their lives are of no consequence. Sai Baiwei's expression shifted. The cold demeanor of his opponent indeed exuded the aura of a formidable force. Ignorant child, spouting nonsense. Zhang Cheng, a master of the earth well behind him, could no longer contain himself. No matter your Heavenly Blade Alliance or whatever else, went against me first. He brandished his long sword and lunged at the man in black. Frog in a well. The man in black shook his head and raised his long knife, cleaving downward. As they clashed, gasps erupted from the surroundings, including the group of black-clad men behind their leader, all astonished at the man's stunning swordsmanship. His strikes were executed with blinding speed and immense power, each move seemingly chaotic yet imbued with an overwhelming force. Faced with the man in black, Zhang Cheng felt as though he were battling a master of the heavenly wheel. Overwhelmed by a sense of futility, after merely 3 exchanges, he was pushed back repeatedly, left in a state of utter disarray. Such terrifying swordplay. Zheng Gongming watched, dumbfounded, overwhelmed with admiration. In his youth, he had fortuitously acquired a silver-ranked sword technique, which he cherished and honed, ultimately becoming the foremost master of Fufeng City at the age of 40 and founding the Golden Blade sect, priding himself on his swordsmanship. Yet, witnessing the prowess of the man in black, he He suddenly found his own self-proclaimed title of Master Laughable. This is true swordplay. I wish to be his disciple. Zheng Qiyuan, beside him, was filled with excitement and could hardly contain himself. In stark contrast to the astonished admiration of those around them, Zhang Cheng silently lamented. He felt the opponent's sword momentum surge like a tempest, crashing over him wave after wave, extinguishing any desire to resist. In a daze, his long sword was violently knocked from his grasp, and before he knew it, his entire right arm was severed, blood spraying forth. Ah, my hand. Zhang Qing only felt the pain after a moment, turning to discover his arm had been lost. Unable to contain his cries under the dual assault of physical and mental anguish. Next, the man in black coldly taunted, disregarding him entirely. The silver ring merchants, witnessing the overwhelming numbers on the side of the man in black, dared not rush in for a collective attack. I will go. Li Guang from Sai Baiwei's side stepped forward. Li Guang had reached the 8th layer of the earth wheel, the highest among the silver ring merchants present. With a ghostly head saber in hand, he unleashed a formidable presence. The man in black appeared weaker than Li Guang. However, he moved with nimble grace, evading Li Guang's fierce strikes effortlessly, rendering them futile. As the saying goes, one surge of energy leads to a decline, then exhaustion. After several ineffective strikes, Li Guang's momentum waned. Seizing the opportunity, the man in black abruptly shifted his stance, unleashing a flurry of astonishing strikes, forcing Li Guang into a frantic defense. Got you. The man in black suddenly changed his attack, catching Li Guang off guard as his fingers were severed, causing the ghostly head saber to clatter to the ground. This is bad, Li Guang exclaimed in shock, retreating in a panic, unaware that in duels, momentum is paramount. His retreat only fueled the man in black's ferocity. The long knife surged forth like a towering wave, each strike faster than the last. When the man in black executed his 9th slash, Li Guang found himself unable to evade, cleaved in two from head to toe, his blood splattering across the scene in a gruesome spectacle. Next, the man in black's icy gaze fell upon Sai Baiwei. My lord, is there any room for negotiation? Sai Baiwei, terrified by the defeat of his strongest fighter, felt his legs weaken, abandoning any semblance of authority as he desperately sought to preserve his life. I am willing to release the Golden Blade sect members and offer further compensation. I have stated. The lives of those from the Golden Blade sect are of no concern to me, the man in black replied, devoid of emotion. To offend the Heavenly Blade Alliance necessitates death. My lord, I sincerely apologize for any offense against the Heavenly Blade Alliance and am willing to offer a substantial amount of spirit crystals in exchange for your forgiveness. Sai Baiwei's legs trembled, bitterness flooding his mouth as he pleaded. His previous bravado vanished. How much is your life worth in spirit crystals? The man in black approached, his fierce gaze bearing down on him. 3. No, 500. Sai Baiwei exclaimed, sensing a shift in the man in black's tone. I will offer 500 spirit crystals. 500 spirit crystals can only buy your own life, the man in black replied nonchalantly. Then I shall offer an additional 200 spirit crystals for his life. Sai Baiwei pointed at Zhang Qing, the only one who had not yet engaged in battle. Zhang Qing's face paled. He had not anticipated that his sacrifice for Sai Baiwei would result in such cold abandonment. The remaining members of the Golden Blade sect were equally aghast, shock and fear coursing through them. Are you certain? The man in black inquired. Sai Baiwei glanced at Zhang Cheng and the others, a fleeting expression of guilt crossing his face. Gritting his teeth, he declared, I am certain. Deal. The man in black turned to his followers. Kill the rest. Yes. His subordinates responded, revealing their ranks as Earthwill practitioners. What followed was a one-sided massacre within the training hall. Zhang Cheng, having lost his arm, was severely weakened and could not withstand the onslaught of so many Earthwill cultivators. The remaining practitioners were like clay chickens and tiles, utterly defenseless. In less than a quarter of an hour, the Heavenly Blade Alliance had cleansed the Silver Ring merchants, leaving only Sai Baiwei and a trembling 4th-layer follower. My lord, please accept this. At this point, Sai Baiwei dared not harbor any other thoughts. He cautiously retrieved a spirit crystal voucher from his bosom and extended it towards the leader of the black-clad men, fearful of angering him and provoking a reversal. Rest assured, the Heavenly Blade Alliance is not so fickle. The man in black accepted the spirit crystal voucher, disdain evident in his eyes. Be gone. Yes, yes. Thank you for your mercy. Sai Baiwei and his companion hastily crawled away from the Golden Blade sect's training hall. Zhao Tianming and the other disciples who had betrayed the Golden Blade sect attempted to leave as well, but were stopped by the man in black. Their heads bowed in shame and fear, unable to find their footing. "Thank you for your timely rescue." Zhang Gongming felt a sense of familiarity in the voice of the man in black as he approached. Though he could not recall anyone among his acquaintances with such exceptional swordsmanship, yet he genuinely could not remember when he had joined the Heavenly Blade Alliance. "Old Zhang, have you forgotten me so soon?" The cold voice of the leader of the black-clad men suddenly took on a lighter tone as he removed his mask. Before Zhang Gongming appeared the delicate features of Zhong 1. Chapter 45. Speaking the harsh truth, little Zhong. Zhang Gongming exclaimed with delight. "Did Tingting find you? Is she well?" "Old Zhang, what has brought you to such a state?" Zhong Wen cheerfully loosened his bindings. "Tingting has been a bit overworked and is currently recuperating in the Floating Blossom Palace. Rest assured, she is not in any serious trouble." "That is a relief, indeed." Zhang Gongming's eyes glistened with tears as he murmured, "I truly owe you my gratitude this time. I never expected your skills with the blade to be so formidable. I have always believed myself accomplished in the art of the sword, yet in comparison to you, this young man, I find myself woefully inadequate. It is quite humiliating for an old man like me. Old Zhang, you must also thank these gentlemen from the Xinyu Trading Company." Zhang Wen gestured to the group behind him. "If it weren't for the arrangements made by Miss Shangwan, I would likely be unable to face such odds alone." "Zhong Xiaoxia, you are too modest." The group of martial artists clasped their fists in salute. Having witnessed Zhong Wen's extraordinary swordsmanship and recognizing his youth, they understood that his future achievements would be boundless. Moreover, with the special instructions from Miss Shangwan, none dared to underestimate him. As he spoke, Zhong Wen attempted to rise in respect but found himself too weak to stand, collapsing back to the ground. "Old Zhang Wen noticed and furrowed his brow. This elder brother, those villains feared my father's profound skills and severed his tendons." Zheng Qiyuan wept nearby. "Qiyuan, do not grieve. It is truly a blessing that we have preserved our lives." Zheng Gongming consoled his son. "For those who practice martial arts, losing a limb is hardly a tragedy. My old bones can hardly last many more years. Let me see." Zhong Wen leaned down to examine Zheng Gongming's injuries closely. "A mere trifle, old Zheng. You may not be aware, but I, Zhong Wen, am the foremost divine physician in the world. This minor ailment can be cured in an instant." With that, he pretended to reach into his robe, but instead retrieved gold needles and other tools from his storage ring, immediately beginning acupuncture on Zheng Gongming. As he inserted the needles, he handed Zheng Gongming a pill. "Old Zheng, take this medicine, and I shall provide further treatment. After a few days of rest, you will be able to move freely again. In a month's time, you will wield your blade with even greater prowess than before." "Is that truly so?" Zheng Gongming could hardly contain his excitement. Though he had resigned himself to fate, the thought of spending the rest of his days bedridden was unbearable. The prospect of recovery was a source of joy. "More precious than pearls," Zhang Wen replied with a smile as he continued his treatment. Before long, Zheng Gongming felt a tingling warmth spreading through his limbs, where previously he had felt nothing. "It truly works." Zheng Gongming was overjoyed, tears streaming down his face. The black-clad men behind him exchanged astonished glances, unable to suppress their murmurs. "I can't believe that severed tendons could be healed so effortlessly. This young Master Zhong's medical skills are indeed remarkable. Such talent and cultivation, combined with miraculous healing abilities, this youth is surely extraordinary. A divine physician of this caliber should be befriended before he rises to prominence. After all, who among us martial artists has faced peril? Don't you think this young man is well matched with Miss Shangwan?" Zhang Wen soon completed the treatment and, stretching his back, noticed Zheng Qiyuan gazing at him with curiosity. "Zhong Ge, are you truly from the Heavenly Blade Alliance? Why did you let Sob away and the others go?" "The Heavenly Blade Alliance is a fabrication of my own. Merely a ruse to divert the attention of that steward. I wanted to prevent him from realizing the connection between the Floating Blossom Palace and Xinyu Trading Company." Zhong Wen explained with a smile. "The Silver Ring Commerce is backed by the Shao family, a powerful force. If I were to slay them all, it could provoke a backlash from the Shao family. Now is not the time to confront such a formidable enemy. Zhong Ge, your swordsmanship was incredible. May I become your disciple and learn from you?" Zheng Qiyuan couldn't help but express his desire to be taught. "Young Zheng, your father is a master of the blade. There is no need for you to seek me as a teacher. But my father's skills are not as great as yours," Zheng Qiyuan replied candidly. Zheng Gongming sighed. "This child speaks such bold truths in front of so many disciples. There is no need for you to become a disciple." Zhong Wen contemplated for a moment, then said, "However, if you truly wish to learn the blade, I can spare some time to teach you a few techniques. Thank you, Zhongge. Zheng Qiyuan exclaimed, excitement evident as he eagerly nodded. Old Zhang, what do you plan to do with these disciples? Zhongwen gestured towards Zhao Tianming and the others standing nearby. Master, junior brother, Zhao Tianming, who had been restless, suddenly knelt and cried loudly, I was wrong. In a moment of folly, I committed the heinous act of betraying my master and family, driven solely by my affection for junior sister. Witnessing the traitor's disgrace, even the disciples he had corrupted could not hide their contempt, ashamed to be associated with him. The disciples who had betrayed their master merely sought to survive. Their sins were not enough to warrant death, so they would be expelled from the sect, Zhang Gongming sighed. His eyes dim. As for this Zhao Tianming, a wretch devoid of conscience, his punishment shall be meted out by the family rules of the Golden Blade sect. Several loyal disciples could no longer contain themselves, stepping forward to firmly restrain Zhao Tianming, dragging him towards the main hall. Master, please show mercy. Master, I beg you. Zhao Tianming's cries echoed throughout the Golden Blade sect. Having learned that Ning Jie possessed the spirit-devouring heaven-s technique, he was unwilling to let such a sacred technique fall into the wrong hands and sought to keep it for himself under the guise of an exchange. As he approached the foot of the back mountain, he felt a significant increase in the density of spiritual energy, far surpassing that of the front mountain, stirring his curiosity. Could there be a treasure hidden in the back mountain? With this thought, his heart raced, and he quickened his pace to explore deeper into the mountain. As he ventured further, the concentration of spiritual energy intensified, becoming comparable to the medicinal fields found in the Valley of the Medicine King. He suddenly recalled the fierce beasts that roamed the mountains. It dawned on him that he had previously encountered a giant white tiger, and he felt a pang of alarm, losing the calmness he once had. At that moment, a sharp cry pierced his ears, seemingly from a fierce bird. The cries and roars appeared to engage in a fierce dispute, escalating in intensity, neither willing to yield. Could it be? Zhang Wen, who had intended to leave, had a sudden thought and halted, contemplating the potential for profit in the struggle between the two beasts. Drawing from the narrative templates he had encountered in past novels, it was common for two fierce beasts to battle over treasure, leading to mutual destruction, allowing the protagonist to seize the spoils. He crept forward a few steps, peering through the thick foliage, and beheld a vast clearing where the giant white tiger he had seen before was crouched, its imposing figure emanating a thunderous roar towards a certain direction. Following the tiger's gaze, Zhongwen spotted a colossal avian creature. This great eagle stood about 1.5 meters tall, with 3 talons, its wings spread wide reaching approximately 4 meters, exuding an air of majesty and fierce pride. What a terrifying beast! Although Zhongwen had reached the realm of spiritual mastery and possessed several high-grade spiritual techniques, he instinctively sensed that in a direct confrontation, either the eagle or the tiger would far surpass his capabilities. At this moment, the two creatures released powerful auras, standing their ground against each other while continuously issuing loud sounds to intimidate one another, seemingly on the verge of a fierce clash. Zhongwen shifted his gaze between a creature and a beast and discovered a resplendent blue flower growing on the rocky soil, a distance away from both parties. Accompanying it was a smaller flower of the same kind, evidently younger, indigo blossom, over 3,000 years old. With his profound knowledge of herbal botany, Zhongwen immediately recognized this rare spiritual flower. In casual conversations with the inhabitants of the Floating Blossom Palace, he had heard tales of spiritual beasts existing in this world. These were not extraordinary celestial or sacred beings, but rather ordinary animals that, having thrived in the rich spiritual energy of the mountains, occasionally mutated and developed intelligence, significantly enhancing their physical capabilities. It was said that in the western Qi province of the Deqian Empire, there existed a sect renowned for training and commanding spiritual beasts, where each disciple would raise their own unique spiritual companion. In battle, the synergy between human and beast would yield astonishing power. Observing the fierce white tiger and giant eagle before him, Zhongwen could not help but think of the spiritual beasts, as they exuded an air of majesty and ferocity, far surpassing that of ordinary wild animals. He initially intended to watch them clash, hoping to benefit as a bystander, but after waiting for a considerable time, he grew bored as they merely exchanged heated words without resorting to violence. What could they be arguing about so vigorously? If only he could understand their dialogue, he mused. At that moment, a flash of inspiration struck him. He suddenly recalled a book of miscellaneous knowledge he had drawn from the Xinhua Sutra Pavilion, the comprehensive guide to beast language. disappointed upon receiving it. He had cast it aside on a shelf in his mind without even a glance. Now, seeing the spiritual beast before him, he felt compelled, closed his eyes, and immersed his consciousness in the book. With a suppressed chuckle, Zhongwen could not help but let out a small laugh. The two spiritual beasts, sharp of hearing and sight, instantly detected his presence and turned to him with wary expressions, emitting growls and shrieks in his direction. Realizing he had been discovered, Zhongwen had no choice but to reveal himself and awkwardly greet the tiger and eagle in the newly acquired beast language. "Good evening, Brother Tiger." "Good evening, Brother Eagle." "Who are you? What are you doing here? And why do you call me Brother Tiger? I am female, why call me Brother Eagle? How can a two-legged creature speak our language?" Zhongwen realized that, indeed, in the vicinity of the floating blossom palace, even the animals were female. Patiently, he explained, "Forgive my rudeness. Greetings, Sister Tiger. Greetings, Sister Eagle. I am Zhongwen, a human residing on the nearby mountain. I came out for a stroll this evening and, upon hearing your voices, came to see what the commotion was about. Might I inquire why you are quarreling? Perhaps due to the shared language." The two spiritual beasts softened their stance and began recounting how each had spotted the indigo blossom first, only to be met with the other's audacity in attempting to claim it. "There are two indigo blossoms here. Each of you could take one. Why must you argue?" Zhongwen, having abandoned his intention to remain a passive observer, decided to play the mediator. "Each can take one, but I want the larger one," declared the white tiger. "The larger one is mine. The smaller one can be given to this big cat," replied the giant eagle. Zhongwen translated, but neither could convince the other. And the argument persisted, with tensions rising as they appeared ready to clash. "Is there truly such a significant difference between the larger flower and the smaller one for you?" Zhongwen asked, unable to contain his curiosity. "Eating the larger one will enhance my strength significantly. The smaller one will not suffice," the white tiger asserted. "I have a feeling that consuming the larger one will make me much stronger. The smaller one will not do," the giant eagle echoed. Zhongwen approached the two indigo blossoms for a closer inspection. The larger flower had grown for approximately 3,000 years, while the smaller one was less than 2,500 years old. He formed a rough estimate in his mind. Sensing him near the indigo blossoms, the two spiritual beasts adopted aggressive postures, fearing he might covet the precious flowers. "Please, calm down and hear me out. If a fight breaks out, both of you are powerful. Even the victor will suffer severe losses," Zhongwen interjected suddenly. "How about we leave this matter to me? What do you propose?" The two spiritual beasts asked in unison. The ages of these two indigo blossoms are approximately 3,000 and 2,500 years, which is not such a vast difference. Zhongwen carefully composed his words. "I have some knowledge of cultivation techniques and can enhance the smaller flower's age to match the larger one within a short time. At that point, each of you can have one, and everyone will be satisfied. Wouldn't that be delightful? Can you really accomplish that?" The white tiger questioned doubtfully. "I do not believe you," the giant eagle exclaimed, showing clear skepticism. "Whether I can or cannot, the truth will be revealed in 2 days. Even if you choose to fight, there is no need to rush," Zhongwen reassured them. "You can wait here. If I cannot enhance the smaller indigo blossom's age within 3 days, you may do as you wish, and I shall no longer interfere. What do you say?" The eagle and tiger exchanged glances, contemplating whether Zhongwen's proposal was feasible. After a long pause, the giant eagle finally nodded in agreement. Seeing this, the white tiger also accepted Zhongwen's plan. 3 days it is. The two spiritual beasts and Zhongwen agreed, stipulating that if he failed to deliver within the specified time, they would not wait any longer. With a sense of satisfaction at having successfully persuaded the two formidable spiritual beasts, Zhongwen returned to his chamber and retrieved a milky white orb from his storage ring. The orb, roughly the size of a ping-pong ball, radiated a soft, crystalline glow. This was the precious pearl he had taken from the spirit crystal vault on the 3rd floor of the Medicine King Valley. At the time, he had been unaware of its purpose, but later, after perusing the planting notes of the Deputy Valley Master, he learned of its immense value, far surpassing the combined worth of all the spirit crystals and cores in the entire vault. This treasure, known as the Tai Sui Pearl, was said to be a primordial spiritual object that existed since the dawn of creation. When immersed in water, the water could then be used to irrigate plants, significantly accelerating their growth rate. According to the Deputy Valley Master, he had once cultivated a million-year-old Ganoderma using the power of the Tai Sui Pearl, which in turn was used to refine an elixir that propelled a celestial practitioner to near saintly heights. Zhongwen carefully placed the pearl in a clay pot, allowing it to soak, and then cautiously tucked the pot beneath his bed. He preferred to keep it in his storage ring, but time did not flow within that space, and he could not be certain if the soaking effect would be compromised. Knock, knock, knock. Just as he finished arranging the pot, a knock sounded at the door. Upon opening it, he was met with a charming figure standing at the threshold, her large, watery eyes fixed on him, filled with gratitude and admiration. Ting ting. Zhongwen said, noticing Zheng Yuding, dressed in white, looking slightly pale. The usually lively and spirited young woman appeared delicate and vulnerable at this moment, exuding a captivating charm. He could not help but gently inquire, "Why are you not resting properly?" "Zhongwen, Sister Shangwan has informed me of everything. You saved my entire family. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. Please allow me to bow to you," Zheng Yuding said, attempting to kneel before him. "Please, no." Zhongwen quickly intervened, supporting her frail form, feeling her soft warmth and catching a faint scent of youthful fragrance. "Are we not friends? When a friend is in need, is it not only natural to lend a helping hand? Your demeanor suggests a certain distance, perhaps indicating that you deem me unworthy of deeper acquaintance." Upon hearing Zhongwen use his own previous words against him, Zheng Yuding couldn't help but chuckle, her despondency dissipating instantly. Her vibrant lips curled into a captivating smile, rendering her extraordinarily enchanting. "I shan't elaborate on my gratitude. Your kindness will remain etched in my heart." Zheng Yuding, being of a forthright nature, swiftly regained her customary vivacity. "Henceforth, should there be any opportunity for me to be of assistance, feel free to command me. I would bravely face any peril." Just as I closed the door, intending to seek rest upon my bed, a series of knocks echoed through the air. Upon reopening the door, I was greeted by a strikingly elegant woman clad in white, exuding an air of intellect. Ningjie gazed at me with eyes as deep as autumn waters and inquired, "Zhang brother, might I seek your counsel on certain matters pertaining to divine literature? The arrival of such enchanting women at this late hour should be a delightful affair. Yet, why does it feel so dissimilar from the seductive scenes I had envisioned?" Zhongwen pondered, his head throbbing. Chapter 47. What nonsense are you gazing upon? This is a piece of Qiang stone, Shindachui exclaimed, observing the sizable warm stone in Zhongwen's hand with admiration. Such a substantial chunk of Qiang stone is indeed rare. "Mr. Shun, you are the expert. Could you kindly assess what weapons could be forged from this Qiang stone?" Zhongwen humbly requested, for his knowledge was limited to concocting alchemical furnaces and medical tools, and he was utterly inexperienced in weaponry. Many misconceptions abound regarding weapon forging, with the common belief that utilizing only the finest materials will yield extraordinary weapons. In truth, crafting a fine weapon demands a meticulous balance of materials. To forge a good sword, a mere fragment of Qiang stone mixed with regular high-quality steel suffices. This large piece of Qiang stone can easily produce 10 swords. Shindachui stroked his beard, shaking his head in thought. "Oh," Zhongwen's eyes brightened. "Might it be possible to request Mr. Shin to forge some weapons using this Qiang stone? I am willing to compensate accordingly. If Brother Zhong requires it, I would not hesitate to forge not just 10, but 100 or even 1,000 swords," Shindachui responded, waving his hands. "My grandson and I have already benefited greatly from the kindness of the Piaohua Palace, having enjoyed their hospitality for quite some time. It would be merely a trifling task for me to forge a few weapons. How could I accept any remuneration? While I appreciate your generosity, enlisting the world's foremost forging master is no small feat, and I must insist on providing payment for the spiritual crystals." Zhongwen smiled. "Even if you do not consider yourself, you must think of Xiao Wan. With her appetite, how will you manage without ample spiritual crystals once you depart the Piaohua Palace?" Confronted with the truth, Shindachui awkwardly smiled. "However, I did not bring my forging tools this time. I would require Brother Zheng's assistance in procuring them. Whatever Mr. Shin needs, just command me," Zhongwen replied readily. "I shall directly procure them from Miss Shangwan. Do you take me for a general store?" Shangwan Mingwei pouted, feeling somewhat disgruntled, perceiving herself as mere labor in Zhongwen's eyes. "How about I share a sword forged from this endeavor with you?" Zhongwen proposed with a grin. Shangwan Mingyue contemplated refusing, but, realizing the rarity of the Qiang stone and the allure of a weapon forged by a master craftsman, she found it difficult to decline. With a change of heart, she remarked, "Since you are so agreeable, I shall reluctantly assist you once more." Thus, Zhongwen procured a set of forging tools per Shindachui specifications and additionally acquired some high-grade spiritual pattern discs for drawing gathering formations. After dinner, Zhongwen leisurely made his way to the location where Dian Zhifenghua resided in the back mountain. As expected, he found the tiger and the eagle steadfastly guarding the spiritual flower, their eyes fixed intently upon it. not daring to leave its side. Tiger sister, eagle sister. Zhongwen greeted the two spiritual beasts with a smile. The giant eagle merely nodded slightly, acknowledging his presence. Without further ado, Zhongwen held the earthenware jar and gently watered the blue spiritual flower with the well water that had steeped the Tai Sui bead. "What are you doing?" The giant eagle inquired, unable to contain its curiosity. "This is divine water. It will accelerate the growth of the spiritual flower," Zhongwen explained. The two spiritual beasts, not being human, did not display any derision at the mention of divine water, but rather exhibited keen interest. "Does it also work on other spiritual herbs?" The white tiger asked first. "Indeed, divine water is effective on all plants," Zhongwen boasted proudly. "There are also several rare spiritual fruits in the back mountain. If it proves effective, could you provide some divine water for those as well?" The giant eagle suggested. "As you command, eagle sister," Zhongwen replied with utmost diligence. "Thank you." The proud giant eagle surprisingly expressed gratitude. "The effects of the divine water will be visible in a couple of days. I kindly ask both sisters to be patient," Zhongwen instructed carefully before departing, leaving the two spiritual beasts to stare at one another, enduring their wait. "Miss Nangong, what a pleasure to meet you." In a corner of Songyan City, there stood a small, dilapidated inn, not only lacking in basic comforts but also exorbitantly priced. Yet, the innkeeper seemed blissfully unaware, continuing to operate with enthusiasm despite meager business. As noon approached, a white-clad guest adorned with a straw hat appeared before the inn. Upon entering, the guest cast a glance around the empty hall and found it devoid of any patrons. The innkeeper, a middle-aged man with a horse-like face, was unremarkable and would fade into the crowd unnoticed. The young waiter, seemingly indifferent, lay his head on a not-so-clean table, fast asleep, showing no concern for the inn's reputation. "Dear guest, are you here for a meal or for lodging?" the innkeeper inquired upon noticing a newcomer, his tone dry and lacking warmth. "I have heard that your human meat buns are quite exceptional," the white-clad guest replied, his voice soft yet slightly husky. "Our human meat buns are not inexpensive," the innkeeper squinted, a glint of coldness in his gaze. "I can certainly afford the price of one human meat bun," the white-clad guest countered, his voice becoming increasingly gentle. "What grade of human meat bun are we speaking of?" the innkeeper asked. "Around the 4th level of the human wheel," the guest answered, producing a portrait from his robe, revealing a man who bore a striking resemblance to Zhongwen, making identification straightforward given his singular presence in the Piaohua Palace. "A human wheel-level meat bun costs 100 spiritual crystals," the innkeeper stated flatly. "There are experts at the Tianluan level within the Piaohua Palace, thus I shall offer 200 spiritual crystals." The white-clad guest unexpectedly raised the price, requesting the finest craftsmen to ensure success. "Rest assured, our head chefs are all top-notch." The innkeeper softened his tone upon recognizing the guest's sincerity. "Our policy requires a half deposit. The guest may return in 10 days to collect the bun and pay the remaining balance." "Must I leave my name?" the guest inquired. "No need. Our establishment has its methods of keeping track," the innkeeper replied, pausing before adding, "Rest assured, your identity information will remain absolutely secure." "Thank you." With that, the white-clad guest placed a spiritual crystal ticket on the counter and gently pushed it towards the innkeeper before turning to leave. "Do you believe that by weakening the Dantai family, I shall have no means to deal with you?" Upon reaching the corner of the street, the white-clad traveler adjusted his conical hat, revealing a pair of eyes filled with resentment. "The grand reputation of the Wanjin Tower should not lead me to disappointment." The translation task issued by the Xinhua Sutra repository had caused Zhong considerable distress, with his current proficiency in the Deqian script. Translating an entire book seemed as improbable as a fool's dream. One day, he noticed a little girl engrossed in reading a storybook, and a sudden spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. It was merely a translation. After all, there was no stipulation that it had to be his own translation. "Xiao Dai, could you do me a favor?" Zhongwen asked, his face alight with a gentle smile. "What is it?" The little girl looked up at him, bewildered. "Reciting Meng Shui has become overly tedious. I've thought of an excellent method for learning characters. How about you read a story to me? And I'll record it in my own way for repeated recitation? The results should be much better." "All right." The little girl empathized with the monotony of Meng Shui, her pigtails bobbing enthusiastically. "I'll read you The Tyrannical Prince Falls for Me, written by a sister named Feng from the imperial capital. It's quite interesting." Zhongwen thought to himself, what sort of chaotic nonsense is this child indulging in at such a tender age? He felt a deep concern about her education. Yet, For the sake of completing his task, he set aside his worries. The storybook in the girl's hands appeared modest in thickness, and its title was simple enough to grasp, making it an excellent choice for fulfilling his assignment. This one will do. Let me fetch some paper and a pen. Zhang Wen quickly prepared his materials and seated himself at the table. Lin Fuzi, please enlighten me. In a dilapidated little house, Feng Qingyu was bending down to scrub the filthy wooden floor, her tattered clothing failing to conceal her exquisite beauty. The little girl began to recite, her voice lively. The content of the story was straightforward, featuring a classic tale of a poor girl being loved by a domineering prince, transforming from a Cinderella into a golden phoenix. Zhang Wen sat beside her, diligently recording the words in Chinese characters. From time to time, he would request, please read slower. Or I didn't catch that last part. Could you repeat it? Chapter 48. Unexpectedly, you are also a lucky one. Is the miscellaneous book The Tyrannical Prince Falls for Me included? Yes. Upon completing task 1, translate a book written into Qian script, length, medium, quality, good, reward. A lottery draw yielding one of the following. 1. Complete the Qian hero rankings. 2. The Qian beauty rankings. 3. Teeming song formula. It seemed that due to the subpar quality of his task completion, the first 2 lottery rewards were less than satisfactory. Zhang Wen glanced around, not spotting the figure of Long Wushuang, and suddenly turned his attention to the little girl before him. Xiao Dai, may I borrow your hand for a moment? Without waiting for her reply, Zhang Wen seized the little girl's delicate right hand and pressed it against his forehead, silently chanting, lottery. Congratulations, you have received the reward. Teeming song formula. Zhang Wen waved his hands in excitement, observing a new entry on the shelf in his mind labeled Teeming song formula. Unexpectedly, you are also a lucky one. He glanced at the little girl, his gaze intensifying with fervor. Zhang Wen, what's wrong? The little girl looked at him, puzzled, worried that perhaps he had overexerted himself with too many characters, causing a daze. No, I was just thinking of something delightful. Zhang Wen replied, his face beaming with a smile. Let us add an extra dish for lunch today. Really? Yay. The little girl exclaimed, thrilled at the prospect of more food, mimicking Zhang Wen's gesture of a peace sign in her excitement. At that moment, a new alternative task appeared on the task panel. Task 1. Translate an ancient text into Qian script. The rewards will depend on the length and quality of the translation. So, this time I am to translate from Chinese characters into Qian script? Zhang Wen, reassured after realizing he could delegate the task, felt no more pressure. Stepping outside, he found 2 beautiful young women, graceful and spirited, one wielding a saber and the other a sword, engaged in an intense training session, their sounds of clashing weapons reverberating through the air. Observing Lu Qiqi and Zhang Yuding's moves, Zhang Wen could not help but sigh at their rudimentary techniques. What is it? Do you think they are practicing poorly? A voice tinged with dissatisfaction reached his ears, belonging to Lin Zhiyun. Meanwhile, Lang Wushuang stood obediently behind Lin Zhiyun. Clad in the orange robe Zhang Wen had previously bought for her, her alluring curves stirring one's heart. Dear Sister Gongzhu, do you wish to hear the truth? Zhang Wen, sensing Lin Zhiyun's displeasure, forced a smile while rubbing his nose. I understand you possess the deadly sword technique and may look down upon ordinary spiritual skills. But this sword art only has one strike and ultimately lacks righteousness. Lin Zhiyun, for reasons unknown, felt compelled to admonish Zhang Wen, which was entirely out of character for her usual gentle demeanor. As for Wushuang, I plan to have her practice the splitting light sword technique to ensure she isn't limited to a single strike during combat. Sister Gongzhu is absolutely right. The deadly sword is designed for assassins, not for open confrontations. Zhang Wen replied with a smile, oblivious to the fact that he was about to inquire about the grade of the splitting light sword technique. Upon hearing his question, Lin Zhiyun immediately felt a sense of foreboding, stammering, white silver grade. For a typical small sect in the mundane world, a white-silver grade spiritual skill was certainly commendable, potentially serving as a treasure of the sect to be taught to core disciples. However, given his prior experience, Lin Zhiyun could almost foresee Zhang Wen's reaction. Sigh. As predicted, Zhang Wen sighed heavily. Sister Gongzhu, has the situation of the floating flower palace deteriorated to this point? We are all family. If you are facing difficulties, you can always confide in me. Lin Zhiyun's right hand trembled slightly as she struggled to contain the surge of power within her. To be honest, although my younger brother's strength is lacking, he possesses a wealth of martial arts and spiritual skills in his mind. Zhang Wen shook his head. insisting that these should be imparted to the palace disciples for training to bolster their strength in anticipation of the impending moves from the Xiao family and the Silver Ring Merchant Association. Lin Jiyun instinctively wanted to refuse, but found herself unable to formulate a suitable excuse. Zhongwen, do you possess superior sword techniques? At this point, Lu Qiqi and Zheng Yuding had halted their practice and approached the trio, curious about Zhongwen's words. Actions speak louder than words. Let us put it to the test. Since entering the Earthwheel realm, Zhongwen had contemplated showcasing his prowess before Lin Jiyun and Lu Qiqi. Lung Wushuang obediently handed her sword to Zhongwen. Do you wish to spar with me? Lu Qiqi, fully aware of Zhongwen's Earthwheel status, remained undaunted, her expression brimming with excitement. Come on, Qiqi, I will only use the spiritual energy of the human will realm. Zhongwen assumed a posture of a supreme expert, ready to demonstrate the might of his platinum sword technique. At that moment, Shangguan Junyi and Shangguan Mingwei also entered the courtyard. Upon hearing the term platinum, the two exchanged astonished glances, unable to conceal their surprise. Currently, in the secular cultivation world, the highest grade of martial arts and spiritual skills was gold grade. Yet they were aware that among the 7 sacred grounds, there existed even higher-tier techniques. Could it be that the platinum Zhongwen spoke of was indeed above gold? Their imaginations began to run wild. Are you ready? Lu Qiqi flicked her wrist, skillfully summoning 2 sword flowers with her longsword. Here I come. Let us go. Zhongwen held his longsword behind his back, his left hand forming a sword gesture at his chest. This stance was not the initiation of any sword technique, but rather a stylish pose he had seen in a television drama in his past life. Be careful. Lu Qiqi, noticing Zhongwen's ethereal demeanor, brightened up, her sword swiftly thrusting forward, creating 2 illusory shadows mid-strike. This was the signature skill of the Floating Flower Palace. The splitting light sword technique. In 2 words, it was beautiful. In 4 words, it was flashy. Such a visually pleasing sword technique existed in the world. Shangguan Junyi gasped in awe, covering her mouth with her hand. Well, it may be beautiful, but it is not necessarily practical, Shangguan Mingyue could not help but remark. However, as soon as her words fell, Lu Qiqi had already succumbed. Confronted with such unpredictable and dazzling sword techniques, her splendid swordplay was utterly insufficient, leaving her at a loss for how to respond. In an instant, Zhongwen's long sword had already rested against her delicate, fair neck. Shangguan Mingyue remarked, Must you strike so swiftly, sister master? Does my swordplay not catch your eye? Zhongwen gazed at Lin Jiyun with a grin. Well, it's not bad. Lin Jiyun stammered, slightly flustered under his gaze. Despite Zhongwen's every action benefiting the Floating Flower Palace, the more exceptional he appeared and the more he contributed. The more Lin Jiyun worried that when he sought something from her in the future, she would find it difficult to respond. This mental knot would remain until she could interact with Zhongwen normally. Zhongwen, I have heard from Sister Shangguan's subordinates that your swordsmanship is unmatched. I did not expect your swordplay to be so remarkable as well, Zheng Yuding observed, her gaze toward Zhongwen now tinged with admiration. Little brother, you also understand the art of the blade? Shangguan Junyi exclaimed in surprise, realizing that this brother Zhongwen was showcasing talents that far exceeded any youthful prodigy she had known. Come, let me witness your blade technique again. Lu Qiqi, undeterred by her previous defeat, expressed great interest in Zhongwen's skills and challenged him once more. Very well, Zhongwen readily agreed, never one to shy away from showcasing his skills in front of a group of beautiful women. The two engaged in combat once more. This time, Zhongwen borrowed a willow leaf blade from Zheng Yuding and unleashed the Dueling Wave's 18 blades, a technique that had earned him renown at the Golden Blades sect. The momentum surged like crashing waves, relentless and overwhelming, swiftly knocking Lu Qiqi's long sword from her grasp. At this moment, even Yin Ninger, the little Loli, and Shun Dachui, the grandfather, had gathered in the courtyard to witness the spectacle. The crowd marveled at Zhongwen's exquisite blade technique, buzzing with admiration. Zheng Yuding, unable to conceal her excitement, thought to herself, this is precisely the blade technique I wish to learn. In contrast to the surrounding admiration, Lin Jiyun's brow furrowed, devoid of any sign of enthusiasm. Zhongwen pondered briefly and seemed to grasp Lin Jiyun's thoughts. Sister Master, may I have a word with you in private? He suddenly proposed. Very well, Lin Jiyun regarded him thoughtfully, realizing that this was not a sustainable situation. She turned and walked toward the main hall, instructing him to follow. Without a word, Zhongwen closely trailed behind the goddess as they entered the grand hall. Chapter 49. I come from another era, Miss Nangong. We meet again. Stated Skedinkuan, the Thunderclap Palm ranked 32nd on the Great Qian Heroes list. I am honored to meet you, Miss Nangong. Hu Tianyi. Ranked 40th on the Great Qian Heroes list, also pays his respects to Miss Nangong. The second young man followed suit. Both introduced themselves as youthful talents from the Great Qian Heroes list, which took Nangong Ling by surprise. We persist in our endeavor, and we hope Miss Nangong will consent. The three spoke in unison. Since that is the case, if you can keep up with my little red, then follow me, Nangong Ling urged, snapping the reins and urging her fiery red steed to gallop forward, attempting to distance herself from the three. However, though their mounts were not as exceptional as Little Red, they were by no means ordinary. With two people riding Little Red, the distance between them did not widen significantly. Are you not planning to intervene? Nangong Ling inquired softly of the woman in green behind her. If they pose a threat to you, I will naturally take action. If they merely follow, it is of no concern to me, the woman in green replied coldly. In this world, it seems only my master and my junior sisters truly care for me. Nangong Ling mused, tightening her grip on the reins. Zhongwen, what do you wish to discuss with me? Lin Jiyun asked gently, her back to him. Her voice tinged with a sense of distance, gazing at the ethereal beauty of the palace master. Zhongwen hesitated several times before deciding to reveal a semblance of his true identity, half-truthfully. Sister, I know you harbor some reservations against me, he sighed. At this juncture, I must confess that I genuinely do not know the identity of this body. Lin Jiyun turned to fix her gaze upon Zhongwen, seemingly assessing the credibility of his words. I come from another era, Zhongwen articulated, each word deliberate. What? Lin Jiyun was taken aback, the information in his statement extending beyond her comprehension. Why you? Lin Jiyun stammered, pointing at Zhongwen, involuntarily taking 2 steps back, as if confronted by a ghost. Is it really that alarming? Am I truly so terrifying? Zhongwen suppressed his irritation and continued, to be candid. I was originally a disciple of the ancient medicine King Valley, proficient in medicine and alchemy. The martial arts and techniques I possess were acquired through healing others. This is a power I gained upon my soul-esque traversal. Don't ask me why, for I do not know. Zhongwen's narrative seamlessly intertwined his peculiar circumstances with the abilities of the new Huatsong Sutra, creating an impression of flawless coherence. Why did your soul traverse to the vicinity of Qifeng Mountain? Could it be mere coincidence? Lin Jiyun's curiosity piqued. She could not help but pursue the question. Not necessarily. Do you wonder where the many spirit stones I bestowed upon you came from? Zhongwen's face broke into a peculiar smile. The ancient medicine King Valley actually lies in the valley beneath this very Qifeng Mountain. Upon awakening, I discovered the ruins of the medicine King Valley and acquired the wealth left by my sect. What? Lin Jiyun was astonished to learn that an ancient sect's ruins lay beneath her feet. She quickly concocted a rationale for Zhongwen. Your generous assistance to me. Could it be that you hope to rely on the floating flower palace's power to revive the medicine King Valley? Owing you so many favors. While I cannot join the medicine King Valley, I would naturally feel obliged to assist you should you require help in the revitalization of your sect. Lin Jiyun nodded, her tone resolute. Sister Master, I was merely a minor disciple back then. How could I harbor such grand ambitions? Zhongwen suddenly grinned. Let us not speak of reviving the sect anymore. As long as you do not cast me away, I shall be content. Arriving in this era, I have no acquaintances, and I have come to regard the floating flower palace as my home. Who would cast you away? Lin Jiyun shot him a glance, and upon learning Zhongwen's secret, her demeanor unconsciously softened. Sister, I know you always have your guard up against me. Zhongwen spoke earnestly, to allay your concerns. I must reveal my deepest secret. Please keep this confidential, should it spread. I cannot guarantee I want to be captured and dissected by those from the sacred land for research. Of course, I will not disclose this to anyone. Lin Jiyun promptly assured him, Zhongwen, do not worry too much. The saints of the Academy of the Profound Way are righteous individuals. As long as you do not act recklessly, they will not trouble you. Sister, you are thinking too simplistically. Zhongwen shook his head. Have you ever considered why I do not recognize the characters of Great Qian? Lin Jiyun was momentarily taken aback, her mind racing to an astonishing possibility. I hail from the ancient era, and the so-called ancient divine script is, in fact, my written language. Zhongwen's expression turned solemn. If those from the sacred land were to discover my knowledge of all the ancient divine scripts, what do you think they would do? His words sent ripples through Lin Jiyun's heart. In this era, the number of ancient divine scripts mastered by a great power directly dictated that power's influence and status. Should they uncover Zhongwen's abilities, He would likely lose his freedom before they could extract all he knew. How could you divulge such a crucial secret so easily? Lin Jiyun admonished. If I had ulterior motives, would you not be in peril? To me, the floating flower palace is my only family in this era. Zhong Wen gazed at Lin Jiyun, her eyes radiating purity. Regardless of the risks involved, she wished for no animosity from her elder sister, the palace master. You foolish child, Lin Jiyun replied, feeling a mix of gratitude and guilt. I should not have doubted you recklessly before. If the roles were reversed, I would likely be even more vigilant than my sister. Upon hearing the familial tone in Lin Jiyun's voice, Zhong Wen chuckled teasingly, rest assured. This secret shall be taken to my grave. Lin Jiyun responded solemnly. Thank you, dear sister. Unable to contain herself, Zhong Wen stepped forward and grasped Lin Jiyun's delicate hands. In her emotional state, Lin Jiyun failed to notice the slight impropriety, instead expressing concern, for now. Please do not disclose this matter to anyone in the Piaohua Palace. Although Chi and the others mean no harm, young girls can inadvertently let things slip. Sister. To be honest, the technique that Sister Shangguan is now cultivating was also taught by me, which is why she agreed to join the Piaohua Palace, Zhong Wen continued. My only family is the Piaohua Palace, so the techniques and skills I possess will only be imparted to its disciples. Don't you think Chi and the others are deserving? Zhong Wen smiled brightly, showering praise. Chapter 50, The Transformation of the Piaohua Palace in Zhong Wen's Chamber. Lin Jiyun, Shangguan Junyi, Lang Wushuang, Lu Qiqi, Yin Ning'er, and Lin Xiaodai, the rightful disciples of the Piaohua Palace, gathered around the table. Dear sisters, Zhong Wen began, pacing before them with solemnity. As you are all aware, the Piaohua Palace faces the formidable enemy of the Xiao family, the foremost family of the Daqian. Though we have temporarily repelled Xiao and Jian with the might of our two celestial masters, we cannot guarantee that they will not return. Several sisters nodded in agreement. Thus, to better combat the Xiao family, we must all strive to grow stronger. We cannot place the entire burden on our two sisters. Zhong Wen passionately declared. The Piaohua Palace is not merely the palace of one or two individuals. It is our collective home. And the defense of our home is everyone's responsibility. Oh. The little girl was stirred with fervor, raising her hand in excitement. Lu Qiqi and Yin Ning'er nodded vigorously, their spirits lifted. Lang Wushuang regarded Zhong Wen with gentle admiration for in her heart. Zhong Wen's words were always right. Lin Jiyun and Shangguan Junyi, being somewhat older, were less easily swayed by mere words. Yet they too felt a flicker of inspiration from Zhong Wen's address. With the palace master's permission, I, Zheng the divine physician, shall impart some ancient secrets to you through a marvelous technique. I hope you will practice diligently and soon ascend to celestial levels, spirit masters, and even saints. Taking on the responsibility of safeguarding our home, Zhong Wen gestured grandly, his words flowing with fervor. Oh, Lu Qiqi and the little girl echoed in unison. Even the typically composed Yin Ning'er raised her hand in agreement. Now, I request Sister Shangguan and Wushuang to guard the door from the outside. We must not allow anyone from outside the Piaohua Palace to intrude. Zhong Wen began to issue commands. You only know how to delegate. Shangguan Junyi playfully chided before stepping out of the room. Zhong Wen couldn't help but swallow as he watched her graceful figure. Shangguan Junyi was increasingly embodying the charm of a mature woman, making it difficult for him to resist. Lang Wushuang obediently followed her lead, exiting the room as well. Love for our home and the transmission of skills is now commencing. Zhong Wen's tone resembled that of a schoolboy leading a health exercise. Zhong Wen, are you going to impart the Taisu Xianing Gong to them? Lin Jiyun initially thought he intended to share the technique he practiced. Palace Master. Techniques have their appropriateness, Zhong Wen shook his head. Take Qiqi, for instance. She is wholeheartedly devoted to swordsmanship, a natural-born swordswoman. I have a technique specifically for sword cultivators, which would suit her perfectly. With that, he approached Lu Qiqi, placing his hand atop her head. Qiqi, clear your mind and focus. Following his instructions, she felt countless characters suddenly appear in her mind, quickly mastering a supreme technique called Heavenly Sword Aura. This is undeniably extraordinary. Lu Qiqi gasped, taken aback by the strange phenomenon. Take this elixir, consume it vigorously, and do not leave until you reach the earth wheel. Zhong Wen disregarded her astonishment, tossing her a bottle of the transcendence pill. Next, he approached Yin Ning'er. Ning'er, you immerse yourself in botany and alchemy, so you likely lack time for cultivation. I shall impart to you the One Qi longevity technique. Though it lacks offensive power, it excels in extending life, dispelling ailments, and allowing for self-cultivation, freeing up time for you to explore other studies. Ning Er nodded obediently, harboring an inexplicable trust in Zhongwan. He employed the same method, implanting the One Qi longevity technique into her mind and tossing her a bottle of the transcendence pill. Finally, he approached the little girl. "Little Dai, how old are you?" Zhongwan asked softly. 9 years old. The little girl replied with a clear voice. "I have a technique of infinite wonders, once cultivated. You can simply lie down and absorb spirit crystals to increase your cultivation. Alas, it is a pity that once you turn 10, you will no longer be able to cultivate it. Since you are 9 years old, this technique is tailor-made for you. Cultivate diligently, and you will protect your master. Your sisters, and even me." He shamelessly included himself in the list of those she would protect. All right. Upon hearing that she could cultivate by simply lying down, Lin Xiaodai was instantly thrilled. Zhongwen trembled slightly as he transmitted the divine-grade soul-devouring sky technique into her mind. "Zhongwen, why didn't I receive any elixir?" The little girl noticed he had given pills to her 2 sisters but not to her, unable to suppress her question. "Oh, you don't need any elixirs. I will take you to absorb spirit crystals later," Zhongwen replied through gritted teeth, colored by jealousy and envy. As a result, 3 of the 4 scrolls of enlightenment had already been allocated. This day marked a transformative moment for the entire Piaohua Palace. In the Shao residence, occupying the smallest area among the great families in the imperial capital, it seemed incongruous compared to the immense power of the Shao family. "Not yet," was his response to everyone. In the study of the family head, Shao Qing sat at his desk, reviewing a stack of documents. Having served as the head of the Shao family for 2 decades, Shao Qing was now over 50 years old, yet he appeared no older than 30. Possessing strikingly handsome features, rivaling those of his second son, Shao Wuqing. At this moment, the romantic gentleman Shao Wuqing stood respectfully before Shao Qing, his face devoid of its usual languid expression. "I have personally gone to the Lin family to propose." Shao Qing set down the materials, speaking slowly. "Our scheme is about to commence, and we need people everywhere. I truly lack the energy to deal with a small Piaohua palace in the southern frontier. Father, the sect that can send my brother back defeated should not be underestimated," Shao Wuqing said earnestly. "Lin Jiyun is undoubtedly a high-level celestial cultivator. Although the minister Lin did not refuse, I fear he cannot sway the will of such a powerful figure. Moreover, with the Shangguan family involved, if we could bring them on board, it would provide considerable assistance to our endeavors. You can handle it as you see fit." "I shall not involve myself in such trivial matters," Shao Qing replied, clearly dismissive of the Piaohua Palace. "As for alliances, I noticed that Nangong Tianxing's daughter seems disinterested in you, whereas Nangong Lin's daughter holds you in high regard. Why pursue an unpleasing match?" "Father, Nangong Ling is the most intelligent woman I have ever encountered." Shao Wuqing smiled faintly and remarked, "If I could marry her, she would undoubtedly be a virtuous partner. However, Nagong Jia is merely an arrogant and ignorant young girl. While she may be fun to play with, true companionship is another matter entirely. Furthermore, emotions can be cultivated. As long as Nagong Tianxing consents to this union, once we are wed, my son will certainly find a way to win over Nagong Ling." He continued, "Do as you wish. After all, women are merely tools in political marriages and should not be overthought." Shao Qing nodded, acknowledging, "At present, it seems that Nangong Tianxing remains aligned with us, so this marriage proposal is likely to proceed without issue. Thank you for your support, Father." Shao Wuqing expressed his gratitude, genuinely admiring his father's capabilities. "How is the matter of funding progressing?" Shao Qing inquired suddenly. "The silver ring commerce has begun to exert substantial pressure on the Xingyu commerce," Shao Wuqing reported. "As long as the Jingdong commerce maintains its neutrality, Xingyu commerce will not endure for long. Do not push too hard, lest you raise suspicion in Shangguan Tong," Shao Qing cautioned, drawing upon his extensive experience. "Additionally, we might consider attempting to win over Xingyu commerce. I have heard that the Nangong family once arranged a marriage with the Shangguan family. Indeed, the second son of the Nangong family, Nangong Lin, was engaged to Shangguan Tong's sister. However, when her health deteriorated, he called off the engagement," Shao Wuqing recounted, a smirk appearing on his face. Ironically, the Shangguan family has since soared to prominence, becoming one of the leading commercial powers in Daqian, nearly overshadowing the Nangong family. For this reason, Nangong Tianxing has often reprimanded his younger brother. "Has Shangguan Tong's sister married since then?" Shao Qing asked. "Not at all," Shao Wuqing replied. "Nangong Lin spread rumors about her ill health, causing no one to dare propose marriage. Having indulged in frivolities for so long, I have heard many tales of that time. The Shangwan lady, in her fury, vowed never to marry, dedicating herself solely to cultivation. It is said that she eventually became a master of the celestial wheel. That Shangwan lady harbors a deep-seated hatred for Nangong Lin. I fear, Xiao Wuqing hesitated. You, who claim to be a connoisseur of love, fail to grasp the depth of such feelings. A woman's affection and resentment often lie perilously close together, Xiao Qing admonished his son. Nangong Lin was also known as a notorious charmer. While his methods may have been somewhat unrefined, he was not necessarily inferior to you in the art of wooing women. Indeed, Xiao Wuqing replied, bowing his head modestly. Should Nangong Lin prove unsuccessful, you could take the initiative to pursue Shangwan Tong's daughter yourself, Xiao Qing suggested. If you can win her over, the entirety of Xingyu commerce may well fall into your hands. Yes, Xiao Wuqing acquiesced, maintaining a humble demeanor. Do not blame your father for being overly talkative, Xiao Qing said, his tone softening. Your elder brother possesses the potential to become a great protector of our family. Yet when it comes to managing the Xiao family and the entire Dacian Empire, it is incumbent upon you and me. After I am gone, it will be you who inherits this vast territory, and there are matters I must plan for you in advance. Thank you, father, Xiao Wuqing responded respectfully. Chapter 51. The senior disciple of the Floating Blossom Palace. Sister Tiger, Sister Eagle, I have fulfilled my promise. Zhongwen beamed at the two equally sized indigo blossoms before him. The effects of the Tai Sui pearl were truly miraculous. Merely a day had passed, and this petite indigo blossom had surged in age by over 500 years, even suggesting it might soon surpass the other. It truly can be done. The giant eagle flitted around the two spirit flowers, astonished. Well done. The white tiger clapped Zhongwen's shoulder with its snowy paw, nearly shattering his bones in the process. Of course, both spirit beasts nodded in agreement. However, consuming them directly does not fully unleash the true potential of the spirit flowers, Zhongwen gently guided. If combined with other medicinal ingredients to concoct a pill, their efficacy could be multiplied tenfold or even 100-fold. Can you refine pills? The white tiger inquired. Unable to contain its curiosity. I am indeed a pill refiner, Zhongwen puffed out his chest proudly. Then hurry and concoct that pill you mentioned, the giant eagle demanded without understanding human niceties. Sister Eagle, to refine the pill, I still require several other medicinal ingredients. I wonder if you have come across them in the back mountains? Zhongwen smiled, elaborating. What ingredients? About this shape. Zhongwen described 3 types of medicinal herbs with gestures. I have seen the first one, the white tiger immediately asserted. I have seen the latter too. The giant eagle chimed in eagerly. Then please lead me to gather these ingredients, Zhongwen requested, clasping his hands. As for these 2 indigo blossoms, if you are concerned, feel free to take one for yourselves. The 2 spirit beasts nodded in approval of Zhongwen's suggestion, with the 2 powerful spirit beasts paving the way. The other wild beasts in the back mountains dared not act out, allowing Zhongwen to stroll leisurely through areas he had once feared to enter. Not only did he become acquainted with the lairs of the white tiger and giant eagle, but he also discovered numerous precious medicinal herbs, bringing him great joy. After collecting the 3 types of herbs, Zhongwen confidently set up his alchemical furnace, swiftly producing 2 large, translucent spirit pills, each the size of a fist. Please enjoy. As the enticing aroma of the pills wafted from the furnace, the 2 spirit beasts nearly drooled, eagerly lunging forward to consume the pills in a single gulp. Kid, you are quite impressive. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, feel free to seek me out, the giant eagle said, tapping Zhongwen's shoulder with its 3rd claw before taking off at an unimaginable speed, disappearing in an instant. Once the 2 spirit beasts had departed, Zhongwen's eyes sparkled mischievously as he hastily collected the rare medicinal herbs he had discovered and stuffed them into his ring before departing. The steed of Miss Nangong is truly remarkable. After a day and night of travel, its speed remains undiminished. Xie Dingquan gasped slightly. Even a renowned expert like him felt a hint of fatigue after such relentless travel. Xie Dingquan and Hu Tianyi discreetly shifted their positions, forming a triangle around Nangong Ling and the woman in green. Is this truly the caliber of individuals on the Dacian heroes list? Nangong Ling mused internally, just as she was about to speak when an elderly voice emerged from behind. Excuse me, is this Qifeng Mountain? Who is this old farmer? Can't you see my lord is busy? Scram. Hu Tianyi scowled, reprimanding loudly. Today's youth truly lack respect for their elders, the old man muttered. Undeterred by Hu Tianyi's hostility, suddenly he noticed a young man in white descending the mountain, carrying a basket, his demeanor graceful and striking. Excuse me, young sir. May I inquire if this is Qifeng Mountain? The old man asked, his eyes lighting up as he stepped forward to block the youth's path. Indeed. You have arrived at Qingfeng Mountain. Are you here for leisure or to find someone? The young man replied warmly, contrasting sharply with Hu Tianyi and the others. Is there a sect here called the Floating Blossom Palace? The old man inquired, admiring the youth's refined demeanor and not minding his own ragged appearance. Precisely. Are you seeking something from the Floating Blossom Palace? The young man, who was none other than Zhongwen, observed the elder with curiosity. The old man received a message from my granddaughter, instructing me to find her at the Floating Blossom Palace. After searching for ages, I finally located this place. The elder explained, reaching into his tattered clothing to retrieve a note. Zhongwen did not recognize many characters and did not even glance at the note. Instead, he asked, Are you by any chance surnamed Ning? Indeed. The elder exclaimed joyfully. Young sir, have you seen my scatterbrained granddaughter? Ningjia is currently visiting the mountain. If you follow this trail upward, you will reach the Floating Blossom Palace. Zhongwen indicated the path behind him, his expression tinged with regret. I still need to procure some items in the city, so I cannot accompany you up the mountain. I hope you understand. Not at all. Thank you, young sir. Ning. The teacher expressed his gratitude and felt a fondness for Zhongwen. What are you two chattering about? Do not disturb the gentlemen in their serious business. Be gone. Hu Tianyi, standing nearby, could no longer contain his impatience and bellowed again. It was only then that Zhongwen noticed the imposing presence of the individuals before him. With a quick glance, he discerned that the 3 men and 2 women were not mere passers-by. A conflict was likely brewing. Upon closer inspection, he turned his attention to one of the women, who possessed exquisite beauty and an elegant demeanor. Adorned in a pink robe embellished with orange lines, she exuded grace. And her snow-white complexion framed a pair of remarkably expressive eyes. A mere glance into those enchanting eyes revealed a world of elegance and beauty. What extraordinary eyes they were! She was indeed a woman who seemed to embody the essence of all that is ethereal. Even after witnessing countless beauties atop the mountain, Zhongwen could not help but admire her profoundly. Is this sister perhaps also ascending the mountain? His innate chivalrous inclinations stirred within him. I am Zhongwen, the humble chef and physician of the Floating Flower Palace, he stated candidly. Utter nonsense. Where would a man come from in the Floating Flower Palace? The palace's chef is clearly Sister Wang, one of the others interjected, surprised by the sister's familiarity with the palace. Zhongwen assumed she had not visited the mountain in some time. Sister Wang has long since resigned. I am the current chef. May I inquire who you are? I am the eldest disciple of the Floating Flower Palace, Nangong Ling. With a hint of skepticism, Nangong Ling revealed her identity, confident that if Zhongwen were lying, he would surely falter upon encountering a genuine disciple of the Floating Flower Palace. Ah, so you are the esteemed senior sister frequently mentioned by Xiao Dai and the others. To his delight, Zhongwen's demeanor shifted to one of warmth as he continued, I have heard tales of you on the mountain, and it is a pleasure to finally meet you in person. Boy, did you not hear what the master said? Get lost. Hu Tianyi, unable to contain his irritation, unsheathed his broad-bladed knife. Who are you to encircle a disciple of the Floating Flower Palace? Do you not know that the palace's master is a master of the heavenly wheel? Zhongwen furrowed his brow, feeling displeased at the interruption of his conversation with Nangong Ling. Could it be that he truly resided within the Floating Flower Palace? Seeing the authenticity in Zhongwen's expression, Nangong Ling felt a flicker of belief. What a bold young man to speak so to my grandfather who, you will surely learn a lesson. Hu Tianyi, his patience exhausted, unleashed a flurry of knife strikes, executing his renowned technique, the Gale Blade. Be careful. Though still not fully convinced of Zhongwen's words, Nangong Ling called out a warning. Such a promising young man was about to perish at the hands of that rude fellow, and she lamented the inability of those from the sacred grounds to interfere in worldly matters. Chapter 52. A lesson from Sister. The Great Qian Heroic List is an official ranking of the top 100 cultivators under 30 in the Great Qian Empire, showcasing their prowess. With a population exceeding 1 billion and no fewer than 300 to 400 million individuals under 30, the competition to be among the chosen 100 is fierce. Once a cultivator is selected for the heroic list, barring any unforeseen misfortunes, they are likely to advance to the heavenly wheel, achieving both fame and fortune with limitless prospects. To qualify for the list, candidates must meet 2 stringent criteria. 1. Be under 30 years of age. 2. Attain a cultivation level of at least the 5th layer of the earth wheel. Having secured the 40th position on the heroic list, Hu Tianyi undoubtedly surpassed the 5th layer of the earth wheel, making it obvious to anyone that he would triumph over someone as youthful as Zhongwen. who appeared to be merely 16 or 17. Meanwhile, Ning, constrained by the rules of the sacred grounds, could only watch as Hu Tiany's swift blade threatened Zhong Wen's life. To the astonishment of the onlookers, Hu Tiany's broad blade not only missed its mark, but instead struck his own left shoulder with a resounding thud. "Ah!" He cried out in agony, the blade embedded deep within his shoulder, nearly severing his arm. Zhong Wen sidestepped, appearing before Hu Tiany and reached for his right arm. In a panic, Hu Tiany disregarded his pain, yanking the blade from his shoulder and thrusting it towards Zhong Wen. This time, the blade found its target, sinking into Hu Tiany's right leg. Another cry of despair escaped his lips, and the earlier bravado was replaced by an overwhelming fear as he faced this unpredictable adversary. Zhong Wen, with a gentle touch, rendered Hu Tiany's right arm limp, devoid of strength. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped the hilt of the broad blade, kicked Hu Tiany to the ground, and with a deft motion, flicked away the blood that clung to it. What a remarkable technique! Nangong Ling marveled, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. How is it possible for one so young to defeat a contender from the heroic list? Though she believed her own strength surpassed Hu Tiany's, she could not have anticipated such ease and victory. The peculiar youth before her instantly became a formidable rival in her eyes. "Do you wish to meet your end as well?" Zhong Wen remarked, observing Xie Dingquan adopt an aggressive stance. With a sigh, he raised the broad blade he had taken from Hu Tiany. As the blade glimmered in his grasp, an aura of invincibility radiated from Zhong Wen, instilling a sense of trepidation in Xie Dingquan. He shook his head, steadying his mind and casting aside any distractions. At 26 years of age, with a cultivation level of the 7th layer of the earth wheel, he certainly possessed the pride to match. With a swift motion, Xie Dingquan sprang towards Zhong Wen, his right palm crackling with the sound of thunder, a manifestation of his renowned technique, the thunder palm. However, Zhong Wen remained unfazed, simply delivering a downward strike. The blade unleashed a torrent of force akin to crashing waves, surging toward his opponent. In a contest of reach, the blade's assault naturally exceeded the length of an arm, and Xie Dingquan quickly deduced that he would be struck before landing a blow with his thunder palm. He promptly retreated a step to evade the blade's edge, biding his time for a better opportunity. Yet, to his dismay, that retreat cost him dearly. Zhong Wen's second and third strikes followed in quick succession, each one more powerful and rapid than the last, reminiscent of a relentless tidal wave. The 18-blade techniques, capable of cleaving through even the mightiest of waves. Xie Dingquan was no ordinary earthwheel expert. He relied on his extensive combat experience to evade Zhong Wen's attacks repeatedly. However, as he continued to retreat, he eventually found himself cornered by a massive tree behind him, leaving him nowhere to escape. With a thunderous roar, a crimson spear pierced the air, hurtling towards Zhong Wen's back. "Be careful." Duanlei sensed that his spear had inexplicably altered its course. Now aimed at the tree-bound Xie Dingquan with an unstoppable force. With a soft thud, the fire cloud spear impaled Xie Dingquan's abdomen, pinning him firmly to the tree. Immediately afterward, he felt a sharp pain in his chest and looked down to see Zhong Wen's broad blade embedded in his torso. "You claim to be a chef of the Floating Flower Palace?" Nangong Ling's melodious voice broke the tension. "And a physician," Zhong Wen added. "Do you know who these three are?" Nangong Ling pointed to the two men sprawled on the ground and the one pinned to the tree. "I do not. But they appear to be a few bored ruffians," Zhong Wen replied, shaking his head, his assumption not entirely unfounded. "These three are ranked 22nd, 32nd, and 40th on the Great Qian heroic list, renowned young experts with promising futures in the heavenly wheel," Nangong Ling explained, her starry eyes fixed on Zhong Wen. "You appear to be merely 16 or 17, yet you single-handedly defeated 3 contenders from the heroic list, and you still call yourself a chef and a physician?" Zhong Wen reiterated. "Do you believe I would take you at your word?" The distinctive disciple of the Floating Flower Palace, Zhong Wen, stroked his chin, contemplating the words of Nangong Ling, and began to reflect on whether he had been a bit too carefree and less cautious lately. The spiritual technique displayed by the young man earlier undoubtedly exceeded the golden tier. Could he be a descendant of some sacred land? Master Ning glanced at Zhong Wen, then at Nangong Ling and her companion who had already ascended the mountain. Concerned for his granddaughter, he sighed and followed suit, his curiosity about Zhong Wen growing more intense. In a single day, a sensational piece of news suddenly emerged, shocking the entire imperial capital. The second ranked on the Great Qian heroes list, the swordmaster Xiao Wenjian, challenged the first-ranked martial king Li Qing. Now, all corners of the capital, from officials and aristocrats to commoners and even children, buzzed with discussions regarding the credibility of this news. It was said that young Master Xiao had finally acquired a suitable sword and wished to challenge the first-ranked martial prince to claim the title of the foremost youth of Great Qian. I said it before. The reason martial prince ranks first is that young Master Xiao has forsaken his sword. With this, the prince's first position may be at risk. Nonsense. When Xiao Wenjian had not abandoned his sword, they had already crossed swords, and it was reported that the martial prince emerged victorious. One could only wonder if martial prince would accept the challenge. If young Master Xiao formally issued the challenge, the martial prince would have to respond. Otherwise, the rankings would automatically update. The duel between these two prodigies was something I must witness in person. What's so interesting about two men fighting? You might as well come and see my new work. The overbearing emperor falls for me, a striking woman remarked. The news quickly radiated from the capital, gradually trending towards nationwide dissemination. Soon, another announcement was officially released through the Great Qian Bulletin. Martial King Li Qing accepted Xiao Wenjian's challenge. Set for a month later at the Yuxiao Villa located in the western suburbs of the capital. The villa's owner rapidly declared the sale of viewing spots for the duel on that day, priced at 1,000 spiritual crystals per person. Chapter 53. Can my granddaughter be married off? Negong Ling was surrounded by members of the Floating Flower Palace, who were warmly inquiring after her well-being. Holding the hand of a little girl, she conversed with Lin Jiyun, Lu Qiqi, Yin Ninger, and Xiao Eryang, her face radiating warmth. In stark contrast to her demeanor when facing Zhongwen below the mountain, the green-clad woman accompanying Negong Ling stood off to the side, observing coldly and remaining silent. On the opposite side of the courtyard, Master Ning and his granddaughter Ning Jie were whispering to each other, a deep frown etched on the elder's dark face. Zhongwen, unwilling to interrupt the long-awaited reunion of Lin Jiyun and others, approached the elder Ning with a smile, saying, "Congratulations on reuniting, Master Ning and Sister Ning." "Thank you, young man," Master Ning replied, harboring a favorable impression of Zhongwen. "Brother Zhong," Ning Jie exclaimed, initially delighted, but her expression soon dimmed. "Does Sister Ning have something on her mind?" Zhongwen could not help but inquire. "Brother Zhong, my grandfather and I originally intended to attend a gathering on divine literature. But now we've taken the wrong path and will not reach the seaport in time," Ning Jie lamented. "To reach Qinghai province from here requires a long detour. At a normal pace, it would take at least 8 or 9 days. Can't we cross directly over the back of Qingfeng Mountain?" Zhongwen asked, recalling the palace master's mention of heading straight along the back of Qingfeng Mountain towards Qinghai province. "I've observed the terrain of Qingfeng Mountain these past 2 days. To traverse the back mountain would take at least 2 days, and even if my grandfather could walk on air, he cannot sustain it for that long." Ning Jie shook her head. The mention of walking on air startled Zhongwen, causing him to shudder. Gazing at the seemingly unremarkable elder before him, he was grateful he had refrained from any disrespectful actions earlier. At this point, unless a sage intervenes personally or we borrow a spiritual eagle mount from the Illusion Beast sect, our discussion of the gathering is futile, Master Ning sighed. "Child, do not blame yourself too much. I too bear responsibility for being so engrossed in reading that I failed to notice you had wandered off." Both the elder and the young girl wore forlorn expressions, which made Zhongwen feel a pang of discomfort. Upon hearing spiritual eagle, Zhongwen suddenly had an idea. Recalling the immense eagle on the back mountain, "Elder Ning, Sister Ning, there may yet be a turning point. I have a plan we can try," he gently reassured. "After we eat, I will take you to a place. If that individual agrees to assist, perhaps you may still make it." "Really? Thank you, Brother Zhong," Ning Jie exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with hope, gently grasping Zhongwen's arm, her voice tinged with excitement. "Thank you for your trouble, young man." Master Ning did not harbor too much hope, but he was surprised to see his precious granddaughter so close to Zhongwen. In his memory, this beautiful granddaughter was solely devoted to divine literature, having developed a slight aversion to young men after several failed matchmaking attempts. Could it be that my granddaughter is finally ready to marry? He scrutinized Zhongwen once more, finding the young man quite handsome, with a pleasant demeanor. Although he appeared youthful, his capabilities were extraordinary, igniting a faint glimmer of hope in the elder's heart. Over the years, his standards for a son-in-law had gradually decreased. From seeking an all-round individual to now merely wishing for someone who could connect with Ning Jie and possess the ability to create tools. Yet, he had still not succeeded in his aspirations. Zhongwen's performance had far surpassed his expectations. Unbeknownst to Zhongwen, the elder's thoughts were far from his mind. Delayed by various matters, he hurried to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Fortunately, Lang Wushuang was diligent and came to assist, and together they managed to serve all the dishes just in time for the meal. During lunch, Nangong Ling experienced the lively atmosphere of the floating flower palace. Aside from the Shangguan aunt and niece and Lang Wushuang, there were also Chao Ernyang and 4 little girls, along with the Shin family of grandfather and grandson and the Ning family of grandfather and granddaughter, crowding the large hall to capacity, nearly unable to find seats. After a few bites, Nangong Ling could not help but sigh, her clear, water-like eyes gazing at Zhongwen. Now I finally understand why my master kept you on the mountain. To create such exquisite dishes, I would hesitate to let you go, even if you were a criminal. She had already confirmed Zhong Wen's identity from Lin Jiyun. Sister Nangong, you flatter me, Zhong Wen replied with a beaming smile. Nangong, Shangguan Junyi, seeing Nangong Ling for the first time, wondered if she belonged to the Nangong family. Lin Jiyun quickly introduced the two, but noticed that Shangguan Junyi's complexion had grown pale, while Shangguan Mingyue displayed a look of indignation. Nangong Ling's heart stirred, recalling some rumors from years past. What is Nangong Lin to you? Shangguan Junyi asked, calming herself and inquiring slowly. Nangong Tianxing is my father, and Nangong Lin is my second uncle. Nangong Ling replied candidly, then boldly asked, is Elder Shangguan the young lady from the Shangguan family who was once betrothed to my second uncle? Our family would not dare to aspire to your Nangong family. Shangguan Mingyue retorted coldly, witnessing her aunt's increasingly pale complexion. The atmosphere in the hall instantly froze, and the onlookers, unaware of the tension, dared not breathe a word. I'm sorry, Nangong Ling unexpectedly stood up, bowing deeply with sincerity. The actions of the Nangong family back then were indeed dishonorable. Is a mere apology sufficient? Shangguan Mingyue remained unconvinced. If your family wishes to annul the engagement, so be it. Why spread rumors and maliciously slander my aunt? Do you have any idea what my aunt has endured over the years? In Nangong Lin's eyes, both Elder Shangguan and my niece are merely tools, expendable for the sake of his reputation. What is the sacrifice of 1 or 2 tools to him? Nangong Ling let out a bitter smile, saying, let alone Elder Shangguan. I, Nangong Ling, will soon be sent to the bed of Xiao Wuqing, becoming a pawn in the alliance between our families. What? Linger, you are to marry Xiao Wuqing? Lin Jian exclaimed in surprise. It truly is a cycle of cause and effect, and Shangguan Mingyue was about to mock her. Enough, where? Shangguan Junyi interrupted her niece, her expression slightly recovering. What Miss Nangong said was not incorrect. Women born into prestigious families are often at the mercy of others. The events of the past were orchestrated by Nangong Lin, and she bears no responsibility. Shangguan Mingyue pouted, choosing not to speak further, yet her heart remained unsettled. Dear sister, do you harbor feelings for Xiao Wuqing? Zhong Wen interjected unexpectedly. He had taken in numerous women at his estate, and at least a third of the young ladies from the capital had some vague, ambiguous relationship with him. A flicker of disdain crossed Nangong Ling's eyes. Do you think I would like him? If you do not fancy him, then do not marry, Zhong Wen remarked nonchalantly. Why must one be entangled in such matters? One cannot defy their parents' orders. If Nangong Tianxing truly wishes for me to marry Xiao Wuqing, if I resist, would that not be unfilial? Nangong Ling bit her lip. Such is the fate of those born into noble families, where the children's marriages are dictated by others. It is indeed absurd and laughable. Matters of love should be based on mutual affection. Zhong Wen, coming from a modern age, had deeply rooted beliefs in the concept of free love. If one is to be filial, then they should care for their parents well, but marriage is a personal matter and should certainly be determined by oneself. Upon hearing his words, everyone present was moved, their gazes towards Zhong Wen filled with shock, as if he had uttered something profoundly rebellious. Only Lu Qiqi regarded him with admiration, while Lung Wushuang, Yinning and the little girl, having no concept of the affairs of noble families, found nothing particularly shocking in Zhong Wen's statements. Zhong Wen, you are still young, and not of noble birth. Lin Jian thought he was espousing antiquated views on marriage, concerned he might expose his identity. She gestured subtly, attempting to cover for him. Many things in today's world you do not yet comprehend. Sister, it is you who do not understand. Zhong Wen feigned ignorance of her hint. Parents raise their children with great effort. When parents grow old and frail, children ought to care for them, which is the essence of filial piety. However, this does not mean sacrificing a child's lifelong happiness for the selfish desires of their parents. But your thoughts alone cannot change the world. Nangong Ling understood the intricacies of imperial power and noble families, believing Zhong Wen's words were merely an unrealistic ideal. With billions of people in the world, how could everyone possibly share the same thoughts? Zhongwen's voice grew more resolute. The reason you believe others' opinions are hard to change is merely because you lack strength. If you were a sage, would the Nangong family dare to force you into marriage? Naturally, they would not, Nangong Ling replied calmly. But how many sages exist in the world? Everyone present is a cultivator. Zhongwen continued, I dare to ask. What do you all toil for in your cultivation? This profound question plunged those in the hall into deep contemplation. Is it not to gain immense power? And why seek power if not to take control of one's own life? Zhongwen's voice became increasingly fervent. If it is not for attaining great freedom, then I advise you all to cease this meaningless pursuit of cultivation. At that moment, whether it was Lin Jiyun, Nangong Ling, or Shangguan Junyi and Shangguan Mingwei, they all felt as if they had been struck awake, a flicker of understanding surging within them, as though Zhongwen had unraveled a long-standing quandary. Ning Jia looked at Zhongwen, who spoke with such fervor, his eyes radiating with an indescribable brilliance. What an insightful young man, Ning Fushi silently praised. This boy is a threat. The woman in blue sat quietly to the side, her eyes gleaming with a cold intensity. Chapter 54. Reluctant to part with that boy? Master, I have something to report, Nangong Ling said, pulling Lin Jiyun into a room for a private discussion after dinner. Meanwhile, Zhongwen led Ning Fushi and Ning Jia towards the back mountain. Guided by memory, Zhongwen easily reached a spot beneath a cliff. Tilting his head back and emitting a sharp cry reminiscent of a bird of prey, Ning Fushi and the others were taken aback by the sudden sound. After a moment, a gray shadow swooped down from the sky, descending before Zhongwen with a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Ning Fushi instinctively stepped forward, channeling his spiritual energy. Fully alert, fearing for Zhongwen's safety. Focusing intently, they saw that the gray shadow was an enormous eagle, standing nearly 2 meters tall, with wings that expanded almost 5 meters. Its feathers shimmered with a brilliant light among the gray, exuding an astonishing majesty. What a formidable bird! Even Ning Fushi, at the realm of Spirit Master, felt a hint of pressure from this fierce creature. Just as he hesitated to engage with the eagle, Zhongwen cheerfully approached, patting the eagle's wing and continuing to make strange sounds, seemingly conversing with the magnificent beast. Congratulations, Sister Eagle, on your advancement, Zhongwen exclaimed, smiling at the now larger eagle. Thanks to you, little one, I feel my strength has significantly increased. If I were to encounter that giant cat again, I could easily defeat it with one claw. The giant eagle responded, becoming quite friendly and boasting. The white tiger sister has also taken the elixir, Zhongwen continued. Chatting with the eagle, perhaps she has become much more formidable as well. Indeed, when the day comes that I find some precious spiritual flowers, you can help me nurture them with divine water, and we will surely defeat that giant cat. The eagle nodded in agreement. Dear Sister Eagle, 2 of my friends are in need of assistance. Would you be willing to help them? Zhongwen humbly gestured towards Ning Fushi and Ning Jia. What do you need me to do? The eagle inquired. They must reach the seaside within 2 days. If they travel normally, they will certainly be delayed. Zhongwen explained candidly. I wonder if I could ask you to escort them? In the future, should you require divine water or elixirs, I shall certainly be at your service. Just these 2 bipeds? The eagle turned to scrutinize Ning Fushi and Ning Jia for a moment before nodding. No problem. You helped me, so I shall help you. Thank you, Sister Eagle. Zhongwen expressed his gratitude, observing Zhongwen chirping and conversing animatedly with the giant eagle. Both Ning Fushi and Ning Jia were left utterly astonished. Really? Ning Fushi had nearly given up hope. Yet witnessing the eagle's recent speed and hearing Zhongwen's words rekindled a glimmer of optimism within him. He stepped forward, clasping his fist in gratitude to the eagle. The eagle, having gained wisdom after consuming the spirit enlightenment pill, although unable to comprehend human speech fully, sensed the general meaning of Ning Fushi's words and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Brother Zhong, this time my sister has made a mistake, and I am greatly indebted to you. Here are some ancient texts as a token of gratitude. Ning Jia gazed at Zhongwen with gentle eyes. Please visit the Academy of Enlightenment when you have time, and we shall discuss ancient divine literature together. Zhongwen received the soul-devouring sky decision, complete spiritual patterns for cultivation, and Wuyo Daoist sword techniques from Ning Jia. Feeling a subtle warmth in his heart, it turned out she had already noticed my keen interest in these ancient texts. Sister Ning, my younger brother also has a book he wishes to gift you. Zhongwen intended to exchange some miscellaneous texts from the Medicine King Valley with Ning Jia, but has now changed his mind. He retrieves from his bosom a volume of the first half of 300 essays on high school Chinese reading comprehension, a book specifically designed for practicing ancient divine script. Sister, keep it close and study diligently. Your mastery of divine script shall surely reach new heights. Rest assured. Entrusted to me, Zhang Wen readily agreed. The two, Master Ning and Zhong Wen, mounted the back of the giant eagle, soaring through the sky like a bolt of lightning, swiftly transforming into a mere black dot. Zhong Wen recalled the intimate discussions he had with Ning Jia at night regarding Chinese characters, a pang of reluctance blossoming within him. After gazing at the distant black dot for a long while, he suddenly realized, the Windao Academy? Is this not the sacred ground of the Deqian Empire? Master Ning marveled at the unparalleled speed of the giant eagle beneath him, exclaiming in awe, remarkable, truly remarkable. It is faster than the spirit eagle of the illusory beast sect by more than tenfold. Ning Jia remained silent, cradling the book Zhong Wen presented to him, her eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts. Child, could it be that you are reluctant to part with that young man? Master Ning teased, assuring her that there would be opportunities in the future to seek him out at Qifeng Mountain. Grandfather. Brother Zhong is the most erudite scholar in divine literature that I have ever encountered, Ning Jie replied, her fair cheeks slightly flushed. The discussions of the past few days had indeed been profoundly enlightening. Grandfather, she playfully chided, it is not as you think. I merely admire his knowledge. Very well. Very well, your word is law, Master Ning conceded, well aware of his precious granddaughter's disposition, refraining from pressing her too hard. Even if that young man has an affinity on Qifeng Mountain, as long as my dear girl does not mind, I shall turn a blind eye. In this day and age, which distinguished man is without a few wives, Master Ning reassured himself. At the entrance of the floating flower palace, Lung Wushuang leaned gracefully against the door, waiting for his return. From afar, the young lady's exquisite form and graceful curves appeared exceptionally beautiful under the sunlight. With such a vision awaiting him, Zhang Wen felt a wave of warmth surge within him. Is this the feeling of home? He recalled how, in his previous life, he had to rise early and return late for business, often finding his partner asleep in the darkness when he arrived home, a sudden twinge of guilt washing over him. In this life, he vowed not to repeat the same mistakes. Upon seeing Zhong Wan, Lung Wushuang's eyes brightened, her cheeks flushed as she gracefully approached him. However, her expression suddenly shifted dramatically. She dashed to Zhong Wen's side and forcefully pushed him to the ground. Zhong Wen fell back in bewilderment, only to see a shadow, wielding a long sword, thrusting towards his original standing position. The intruder's stealth was so formidable that Zhong Wen had been oblivious to it. As Lung Wushuang pushed Zhong Wen aside, she was immediately exposed to the shadow's attack, the longsword piercing through her ample chest. Wushuang. It was only then that Zhong Wen reacted, a wave of excruciating pain coursing through him as he shouted hoarsely. The shadow, realizing it had missed its target, prepared to withdraw the sword and pursue again. Unexpectedly, Lang Wushuang reached out with both hands, grasping the sword embedded within her body, her delicate palms instantly drenched in blood. She turned to Zhong Wen and shouted urgently, "Run!" The shadow, unable to extract the sword, pointed a hand toward Zhong Wan, a black beam shooting towards him. Spirit energy materialization. It was a master of the celestial wheel. Zhong Wen's eyes widened, employing the Cloudwalker technique with all his might to evade the black beam. Immediately after, two formidable celestial wheel auras surged from different directions in the courtyard, each radiating greater power than the shadow. The shadow, realizing the danger, abandoned the longsword and fled. Not so fast. With a melodious and graceful cry, Shangwan Juni flashed past, pursuing the shadow. Wushuang, Lin Jiyun, who had just arrived, was taken aback at the sight of Lang Wushuang impaled by the sword. Wushuang, Wushuang. Zhong Wen rushed to her side, supporting her delicate form, hesitating to withdraw the sword lodged within her. You, as long as you are all right, Lung Wushuang sighed in relief, managing a smile before losing consciousness. Chapter 55. Too late. Lung Wushuang drifted into a long dream. Suddenly, the scene shifted. She and a group of youths were confined in a secret location, undergoing various inhumane training regimens, their sole purpose being to teach them the most efficient methods of taking lives. With each passing day of training, her heart grew colder. And aside from the hatred buried deep within, she felt little else. One day, the seed of hatred took root and could no longer be suppressed. She escaped the secret place, enduring countless hardships to confront her nemesis, vowing to spill their blood with the sword in her hand. However, her revenge failed, and severely injured. She found herself cornered, the future bleak, as though she had fallen into an abyss. Just as despair threatened to engulf her, a man appeared in her life. Radiating brilliance like the sun, blinding and awe-inspiring, yet gentle. He reached out a hand, pulling her up from the precipice. Like a hero sent by the heavens to save her. Gazing upon his handsome visage filled her with newfound hope. The once gray world burst into vibrant colors. She resolved to follow this man, dedicating her life to protect and repay him. This man welcomed her tenderly, and in that moment, her heart raced with joy, feeling like the happiest person in the world. For fleeting moments, she even questioned the reality of such happiness. The scene shifted abruptly, a vile shadow appearing between them, wielding a long sword aimed at him, seeking to snatch him from her life. She was paralyzed with fear, her heart racing, and she screamed desperately, "Zhongwen, be careful." With a start, she awoke in a cold sweat. Opening her eyes, she was met with Zhongwen's pale face, edged with concern, his eyes slightly red. Whether from exhaustion or grief, she could not tell. "Wushuang, you're awake," Zhongwen exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with joy. "Zhongwen." Lang Wushuang attempted to rise but was met with acute pain in her chest, her body weak and devoid of strength. "Do not move. Your injuries have not fully healed and require rest," Zhongwen spoke gently. She nodded obediently. "I am sorry, Sister Wushuang," Shang Wanjunyi said, her expression filled with shame. "The assassin was adept at concealment. I lost him in the woods." "Sister, do not say that. He is the ace assassin of the Wanjin Tower." Lang Wushuang's voice was weak. Only 4 aces of the celestial will realm resided within the Wanjin Tower, making them difficult to track. "Wanjin Tower?" Zhongwen was taken aback. "Why would Wanjin Tower trouble me? Did Feng betray us?" "That cannot be." Lung Wushuang shook her head with difficulty. "The teacher is not that kind of person. My master has informed me of the events that transpired." Suddenly, Nangong Ling, who had remained silent, spoke up. "If I am not mistaken, it is likely that the young Master Dan I hired the assassins from Wanjin Tower to take your life." "Him?" Zhongwen shuddered, clenching his fist tightly, his teeth grinding in anger. "At that time, you sought to retaliate against Dantai Jin by targeting Dantai Laozu. Though it was not wrong, it was not the best choice." Nan Gongling slowly approached Zhongwen, gazing into his eyes with an intensity that mirrored my earlier teachings. "It is imperative to eradicate evil completely. For individuals like Dantai Jin will seize any opportunity for retaliation, akin to a venomous serpent. The incident concerning Master Long serves as a poignant lesson. I hope you will keep it firmly in mind." "I was too naive." Zhongwen remained silent for a moment before slowly nodding. "I shall not repeat the same mistake again." "That is reassuring," Nan Gongling replied, her satisfaction evident as she noted his willingness to learn. "I have heard that the assassination missions from Wanjin Tower will not cease until their target is dead. Since they failed to kill you, the assassin is likely to return. Do remain vigilant." "Thank you for the warning, sister," Zhongwen said earnestly. "Even if he does not come, I will seek him out. The matter concerning Wushuang cannot simply be dismissed." "Rest well, Wushuang. We shall not disturb you further," Lin Jian said softly yet firmly. "This matter will not be left unresolved by our floating flower palace. The Dantai family must pay a price." After offering some words of comfort to both Lung Wushuang and Zhongwen, the others gradually departed, leaving the two alone in the room, their gazes locked. "Why must you be so foolish?" Zhongwen sat by the bed, taking Lang Wushuang's delicate hand, marred by the sword's cut, his tone laced with reproach. "If anything were to happen to you, I could never forgive myself." A soft blush spread across Lung Wushuang's pale face. "At that moment, I saw him attempting to kill you and felt panic. I did not think it through. How do you feel now?" Zhongwen gently brushed aside her hair, caressing her tender cheek. "I should be fine, just a bit fatigued," she replied, her cheeks flushed like ripe apples. "Utterly adorable. Promise me you will never do something so reckless again. Do you understand?" Zhongwen feigned sternness. "You once told me to pursue what I desire." Lung Wushuang paused, then, uncharacteristically defiant, added, "I wish to stay by your side, to protect you, and to see you safe." Zhongwen trembled, a profound sense of emotion welling up within him. "For my sake, it is not worth it. You are free now. You can have a better life." "It is too late." Lung Wushuang's eyes shimmered with unending affection. "I cannot change it." Though her words lacked eloquence, they struck down Zhongwen's defenses in an instant. What a pure girl she is. What a heavy affection she bears. In that moment, Zhongwen was utterly captivated by her tenderness. The distance he had so carefully maintained shattered and swept away like leaves in the wind. "Please, let me stay by your side," Lung Wushuang began, but her words were silenced as Zhongwen pressed his lips against hers, a wave of warmth enveloping her, causing her heart to race and her strength to dissipate. Time seemed to stand still, the room filled with a gentle, enchanting atmosphere. After a long while, Zhongwen sat up, gazing at the blushing Lang Wushuang, whose eyes shone with surprise, astonishment, and shyness, a blend of emotions swirling within her. Her lips slightly parted. Her chest rising and falling gently, she was lost in a delightful reverie. "Oh my, how utterly adorable," Zhongwen remarked, unable to resist teasing her. "It is hard to reconcile your current appearance with that of the cold assassin I first encountered." To his dismay, Lang Wushuang's face turned pale at his words. Fearing he still held a grudge over their past encounter, she bit her lip tightly. "Yes, I am sorry. It was wrong of me." Zhongwen slapped his forehead, regretting his thoughtless remarks. I, please, let me explain," Lang Wushuang attempted, but her lips were once again sealed by Zhongwen's fervent kiss. When they finally parted, her eyes sparkled with hope as she breathed heavily. "Can I stay by your side forever?" Zhongwen affectionately pressed his forehead against hers, grinning mischievously. "It is too late. Even if you wish to leave now, I would not allow it." Feeling the warmth radiating from his forehead, Lang Wushuang believed herself to be the happiest person in the world. Chapter 56. The mere thought of her makes me sick. Siu Mountain Villa lies on the border of Antai Province and Nanjing Province. Although its scale cannot compare to the illustrious Fengyue Villa of Shao Wuqing, it is nonetheless one of the most notable establishments in the area. However, due to its geographic features, it lacks the vibrant colors of the grand estates in the western suburbs of the imperial capital, offering instead a landscape abundant in greenery, which lends it a more natural charm. On the opposite side of the main building, there stands a small structure named Daekwi. The arrangement within suggests that its owner is most likely a refined lady. In the center of the upper chamber lies a delicate rosewood bed, adorned with semi-transparent pink curtains that cascade down to the floor, through which two bare figures entwined can be faintly seen. Above the dressing table against the wall hangs an exquisite painting of flowers and birds, while the incense burner on the table is filled with the popular incense sticks favored by the nobility, emitting a sweet and enticing fragrance. Amidst this intoxicating atmosphere, a gray messenger bird unwittingly flitted through the window, landing gaily atop the pink drapery by the bed, chirping adorably. "Is that your messenger?" A sultry female voice called from within the curtains. "Let me see," responded a middle-aged man, his voice rich and resonant. The previously robust arm extended once more, and the obedient messenger bird hopped onto the man's hand, pulled into the drapery. After a moment, a cold, disdainful chuckle echoed from within. "What is it, Lingu?" the alluring woman inquired, her voice laced with languorous charm that ensnared the soul. "It is my dear brother. I do not know what has possessed him to compel me to seduce a woman, especially one I once abandoned," the man replied, his tone tinged with mockery. Does the esteemed second son of the Nangong family truly need to resort to such tactics? The sultry woman laughed lightly. The man reclining on the bed was none other than Nangong Tianqing's younger brother, Nangong Ling, once renowned as the flower among men in the imperial capital. "Will you forget your sister while you are away?" The woman feigned a tone of sorrow. "Do not be so sensitive, my dear. That woman has transformed herself into an androgynous creature for her training, incapable of experiencing the joys of intimacy. Even the thought of her repulses me. How could I truly feel anything? It is merely a farce," Nangong Ling said, pulling the woman into his embrace. "After all, her family is well connected. The Shangguan family is a thriving business in the great Qian Empire. My brother has reprimanded me over this before. I despise those who lack charm and rely on their family's influence to entice men," the sultry woman expressed with a hint of indignation. "Should you truly wish for my reluctance, I can ask our family to speak with your brother," she offered. "Please do not. If my brother finds out you are involved, he would surely be furious," Nangong Ling hastily urged. "This is merely a matter of temporary endurance. A man must endure for the greater good of the family. What is a small sacrifice? Just remember, my heart belongs to you alone," he said, holding her delicate hand. "My dear Lingu," the woman replied, touched. "It is a pity that I met you too late and cannot be your first wife. Endure a little longer, my dear. My brother still needs the influence of that yellow-faced woman," Nangong Ling reassured her. "Once she no longer serves a purpose, I will marry you immediately. Should she dare utter a word against it, I will cast her aside. I believe in you," the sultry woman replied earnestly. "I will wait for you." As night fell and silence enveloped the mountain forest, only the occasional chirping of insects broke the stillness, proclaiming the existence of life. Zhongwen sat quietly on the stone outside the courtyard of the floating flower palace, hugging his knees and staring vacantly at the stones and green grass below. "Little brother, why are you still awake at such a late hour?" A gentle voice, accompanied by a fragrant breeze, reached his ears. It was Shangguan Junyi. "Aren't you awake as well, Sister Shangguan?" Zhongwen did not lift his gaze. "You ungrateful little rascal, do you think the target of the Wanjin Tower is someone else?" Shangguan Junyi feigned annoyance. "Surely one of us must stay awake, right?" Upon hearing this, Zhongwen turned to look at the gentle and beautiful Shangguan Junyi, akin to a caring elder sister. And a warm current surged within him. The feeling of being cared for was truly delightful. "Thank you," he said sincerely. "What are you pondering?" Shangguan Junyi approached and gently sat beside him. "Sister, am I a scoundrel?" Zhongwen suddenly blurted out without preamble. "What is a scoundrel?" Shangguan Junyi asked, puzzled. "It refers to a man of poor character," Zhongwen explained according to his understanding. "Why do you think that?" He continued, "I clearly have feelings for one woman, yet I cannot help but be drawn to another." Zhongwen expressed his distress. "Isn't that what a scoundrel is? Is this the only reason?" A flicker of intrigue passed through Shangguan Junyi's beautiful eyes. "Yes," Zhongwen replied, lost in his thoughts. "You must know that in the great Qian Empire, it is not unusual for a man to marry several, even a dozen wives," Shangguan Junyi gently advised. "They're them, and I am I." Zhongwen, hailing from the 21st century on Earth, was accustomed to a monogamous mindset and felt deep remorse for simultaneously harboring affection for Lin Jiyun and Lung Wushuang. Seeing him trapped in a mental deadlock, Shangguan Junyi found it both amusing and exasperating. She moved a little closer. "You must mean Lin Gongzhu and Wushuang, right?" "Huh." Zhongwen was taken aback. "How did you know?" "It's obvious from Lin Gongzhu's gaze. Even a fool could notice," Shangguan Junyi remarked. Her observation evidently more astute than that of an average person. "As for Wushuang, she would risk her life for you. If you were to let her down, I would never forgive you." "Is that so?" Zhongwen scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Sister, what should I do?" "What a naive little brother you are. Let me ask you, if you were to be with Lin Gongzhu in the future, would you abandon Wushuang?" Shangguan Junyi said, somewhat frustrated. Zhongwen shook his head. "Naturally not. If Wushuang treats me so well, how could I abandon her? That would be worse than a beast." "Then can you truly forget Lin Gongzhu if you now have feelings for Wushuang?" Zhongwen hesitated before admitting, "It seems that, for the time being, I cannot let go of my admiration for the palace master." "If that is the case, then what is there to be entangled about?" Shangguan Junyi summarized. "If both of them are willing to be with you, and you would not forsake either, then it is only natural to marry both." "Is it really that simple?" Zhongwen felt somewhat bewildered. "If you were with Wushuang while still thinking of Lin Gongzhu, does that not make you a scoundrel?" Shangguan Junyi gently admonished. "If you cannot even face your true feelings, how can you call yourself a man?" Zhongwen felt as if struck by a bolt of lightning. A sudden clarity surged within him. He leaped to his feet, embracing Shangguan Junyi's soft figure tightly, and exclaimed, "I understand now. Thank you for your guidance, Sister Shangguan." Caught off guard by Zhongwen's sudden embrace, Shangguan Junyi felt a rush of warmth from the young man's enthusiasm. Her face flushed crimson as she playfully scolded. "What are you doing?" "Oh, I'm sorry, I got too excited." Zhongwen realized his indiscretion. "Sister, I'll go to sleep now. You should rest as well." Go on, don't mind me." Shangguan Junyi waved her hand, still slightly dazed by the earlier encounter, as Zhongwen turned to enter the courtyard. Shangguan Junyi let out a soft sigh, her voice tinged with an inexplicable melancholy. As dawn broke, birds from every corner of the forest began to serenade the morning with their melodious songs, weaving a symphony that roused one from sweet slumber. The forging and spiritual pattern materials Zhongwen had procured from Shangguan Mingwei finally arrived at the foot of Qifeng Mountain, carried by a unicorn cart. Chapter 57. Those who dare harm my women must die. By now, I still do not know what your names are, all four of you. Recently, Zhongwen had grown familiar with Chao Enyang and the four young maids. After breakfast, they engaged in casual conversation in the courtyard. "I am called Dia, Nerya, Sanya, and Siya. What kind of lazy person names you this way? Dia and Arya, do you think this is a Game of Thrones?" Zhongwen remarked. Chao Enyang's face flushed slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. "I apologize for the laughter, Sir Zhong. I haven't had much education and have been quite busy, so I never had the energy to think of proper names for them. You do not know that I am actually quite illiterate," Zhongwen thought to himself. Yet he did not want to disappoint the four young maids. After racking his brain for a while, inspiration struck him as he recalled the names of the maids serving the Four Seasons and Dream of the Red Chamber. Since it was a request from Sister Chiao, Zhongwen dared not decline. Besides, Once our Qing Feng Pavilion opens, it will surely surpass the past in elegance. Calling them Dia and area would be unrefined. I, Zhang, shall offer some names for Sister Chao's consideration, but my knowledge is limited, so please do not blame me if they are not to your liking. Upon hearing this, the four young maids looked at Zhongwen with hopeful eyes. What you say is not true. With your abilities, the names you come up with will surely be excellent. Xiao and Yang laughed heartily. These girls are truly fortunate. At this moment, Nangong Ling and a woman in green also appeared in the courtyard. Seeing the lively conversation, they paused to listen. The four younger sisters will represent our floating flower palace when they descend the mountain. I shall name them after the four friends of a scholar, Baoyin, Psyche, Shishu, and Ruhua. How does that sound? Xiao and Yang and the four young maids contemplated the names, feeling they were simple yet elegant, perfectly corresponding to their number. Their faces lit up with joy as they nodded in agreement, each claiming their new names with praise. Zhongwen, I did not expect you to have such a talent for naming. Hearing Nangong Ling's voice, Zhongwen was momentarily stunned. He turned to see admiration shining in her unmatched beautiful eyes, and he could not help but feel a sense of pride. Nangong Ling, being an exceptionally intelligent woman, understood the high level of cultural literacy required to come up with such fitting names in a short period. As she listened to Zhongwen's eloquent words, she regarded him with newfound respect. Just as she was about to delve into a deeper discussion, they were interrupted by Shangguan Mingyue's voice from outside the courtyard. Zhongwen, the items you requested have arrived. Come quickly to collect them. Knowing Shangguan Mingyue's prejudices against him, Nangong Ling wisely turned to leave, avoiding a confrontation. All right. Upon hearing this, Zhongwen felt a rush of excitement akin to receiving a package in his past life, promptly dashing over. Here are the items. Don't forget the sword you promised me. Shangguan Mingwei pointed at the two boxes on the ground as she spoke, her tone slightly displeased. Clearly a bit annoyed by Zhongwen's repeated requests. Rest assured, I shall never forget you. Zhongwen approached Shangguan Mingwei with a cheerful demeanor, inhaling the faint, delicate fragrance that surrounded her. Miss Shangguan, you've worked hard. This afternoon, I shall showcase my culinary skills by preparing a unique delicacy to reward you. Now that sounds promising. Upon hearing Zhongwen's words, Shangguan Mingyue's inner foodie ignited, her spirits lifting significantly, her tone softening. I look forward to it. Zhongwen gave a thumbs up and winked at her. Then hasten to check your goods. I must first visit my aunt. With that, Shangguan Mingyue made her way to the room of Shangguan Junyi at the side of the courtyard. Zhongwen opened the box, ensuring no one was around, and swiftly stored a set of forging tools and a high-grade spirit pattern plate into his storage ring. He then delivered the remaining set of tools to Shun Dezue's guest room. While placing the order, he had subconsciously counted the number of people and, for some inexplicable reason, the image of Zheng Yuding flashed through his mind. He mistakenly suggested forging one of the weapons into a willow leaf knife. Upon returning to his room, Zhongwen locked the door, retrieved the various forging tools and stones from his ring, and began to construct the forging platform. He then took out the spirit pattern plate and pen, commencing the drawing of the specialized crafting flame. The flame required for forging weapons differs from that used for crafting alchemical furnaces. Fortunately, in the Tome Divine Fire Armament crafting techniques authored by Elder Long of the Medicine King Valley, there are detailed descriptions of how to draw such flames. Before long, a rudimentary spirit weapon forging platform was complete. He placed a spirit crystal within the spirit pattern plate, and a fierce crimson flame surged forth, far surpassing the gentleness of alchemical fire. As a novice in weapon crafting, Zhongwen encountered little difficulty in forging the divine fire armament. As Elder Long had devoted his life's work to the creation of this spiritual weapon, resulting in incredibly detailed instructions in the book. Every potential problem at each step was clearly annotated, making it far more accessible than the foolish tutorials Zhongwen had previously encountered online. Additionally, the Medicine King Valley contained some foundational texts on spirit tools, allowing him to follow the instructions methodically and successfully complete the crafting process for this powerful weapon. The finished divine fire armament measured just under 3 feet in length, with a slender handle at the bottom and a dark iron tube at the top, connected by an irregular spherical joint featuring 8 grooves for placing spirit crystals. As the number of spirit crystals increased, so too would the weapon's power. Zhongwen gazed at the first spirit weapon he had crafted for a long while, feeling an overwhelming sense of energy contained within the small black tube, exuding an aura of destructive potential. He could not help but feel a sense of pride. Task 2. Successfully forge the divine fire armament. Please draw lots to receive your initial task reward. 1. Jade Maiden's Heart Sword. 2. Divine Enlightenment. 1 scroll. 3. Purple Chi from the East. With no one around, and lacking the luck of a fortunate player to lend him their fortune, Zhong Wan, despite his skepticism, resolved to rely on himself. Draw lots. Congratulations. You have received the reward. Divine Enlightenment. 1 scroll. I must indeed be cursed. Zhong Wan lamented as he reviewed the lottery results, reaffirming his misfortune. Yet, the newly updated task panel in his mind paid no heed to his dismay. Task 2. Successfully refine a spirit-gathering array, granting 1 lottery chance. This new task 2 was fortuitously aligned with his intentions, as he had sought to procure a high-grade spirit pattern plate from Shangguan Mingwei specifically to refine the spirit-gathering array and enhance the spiritual energy concentration of the floating flower palace. Thus, the chance to complete a task while achieving his goal slightly alleviated Zhong Wan's disappointment. However, he did not immediately turn to this new task. Instead, he resumed work with his hammer, beginning to forge a large copper furnace. In the grand hall at noon, everyone gathered around a copper furnace, observing as a few slices of vegetables and mushrooms floated in the boiling hot water. Zhong Wan, is this the unique delicacy you mentioned? Shangguan Mingwei inquired, inspecting the copper furnace from various angles, perplexed by its distinctiveness. Patience, you will soon find out, Zhong Wan replied, emerging from the kitchen with bowls of freshly sliced meats and vegetables, placing an array of seasonings before each person. This is my specially developed dish, called hot pot. As he spoke, he picked up a slice of meat and immersed it in the boiling copper furnace. Let me demonstrate the method of enjoying hot pot. Submerge the meat in the furnace for a while. Remember, do not let it cook too long, or it will toughen and lose its flavor. Zhong Wan expertly manipulated the long chopsticks, lifting the now-colored pork, dipping it into the sauce before blowing lightly on it, and taking a hearty bite, his face reflecting utter enjoyment. The sauces come in spicy and non-spicy varieties. Everyone can choose according to their taste. Now, give it a try. Seeing Zhong Wan in rapture, the hungry onlookers could no longer restrain themselves, eagerly imitating him. Wow, delicious, the little girl exclaimed after tasting a slice of pork dipped in sauce, finding it indescribably delightful. In no time, the room filled with exclamations of delight. In the steaming hall, a group of beautiful women rolled up their sleeves, unself-consciously dipping into the hot pot. Although it was summer, Qingfeng Mountain remained temperate, yet the lovely ladies in the hall were perspiring profusely, panting, creating an unusual yet captivating scene. At that moment, Zhong Wan returned with cups of slightly chilled plum juice. The sweet and tangy beverage provided a refreshing relief to the women who had indulged in the rich flavors of the hot pot. After a satisfying meal, the ladies languidly reclined in the hall, gently caressing their slightly swollen bellies, reluctant to rise. Full and content, Shangguan Mingwei languidly collapsed into her chair, gazing absently at Zhong Wan as he tidied the dining table, a hint of melancholy passing through her heart. After washing the dishes, Zhong Wan entered the room of Lang Wushuang. He found her lying on the bed, breathing evenly, deep in a sweet slumber. Although she appeared somewhat haggard, her complexion was more vibrant than the previous day. Her delicate willow-like brows, perfectly straight nose, rosy cheeks, and luscious lips exuded an enchanting charm. While the gentle rise and fall of her bosom stirred Zhong Wan's heart, he leaned down softly and pressed his lips against her delicate, soft mouth, whispering inaudibly to himself, "Wushuang, rest assured, that assassin will soon pay the price." Turning towards the door, he dramatically declared, "Anyone who dares to harm my woman must die." After uttering this, he hastily exited Lang Wushuang's room, rushing towards the courtyard's entrance. Inside the room, the obedient and charming assassin remained lost in her sweet dreams, a slight smile gracing her lips, forming a beautiful arc. Chapter 58. This is a man's sister, Shangguan. Why are you not by Zhong Wan's side? Lin Jian asked, surprised to see Shangguan Junyi alone in the courtyard. Palace Master, did Zhong Wan not go to your side? Shangguan Junyi exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. I have not seen him all afternoon, Lin Jiyun replied, looking perplexed. The two Tianluan masters had agreed to take turns protecting Zhong Wan but unexpectedly lost track of him. I fear he may have gone to confront that assassin alone, Lin Jiyun's companion, Nangong Ling, speculated. If a Tianluan master were by his side, the assassin would not dare to show herself. He must believe that he is alone, thinking it might lure the assassin into action. What is this fool thinking? Are Tianluan masters so easily dealt with? Shangguan Junyi said anxiously. Zhong Wan is not an impulsive person. How could he make such a basic error? Lin Jian pondered, struggling to understand. It seems that the weight of Master Lung's opinion holds significant sway over him. Nangong Ling spoke slowly. Master, this is what men are like. No matter how intelligent or rational they may be, for the woman they love, they can sometimes become foolish and impulsive. Truly a fool. Lin Jiyun sighed. Feeling a twinge of emotion, it was my oversight. Sister Shangwan, let us split up to search. If something has happened to Zhongwan, how heartbroken Sister Wushuang would be. Master, if I were Zhongwan, to draw out the assassin, I would certainly expose myself to an environment where no one could protect me. Nagong Ling's mind raced. And she had already deduced Zhongwan's intentions. The place on the back mountain should be the most ideal location. Are you referring to that cliff? Lin Jiyun's expression changed. If that were the case, even if they found him, it would be difficult to save him. We must hurry. I hope it's not too late. Nangong Ling sighed. I may not be correct, so just in case, I ask Elder Shangwan to search towards Fufeng City. Of course, Shangwan Junyi nodded, seemingly without any resentment towards Nangong Ling. Once we find Zhongwan, I shall have a good talk with him. Lin Jiyun felt both anxious and angry, resolute in her intention to make Zhongwan reflect deeply. Just as they stepped out of the courtyard, a deafening explosion echoed from the direction of the back mountain. Not good. The three exchanged glances and hurried toward the sound. Behind a pillar in the corridor, the beautiful and pale face of Lang Wushuang emerged, her delicate skin soaked with tears. Zhongwan staggered to the edge of the cliff, leaning against it as he sat cross-legged. This cliff was exceedingly narrow, barely accommodating one person, with no other pathways. Behind him lay an unfathomable abyss, shrouded in mist, emanating a mysterious and terrifying aura. In such a position, even if someone wished to follow and protect him, it would be impossible to conceal their presence. Should anyone block the narrow path leading to the cliff, he would find himself in an inescapable predicament. I know you are there. Can we talk now? Zhongwan sat silently for a moment before speaking. Silence enveloped the surroundings, with only the gentle rustling of leaves carried by the breeze. No one responded to him. It was said that assassins who practiced the techniques of the Wanjin Tower rarely survived past 25, relying on drugs to sustain their lives, and could not advance to the Tianluan realm. Yet Zhongwan remained undeterred, muttering to himself, I wonder how you broke through to the Tianluan realm? Have you freed yourself from the grip of those drugs? The air seemed to thicken with gravity. To be honest, I am a physician. And I once healed an assassin from the Wanjin Tower, freeing him from his shackles and restoring his freedom. Zhongwan spoke as if unaware of the gravity of his words. With your expertise in the Tianluan realm, you would be revered wherever you go. Why hide in the shadows as a reviled assassin? Allow me to treat you, help you escape the Wanjin Tower, and serve in a prestigious sect or family. Living a carefree life. Wouldn't that be splendid? A gentle breeze swept by, revealing a shadowy figure on the only path to the cliff. The figure, cloaked in black, was tall, their face obscured by a dark hood, grasping a long sword, shrouded in an aura of black mist that made it difficult to discern their features. What do you think of my proposal? Zhongwan smiled at the figure, unperturbed. You healed an assassin from the Wanjin Tower? The voice of the figure was deep, tinged with a raspy edge. Absolutely. When I examined his pulse, I found his meridian severely damaged, his vitality nearly depleted. Zhongwan described precisely the condition that Lung Wushuang had once endured. Had it not been for a physician of my caliber, he would likely have met his end within hours. Indeed, your description aligns with the after effects of the nameless technique. The figure stepped closer, now within 3 meters of Zhongwan. By the way, that girl who took a sword for you bears a resemblance to Feng's disciple. Zhongwan felt an overwhelming pressure enveloping him, rendering him immobile, even making it difficult to breathe. A sense of surprise washed over him. So this is the true power of a Tianluan master? Having spent his days with Lin Jiyun, Shangwan Junyi, and Shin Dachui, he had grown accustomed to their presence and had not feared the Tianluan masters, unaware that they displayed no hostility towards him. Now, facing the black-clad figure, he understood why it was said that ordinary cultivators could not rely on sheer numbers to defeat a Tianluan master. Before the serious Tianluan master, cultivators below the Tianluan realm found themselves utterly powerless to act. As the figure approached, they advanced another step, now less than 2 meters away from Zhongwan. Are you truly not considering my proposal? Zhongwan continued to persuade. Since you recognized Wushuang, you must also see that her condition is quite healthy, completely unaffected by the nameless technique. This proves my words to be true. What a naive young man, the black-clad figure replied with a hint of mockery, slowly raising the sword in their hand. Initially, I was tasked to kill you, but now, even without a commission, I cannot let you live. Your existence threatens the very foundation of the Wanjing Tower. Zhongwen felt as if a 1,000-pound weight pressed down upon him, unable to lift even a finger. Forced to watch as the sword drew ever closer. The distance between them dwindled to about a meter, and just as the sword was about to touch his brow, his gaze locked onto the figure's emotionless eyes. As a Tianluan master, yet you willingly dwell in darkness, faithfully serving the Wanjing Tower. You are no ordinary assassin. Zhongwen sighed. What is your relationship with the leader of the Wanjing Tower? However, the momentary lapse in pressure allowed the overwhelming force that had enveloped Zhongwen to dissipate for a brief instant. Seizing that fleeting opportunity, he decisively raised his right hand, producing a divine fire gun from thin air. This black tube appeared unremarkable, yet the black-clad figure sensed an immense threat emanating from it. His instincts had always been reliable, a key reason for his repeated successes in assassination. Without hesitation, the figure leapt back. Yet almost simultaneously, Zhongwen pressed the switch in his hand, denying the figure any chance to react. A blinding light erupted from the dark muzzle, illuminating the figure so intensely that he could barely open his eyes. The brilliant light instantly engulfed the black-clad figure, followed by a thunderous explosion that resonated from the cliff where Zhongwen stood, startling the birds in the forest. The figure clad in black emitted a hoarse roar, eyes bloodshot, as his left hand clawed frantically at the ground while his right stubbornly clutched the longsword. Such tenacity of life, as Zhongwen marveled at the resilience of the black-clad man. He could not help but be struck by the terrifying power of the divine fire gun. Elder Long had written in his book that the most advanced divine fire guns could even slay formidable spiritual lords, which was hardly an exaggeration. Zhongwen did not rush to claim his prize. Instead, he patiently observed, wary of the black-clad man's potential last-ditch effort before death. After a moment, half of the black-clad man's body ceased its struggle, collapsing motionlessly to the ground. Zhongwen, unhurried, circled the corpse twice to ensure all danger had passed before inching closer. When he was less than a meter away, the lifeless body of the black-clad man suddenly stirred. With a fierce opening of his eyes, he thrust his sword toward Zhongwen's chest. Perhaps due to his weakened state, the black-clad man lacked the strength to intimidate Zhongwen. The force behind his strike was a mere shadow of what it once was. Yet, even in such a diminished state, the deadly strike of a celestial realm master was not something a mere earthly realm practitioner like Zhongwen could easily endure. However, as if foreseeing the attack, Zhongwen extended his left hand, effortlessly deflecting the sword's trajectory, which grazed his left shoulder, leaving a thin line of blood. Despite the diminished power of the celestial realm master's strike, he could not completely evade injury. In that instant, the divine fire gun in Zhongwen's right hand vanished, replaced by a sword, cold Wushuang's sword. With the essence of death surrounding it, he lunged toward the half-lifeless black-clad man. A fatal strike. This was the first time he had employed this spiritual technique in combat, and as he executed the thrust, he felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy flooding into the sword, nearly exhausting him. The sword surged forth like a dragon, piercing through the black-clad man's heart with an unstoppable force. You certainly play the part well. But what is the point of gripping a sword so tightly when you are already dead? Zhongwen remarked languidly, slowly withdrawing the sword embedded in the man's chest. The black-clad man's torso thudded heavily to the ground, the light in his eyes dimming, his expression a mix of reluctance and seeming relief. At last, he relinquished his grip on the sword. Zhongwen crouched down and tore off the mask from the black-clad man's face, revealing an unremarkable visage, one that would draw no attention in a crowd. It was a face born of an assassin. When Lin Jiyun and the others arrived, Zhongwen had yet to tend to his own wounds. To them, he stood tall upon the cliff's edge, sword in hand, the other holding a bloodied head. His arm drenched in crimson, emanating an aura akin to a deity or demon. Is this the assassin, Zhongwen? Shangguan Junyi gasped, her delicate hand covering her mouth, eyes wide with astonishment at the severed head he held. Though she knew it was the most logical explanation, it was difficult to fathom that Zhongwen could single-handedly slay a celestial realm master. Zhongwen glanced at Lin Jiyun, Shangguan Junyi, and Nangong Ling, his fierce gaze softening into a smile as he replied, "No, this is just a villager who angered me, so I took care of him. Must he be so mischievous?" Shangguan Junyi chided. Lin Jiyun, noting the blood-soaked left arm of Zhongwen, could not help but imagine a fierce battle, and she asked, "Zhongwen, how did you defeat him?" Earthly realm practitioners find it difficult to breach the defenses of a celestial realm master. I once read a book detailing the crafting of a spiritual weapon known as the Divine Fire Gun, which possesses world-shattering destructive power Zhongwen explained. Knowing that without an explanation, Lin Jiyun and Shang Jr. would likely suffer sleepless nights. Thanks to the materials provided by Miss Shangwan today, I had the opportunity to create this weapon. As he spoke, the divine fire gun materialized in his hand. With this weapon in hand, as long as I have sufficient spiritual crystals, even a spiritual lord would fall to a surprise attack. You mean this black tube can kill a spiritual lord? Nagong Ling scrutinized the black iron tube in Zhongwen's hand, skepticism lacing her tone. Could that earlier explosion have come from this divine fire gun? Indeed, Zhongwen replied, not dwelling on it. He loaded 4 spiritual crystals into the divine fire gun, raised the dark tube, aimed at the half-body of the black-clad man, now devoid of a head, and pressed the trigger. With a blinding flash and a deafening explosion, the remnants of the black-clad man were instantly reduced to ash, leaving no trace behind. As the 3 women stared in shock, Zhongwen nonchalantly blew on the end of the black tube, stating, "This time I only used 4 spiritual stones. Earlier, I filled all 8 slots. If this weapon could be mass-produced, it would surely change the entire landscape of the cultivation world." Nagong Ling contemplated the immense strategic significance of such a device. While Lin Jiyun acknowledged the power of the divine fire gun, she still voiced her doubts. Even with such a powerful weapon, you would not have had the chance to strike against a celestial realm master. Sister Gongzhu, I am the world's foremost physician, Zhongwen grinned. I can certainly create a moment of distraction for a celestial realm master. Yet, as they regarded Zhongwen's light-hearted demeanor, the 3 women could not muster a smile. Here stood a youth, with the cultivation of the earthly realm, facing an assassin of the celestial realm, placing himself in a perilous situation. Despite having prepared for this encounter, his plan was far from flawless. A single misstep could have led him to the path of death. This unyielding spirit and courage rendered Zhongwen's slender frame remarkably imposing at that moment. Cold Wushuang, Lin Jiyun exclaimed upon seeing the newcomer. Cold Wushuang, clad in the orange outer garment Zhongwen had gifted her, appeared pale, breathless, and trembling slightly, her proud figure rising and falling as delicately as a willow, resembling a fragile flower that evoked compassion. As she stepped from the thicket, her bright eyes searched for Zhongwen, seemingly oblivious to the presence of Lin Jiyun and the others. Upon noticing the blood on Zhongwen's left arm, tears streamed down her cheeks, cascading over her soft face and falling onto her elevated bosom. Zhongwen approached her, holding the severed head aloft with a grin. Wushuang, look. This wretched man dared to stab you, so I took his head to use as a ball for you to kick. Cold Wushuang continued to gaze at Zhongwen's injured arm, speechless, only shedding silent tears. Do you not enjoy kicking balls? Perhaps I could fashion his head into a night pot? Zhongwen stammered, flustered. With a sudden burst of emotion, Cold Wushuang could no longer contain herself. Throwing herself into Zhongwen's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably, her tears quickly soaking his chest. These are all your blood. Zhongwen gently supported Cold Wushuang's delicate shoulders, softly explaining, How could I be injured when I am so formidable? Yet, his attempts to console her were in vain. Her cries only grew more fervent. Suddenly, she raised her soft, pink fists and began to lightly pound on Zhongwen's chest, lacking any real strength. Zhongwen allowed her to strike him for a while before gently wrapping his arms around her, inhaling the faint fragrance that emanated from her. Feeling the gentle tremors of her delicate form in his embrace, a surge of guilt washed over him. In a moment of impulsiveness, he was unaware of the extent to which he had frightened the girl in his embrace. I am truly sorry for causing you distress. He held Lang Wushuang a little tighter, his lips brushing against her ear as he softly murmured, I promise it will never happen again. Will you forgive me? Their bodies were pressed closely together. Lang Wushuang's delicate shoulders trembled slightly, her petite, alabaster hands resting gently upon Zhongwen's shoulder as if lacking any strength. After a long while, she ceased her tears, emitting a soft, almost inaudible sound, curling up in his arms, unwilling to part. Immersed all day in the treacherous and murky waters of the imperial city, such pure emotion felt like a long-forgotten treasure. As she observed the tender embrace of the young couple before her, Nagong Ling felt an unexpected twinge of envy stir within her heart.